This young man's brain completely shut down. Just a split second ago, he was a streamer in the 21st century. And then, in the blink of an eye, he found himself in the middle of a battlefield filled with explosives. What was that sound just now? Before he could even figure out what the hell was going on, he almost got crushed by falling rocks. The moment he stood up, the scent of gunpowder hit him full force, making it incredibly hard to breathe. Right at that moment, a cannon fired right next to him, nearly scaring his soul out of his body. The protagonist just stood there, frozen stiff, having no idea what was happening. Terrified by the constant explosions, he screamed in anger, "What the hell is going on? Give me a break." That was when he finally realized an entire army was fighting right beside him. Stumbling to the ground in shock, he shouted, "What is this? What kind of situation is this?" Suddenly, a soldier ran toward him in a panic. "Your Highness, are you okay?" Seeing the guy charging at him with a sword, the protagonist panicked, crawling backward while screaming, "Don't come any closer! I said don't come closer!" Seeing the soldier actually listen to him, the protagonist was stunned. The soldier stood still, shaking, then suddenly dropped to his knees, shouting, "Your Highness, it is my fault! Please, save us!" Seeing the soldier's tears falling, the protagonist was even more confused. What the hell is wrong with this guy? The protagonist slowly stood up, carefully moving forward. "Hey man, just calm down first, okay?" Right then, a glowing orb of light suddenly flew over, creating a massive explosion that sent the protagonist flying. He somehow survived, clutching his chest and struggling for breath. He tried to make sense of what was happening. Was that a bomb? Suddenly, a blue light caught his attention right where the explosion had occurred. A strange blue fire was burning intensely, making everyone it touched scream in agony. For the first time, the protagonist witnessed this, his mouth wide open in astonishment. Suddenly, a group of soldiers rushed forward. "Over here! This way! The assault team! Move up! You absolutely cannot let them climb up here!" The soldiers sprinted toward the fortress wall. They fought bravely with swords in hand, but just then, a massive object severed a soldier's arm, pierced his stomach, and lifted him up. The severed arm flew toward the protagonist, and blood splattered everywhere, leaving him absolutely horrified. The group of soldiers who had just rushed up all died the same way. They couldn't even put up a fight. The protagonist finally realized something was in front of them, but it was too late. A giant spider climbed over the wall, heading straight for him. It stared at the protagonist with glowing eyes and let out a deafening screech. Instinctively, the protagonist covered his ears, trying to figure out what the thing in front of him was. A group of soldiers rushed at the monster, determined to kill it right there. But sadly, their fate was the same as the others, dying for nothing without being able to do a thing. Witnessing this horrific scene again and again, the protagonist's whole body trembled, so scared that his limbs went weak and he couldn't move. Is this a dream, or is it all just an hallucination? This situation was clearly impossible to accept. "Don't do this to me. I can't just die like this." Facing the monster's claws, the protagonist was in utter despair, just sitting there, waiting for death. Right at that moment, a warm voice called out, "Your Highness, why are you avoiding reality like this?" With a single strike, the guy in front of him sliced the giant monster in half. Afterward, he turned toward the protagonist and smiled. "Why are you reacting like that?" Seeing the protagonist's jaw drop, the guy approached him with concern. "Your Highness, are you hurt? Are you injured anywhere?" Looking at the guy from up close, the protagonist felt increasingly familiar. He remembered a character from the game Defend the Empire. The protagonist screamed in shock, "Lucas?" Immediately, Lucas's eyes welled up with tears. As expected, your head was injured, right? He wiped away tears of happiness and easily lifted the protagonist off the ground. "Well, it's okay. Fortunately, you finally called my name. In all the time I've been your guard, you never remembered my name." Hearing the guy claim to be Lucas, the protagonist turned pale. "Wait, is it really Lucas? Wait a second, if this is the case, could it be that I'm inside the game, Defend the Empire?" Realizing the truth, the protagonist screamed in despair. He was the only person to have beaten this game, so he knew his situation all too well. "I'm screwed. This is the super hard game I just broke the record for a while ago. Defend the Empire, that's it. A place where I had to struggle to stop hordes of demons from attacking. It's that damn frustratingly difficult game. Why? Why did I transmigrate into this game?" While he was in a daze, Lucas grabbed his arm and shouted, "Your Highness, the enemy is coming. It's the Black Spider Army. The fortress is on the verge of collapsing, but the spiders won't be active after sunset. We have 30 minutes before the sun goes down. So, until then, I will try my best to hold them off, Your Highness." He drew his sword and stood in front of the protagonist, his face determined and unafraid. Seeing this, the protagonist was deeply confused. Why was he protecting me? And what did he call me? Your Highness? Who am I right now? With a head full of questions, the protagonist struggled to survive until sunset. The moment the sunlight faded, the monster army immediately retreated. Leaving behind the crumbling walls and the bodies of the soldiers, Lucas finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally dark. The black spiders are retreating. The protagonist stood on the wall, pensively looking at the monster corpses below. This scene was truly barbaric. As a modern person, how could he possibly handle this? After a long silence, he asked Lucas, "What is today's date, and where am I?" Lucas replied, "The last day of February, in the year 649 according to the royal calendar. We are currently at the front lines at the border fortress." Knowing that tomorrow was the 1st of March, the protagonist gritted his teeth, feeling extremely uneasy. March, year 649. Royal calendar. The monsters began attacking the city. I am precisely at a very dangerous place and time. Of course, that would be the case. Since I started playing Defend the Empire, I've experienced this exact situation and place hundreds of times. And I am Ash. Realizing his identity, he screamed at Lucas in a panic. "My name is Ash. Ash?" After Lucas confirmed it, the protagonist pulled at his hair. Why? Why did I have to transmigrate into this jerk? The three princes of the dynasty, and Damien, the commander of this battle, is also the one responsible for the countless casualties among thousands of soldiers. And this is the character who meets the most tragic ending in the story. Ash, why did it have to be me? Damn it. After returning to the command tent, he looked into the mirror and cursed at himself. You idiot. You should have just stayed back at the capital. Why did you come out here for? After venting, he started scratching his head, obsessing over this game, a classic tower defense game. The reason this game is so widely known is thanks to the extreme difficulty of the Hell mode, along with the Iron Man mode active throughout the entire process. These two things combined are the only way to beat the Hell Iron mode, and I'm the only person who has ever cleared it. It's not just about the score you can get. I am confident I have enough skill to find a way to solve this, except for one thing. The tutorial for this specific situation. He immediately opened the system window, frantically looking for an escape route. This is impossible to complete. Even with a guide, you'd still fail, because the story only starts when Lucas escapes the monster invasion alone. In this game, to survive for 3 years, the Black Spider Army is the first thing you have to face if you want to make it through half of the second year. How on earth can you fight against hundreds of massive monsters like that? The current situation is extremely dangerous. Ash understands that clearly, so he slapped his own face, trying to calm himself down. Focus, you gaming addict. This is the game I already beat. If I synthesize all the experience and knowledge I have, I'll surely find a suitable solution. But right now, his mind is totally blank. Ash stared blankly at the system screen and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, damn it, this time I'm really done for. Looking at the available information, he couldn't help but shout. What level are these spiders? Level 55, level 60, and there are thousands of them out there. What the hell is going on? And the wall durability is made of stone, and the only weapon available here is this old cannon? What else can I even do with this? After venting, he realized that screaming didn't help. He calmed down, closed his eyes, and recalled thousands of hours of playing this game. His win rate is practically 0. I have to find a way to raise these odds. Stay calm. Just stay calm. If you play in Iron Man mode, the game doesn't allow saving and reloading. So, if you make one wrong step, everything is gone. Because of that, I have to find every possible way to utilize every precious second. Since playing this game, I learned one thing. Every situation or level has a method to overcome and survive. Even if the chance is small, that tiny bit is the key. After searching through every minor detail, finally, Ash found a glimmer of hope for survival. He kicked the door open and shouted, "Lucas!" Lucas, who was standing guard outside, hurried to answer. "I am here, Your Highness." "What is it?" Seeing Lucas, Ash immediately gave the order. "Hurry, gather a squad under my command." Lucas was stunned for a moment before asking, "A squad? Do you mean the royal guards? Your Highness, you have never summoned them before. Why suddenly now?" But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "Don't ask, just do as I say. I've already figured out how to get through this." Ash pointed forward with a confident smile. Although he didn't understand, Lucas followed the order and summoned the guards that very night. Besides Lucas, everyone else seemed completely hopeless. Ash looked over them, carefully evaluating them. They were all familiar faces. Lily, Ken, and Damien. Damn, They really are familiar. I've witnessed their deaths countless times. But regardless, this time will be different. Ash looked at Damien and asked, "Why is he curled up like a ball?" Lily explained that he had lost a friend today, so he was extremely heartbroken. Ash then remembered what was described in the game now that he thought about it. In the game tutorial, he was the same way. Because he was always in an unstable state, he was the first one to sacrifice himself. He's a healer, playing a crucial role, but he's not helping at all. After thinking, Ash started to announce, "All right, first, I will explain everyone's roles for tomorrow's battle right now. Starting with Lily. She is a fire mage, holding a key position in the army, using spells to create massive damage. But how the hell could Ash tell her to act as a tanker tomorrow to block the spider's attacks on the soldiers?" This made Lily's jaw drop in shock. "But, Your Highness, I'm a mage." Ash didn't care. He immediately moved to the next person, Ken. Ken is a heavy armor knight, capable of pushing back enemy front lines, capable of drawing the spider's attention and attacking them. He is a tanker, but the task Ash assigned him was to infiltrate deep into enemy lines and cause chaos. Ken was questioning his existence after hearing those words, but Ash had already moved to the next person, Damien. As mentioned before, he is a healer, a very important role in the game. Yet, breaking all conventions, Ash gave him the role of an archer, targeting the most important objectives. Finally, Lucas would command the remaining soldiers and maintain a firm front line. After hearing the assignments, everyone just stood there with a blank face for a long while. This made Ash feel a bit awkward. "Huh? What's this? Someone say something." Ken couldn't hold it back anymore, angrily punching the wall. "Damn it! You call this a plan? Are you serious, Your Highness? Are you really going to put everyone here in danger with that kind of command? Are you even Damien anymore?" Suddenly being questioned, Ash was a bit startled. "But that Damien isn't me. I'm the bastard Ash." "Right. This is a bit Damien-ish. But this is a level that cannot be cleared in a normal way. That means if I don't act like him, I won't get through it. Right? So I can't lose here." To survive, Ash had to carry out this Damien plan. His aura suddenly changed completely, radiating the majesty of royalty. "Ken, as the son of the noble king and the commander of this current army, are you trying to defy orders?" Feeling the pressure, everyone in the room turned pale with fear, especially Ken, who was so scared he was trembling and stuttering. "Your Highness." Ash at this moment looked like a grinning devil. "That's right, Ken. The person standing right in front of you is indeed that very Damien. If we lose this battle, it's all over. So, for the plan to actually work, Ash has to make everyone follow his orders perfectly." Amidst the tension, Ash suddenly stood up and walked straight toward Lily. Without a word, he plunged a dagger directly into her shoulder. Amidst everyone's shock, he declared, "You all are capable of hearing my orders clearly, aren't you?" Ash was determined to play the role of Damien to the end. If he was going to do it, he had to go all the way. At this point, a knight like Ken, who had been through countless life-or-death battles, was sweating with fear. That Damien the Prince is truly a monster. Does he not know how valuable a mage is? How are we supposed to head into battle under his command? Suddenly, Ash's dagger burst into flames, leaving everyone gasping in shock. Only Ash knew what was really going on. I don't know if the developers added this as some kind of joke, but all the beta characters have hidden skills. These traits are completely opposite to their known characters. Ash spoke up then. "Lily, you were cut by a sword when you were a child, right? When the goblins attacked your village, right? After that accident, you gained the fire skin trait. As long as you have mana, you can block any physical attack. Am I wrong?" Lily was so terrified she started tearing up, staring wide-eyed at Ash. Fire skin was a defensive ability, but because it belonged to a character with high attack power, utilizing it fully in the game was impossible. But this was reality. Ash intended to maximize this ability in the hope of clearing this stage. Standing before the blazing red flames, Ash wore a sinister smile. "There's no other choice. I have to cheat. Like you said, you bastard who threw me in here, I will beat this damn game, and then I'll catch you. And beat you into a pulp." After the display, Ash slowly withdrew the dagger. "Sorry for doing something a bit extreme just to prove a point." Lily was deeply curious. "It's fine, Your Highness. But how did you know that?" Ash said that it wasn't important, and immediately turned his gaze toward Ken. "Ken, you were a thief when you were a kid, right? You came from the slums with too many mouths to feed. Becoming a knight must have been tough, huh?" With his secret exposed, Ken instinctively took a few steps back. How do you know that?" With the dagger in his hand, Ash smiled mysteriously. "I told you, that's not important anymore. What matters now is what you can do with it." Ken's trait was the survival method of a thief. The user's habit of timing is like a thief who can diminish their own presence to face danger and avoid detection. The drawback is that it consumes a massive amount of HP per use. Seeing Ken didn't respond, Ash continued to probe. You can steal whenever you want, can't you? You can hide and avoid attention. Answer me. Or do I need to make another example out of you, Ken? Terrified by the ruthless behavior of the Damien before him, he immediately bowed his head. No, Your Highness. You are right. I can. Ash was extremely satisfied. Good. Then from now on, you just follow my orders. And finally, Damien. Ash placed the dagger on the table and slowly walked toward Damien, the trump card of his plan. He sat down in front of Damien and smiled kindly. You have extremely keen eyes, don't you? That's why you were able to foresee your friend's death. Damien recounted sadly. He was my companion. We came from the same orphanage. In the middle of the battle, he sacrificed himself for me. Why? Why did you bring us here, Your Highness? Why? Damien cried while questioning Ash's erratic behavior. What do you intend to do? Our 2 measly lives are nothing, just a game to you. Please, give Van back. Give my friend back. Bring him back. Amidst the desperate screams, everyone fell silent, quietly turning their gaze toward the 2 of them. They all understood that this battle was destined to fail. There wasn't a shred of hope. At that moment, only Ash held firm. He placed a hand on Damien's shoulder, his gaze resolute. You can blame me, Damien, if you need to. You can hate me too, but your friend, Van, sacrificed his life for you. Are you going to sit here and wait to die, wasting his sacrifice just because you're at death's door? Because of a trash commander? Are you going to throw away the life that your friend gave his own to save? You need to take back what you lost and get revenge for him. Kill those spiders. Get out there and fight. Teach them a lesson. Damien, do you want to kill those damn spiders? Damien, his eyes vacant, replied that he did. Not stopping there, Ash continued. And do you want to kill me? Facing this question, Damien hesitated for a long time, then answered, yes. The 3 others were startled. According to the laws of the Empire, attempting to assassinate a royal descendant, the price to pay was far worse than death. No one could have expected Damien to dare answer so bluntly. Only Ash smiled radiantly. Fine. I promise that after we get out of here, I will let you kill me whenever you want. As a bodyguard, Lucas could not let that happen. But the moment he protested, Ash cut him off. If the plan fails, we all die anyway. If that happens, I'd rather you kill me than anyone else. I swear on the honor of the royal family. Just for one day, follow my orders. Ash understood that sometimes you need to use anger as fuel, even if it is hatred directed at yourself. The words seemed to have worked. Damien slowly stood up, ready to follow the plan. Ash stood in the middle of the room, looking down. I won't make any excuses, because it was my poor judgment that led to my army being almost wiped out. But if we follow this plan, we can push those spiders back. It might be a long shot, but the chance of victory is still there. So, just this once, please trust me and follow my lead. The look in everyone's eyes had completely changed, now filled with fighting spirit. He was determined to find a way to survive in this desperate situation. And although all preparations were complete, he couldn't help but wonder if this squad was just a total pile of trash. But there were no other choices left. The next day, the alert soldiers spotted the swarm of monsters approaching and began beating the drums to sound the alarm. The Black Spider Army is heading our way. The monsters are coming. The soldiers were still a bit doubtful, asking, "Will we really be okay, Your Highness?" Ash reassured them that they just needed to do exactly as he said. The plan was simple. While the others acted as bait, Ash and the group here would locate the Queen and blow her away with this mana cannon, disregarding the risk of overloading it. Ash hoped it would have enough firepower to defeat the Queen. The problem was her location. She was so far away she couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Could this actually work? Of course it could. Ash wasn't just some ordinary person. He was a player who had already beaten this godforsaken game. He smiled confidently and activated the system's map creation function. Instantly, a curtain of light shot out from Ash, heading straight forward. It passed through everything with ease. Ash's map-making skill allowed him to observe the entire area in the form of a mini-map. Seeing these pathetic stats for the first time, Ash was completely shocked. "This is just terrible," he muttered. But thankfully, this skill was still useful. Through the mini-map, Ash searched for traces of the Spider Queen, but after scanning the whole map, he suddenly realized the mission target, the Queen of the Spider Monsters, wasn't there. Meanwhile, at the city gate, Ken stood watching as the gates slowly opened. Before the battle, Ash had given him all the remaining stamina potions, along with the order to head out and draw the monster's attention. Ken remembered the scene, terrified. his face deathly pale. "Your Highness, you expect me to do that?" Charging into the middle of a monster horde was no different than committing suicide. Even the bravest warrior would falter before such an order. Inside the tunnel, Lily was also trembling, remembering what Ash had said. "Lily, I have a difficult task for you as well. In case the spiders manage to break into the artillery team, I need you to use the fire veil to block the entrance." Lily, despite her fear, tried to encourage herself that she could do it. Now, she placed all her trust in this least reliable prince. Once everything was ready, Lucas shouted, ordering the soldiers into position. Standing before the massive wave of monsters, he raised his sword high, shouting encouragement. "You must hold the line. We have to buy time until the prince defeats that Spider Queen." That solemn expression surely meant the prince had everything planned out, but he didn't know that the expression was actually because the plan had gone completely off track. Ash stared at the map, his face grim, wondering why the hell the Spider Queen was nowhere to be found. Before Ash could report back, Lucas had already ordered the attack and turned to him with a bright smile. Things had come too far, and there was no turning back now. This was a decision he hadn't told anyone about. He had to find a solution himself. "All right, just stay calm." First, the goal of this battle wasn't just to kill the boss, so its absence on the map wasn't entirely unexpected. It might only appear when an all-out attack happened. They had a safe rearguard. Those soldiers were prepared just in case something unexpected occurred. That was the only place the queen could be. Just as Ash suspected, on the minimap, deep in the enemy's rear, there appeared a group of monsters that hadn't moved at all. Ash immediately grabbed Damien by the shoulder and pointed into the distance. "Damien, over there, do you see it?" Damien looked in the direction, and simply replied that he saw a group of spiders sitting still, doing nothing. This answer took Ash by surprise. He thought it was just a possibility. He squinted into the distance and asked Damien if he could see the Spider Queen. At that moment, Damien narrowed his eyes, and his pupils began to glow. "The queen? Do you mean the monster with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of a human?" Hearing that description, Ash suddenly broke into a wicked grin. "Found her. Finally. I've found the most important target that needs to be taken out." Seeing the boss's appearance, Damien felt a bit terrified, but having seen it hundreds of times, Ash didn't care anymore. No need to be afraid. She'll be dead soon enough once this cannon fires. Not wasting any more time, Ash ordered the soldiers to turn the cannon toward the south, ready to take out the boss. Once the mana charging process was complete, Ash pointed to the lever and told Damien to grab it. Damien bowed his head, his hand shaking as he gripped the lever. Your Highness. I don't feel confident. I've never done anything like this before. So, asking me to do this is a bit." Before he could get more insecure, Ash cut him off. "You might miss, or you might even mess everything up, that's fine. I'll take full responsibility. All you have to do is pull the trigger. You're the vanguard of revenge." Ash placed a hand on Damien's shoulder, his gaze steady as he offered words of encouragement. He had secretly made up his mind to take the fall for the plan. "Damien, all consequences would be the commander's responsibility. The soldiers were just following orders." Reassured, Damien's eyes glowed brightly, activating his special trait, Eyes of the Myriad Miles. The moment he pulled the lever, a gigantic mana bullet immediately fired, hurtling forward. Unlike normal mana bullets, this one seemed to have a mind of its own, flying in a curved trajectory toward the distant Spider Queen. After a massive explosion, the soldiers checked with binoculars and shouted excitedly. It had hit the target, right in the middle of the horde. Now, Damien had become a hero in the eyes of the soldiers. That guy is impressive. Is he sure this is his first time? Haha, I just followed instructions, Damien laughed. When I grabbed the barrel, my whole body just moved on its own. Only Ash understood what had really happened. What are you talking about, Damien? It was all thanks to your special trait. An amazing ability that always hits the target accurately. In the game, he was a character who couldn't hold real weapons, but here, all he had to do was grab hold of it. Haha, they took the full force of my attack. I really am something else. Ash was laughing in triumph as his plan succeeded, but suddenly, he realized something was wrong. From the battlefield, a soldier shouted in terror while looking through his binoculars. What is that? Why are they still moving? Your Highness, they're still moving. A swarm of spiders is approaching from that side. They're coming right for us. Hearing this, Ash panicked, snatched the binoculars, and stared straight ahead. As the dust cloud gradually settled, the silhouette of the monster army emerged. The Spider Queen was actually still alive. In the face of death, she had used the smaller monsters as living shields to escape unscathed. Now, she was absolutely furious, venting her rage toward the fortress. Following her piercing, enraged screech, the monsters suddenly pulled back in unison. The soldiers were deeply confused. Where are they going all of a sudden? The spider swarm is moving. Aren't we going to shoot the queen? Why is she still unharmed? By now, Ash was deathly pale with fear. He clearly understood the nightmare awaiting them. The spider swarm that had just retreated suddenly gathered into a massive, dense horde. They charged straight toward the fortress to attack. Faced with the tide of monsters, Ash could only force a bitter laugh. Damn it. You give orders pretty fast, you spider bitch. Meanwhile, outside the fortress wall, Ken was sitting quietly, praying behind a large tree. I only have one potion left. Should I just make a run for it? With the monsters suddenly rioting, he couldn't continue his harassment mission anymore. If he blindly charged into the swarm behind him now, it would be a death sentence. Just then, a tremor caught Ken's attention. With a glimmer of hope, he peeked out to observe. But then, he slumped to the ground in disappointment. Even after taking another hit from the mana cannon, the spiders were still moving. They showed no signs of stopping. Ash was gritting his teeth, having no idea how to survive. The spiders are still moving. The queen is still alive. Could it be that we aren't strong enough? In the game, the original Spider Queen would die after just 1 or 2 mana cannon shots. Regardless, compared to other monsters at this stage, the queen shouldn't be that strong. But this queen seems a bit different. I have no information on her at all. What if her stats are different? What if she has some special trick? Or what if she's not supposed to be killed? What should I do? Ash was buried in negative thoughts, unable to think straight. Just then, a soldier's shout pulled him back to reality. Your Highness, the cannon's energy core has been pushed too hard, and it's reaching its limit. This is a major problem. We won't be able to fire as many times as we predicted. Hearing this, Ash roared in anger. You're talking too much. How many more times can we fire? The soldier reported fearfully. Only 5 times in total, sir. Since we've already fired twice, we only have 3 shots left. Hearing this, Ash turned pale. 3 more shots. We have no choice but to kill that queen with just 3 shots. Furthermore, Damien's eyes, the 1,000-mile eyes, have side effects. He can only use them 3 times at most. Can he even hold out until then? Fortunately, the central fortress wall was holding up very well. Just then, a soldier reported that the wall-breaking monsters were arriving. The only bit of good news Ash had was immediately crushed. He looked at the giant monster in front and just wanted to scream a curse. Is it trying to pierce right through? Damn it. There was nothing like this in the game. Ash frantically shouted, Defend! Use all our firepower! Aim straight for that giant monster. But against that massive body, the regular cannons were like tickling it. The sturdy fortress wall was now like a thin piece of paper before the monster, collapsing easily. The swarm of monsters poured through, charging straight ahead. Seeing this, Lucas drew his sword and ordered the soldiers. Everyone, draw your weapons. We're heading down. Ash didn't hesitate either, ordering his nearby soldiers. Gather everyone. Those heading down will defend us. We have to keep firing at the queen before those damn monsters. Reach the artillery area. We absolutely must kill the queen. If we can't take down the boss, everyone here is going to die. And this is reality, not a game. So, death is the end. There's no second chance. Once the mana cannon was fully charged, Damien immediately fired, aiming straight for the queen in the distance. Seeing the mushroom cloud, Ash yelled, That definitely hit the Black Spider Queen, but she's still alive. Prepare for the next shot immediately. Hurry. Meanwhile, Lucas was fighting valiantly, killing every monster, heading toward the artillery unit. Protect the artillery area. We must protect the Imperial Prince. Ash stood on the wall, helplessly watching each soldier being killed in vain. The casualty reports kept appearing, pushing his mind to the brink of collapse. The casualties just keep rising. I don't know when I started treating this like it was just a game. This is a place where people fight to survive. The reality is that death isn't just a number. It comes with blood-curdling screams and a sickening stench. At this rate, 5 shots? The mana cannon will shatter before I can even fire the 4th one. What should I do? A way to handle this situation. I can't think of anything. He tried to recall the strategies that helped him beat this game, but nothing was useful in this desperate situation. Just then, Ken's loud shout echoed from afar. Hey, you damn monsters! I'm over here! Look at me! Ken downed his last potion and roared at the top of his lungs. I am Ken, a knight of the Empire. Immediately, the monsters were drawn by his taunt, rushing toward Ken. Having achieved his goal, Ken turned and ran, luring the monsters far away from the fortress wall. Seeing a large rock ahead, he quickly hid behind it and grinned triumphantly. The thief class's survival instinct ability had been activated, causing Ken's body to be covered by a black mist. But on Ash's side, A notification suddenly appeared. Seeing this information, Ash shouted in a panic, "Look out! Wait! Ken, your health is low, and because of your anemia, Ken's passive skill has been disabled. It can't be activated." Standing amidst a swarm of monsters, Ken is like helpless prey. In his final moments, he didn't even have a chance to curse before being torn apart. Damn it. I shouldn't have trusted. Witnessing this horrific scene, Ash falls into despair. Even though he's far away, he can still hear the sound of flesh being torn apart clearly. My wrong commands have taken away the lives of others. It wasn't just Ken. All those people out there have had their lives stolen just because of one command from me. I'm killing them all. Nothing more, nothing less. While playing this game, I've always used my own troops as bait. Whenever needed, this damn game was designed to go in this direction, all to save someone, to get an item, to finish a side quest, to complete achievements. Someone had to die, and I killed them while in a playful mood. For all the mistakes I've made, I didn't complain about anything. However, now I've realized everything, the harm caused by what I've done. Up until this moment, Ash can't take it anymore. He unleashes all the pent-up emotions. "Stop. I told you to stop, you bastards." But he also realized the truth, that every death comes with endless pain, and they won't stop. Just screaming won't make the monsters stop. At the very moment a monster tries to attack Ash, a sword pierces its head. The one who struck is none other than Lucas. Even in a life-threatening situation, he still puts the mission of protecting Ash above all else. "Are you okay, Your Highness?" By now, Ash has regained his composure. Gripping his blade, he slices off the monster's head. That's right, there is only one way to make the monsters stop. Kill them before they kill us. Artillery soldiers, after preparing the fourth shot, immediately report to Ash, but he realizes Damien's condition is not good at all. Seeing this, Ash shouts, "Damien, can you still fire?" Even though his eyes are bleeding, Damien still tries to hold on to the end. "Yes, Your Highness." The fourth shot. The mana bullet circles past countless suicidal monsters, heading straight for the queen, and explodes. However, that damn queen is still alive after all that. Hearing the sky-shattering scream from afar, the entire artillery crew collapses in despair. To fire this fourth shot, the team didn't hesitate. The cannon barrel is burning hot, and their hands are blistered from the effort. Our attacks aren't effective. The mana cannon has reached its limit. If we try to fire one more time, it will explode. Now there is really no way out. Should we just surrender? Ash, drenched in sweat, looks around. Is it over? We have reached the brink of despair. The defense line has been devastated, and our artillery soldier can no longer even open his eyes. Does it end like this? Is there really no hope left? Just then, a soldier gets excited, shouting loudly after looking through binoculars. "No, we definitely caused damage. The queen's skin has peeled off." Unexpectedly, in such a desperate situation, the scout still manages to do his job well. He turns to Ash excitedly. "If we fire one more shot, we will be able to." Just then, a massive attack flies straight toward the turret. Lucas sees this and screams, "Your Highness," in despair. Unable to do anything because he's surrounded by monsters, the turret shatters. Ash just falls freely. It's broken. The whole world and all hope have vanished, all in a daze. Ash vaguely hears Lucas calling his name. When he opens his eyes, what meets his gaze is a ruinous, desolate scene. In front of him is Lucas, using his own back to block a large piece of a wall. Seeing this, Ash jumps up, startled. Lucas is covered in wounds. The first thing he does is still to check on Ash. "Your Highness, are you hurt anywhere?" Ash rushes over in a panic. "That's what I should be asking. Are you okay?" Lucas vomits a pool of blood, his consciousness fading. "Your Highness, do you remember? That was in the past, and it's been 25 years now." Ash is silent, not knowing what to say, looking at Lucas in contemplation. As a player suddenly appearing in this body, Ash has no memories at all. Lucas, not seeing an answer, continues. "The first time Your Highness allowed me to be your bodyguard, back then, you said to me, 'Aster more.'" I don't know what the original owner of this body said that made Lucas so loyal. Ash asks, "What did I say?" The memory of that day is always vivid in Lucas's mind, never fading. Even as just a child, Ash had made up his mind that if he couldn't become the Emperor, he would become the greatest man in the world. And so, to the person who would become his knight, Ash wanted Lucas to be the best knight in the Empire. These words touched Lucas's heart so much, that day and night, he always thought about it. Lucas, with a determined gaze, says that he believes in the monarch he serves. Ash is a bit surprised and asks back, "Even in these circumstances?" Lucas replies without hesitation, "Anytime, Anywhere. Just as he finishes his sentence, Lucas reaches his limit and faints under the rubble. After pulling Lucas out of the wreckage, Ash looks on pensively. Just wait there, Lucas. You are the protagonist, the savior of the world. You shouldn't die in a place like this. Now, Ash needs to quickly find a way to defeat the boss as soon as possible. He scans his surroundings, looking for anything useful. Now, I should think of a way to escape this situation. Is this the area below the artillery? How long have I been unconscious? Just then, he discovers Damien and the artillery soldiers nearby. Luckily, they dodged the consecutive impacts, so no one died, but the cannon wasn't as fortunate. Thinking it over, Ash still doesn't understand how everyone survived. Did the spider monsters not take this opportunity to attack? Why now? The answer suddenly appeared right before his eyes. Lily was engulfed in flames, followed by thousands of spider monsters charging toward them. Ash wheezed, "Your Highness, it's not over yet. Is it?" Seeing this, Ash rushed over, but Lily stopped him. "I can't hold them anymore. I can only block their path now, but the monsters will break through the gate soon. We have no time left. Hurry. Don't let our sacrifice be in vain." She downed the last potion and used her own body to block the path, buying a little precious time for Ash. Along with the artillery squad, Ash gritted his teeth and turned to urge the soldiers on. "Get up, artillery. Load your ammunition for one last time." The soldiers struggled to stand. Shivering, they stammered, "But, sir, we already told you. The cannons are no longer functional. The moment we fire, the cannons will explode themselves." Ash looked at the swarm of monsters and said, "If we don't do anything, we're going to die anyway. Isn't now the time to take a gamble? Even if it means sacrifice, we have to try." The artillerymen fell silent for a moment, then asked, "But how can we hit the target? We can't even see outside anymore." "There's no way to know the location of the Queen Spider." Ash replied, "If the gun carriage is broken, then carry the cannon with your own hands. You don't need to aim perfectly. Damien, just fire it. Load the ammunition. That's an order." Despite being highly skeptical of this absurd command, the artillerymen had no choice but to follow. Then, Ash headed toward Damien, thinking about what was about to happen. "I don't know exactly how the trait works, but as long as Damien can fire, that shot will definitely hit the mark. We have no choice but to trust him." Damien was sitting listlessly on the ground when he suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Damien, this is the last volley. You just need to fire one more time. Just once more. Please, try one more time." Now, Damien's eyes were severely damaged. Even Ash, standing right in front of him, was just a blur. He turned his head to look at Ash and asked, "Sir, what does all of this even mean?" "No matter what I do, nothing ever changes." Ash replied that if Damien fired one more time, the Queen Spider would die. But Damien suddenly interrupted, "That's not what I'm talking about. If I fire one more time and the Queen Spider dies, what would that change? No matter how hard I work, no matter how much I try, this world is already falling apart. I want everything to stop right now. I don't want to live like this anymore. I just want to." Damien was swept away by negative thoughts, muttering aimlessly. Right then, Ash shouted loudly, "Damien, you think this world makes no sense? You think if you overcome this obstacle, you'll just continue living in hell?" Damien was startled and stammered, "Yes." Ash immediately grabbed him by the collar and roared, "Then stop stating the obvious, you idiot. If this world truly has a difficulty level, then of course this is hell mode. And this is a mode where you can't save or download data. It's completely irrational and ridiculous. And nothing goes as planned. That is life. Who doesn't know that? We are living in a brutal era. Are you intending to give up? You're just going to give up and give a thumbs up waiting to be killed? Is that it? No. We must keep fighting until our last breath. I will keep fighting. I will keep strategizing and fighting until the very end. If you want to give up and die that easily, then slit your own throat right now." Ash pulled out a knife and held it toward Damien, making him hesitate. Without letting Damien react, Ash tossed the knife aside and leaned in close. "But if you are too cowardly, if you don't have enough courage to do that, then become my detonator. Don't go looking for death, understand? The only thing you need to do is serve under me as your commander. Don't use having nothing to live for as an excuse. You are my peace. You are my key, my detonator. That is what you need to do. That is what I need from you." Damien, thanks to that persuasion, Ash unlocked a new skill. Passive skill Indomitable Commander. Ash immediately placed his hand on Damien's shoulder, activating the new skill. "I command you to shoot that monster down." Damien was finally psychologically swayed. His gaze became determined, void of fear. "Yes, sir. I will follow your orders." While the two were playing mind games, the artillerymen successfully loaded the ammunition, but there was one problem. There was no way to cool the cannon barrel. Without hesitation, Ash stepped forward and said he would hold the cannon body. Hearing this, the artillerymen hurriedly tried to stop him. "Your Highness, it's very hot. If you touch it, burns will be the least of your worries." Ash didn't waver, sitting right next to the cannon body. To him, dying in battle was better than dying uselessly in the jaws of the monsters charging at them. After preparing, Ash turned to Damien and asked if he was ready. Damien gripped the lever, saying he couldn't see anything anymore, and he couldn't even feel his hands. But, unexpectedly, Ash smiled brightly. "It's okay. It's okay." At that moment, Damien's gaze became more determined than ever. He had made up his mind to place his full trust in his commander, no matter how absurd the request might be. Psychological preparation complete. Ash used both arms to wrap around the cannon body, using every last bit of his strength to lift it off the ground. Seeing this, the entire artillery squad rushed over to help. Even though their arms were burning, no one gave up, trying to complete the final shot, even if it cost them their lives. Suddenly, a giant spider monster appeared right in front of them, charging straight at the cannon. It seemed the Queen Spider had sensed the danger, and ordered her minions to block this final shot, but it was all too late. Receiving the order to fire, Damien gritted his teeth, desperately activating his trait. His eyes glowed brighter than ever, ignoring the blood streaming out incessantly. With everyone's hopes resting on it, the cannon finally fired. The shell streaked across the sky, piercing through the horde of monsters blocking its path. Carrying the hopes of Ash and everyone else on the battlefield, the monsters swarmed forward, but there was no one left who could fight back. Ash looked up, tracking the projectile as it flew into the distance. It hit. It actually hit. From the very beginning, this had been an impossible mission. A blind shot at an enemy we couldn't even see. There was no logical way to hit the target. And yet, that shot struck the Spider Queen. She never anticipated the trajectory of that shell. She never expected the distance of the shot, nor the thousands of monsters standing in its path. It was as if fate had played out exactly as scripted. The shell flew straight toward the snarling, shrieking Spider Queen, and slammed right into her head. It didn't miss by even a centimeter. The shot blew the Spider Queen's head apart. That was the last thing Ash remembered before everything faded to black. Suddenly, a familiar message popped up. "Damien, is that really you? How did you win?" It was a message from the first viewer watching Ash's stream. He just stared at the screen. Not knowing how to reply or if he even intended to stream again, Ash hesitated, trying to piece his memories back together. He suddenly jolted awake, and the pain across his entire body hit him instantly. Realizing he was still alive, Ash wondered where he was. Then, Lily's voice came from nearby. "Damien used healing magic on you, Your Highness. But since your burns are quite severe, it will take quite some time for you to fully recover. You've been asleep for 4 days, Your Highness. I honestly thought you wouldn't wake up after the grueling battle against the Black Spider Army." Ash's eyes widened in shock as he looked down at his body. "I'm still alive?" Lily continued. "Thanks to your command, Your Highness. The Spider Queen was killed in the final wave of attacks. The Black Spider Army stopped immediately. You won, Your Highness." Hearing this, Ash felt a bit better. He looked out the window, watching the soldiers clearing the battlefield. As Lily reported the situation, she explained that reinforcements had already organized the remains of their allies and finished off the remaining spiders. "We're almost done cleaning up, Your Highness. You have severe burns on your arms, shoulders, and neck. If you return to Crossroads, you'll need to go to the cathedral. But even then, there will still be scars." Ash looked at his bandaged arm, saying that scars were better than losing his life. Even he couldn't believe he had survived such a hellish difficulty level. He then turned to Lily to ask about her condition. Lily placed a hand on the cloth covering her legs, her eyes growing sad. "After I exhausted my mana, a spider clawed my back. Luckily, the Spider Queen died right after, so I wasn't attacked further. But I think I damaged the nerves in my lower back, so I can't move my lower body anymore." Ash wanted to comfort her, but didn't know what to say, falling into a long silence. Seeing his discomfort, Lily spoke up again. "Please don't worry, Your Highness. Just staying alive is enough. The survivors are the 5 artillerymen, Lucas, Damien, myself, and you, Your Highness. That is all." Hearing this, Ash gritted his teeth and clutched his head, feeling distressed. 9 people. Previous battles had seen hundreds, but this time, only 9 remained. There should have been another way. I should have come up with a special strategy. There must have been a way to save more people. Suddenly, Lily stepped forward and grabbed his bandaged arm. "Your Highness, you are not a god. In that situation, there was no way to save everyone. You did everything you could, didn't you?" Ash sadly replied that he was the one who led the troops there in the first place. Even though that was what the previous Ash had done, he still felt responsible. Lily comforted him, saying that no one could have expected the monster count to explode like that after decades. So please, don't be so hard on yourself. You did more than well. Despite her words, the heavy burden of guilt in Ash's heart didn't fade. Just then, Lucas burst through the door, tears and snot streaming down his face. Your Highness, I'm so glad you've woken up. Are you feeling any pain? I'll call Damien right away. His dramatic display was truly startling. Ash said he was holding up fine and asked about Lucas's health. Lucas had just woken up, put on his armor, and ran straight to Ash. You know me, Your Highness. My greatest strength is my toughness. Of course, Ash knew that. After all, he was the protagonist of this hellish game. After checking in, Lucas pulled out a stack of documents and began his report. Your Highness, I've finished the casualty count during this time. There are many we couldn't even recover, but we've collected everyone we possibly could. Hearing this, Ash asked where the remains were kept. When he learned they were all gathered at the northern part of the Vanguard base, Ash immediately stood up, demanding to go see them. Seeing this, Lucas and Lily tried to stop him, but it was useless. On the way, Ash ran into Damien, who was busy treating the wounded. He's the one who treated everyone. He's been running around, ignoring his own exhaustion. He's worked so hard this time. Looking at Damien's bright, tireless smile, Ash felt a twinge of guilt. Damien, this strategy succeeded thanks to you. If you want, I'll reward you with enough money to eat and sleep comfortably for the rest of your life, so you won't ever have to step onto a battlefield again. Since you're a mercenary, you can do whatever you want in the future, Damien replied. Your Highness, you told me before that I was your key asset. I want to know the origin of those monsters, who they are, where they are, why they were created, and why they must die. So, please, let me continue to follow you, Your Highness. His eyes were firm, without a hint of hesitation. Seeing that, Lucas smiled and glanced at his lord. Having another loyal subordinate made him feel happy too. Of course, Ash wouldn't refuse. You have to keep a game-breaking character by your side, after all. Afterward, a ceremony was held to pay respects to those who had fallen. Before, you told me that I was the key to your plans. I want to know where these monsters come from, who created them, why they were made, and why must so many people die. So please, let me follow you, my lord. His gaze was steady, without a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Lucas smiled and glanced toward his liege. Having gained another loyal subordinate, the guard felt genuinely happy for him. Of course, Ash wouldn't refuse. A character with such game-breaking qualities was someone he needed to keep close. Following this, a ceremony was held to honor those who had sacrificed themselves. Standing before the sacred flames, Ash made his resolve. He knew there was no better way, no superior strategy. There was nothing more foolish than constantly agonizing over what might have happened in the past. He had chosen a tactic, carried it out, and this was the result. So, he would accept it. He would shoulder the burden and move forward. As the funeral neared its end, Ash ordered Lucas to arrange for the fallen to be transported. Upon receiving the order, Lucas was somewhat surprised. In Crossroad, thousands of lives were lost every year. It was a world where a funeral cost more than a life. Ash had ordered the soldiers to be buried in the open field to the east of Crossroad, a spot he had chosen as a graveyard and memorial site in the game. Not only that, but he also specifically designated the last day of February every year as a day to honor these great sacrifices. Ash did all of this, not just for them. Throughout the thousands of times he had reset while playing this game, for all the characters he had killed without hesitation, this was also an act of atonement. Ash looked straight into the flames and said firmly to Lucas, "Lucas, I will not lose a second time. I will not fail a second time. Let's head back to the Crossroad headquarters." And so, Ash's journey officially began from this moment. After the stage ended, he received a mysterious reward from the system, deposited directly into his inventory. Time kept ticking, and 3 days passed since the army started their return to Crossroad. Everything was so repetitive that Ash sat there with his mouth agape from boredom. He kept asking Lucas if they had arrived yet. Time and time again, the answer he received was always, "We are almost there." While feeling bored, Ash checked his system. Now he needed to make an incredibly important decision. After completing the beginner tutorial, players reached level 5, and this was the time to choose a class. Looking at his attribute board, Ash was incredibly frustrated by his terrible stats. But looking closer, he discovered something quite interesting. Even though his stats were all over the place, he could still choose any class just like in the game. But the problem was that on the last page, there appeared a class Ash had never seen before. Novice Commander? What kind of class is this? Is it a hidden class? A reward for the Hell Mode achievement? At this moment, Ash thought about the only skill he had received. Indomitable Commander. Clearly, it was telling him to become a commander. This skill could provide his allies, within a 10-meter radius, with a shield that granted immunity to mental control. It was quite strong, but a bit useless in the early game. It wouldn't be until the late game that the Berserker magic appeared, and only then would this skill reach its full potential. Ash carefully deliberated. If he chose a class that wasn't intended for him, it would be too risky. This was truly a difficult dilemma. Just as he was racking his brain over what to choose, Lucas shouted, "My lord, we have arrived." Ash immediately poked his head out the window, eagerly gazing at the Crossroad Fortress. In reality, Crossroad was the name of the fortress at the southernmost tip of the Empire. It was built to stop the endless stream of monsters coming from the Black Lake in the south. At one point, it was the most vital fortress in the Empire, but as monster incursions gradually lessened, soldiers were reassigned to other regions. Mercenaries were then brought in to fill the gaps retired veterans, or inexperienced rookies. Those mercenaries were recruited regardless of their nationality or skill. The Empire just needed someone to stand guard. They just needed a living barrier. As more people arrived, restaurants, inns, and banks gradually sprang up within the fortress. Several decades passed, and the fortress slowly became a city. There came a point when people stopped calling Crossroad a fortress and started calling it the Monster Frontline or Fortress City, a sarcastic jab at the mercenaries who were blinded by money and lured to their own deaths. There was another name, too, the Suicide Road, or the City of Tombstones. That's what they called it. Throughout the ride into the fortress, Ash kept staring, completely stunned. This is humanity's front line. I can't believe I used to watch this on a screen. It's much bigger than I imagined, and also more decrepit than I thought. Well, regardless, I am going to take over this city. Just then, Ash suddenly realized that the atmosphere felt a bit off. Residents were gathered on both sides of the road, glaring at the convoy with eyes full of resentment. Thinking about it, Ash understood the reason somewhat. After all, their newly appointed lord and commander had just let their militia be slaughtered and almost died himself. Suddenly, a sinister smile curled on Ash's lips. He had prepared something to deal with this. Following the convoy were 400 black spider magic stones, intentionally left exposed for everyone to admire. These magic stones were taken from high-level monsters, so they were of very high quality. Even a rough estimate showed it was a fortune. The fortress wouldn't have to worry about money for quite some time. Ash sat in the carriage, his expression one of extreme satisfaction. That's right, if I can clear a stage as difficult as that, I should receive at least that much. Booty. To make this game easier, I need to get on the good side of the civilians. Currently, the people's trust in me is almost non-existent, but I know how to make them love and trust me. Prepare to be impressed and charmed. I'll buy their trust soon enough. Heh heh heh. Ash laughed to himself like a goof, imagining the scene all the way until dusk when he finally reached the Lord's mansion. Looking up at the massive mansion, Ash gasped in shock. Wow, is this where I'm going to live? The small house I used to stay in can't even compare. I never expected to have such a dream home. Suddenly, a young man wearing glasses ran out of the house, talking non-stop. Oh, Master, I'm so relieved that you are safe. Ash couldn't immediately recall this character from the game and asked who he was. The young man replied nervously, No, I shouldn't call you Master. Forgive me, my lord. Ash said it was no problem. He could just call him Master if he wanted. Suddenly, the young man grabbed Ash's hand and rubbed it against his cheek. I'm so worried you might get hurt, my lord. This poor servant has been worrying himself sick. The guy who looks like a servant is named Ader in this game. He's an NPC who manages the city and handles the administrative work for Crossroad. Things like city building and system maintenance are probably just like they were in the game. I'll wrap up my duties here with this person. After saying that, Ader enthusiastically guides Ash into the mansion. Welcome back, my lord. I've prepared a hot bath and dinner for you. Please, get some rest. Stepping inside, Ash can't help but gape in astonishment. As someone who was dirt poor in his previous life, he has never seen a house this grand and magnificent. After pulling himself together, Ash immediately asks if the soldiers have rested. According to Lucas's report, everyone has been given time to rest after the battle. Then, Ash also orders Lucas to take the rest of the day off and stop working. Just as Lucas is about to list 1,000 reasons why he needs to be on guard duty, Ash waves him off. That's enough. Go get some rest. We'll worry about work tomorrow. Left with no choice, Lucas has to accept the day off, letting out a sad sigh. I understand, my lord. Afterward, Ash is led to the bathhouse to enjoy a massive, luxurious hot bath to wash away the exhaustion of the long journey. Ash figures that treating himself like this is only reasonable. As he undresses, he thanks Ader and tells him to take a day off just like everyone else. Just then, the atmosphere suddenly shifts. Ader seems to turn into a completely different person. By the way, you did a great job out there, Ash. Upon hearing that name, Ash goes completely numb. That's the very name he used to stream in his past life. How could anyone in this world possibly know that? Ader closes the door behind him as he speaks. To think you actually cleared the tutorial, that's way beyond anything I imagined. Hearing this, Ash grinds his teeth in anger. Ader! With his arms raised to the sky, Ader laughs loudly. Why hide it? That's right. I am the manager of the Empire's defenses. I am Ader. Before he can finish, he gets a punch to the mouth from Ash and goes flying. Manager? You jerk. So, you're the one who brought me here, aren't you? The more Ash thinks about it, the angrier he gets, ready to explode with the rage he's been bottling up since arriving in this world. Suddenly, Ader begins to kowtow repeatedly. Calm down, Ash. I'm truly sorry for dragging you here so suddenly. But this world needs Ash. Ash couldn't care less. He lunges forward, throwing punches and kicks to vent his frustration first. After a beating, Ader looks like a battered pig's head, kneeling obediently on the ground. Ash has cooled down slightly, so he cautiously starts digging for information. Fine, let's get straight to the point. Back then, you were that manager, Mister. And are you truly the manager of this game? Or rather, this world? Ader doesn't say much. He just answers, that's correct. This kind of response makes Ash's blood boil even more. He can't believe the guy can talk about this so casually. Then, Ash asks why he was brought here. Ader first pulls out a handkerchief and starts sobbing uncontrollably. In this world, there is one true ending. There is only one ending that no one has ever been able to reach. I've had to reset this world countless times, trying to reach that ending, but I've never once managed to reach the conclusion I wanted. Hearing this, Ash speaks up. And so, you sought help from others? Suddenly, Ader snaps his fingers, creating countless glowing orbs around them. He says, simply put, that's right. I changed the structure of this world into a game and let players from different worlds know about it. Many have pioneered potential methods that no one had thought of before, but still, no one has been able to reach that true ending. Ader's eyes reveal utter despair. He has experienced countless endings with this world and is reaching his limit. Seeing that, Ash wonders, even you couldn't do it? A true ending. I don't even know if it really exists. Ader stares straight at Ash and declares, Ash, you might not be able to reach the true ending, but you can achieve something that others could never achieve. Hearing this, Ash immediately thinks of the hell mode that only he was able to beat. He wonders if that's the reason. Ader explains that he concluded Ash had the highest success rate, so he brought him to this world. Hearing that, Ash swings his fist in anger. You brought me here. What the hell is this all about? You kidnapped me, and on top of that, you forced me to go through that tutorial. Ader covers his face and tries to explain. It must have been a bug. I didn't want that to happen either. Wait. Let me tell you this. This is about the reward you'll receive. Hearing there's a reward, Ash decides to stop hitting him and listen. Seeing that, Ader conjures up a gift box. If you reach the true ending of this world, I will grant you one wish. Ash is curious about what's inside, but the offer sounds pretty tempting. Ader continues, with 2 lines of blood dripping from his nose. In other words, I am like God in this world. When you return to your real world, I will definitely send you a truly meaningful gift. Ash is a bit skeptical and asks again, anything? Really? Even 10 billion won in cash? Hearing that, Ader adjusts his glasses and tries to look cool. Just 10 billion? 100 billion is fine too. Do you want more? This attitude only makes Ash's blood boil more. This jerk acts like Ash is completely useless. However, facing such an attractive offer, Ash is slightly tempted. Honestly, it sounds pretty interesting. He would grant his wish, and there are many things Ash wants to do. No, I only have one wish that needs to be granted. If this guy can really grant that wish, then... Just then, Ader smiles and says, you must have a wish that needs to be fulfilled, right, Ash? A wish even more precious than money. You gave up on that dream because you thought it was impossible, didn't you? These words make Ash realize something. This guy, the person standing in front of him, claiming to be a god and bringing him here, knows everything about him. He knows that Ash has been full of regret, that Ash has always lived with regret in his heart. Once again, Ader, reminding her that he would make that dream come true, Ash immediately dodged her gaze, denying that the dream was over. But Ader insisted. She asserted that if that wish still lived in her heart, it would never disappear. At this, Ash spoke up and asked, "If you have the power to grant any wish, then why don't you solve it yourself?" Ader looked down at the ground, sadly replying, "Currently, my divine power is heavily restricted in this world. I am just an ordinary human now. That is why I had to find someone to take my place, like you." Ash could only sigh and ask a critical question. "Let me ask you this," I said. "If I die here, what happens?" Ader didn't hesitate. "Dead is dead, plain and simple." I couldn't help but curse under my breath. "Now, your life could be on the line at any moment." Ader suddenly took on a mysterious air. "Life is a game where you live or die, with no saves and no reloads. Since you've cleared hell mode, you should know that much, shouldn't you?" Hearing that, Ash thought it made sense. That was just how this game worked. Even if strange things were happening, the finality of death couldn't be changed. As the tension mounted, Ader suddenly suggested that he could send Ash back to Earth right now. Ash was shocked. "What? For real?" Ader explained, "It's true. To be honest, my original plan was to bring you here first, and then ask for your opinion. But there's a dilemma. Please, you must choose. Do you want to push for the true ending to earn a chance at your wish, or would you rather return to your peaceful days? Those days where you didn't have to worry about the dangers of death, a boring, ordinary life. It all depends on your decision." Standing before the two choices, Ash fell silent for a long time. Normally, he would choose to go back immediately, but now he was torn. One was the wish he'd wanted for so long, and the other, Ash felt, was worth a shot. After all, he had the confidence he had already conquered this game in hell mode. Since it was the hardest difficulty, he basically knew everything about this game. Why not finish it one more time? After thinking it over, Ash made his decision. "Fine, I'll do what you want." Hearing that, Ader shrieked with joy. Ash was serious about this commitment. "I've accepted the deal, so you'd better make sure you help me properly. And once I reach the true ending, don't you dare forget to grant my wish, Ader." Ader was so happy he would have agreed to anything. "What more can I say? Just consider me your servant." Immediately, Ash gave his first order. "Between now and tomorrow morning, sell all the black spider magic stones." Seeing Ader hesitate, Ash started to get fired up. "Why? It's a tradable item. You have to know how to sell it." Ader was anxious and tried to make excuses about the shops being closed. Ash was about to lose it and gave a stern warning. "Shut up and do as I say, you bastard. I don't care if you stay up all night to sell them or do it at daybreak. I just need to know it's done by tomorrow. Do you understand, Ader?" Stripped of his divine dignity, Ader asked timidly. I understand. But you have 388 black spider magic stones. Selling them at market price will net you a massive fortune. What do you plan to do with all that money?" Ash just said he needed to go somewhere, and flashed a sinister smile. The next morning, Ash decided to try his luck at the Mercenary Guild. Why not start with 100 gacha pulls? Heh. Meanwhile, Ader hadn't slept a wink all night, having finally converted all the black spider magic stones into cash, all for Ash to dump into the gacha. Just standing outside the guild, Ash could feel the hustle and bustle. Lucas felt it wasn't safe and planned to go in first, but then Ash kicked the door wide open and shouted, "Everyone, pay attention." The atmosphere turned unnaturally quiet. Those who were drinking were interrupted. Someone shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you, looking to die?" Ash didn't back down at all, retorting, "What was that, you bastard? Who do you think you're talking to?" He grabbed the guy by the head, making him tremble in fear. "I am your future master. Are you the one looking to die?" No one dared to challenge Ash's appearance anymore, but whispers filled the room. "That's the third prince, right? The one named Damien? I heard he killed all his own soldiers at the front lines. But didn't he also wipe out all those spiders?" Ash didn't care what they said about him. He was only focused on finding talent. The Mercenary Guild is where players can create new characters, and naturally, their influence varies depending on their rank. Ash scanned the room to see if there was anyone capable. Suddenly, a purple light caught his attention. Sitting at the bar, a silver-haired woman looked at him and smiled. "Welcome to the Crossroad Mercenary Guild, Your Highness." Just by looking at her, Ash recognized her as an SR rank character. He immediately walked over to start a conversation. "May I have your name?" The woman stood up and saluted like a soldier. "My name is Jupiter. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ash was incredibly surprised. The Lightning Witch, SR rank. Jupiter. He couldn't believe she had already arrived here, but on the outside, he pretended not to know anything. "I've never seen this uniform before. Which country is it from?" Jupiter touched the medal on her chest and introduced herself. "This uniform belongs to our Everblack Empire. You might not recognize it because this style is from several decades ago." Ash asked, "So, you serve the Empire? Are you a veteran?" Jupiter was happy to introduce herself. I served there for 35 years. I was even the commander of the 2nd Witch Squadron. After retiring, I've been making a living as a mercenary. Ash continued with his flattery. Retiring and still sacrificing your body for the country. You really are an exemplary soldier. Jupiter smiled and replied, not at all. My pension just isn't enough to live on. So, Your Highness, what wind brings you here? Ash chuckled. What am I here for? Obviously, to hire some useful mercenaries. Jupiter stopped acting and asked directly, are you sure you didn't come here just to buy some bait to get killed for you? Lucas frowned, intending to draw his sword against the person before him for the insult, but Ash stopped him just in time. Jupiter wasn't scared at all. She just laughed in contempt. Rumors of the battle on the front lines have already spread all the way here, Your Highness. It seems you've paid a high price for your incompetence, haven't you? Although it's true, we are low-leaves making money through mercenary work. We aren't idiots digging our own graves. None of us want to throw our lives away for an inexperienced commander. Jupiter's words represented all the mercenaries present. To earn their trust, Ash had to prove his capabilities. Ash smiled, then stood up to face the mercenaries. I understand. But listen to me. Aren't all of you here to sell your lives because there's no other way to earn money except by selling your lives? So isn't this going to be your fate anyway? But now you're afraid of losing your lives? Aren't you idiots digging your own graves? That statement sounds a bit ridiculous, you damn Jupiter. Ash leaned in close to Jupiter's ear and whispered, right. Your past career was very illustrious. But wasn't it you who got kicked out for secretly skimming military funds? Isn't that an act of digging your own grave? From corruption to smuggling goods to the enemy. When you were caught red-handed, you were kicked out and dishonorably discharged. Yet you are still proud to wear the military uniform? How shameful. While hurling insults, Ash recalled the descriptions of this character, Jupiter. She was the embodiment of corruption, a soldier rotten to the core, a veteran who didn't deserve respect, but her combat ability was no joke. A heroine who looked more like a pirate than a soldier. That was this woman. The Lightning Witch, Jupiter. Although furious, Jupiter calmly replied, Prince, even if my end wasn't good, I am still proud to be an Imperial soldier. Please watch your tongue. Not wanting to talk anymore, Ash asked point blank, how much for the pride you just mentioned? How much to sell it? Immediately, Jupiter radiated killing intent, glaring at Ash. Ash wasn't afraid, and repeated the question. I'm asking, what does it cost to turn you into my hound? Jupiter looked scornful, and said she was very valuable, at least 100,000 Adel a year. As soon as she finished, Ash immediately put forward the number 200,000. Hearing that huge figure, Jupiter was so shocked she dropped the cigarette in her hand. The price Ash just offered was quite high for a mercenary, but he was the prince of the empire, and the lord of this city. Furthermore, he had just sold nearly 400 magic stones. Wasteful? No. Ash was willing to pay any price to buy an S-rank mercenary. Ash held a stack of money in his hand and shouted, I will buy your fear of death. I will pay you double your old salary, right now. As for the cowards, anyone who doesn't want to sell their lives can go home. But if you want to become a true mercenary and make good money, then come to the empty lot west of Crossroad tonight. After finishing up at the Mercenary Guild, Ash headed straight to his next destination, the church. After the treatment, Ash's burns had completely healed, though they would leave faint scars. The one who treated him was the Saintess, Margarita, a hidden heroine and a top-tier healer. After meeting the specific conditions, Ash would immediately recruit her to work for him, but that wasn't the reason he came here today. Ash took out a bag of money and placed it on the Saintess's lap. As I contacted you last time. Margarita immediately understood. She called together everyone currently free at the church. Ash noticed that Damien was among them and seemed to be adapting very well. Ash was extremely satisfied and said, then let's proceed immediately. Today, we have many things to do. It won't be simple. That night, west of Crossroad, the funeral procession had arrived beforehand. Soldiers stood in order, the imperial flag draped over each coffin, accompanied by a large-scale city choir. In a place where death felt common and cheap like this, a funeral with full honors was a rare sight. More importantly, compensation money was handed to each family. Many were shocked by the number of casualties, and the news spread from person to person throughout the city. The rumors would soon spread. Ash had no intention of sugarcoating it. He wanted to show reasonable respect. These were frontline soldiers, warriors famous for their noble duty to humanity. Ash stood on the podium, standing tall as he spoke. I am the third prince and the current lord, Ash. Hearing this, whispers began to ripple. In their eyes, a scumbag like the third prince becoming lord meant hell was waiting ahead. Ash didn't care and continued. I'll be honest. Soldiers on the front lines, everyone will die. Each week that passes, A series of new graves will rise in this cemetery, and funeral dirges will echo. But I assure you, your deaths are worth more than mere survival. The money for the funerals and the compensation is substantial. Almost half of the money we earned from the magic stones was used for compensation. That's right. Death cannot become a common and cheap thing. That is why I will do my best to keep you alive. I will use every means to save you, and utilize you on the front lines. So don't go dying so easily. Survive and collect your wages from me. Don't make me pay for your funerals. Ash's speech ended. He didn't know how the people felt about it, the plea of an undeserving commander, the debauched playboy of a lord. Damien didn't care what they were thinking. He could only prove his point with the upcoming results, that in this harsh front line, he deserved to be here more than anyone else. Ash flashed a confident smile, ready to move to the next stage. Then, let's crush Phase 1. According to the announcement, Phase 1 would begin in 3 days and 1 hour. After the funeral, Ash headed straight to the mansion's backyard. As he and Lucas stood before a pile of stones, a system window suddenly appeared. Do you wish to activate the teleportation gate? As soon as Ash agreed, the stones suddenly flew up and formed a magical portal. Lucas had never seen anything like it. His jaw dropped. What on earth, Your Highness? What is this? Ash explained that it was a gateway leading to the dungeon at the bottom of the lake, which left Lucas even more horrified. In other words, this was the gate leading straight to the enemy's headquarters. Protecting the Empire was a blend of 2 genres: tower defense and dungeon raiding. It's even written on the game cover. The phase where monsters storm the crossroads is tower defense, and in between is when enemies aren't attacking. You raid dungeons at the bottom of the lake to find the source of the monsters. That's called free exploration. The alternating cycle between these 2 genres is the game's core structure. Ash stared at the portal, pondering, so, it can open even before Phase 1? This game is definitely difficult, but not to the point of being unfair. Sure, I struggled a bit during the tutorial, but starting like this is already a huge plus. I started with Damien, an almost broken character, and Jupiter, a long-range mage, not to mention a massive pile of gold. Do I have a shot at this? I definitely do. Ash then explained the game's rules to Lucas, and told him to find the enemy for the next stage. After hearing it, Lucas laughed confidently. I understand, Your Highness. I will prepare thoroughly. Ash was stunned. That's it? You don't have any questions? Everything? He wondered. He had served the prince almost his entire life. Suddenly, the prince changed, and he knew absolutely everything. From the city's design to the location of the dungeon, even though it was his first time here, that alone was highly suspicious. Yet Lucas still followed him without asking a single thing. Isn't that too strange? Curious, Ash decided to ask directly, Hey, you don't have any questions? Lucas suddenly stared right at Ash and spoke, Your Highness. Ash was sweating buckets, afraid to even breathe, but Lucas simply performed a knight's salute. I will only do as you command. I have no questions. I am your sword and your shield. I only strike and block according to your orders. Ash understood immediately. It wasn't that he had no questions, but that he was choosing to trust him above all else. All the doubts in Lucas's heart, You bastard, I'll definitely reward you well. Shortly after, Ash headed straight for the portal. All right, Lucas, are you ready to walk into the lion's den? Lucas replied with a steady gaze. I would walk through fire and brimstone for you, Your Highness. Receiving this reply, Ash smiled, satisfied. He didn't hesitate to select the lakeshore as the teleportation point. As the 2 stepped through the portal, the pile of stones collapsed immediately. It was as if nothing had ever happened. A game hint window popped up, making Ash boil with rage. What the hell? Stop giving me these tutorial windows. Stop acting so helpful. After a moment, a portal appeared on the lakeshore. It transported Ash and Lucas to the site. Ash looked toward the lake, recalling information about this place. The Black Lake was the source of the monsters, a hellish realm that birthed nightmares. It was a dungeon located at the southern end of the world. Just then, Lucas started, warning about the phenomenon before them. The water on the lake surface began to boil. Then, it split in 2, creating a path to the lake floor. Countless suits of armor sprouted from the ground, moving like zombies. Seeing this, Ash's eyes widened in shock. Damn it, don't tell me those are living armor. Out of all the monsters, why did I have to run into them? Running into anything in Phase 1 wouldn't have mattered. Goblins would be fine, mermen would be good, even wyverns would be okay. But among all those low-level monsters there were so many, and these were the ones I wanted to avoid the most. This game's rotten luck. Ash was so annoyed he pulled at his hair. He didn't stop cursing the damn game. Lucas, meanwhile, was extremely vigilant, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to fight at any moment. Those guys must be the monsters we have to fight this time. Suddenly, a notification window appeared. New enemy information updated. Living Armor Soldiers, Level 5. Number, 1053. Mysterious Boss, 1. Seeing the number over 1000, Ash seemed frozen. Seeing this, Lucas stepped closer and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right? You don't look well. Are you in pain?" Ash was sweating like it was pouring rain. Worried about the near future, he thought. I think I said these same words during the tutorial. Damn it, I'm done for. 741 times. That's how many times I've reset the game. Every reset had a different reason. But when Living Armor appeared as the monster for that phase, I didn't hesitate to reset everything. Living Armor is a name implying a monster created from armor. They have phantoms inside. Simply put, they are resistant to most physical damage. When you start getting better equipment, they become easier to defeat. But right now, everything is terrible. If that thing hadn't appeared, damn it, it's like someone is doing this on purpose. Someone is deliberately trying to stop me from playing this game. Seeing the monsters heading for the shore, Ash ordered a retreat. With only 3 days until Phase 1 begins, Ash had no choice but to do his best to defend. As soon as they returned to the manor, Ash immediately shouted, "Summon Ader! What is the city's defense status?" Ader read his notes and reported that there were a total of 526 people who could make it to the front lines. Hearing this, Ash shouted angrily, "What? I've been recruiting for 100 times in a row, and there are only 500 people?" Ader explained that during the training process, most of the soldiers were weeded out. Ash just gritted his teeth, constantly swearing, "Damn it, those stupid idiots." After calming down, Ash asked how many more people could be recruited. Ader replied that he had already hired every mercenary in the city, so there were no more to recruit. Ash immediately ordered letters to be sent to other cities to recruit troops with double the weekly salary. Not stopping there, he also wanted to send a message to the royal palace, saying that monsters were starting to rise and requesting as many reinforcements as possible. Ader was taking notes, but suddenly stopped. "Master, is this really okay?" Ash understood what Ader was trying to warn him about. If he requested reinforcements from the Empire now, later events in the game would be ruined. But Ash couldn't do anything else. He wanted to live. Ash pulled at his hair and said, "Just send the message. That's the player's decision." Ader happily took the order. As he was walking away, Ash suddenly remembered something, turned, and ordered, "Oh, one more thing. Gather all the carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in this city. Don't send them conscription papers." Hearing that, Ader immediately warned him, "But if you do that, the magic stone production line is going to be shut down." Ash can't take it anymore. He leans in close, gritting his teeth. This city is about to turn into dust. Why are you still worried about magic stone production? Stop all operations and bring them here. Ader, terrified by this expression, quickly runs off to get to work. Without daring to ask another question, Ash sighs deeply once he's back in his room. This game, it's not just at a normal difficulty level anymore. I couldn't make up my mind before, but now I don't have time to wait any longer. The game's difficulty has been cranked up. I need to create something more valuable, so I'm going to bet it all. Ash opens the system screen and accepts the class change to Beginner Commander. As soon as he clicks Accept, a series of celebratory effects pop up. Congratulations, Ash has become a Beginner Commander. He's left wondering what the heck is going on. Suddenly, Ash's heart stabs with pain. A red window appears. Debuff applied. Minus 50% growth stats. Before he can even process that, a second debuff hits. Minus 50% item proficiency. Ash is on the verge of exploding. He grabs the system window as if to rip it apart. What the hell? This isn't funny at all. What the hell is this? Damn it. What kind of class applies a bunch of debuffs like this? Are you trying to scam me? Ader, you bastard guide. I'm definitely going to kill you. Ash grabs a fire poker from the fireplace, ready to have it out with Ader once and for all. Just then, a flurry of notification windows appears. You have acquired Attack Totem, Defense Totem, and the Super Command buff. You can now use the synergistic power system. Just as Ash is about to lose his mind, these notifications stop him in his tracks. Seeing these for the first time, he curiously taps to check the details of the attack and defense totems. When present on the battlefield, troops will be empowered. All allies gain a 5% attack and 5% defense boost, Super Command buff. All buffs provided by the commander character are enhanced by 1 level. Command ability. Precise commands on the battlefield. The commander's will is conveyed clearly and accurately. Troops can fight exactly as the commander intends. Now Ash understands why he was hit with those debuffs earlier. He calms down and carefully studies his new features. Synergistic power. Benefits of the commander rank. Depending on the combination of each party member's class, a new skill may be added. Try different combinations. This system is actually amazing. For a gamer, this class is incredibly satisfying. Ash is extremely pleased with his choice. He calmly puts the poker back and goes to sleep. The next day, Ash asks Ader about the incident. Can you explain what this is all about? Ader nervously explains. Well, no one responded to the military draft, so in my haste, I just brought the guild leaders along. He tries to sound fancy, but in reality, it was just kidnapping. Suddenly, the guild leaders, the blacksmith, carpenter, stonemason, and alchemist scream in fury. What kind of nonsense is this? How could you drag us here like this? Can you take responsibility if the production flow gets messed up? Even if you are royalty, you have to pick a proper time for things, right? Seeing this, Ash gets really anxious. Look, everyone is getting angry, watching them scream until their veins pop. He knows he should probably apologize first, but his thoughts and actions go in the completely opposite direction. He radiates a dark aura, veins throbbing on his forehead. You want to die? You bastards! Where do you think you are, making such a racket? Don't you know who I am? As the prince and the lord of the city you live in, if I summon you, even if you have to abandon your entire production process, crawling on your knees to get here still wouldn't be enough. And yet, you dare to ruin my mood? You really want to die, don't you? The guild leaders finally get scared and act obedient like puppies. We apologize. This is our first time. A prince becoming the lord of this city in moments like these. Ash's bastard reputation really does the heavy lifting. Afterwards, the negotiation proceeds smoothly. Seeing the guild leaders' jaws drop in shock, Ash reiterates, I will give you 20% of the magic stones, collected by the army at cost price. If a direct purchase line for magic stones is established, won't you be the ones profiting? Let's cooperate. Whenever I give the order, goods for the war must be prioritized for production. Naturally, I will pay fairly based on production. Isn't this deal way too good for you? Using money and power as his cards, Ash has already baited them into the trap. This negotiation is all he can manage for now. Hearing about making money, all the guild leaders happily agree. So, Ash's first plan is a success. There are only 61 hours left until Stage 1 starts. Outside, the armored soldiers' footsteps march heavily. Inside the room, Ash's voice echoes clearly. I'm sure you've all heard about this from Lucas. Outside, monsters are roaring and charging. In the room, he delivers the news. The monsters, or more accurately, the 1,000-year-old armored soldiers, are marching toward this city. The estimated time of arrival is about 2 days from now. Having said that, Ash crosses his arms and stares at everyone solemnly. Seeing the terrified expressions on their faces, he can practically see the words, "We're doomed," written on them. Lucas cautiously asks, What do you need us to do, Your Highness? Ash claps his hands together and answers seriously, Utilize everything we have. From now on, I will give specific instructions to each of you. At the luxurious palace, everyone silently discusses strategy. Lucas is appointed as the commander-in-chief of the army. He shows his determination. I will try my best. Ash carefully instructs. The soldiers might be restless. Keep them in line. Lucas replies loudly. Understood. At this moment, Lily speaks up weakly. Your Highness. She sits in a wheelchair, her body frail and her face pale. She says wearily, In my opinion, Ash doesn't give her a chance to refuse. I'm sorry, Lily, but I really need your help right now. He smiles to reassure her. You won't be on the front lines, so don't worry too much. She asks curiously. Oh? Then what should I do? After being assigned the task, Lily takes on the mission of overseeing the repairs for the defense totems. She muses, I understand. Ash felt a twinge of guilt. I'm sorry for doing this to you, Lily. It seems you won't be getting any rest. You'll have to keep serving as a dedicated citizen of this city for the rest of your life. Jupiter puffed on her cigarette and spoke softly. May I ask one thing, Your Highness? Are you referring to the annual salary bonus you mentioned? If a mercenary like me performs well, will it get a raise? Ash cursed silently at this money-hungry old woman. He read her profile on the system. Passive attribute, obsessed with money. She is especially fixated on gold. Equipped attribute, gold digger. It cannot be unequipped. Just like what he saw in the game. Damn it. But he still replied cheerfully, Of course, I will increase your pay based on the results you deliver. Jupiter grinned with satisfaction. Then you'd better start thinking about a raise for next year, Your Highness. She sounded confident after being appointed captain of the Special Operations Force. You won't find a mercenary as capable as me, Your Highness. Afterward, Ash called Damien over and presented him with a crossbow. Take this, Damien. I've prepared it for you. The boy hesitated, not daring to take it. The detailed info about the crossbow popped up. Normal crossbow tier 10. Attack, 10 to 15. Durability, 3030. Bonus, none. Finally, Damien will be the long-range sniper in this battle. He happily gripped the weapon. I will try my best if that is what you wish, Your Highness. But looking at how he held the crossbow, Ash felt quite worried. His grip didn't look very professional. But then again, seeing how accurately he fired the magic cannon, he'll probably get used to it quickly. Ash suddenly realized Damien wasn't wearing his glasses today. Wait, where are your glasses? The boy looked a bit dazed when Ash asked, Did you decide to stop wearing them? Damien scratched his head and replied shyly, Actually, my eyesight is abnormally good, so I wore those glasses on purpose to limit my vision. He smiled and added, But since eyesight is crucial now, I decided to take them off. Ash looked at everyone who had been assigned their tasks and breathed a sigh of relief. Ader laughed playfully. Thank goodness. I was worried about having another character with glasses, but it seemed he wasn't Ash's favorite, as Ash glared at him with murderous intent. Can you keep it down for a second? After the strategy meeting at the eastern wall of Crossroad, the workers were repairing the ramparts. Josh and Ben hurried out to greet the prince. Welcome, Your Highness. Ash waved his hand to dismiss their formalities. It's fine. I'm here now. How is the castle wall looking? Josh looked at the decaying wall and reported timidly, It's not looking good. It's been neglected for a long time. Hearing this, Ash froze, narrowed his eyes, and said nothing. Then, he turned to question Ader. If this place is called a fortress city, isn't repairing the walls the most basic requirement? Why did you leave this place in such a state? Ader replied fearfully. Because we don't have the budget. He explained that as monsters appeared less frequently, magic stone production declined, so the former castle lord cut the budget. Ash held his head in utter confusion. Wasn't the purpose of this fortress to prevent monster attacks in the first place? He muttered to himself. The fortress's anti-monster function is fading just because income from those monsters dropped? How ironic. Immediately after, he gave the order. Use every bit of our budget and materials. Reinforce and repair it until it's as good as it can possibly get. Understood? Josh and Ben saluted in military fashion and said in unison, Yes, Your Highness. Ash waved them away. Get to work. The monsters are almost at our doorstep. Next, he and Ader went to the lumber mill to check the progress. Looking at the scattered materials, Ash instructed, I'm sure you've heard about the situation. What you need to do, in the next 3 days, he smiled, mysteriously, is to build a wooden wall. Kim looked confused and asked, Pardon? Ash gestured wildly, describing the wooden wall. Don't you get it? A wall this high. Understand? To block the path. Kim understood a little, but he didn't think it was feasible. I hate to say this, Your Highness, but monsters will easily climb over a wooden wall. It's hard to expect much defensive value from it. Ash changed his tone to make it easier to understand. What I need isn't a sturdy wall to stop them completely. Kim was even more confused. Why then? Ash chuckled. What you need to do is just build the wooden wall as I instructed. He raised his hand high to describe the height. Then he gestured sideways to describe the width, adding that it should be durable. Finally, Ash concluded. In short, just build that damn wall. However, the honest and simple-minded Kim just stared blankly. What do you mean? The air turned silent for a moment. A slight sense of awkwardness radiated from Ash. Embarrassed and angry, he scolded. Enough! Enough! Stop asking questions and start working immediately. With 2 days left, Lucas was busy with troop drills, Damien was practicing with his crossbow, and Jupiter was just lazing around under a tree, not appearing to prepare anything at all. Ash kept losing his temper at Ader because of the poor facilities. Lily's complexion had gradually improved. She and Cassidon were busy researching defensive totems, and so, the preparations were complete. Time passed, red flags fluttered, and the wall was finished. Although it didn't look very pretty, it should be enough to withstand the monsters. The system displayed a notification. Stage 1. 30 minutes until the start. The timer counted down. 31 minutes and 24 seconds. A soldier with binoculars watched the forest not far from the stronghold. Suddenly, ghostly shadows began pouring out of the woods. They marched step by step toward the fortress. The defending soldiers immediately shouted, "They're here!" Right after that, the thunderous sound of war drums echoed, along with shouts. "They're charging!" A massive army of armored soldiers appeared. They lined up in formation to attack. Every step was firm and powerful. They didn't know how to retreat. Immediately after, the entire horde surged out of the dense forest. Inside the city, the drums and horns sounded, signaling that the battle was about to begin. Embers were lit to boost morale, and could be used to fire flaming arrows if needed. Ash's voice echoed across the ramparts. There's nothing to fear. He stood on the wall, personally commanding the battle. Ash boosted the morale of the entire army. They're just a bunch of small fries. In reality, facing the living armor army was the worst tragedy in the first half of the game. Regardless of the situation, they had to push through this battle. He shouted, "We are the most powerful army in the Southern Kingdom." In reality, his army was just a ragtag bunch of penniless mercenaries, filled with old men who had long passed their prime, and a group of rookies who didn't know the first thing about fighting. Ash continued to lie with a straight face. Hydro magic is ready, and we've prepared all the state-of-the-art equipment. In reality, no matter how much money you throw at it, you can never be fully equipped. He looked at his army, thinking, victory is in our hands, there's nothing to worry about. Yet, Ash was still confidently showing off, bluffing without blinking an eye as the cannons were brought into use. He finished his heroic speech with one line, "Everyone, fight with everything you've got, so that tonight, our entire army can sit together and raise a glass to our victory on the battlefield. Just one person worrying is enough." In the distance, dark clouds gathered. Lightning crackled above the armored soldiers. Ash flashed a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, "It's just like that, Jupiter. Half the power of this battle depends on you." "Yes, milord." Deep in the woods, Jupiter puffed on a cigarette, her eyes flashing with deadly bolts of lightning. "Command a group of troops to follow. Let's go." The newbie mage, whom Ash had hired for an exorbitant price, had already started acting on the battlefield. The sound of galloping hooves echoed. All the monsters shared one goal. Jupiter led the group, urging her horse to run faster. Their goal was, kill the humans in front of us. If there are no obstacles, they will move to kill the nearest humans. In other words, it was clear which direction they would move, which is why the traps worked so effectively. Ash and the others didn't have enough time to fully understand them. As soon as he saw them fall into the trap, he immediately ordered, "Do it now, Jupiter," and that was enough. Dark clouds thickened in the sky as thunder roared and lightning flashed. Jupiter summoned a ball of lightning in her hand, wearing a bloodthirsty smile. Then, she quickly controlled the lightning, striking it hard down into the trap. "Let me make my pay worthwhile." A golden lightning bolt, bright as the sun, descended into the pit. First strike. White lightning. The armored soldiers were almost blasted apart by the electric shock. Even for armored souls, these lightning bolts were highly concerning. The first strike passed. White smoke rose thick and heavy, as if someone had just lit incense for their ancestors. The armored soldiers didn't seem too affected. They scrambled to get back up. The souls inside the armor glanced around, their eyes flashing with a deadly light. Jupiter shouted angrily, "Where are you looking, you damn monsters? Learn to respect your elders, you wretched beasts." Immediately after, another lightning bolt was ready to be unleashed. After the first hit, on the bodies, the armored soldiers had been marked by the lightning bolts. Ash watched and whispered, "That pattern, it's Jupiter's mark." She held the cigarette in her hand. The golden lightning touched it and lit the tip of the cigarette. Jupiter grinned playfully, swirling the blue lightning orb in her hand. "Dinner tonight is grilled armor, boys." As she finished, she threw the lightning orb. Jupiter whispered, "You armored soldiers, eat slowly, all right?" Second strike. Restrike. White lightning. On the fortress wall. The soldiers cheered loudly. Ash recalled the mechanics of her technique. Enemies marked by the first strike would be finished off by the second. At this moment, the system notification appeared. The number of enemies killed was over 50, and the number was jumping at a dizzying speed. Standing on the ramparts looking at the battle far away, Ash praised, "Great job, Jupiter." Thick white smoke rose from the pit, proving that the enemies had been grilled. But then again, the grilled armor was shattered, no longer intact, and scattered all over the ground. Immediately after, they were trampled by the feet of their own comrades. The number of monsters to kill was 1,000. The army of armored soldiers kept pouring in. The previous attack was nothing more than a small scratch. Ash gave the instruction, "Retreat, Jupiter." Immediately, she commanded her new recruits, "Let's go." And so, the group of 5 spurred their horses back to the fortress. The armored soldiers chased after them relentlessly. Jupiter ran in front, leading her team. "Run, rookies! Don't look back, just keep running." Ash had the best vantage point. He watched them lure, the armored soldiers after them with a bit of joy. Just as planned, he turned and ordered, "Do exactly as I told you. Everyone, hold your positions." Below on the battlefield, Becker lagged behind. The armored soldiers were already right on top of him. He urged his horse to run faster, telling himself, "Just a little more, just a little more." Jupiter led the way, showing them the direction inside. Becker ran behind, trying to pick up the pace, following every move they made. The wooden walls were erected. Jupiter's team lured. the armored soldiers into the narrow path they had built with wooden walls. On the ramparts, Ash clenched his fists and praised, "Great movement, Jupiter!" The wooden walls gradually closed the angle. The armored soldiers, the gap between the walls grew narrower and narrower. They looked up and stood frozen for a moment. "Welcome. This is your first time facing a wall trap, right?" Ash smirked and asked, "How will you choose?" He silently challenged the armored soldiers. "Will you avoid it or destroy it?" Jupiter skillfully kept her distance so the enemy could always see her team. Not too far, not too close. Ash knew their choice well. No matter what, your choice is already too obvious. Kill the humans in front of you. The army of armored soldiers continued to advance, entering the narrow path that Ash had laid out. "That's right, you stupid monster bastards. If they've blocked your path, you'll just break the walls and charge through, right?" They were crowding into a tight space. He raised his hand to signal everyone to get ready to fire. The lines of armored soldiers were narrowing, and they were losing their ability to move. Ash spoke up. "We've waited long enough, my soldiers." He waved his hand and laughed loudly. "Don't hold back. Fire." Following his order, the cannons roared, firing shells. The thunderous sounds echoed. No one knew how many shells they had fired. Red and yellow sparks flew out onto the battlefield, heading toward the narrow path where the armored soldiers were crowding. They barely reacted to one another, just stood there watching the artillery fire rain down, and with a thunderous blast, an entire squad of armored soldiers was instantly wiped out. These are the fundamentals of tower defense strategy. Artillery strikes, raining down with a roar, taking out a huge number of enemies. "Control the lane. This is the kill zone." Ash ordered to keep firing. "Keep shooting." Damien stepped onto the wall beside the three princes, crossbow in hand. He expressed his inner concerns, wondering if this would be enough. Looking at the thick smoke and fire below, Damien doubted the monsters would be able to cross that boundary. But Ash didn't think so. No, not yet. As soon as he finished speaking, the armored soldiers began to set up a defensive formation. They reacted a bit slowly, only now coordinating to raise the shields on their arms. The shields looked quite sturdy. They blocked a fair amount of damage from the artillery. Ash had clearly anticipated this. That's right. There's no way it would end with just that. Those stubborn bastards, damn it. But he had foreseen this and was already prepared. You bastards. "Ash, command Lily to activate it," she responded clearly. "Yes, Your Highness." The gravity field generator was activated, and the purple energy began to emanate. A blinding light formed a ring surrounding the device, helping to focus the energy more effectively. Two mages stood on either side to power it up. They simultaneously announced that the device was activated. A corresponding purple gravity field appeared around the living armor, using heavy gravitational force to obstruct their advance. It made their bodies feel heavy. Ash immediately seized this opportunity. "They've slowed down. Lucas, it's your turn." "Yes, Your Highness. Archer units, stand by." Huge crossbows, requiring two people to operate, appeared on the wall. The archer squad pulled them into position one by one. Lucas raised his sword high, aiming for the soul core in the center of their chests, and loaded the bolts. He swung his sword forward with a clear command. "Fire." The archer group let loose. The arrows flew with a whistling sound. Understood. Fire. The destructive power of these massive arrows was immense, piercing right through the shields and punching straight through the bodies of the armored soldiers. The vanguard defense line fell like dominoes. Helmets shattered as the arrows struck their weak points. The souls inside the armor were sent to the afterlife. Ash watched the battlefield with satisfaction, creating trauma from two different waves of fire, then finishing them off with the gravity device and ballista. All right, just like the plan. However, man proposes, God disposes. Suddenly, a soldier approached and reported, "Your Highness, the monsters are moving around the wall." Ash was startled. What? He had been so focused that he forgot to watch the surroundings. The armored soldiers were indeed circling around the wooden wall. Ash gritted his teeth, cursing himself. He had anticipated this possibility, but didn't think there would be so many of them. He immediately issued orders to the special ops team. At the foot of the wall, "Jupiter, I leave the living armor rushing to the right flank to you. Stop them, and use hit-and-run tactics." She took a drag of her cigarette and accepted the order. "As you wish." Jupiter led the fifth squad, urging her horse to move fast. "Let's do this. Move." Seeing someone approaching, the armored soldiers rushed to attack. She gathered lightning in her hand and unleashed a powerful strike. "Take this." Seeing the lightning flash on the right side, Ash felt somewhat relieved. "Good, Jupiter has blocked that side. Only the ones on the left flank are left." He turned to the young man beside him. "Damien!" He startled and replied, "Yes." Ash prepared to give him his task. "It's your turn." He pointed to the left flank. Shoot down, the monster's attacking from the left. Damien quickly accepted the order. Yes. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. Immediately after, Damien's eyes lit up. He loaded an arrow, gripped his crossbow tight, and his backhand gently pulled the trigger. The arrow flew with a whistling sound, unstoppable. The arrow had extreme precision. It shot straight at a monster rushing forward. It pierced right into the monster's helmet. It trembled a few times. And then its soul left the body, quite literally. The armor, no longer controlled by a soul, crashed heavily to the ground. On the wall, the team cheered. Hit! We got one! Ash inwardly applauded. So this is Eagle Eye. Taking down a ghost's soul core with just a regular bow and arrow? Just how terrifying will this overwhelming talent get? Focus the center for the main attack. Jupiter, handle the monsters on the right flank. And Damien, focus on the defense on the left. The system notified that over 450 monsters had been defeated, and the number was rising. Ash and his team had nearly taken out 500. He smiled with satisfaction, calculating, at this rate, I guess everything will go smoothly until the boss monster appears. Although it's been a bit tight at times, being this well prepared is truly worth it. But before they could even celebrate, a change occurred. After the souls died, they suddenly transformed into small streams of energy. These energies slowly drifted up into the sky. Ash stared wide-eyed. What the hell is that? There's nothing like this in the game. Just then, the system notified that they had defeated 500 monsters. That stream of energy swirled in the sky as if molding something. Gradually, the face of a giant demon appeared, covering the entire sky. Ash broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth to suppress the fear in his heart. This is the system announced. Stage 1. Level 25. Phantom Knight. Stage 1. Level 5. Living Armor Legion. 522500 defeated. Ash realized its identity. The monster leading the Living Armor Legion, the Phantom Knight. This thing is the source of power for the entire Living Armor Legion. The Legion itself was already very strong, but even if they defeated all of them, they would still face a second obstacle, the boss monster. But Ash and his team hadn't even defeated all the living armor yet, so why had it already appeared? The Phantom Knight had manifested but remained stationary. It didn't exert any disadvantageous influence, nor did it seem to be preparing for a fierce attack. It just stood there, floating in mid-air. However, this was no longer a game. This was reality. Soldiers screamed in terror. What is that thing? Just by appearing suddenly in the sky, it was enough to terrify all the soldiers. Ash gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. This is the difference between human wars and war between humans and monsters. The primal fear of seeing a deformed creature manifest, just the appearance of that monster alone, had scared the soldiers to death and crushed their initial morale. Moreover, it wasn't just the humans who were afraid. Even Jupiter's warhorse panicked and bucked. She couldn't control her horse anymore. What the? The horse bucked wildly. Jupiter slowly lost her balance, and then she was thrown off her steed. She hit her head hard on the ground. Not far away, a group of armored soldiers was closing in. The sound of chaotic footsteps and clamor filled the air. Damn it! A group of mercenary recruits immediately appeared to block the armored soldiers from reaching Jupiter. John took temporary command. Everyone, get into position. Defend. Ash was deeply worried. Jupiter was the main source of power for the first phase, and the hero team was in danger. Lucas hurriedly suggested, Your Highness, we must use cannons and artillery to provide cover for Jupiter's team. However, Ash refused. No, if the kill zone disappears, then even more enemies will appear. Lucas was extremely confused by this decision. But Your Highness, Ash didn't listen. He was focused on the battlefield situation. The soldiers were panicking at the sight of the monster. The cannons and catapults had stopped firing, and the defensive line was no longer seamless. Ash immediately shouted orders. Focus on restoring the kill zone. Have all the soldiers lost their minds? On the battlefield, one must follow the commander's orders. Lucas strictly obeyed. Understood, Your Highness. Ash gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched tight. I'm sorry, Jupiter. Don't give up. Down on the battlefield, Jupiter jolted awake. She was disoriented. Where am I? She brought her hand to her head, feeling a throbbing, wet sensation that made her wince. She pulled her hand back to look. It was blood. Jupiter cursed herself silently. Damn it, what am I doing at my age? John ran up in front of her and shouted, Countess Jupiter, can you hear me? We have to go, Countess. By now, Jupiter was more alert and realized she was in the middle of a battlefield. The recruits were holding off the monsters to protect her. Jupiter held her injured eye and struggled to stand up. What kind of cursed situation is this? It seemed this wasn't the time to be lying on the ground. John said that reinforcements would arrive soon. We just need to survive until, before he could finish, a monster with a spear lunged forward. John quickly sensed the danger, his brows knitting together. He spun around and swung his spiked mace at the monster's head. The creature was knocked back a few steps, but it regained its balance. Its helmet was slightly crooked, but the monster was still alive, and it seemed to have been enraged. John cursed angrily. Damn it! How is it still alive after a hit like that? Jupiter suddenly froze and shouted, "Recruit! Behind you!" Behind? But it was too late. A spear pierced through John's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood, the pain radiating through his limbs. He looked behind him, unwilling to accept this. Behind? John was certain he had killed all the monsters around him. Behind John, a living suit of armor had been sliced in half. Its hands were holding the spear that was skewering him. He couldn't move. He had become easy prey in the eyes of the monsters. 2 other suits of armor raised their weapons to strike down. John shouted his dying words, "Save me." Watching this happen right before her eyes, Jupiter gritted her teeth. "I'll mince every single one of you, you wretched monsters." She reached out to summon lightning but realized there wasn't a single spark. Jupiter was furious at her own helplessness. Damn it. She currently couldn't control her magic. Not far away, Gia was surrounded by monsters. She was crying and shouting, desperately struggling to get away. She tried to avoid them, but the result was being pierced by multiple spears, losing blood, and dying on the spot. Tian, a mercenary shield-bearer in the team, saw his comrade meet such a bloody end, and was terrified. Tian screamed and dropped his shield to run for his life, but the monster wouldn't let him go. It held a sharp spear in its hand and threw it hard before its own body fell to the ground. Because he was running blindly, how could he know the danger lurking behind him? Just like that, the spear pierced through the recruit's body. The small defensive line, consisting of only a few members, was immediately wiped out. Jupiter sniffed the living suits of armor in front of her, the stench of rusted metal and the water of corpses, the smell of the drowned. As her stamina gradually recovered, she had accumulated a certain amount of lightning. You lot should just stay at the bottom of the lake. Veins bulged on Jupiter's face. It was clear she was putting everything into this one blow. Why won't you just let this old lady collect her paycheck in peace, huh? She swung her hand, and lightning struck the suits of armor, incinerating the monsters and sending their souls to heaven. Jupiter panted heavily. This wasn't even 1/4 of her normal ability. Having fought to this point, she was completely exhausted. Yet, the Legion of Armor was still approaching. She whispered to herself, "This is the end." Jupiter looked at Becker, the last recruit in the team. "Run!" He looked bewildered. Huh? What? She didn't want to see anyone else sacrifice themselves, so she told Becker to run. "At least our team will still have you left alive. I will use magic to stall them. So run now." Becker, full of righteousness, retorted, "I can't leave. This is the best I can do." "You're the mage, after all." Jupiter froze. "What?" Becker stood in front, blocking the armor, and shouted, "The second rule of survival for a mercenary. Always stand next to the team's mage." He analyzed. "Instead of running away, I have a better chance of survival if I support you." Jupiter was stunned for a moment, and didn't speak. The young mercenary's strategy worked. He didn't try to kill the armor. He just pushed them away with a long pole and created distance. Becker discussed strategy with Jupiter. "I will do everything I can to block them, so you just focus on preparing your next spell." Damien had provided support from the castle, but it still wasn't enough to stop the enemy. The moment Jupiter had enough mana to create a bolt of light, the young mercenary's body was already pierced by 100 spears from the monsters as Becker fell. "Damien, you bastard!" Jupiter roared in a frenzy, as a massive bolt of lightning slammed down from the heavens, annihilating the monsters. If she could only channel her power a little faster, would Jupiter have been able to save Becker? She was too old to keep bearing witness to these deaths. Jupiter looked down at the dying Becker. "Tell me, rookie," she asked, "what is the first rule of survival for a mercenary?" He didn't understand why she was asking him something like this, at a time like this, but he still tried to answer. "Don't take any jobs that cost you your life." The light in his eyes began to fade. Becker shed a tear as he thought of his mother. "Mom." Dark clouds gathered over the battlefield. Jupiter watched the living armor rushing toward her and muttered to Becker, "All the survival rules you were taught are wrong, kid. You can't be a mercenary if you keep living like that." Her hands began to gather lightning. Rage swelled within her. "If you want to be rich," Jupiter swung her fist, "and if you want fame," a powerful bolt of lightning sent a monster straight to hell. She roared, "You just take the dangerous jobs and make a hell of a lot of money." She darted left, then right, her lightning-charged fists claiming the lives of the monsters one by one. Beat them into the ground, her voice echoed across the battlefield, and stay as far away from the mages as you can. Jupiter breathed heavily, exhausted, and muttered to herself. Why, you ask? Because they're the ones who take all the credit. Her injured hand trembled and hung limply by her side. Above all, if you want to survive, you shouldn't have become a mercenary in the first place. Jupiter pulled out a cigarette, wanting a hit before she kicked the bucket, but looking at her bloody, trembling hand, she mocked herself. She didn't even have the energy left to light it. Jupiter sighed, looking at the monsters preparing for another wave. She had thought she could just live an easy life and collect her pay. She let out a small, bitter smile. So, this is what easy looks like. From afar, the sound of galloping hooves rang out, accompanied by a loud shout. I'm still alive! Lucas appeared just in time, sword in hand. As expected of the army commander, his movements were precise and lethal, taking down the group of monsters closest to Jupiter. She stood stunned, unable to believe she had just been saved. And the person who saved her was none other than Lucas. Minutes earlier, on the city wall, Ash shouted orders. Hurry! Focus on restoring the defensive line. All the soldiers had lost their minds. Lucas received the order and followed it. Understood, Your Highness. Ash gritted his teeth, silently praying. Jupiter, please, just hold on a little longer. Afterward, he knocked the head of the nearest soldier and scolded him angrily. Pull yourself together, you idiots. Don't let your spirits be crushed. Just because of the size of the monsters, the system notification for the skill Indomitable Commander had been activated. The soldiers suddenly surged with fighting spirit. They shouted even louder than Ash. Understood. That monster over there, I'm not afraid of you. The sudden turn of events caught him off guard. He widened his eyes. What are they doing? Ash suddenly felt a wave of fear. Looking at his hand, which had suddenly begun to glow, he seemed to have a realization. Don't tell me the system? Information appeared about an Indomitable Commander card, which boosts the morale and spirit of comrades within a 10-meter radius. Ash realized this skill didn't just counter the mental pressure that sapped morale, but it also revived soldiers who were losing hope. He immediately changed his plan. Lucas, the other responded. Yes, Your Highness. Ash spoke with conviction. I will take responsibility for calming the troops and re-establishing the defensive line. Lucas, you lead the rescue squad, open the gates, and save Jupiter's unit. Enter the lightning zone. Go save your comrades. It was a reckless order, but Lucas answered seriously. Yes, Your Highness. I promise to return as soon as I can. Lucas showed no hesitation. Watching him ride off to save Jupiter, Ash silently hoped. You have to succeed, Lucas. Meanwhile, Ash focused on knocking the heads of every soldier he passed. Get it together, you fools. Wake up. Down below, Lucas rode his horse and charged forward, sword drawn, to save Jupiter. With his precise skills, he wiped out the monsters on the front line that were closing in on her. Jupiter truly didn't expect a guard to come and save her. She was so surprised, she dropped her cigar without even noticing. Lucas maneuvered the horse around her, turned back, and commanded, Hold on tight. Jupiter didn't even understand what was happening before he grabbed her collar and pulled her onto the horse. Immediately, he urged the horse forward. Lucas's warhorse quickly carried them away from the living armor. But the tree wants to be quiet. Yet the wind will not cease. The monsters weren't about to let them go so easily. A monster shrieked, seemingly giving an order. And so, it and several other monsters began throwing the spears in their hands, just as they had done to Tian. The spears flew through the air, the sharp points flashing with a cold light. However, as they drew near, Lucas swung his sword with great force, deflecting and shattering them. Then, he continued to urge the horse toward the city gate. Jupiter called out softly, Hey, young knight. Lucas replied indifferently, What is it? She suddenly decided to play matchmaker. I have a granddaughter. You might be interested in her. She's a good girl. Lucas wasn't moved in the slightest. His cold gaze flicked toward her. If you still have the energy to joke around, use it to recover your mana. There are still plenty of monsters ahead. Jupiter smiled dryly, sighing inwardly. Toward his master, Lucas would be as gentle and devoted as possible. But if it wasn't the prince, he was colder than ice. She hesitated before saying, Ah well, thank you for saving me. Lucas urged the horse on and said coolly, No need to thank me. I'm just following the prince's orders. His gaze drifted toward the other side. A wave of sorrow slowly spread across his body. Over there, those are the rookies who sacrificed themselves, Lucas thought. But I'm sorry, ma'am, it seems I, Lucas, won't be able to return anytime soon. As if understanding the thoughts in his heart, Jupiter glanced at the battlefield. Just wipe out all these monsters first, then you can sit and lament. As the two neared the city gate, Jupiter muttered, It's been a long time since this old lady veins bulged on her face, has been this angry. Thanks to Indomitable Commander, the defensive line had been restored in an instant. Ash saw that Lucas had brought her back, and Jupiter had returned safely. However, he wasn't happy, as he had lost 4 precious heroes: John, Becker, Gia, and Tian. Everything had happened in the blink of an eye. He had been far too confident in his own gaming skills. Even in the game, Ash had to direct the morale of the soldiers. Words like fear or confusion were almost foreign to his vocabulary. But in reality, everything was much more detailed and complex. Ash had completely failed to anticipate that even the warhorses would be gripped by such terror. Because this is the real world, you have to be much more meticulous and calculated. This is the reality of the situation. The fire is spreading more and more. The artillery fire from the fortress gradually weakens, and the enemy is swarming into the wooden walls, which are burning and collapsing. The fortress is gone. The monsters are attacking in waves. Ash grinds his teeth, brow furrowed tight. Now, they have to fight along the ramparts. If only he could put an end to this with firepower alone. Looking at the system notification, Stage 1, Level 25 Magic Knight, Level 5 Living Armor, 277 total. Already wiped out 775. He secretly feels a bit lucky. At least they managed to take down a lot more monsters. It's worth a shot. This battlefield is still under control. Ash brings Jupiter up to the ramparts to report the mission. Your Highnesses, I have rescued Count Jupiter. Lucas reluctantly accepted Jupiter as a count. It seems he didn't want to acknowledge her before because she had previously been expelled from the military for insubordination. But showing someone respect is the right call. Ash nods to Count Jupiter. I am very glad to see you returned alive. She coughs softly. I am deeply ashamed, Your Highness. This old woman has caused too many mistakes. The hand hanging by her side is still bleeding. I have caused young, inexperienced recruits to die in vain. How shameful. Ash doesn't blame her, but gently comforts her instead. You couldn't have known that such a monster would suddenly appear in mid-air, and you didn't know about the warhorse that would spread the curse. That was not your fault. However, Jupiter still feels she should make amends. No, it was my fault. I've been on the battlefield for so many years, at this age, and yet I still couldn't put your mind at ease, Your Highness. She clenches her bleeding hand, determined to seek revenge. That is why I vow to defeat them. To settle this score, Jupiter looks at the magic knight in the sky. At any cost, I will take that monster's head. Ash advises. Focus on recovering first, Jupiter. You will need your strength soon. Below, the living armor are swarming up the walls. The artillery is still firing thunderously. Ash immediately gives a new order to the fortress. The artillery is no longer effective. Cease fire. The soldiers receive the order. They quickly stop firing and pull the cannons inside. Ash also tells the long-range archers to take a break. Damien, rest for a bit. He seems reluctant, but the enemy is still coming. Ash pats his shoulder. He gently persuades him. You still have to catch a bigger prey. Rest for a while to regain your strength, okay? Damien finally listens. Understood, Your Highness. Finally, the enemy reaches the walls. Seeing the sturdy walls are unbreakable, the living armor cling to them, scrambling to climb up inside. Ash begins to deploy a new battle plan, preparing for close-quarters combat. The soldiers grab their weapons and shout clearly, ready for close-quarters combat. He continues to order, infantry, take your positions. The soldiers repeat in unison, take your positions, a battle without magic. A battle that relies purely on physical strength. Ash nervously swallows his saliva. The real fight starts now. His soldiers are ready to greet the monsters at the wall. The living armor are slowly approaching. The monsters are as thick as ants. They crawl frantically, their eyes glowing like hungry wolves about to feast. Ash gives the command, prepare. The soldiers get into position, serious. Anxiety and tension fill the air. The rustling sound of them climbing the walls below continues without end. Ash peeks out, his hand still held in the air, not yet signaling. He is waiting for them to get closer. When he sees the right moment, Ash immediately orders, now, drop it. A group of soldiers laboriously carries buckets of debris to the ledge. The command rings out. Drop it quickly. Heavy debris is poured along the wall as the shouts echo. Pour it quickly. This is a mixture of steel and stone fragments, and various scraps left over from the construction and reinforcement process. The monsters can't hold on when Ash pours the debris along the fortress walls. Many living armor fall to the ground and shatter, but the rest of them stand up again. He frowns in annoyance. What a pain. Even though they were hit by that pile of steel and stone, they still stand up and climb the wall. Some monsters were downed, but there are still so many. Ash tells the soldiers, use your spears to push them off. During this struggle, He takes the opportunity to reorganize the formation. Gotta tidy up the party. Jupiter is a main party member. The system notifies. Team Synergy activated. Ash's team diagram includes himself, S rank, level 5. On the left branch, Knight Lucas, SSR rank, level 27, and Archer Damien, N rank, level 15. On the right branch, 2 mages, Lily, rank, level 17, and Jupiter, SSR rank, level 35. Newly added. Activates Magic Knight Commander. Party psychological resilience will be increased. Plus, Double Mage. The spell damage of all party members increases by 20%. Ash is extremely surprised. A ray of hope flashes. Increased by 20%? That's actually amazing. But right now, the spears of some soldiers on the wall have been slashed and broken. The hands of the living armor are embedded into the fortress. The soldiers scream, "The enemy is here." The monsters quickly step up, weapons in hand. Ash's soldiers are ready to fight. A living armor commander screams, to bolster the morale of its swarm. Just hearing it makes Ash worried. From now on, they have to fight an enemy that is very aggressive and in huge numbers. The soldiers are trembling. This makes him question whether the soldiers can do it. Just as he is thinking this, a powerful golden sword flash sweeps over the heads of the living armor. A brilliant light erupts in the middle of the fortress. Lucas slides through the crowd of monsters, hacking them to pieces. After that, he pauses to catch his breath. Lucas announces to everyone, "I'll cut their heads off. What we need to do right now is keep our spirits up and hold them back." The soldiers feel invigorated, responding in unison. Understood. Thanks to Lucas, morale has been bolstered. Ash smiles tentatively. That's right. It's not about whether they can do it, but that they must do it to survive. All the soldiers must become stronger. They have no other choice but to crush, fight, and win. He turns to order Mage Lily. Activate the next artifact. She hears the order and does it immediately. Understood. Lily activates the artifact, and blue light accelerates, spreading throughout the fortress. The system notified Ash of a speed boost. All allies' movement speed increased by 5% for 5 minutes. He checked his character status screen. He also checked the special traits he had equipped. The equipped traits were 3 out of 3. Command, Attack, and Defense. This should come in handy for close quarters combat, he thought. With their morale and speed boosted, the soldiers struck at the monsters nimbly, and shouts and cheers rang out everywhere. Push the monsters back. Drive them down. From his command position, Ash silently prayed for everyone's success. The sky was gloomy, and ash was flying everywhere. Dark clouds roll in over the fortress as the soldiers struggle to hold back the monsters. Lucas seizes the chance while they're distracted, his blade slicing through them as easily as cutting through fruit. Their sturdy armor is shattered with ease. Ash watches in awe. This is Lucas's first skill, Predatory Advance, a technique that makes him stronger the more enemies he kills. Lucas is single-handedly managing half the fortress wall. But even that isn't enough. They are slowly losing ground. The soldiers are flesh and blood, and they are constantly being wounded. The squad leaders immediately order the injured to retreat and rotate positions. Meanwhile, the monsters just keep coming. Ash assesses the situation unlike the living armor, his soldiers. More and more people are getting hurt. Damien sees this and quickly reports, "I'll return to the front line." But Ash raises a hand to stop him, calculating. Damien needs his strength to attack the boss in the back, and the same goes for Jupiter. Ash squints, feeling conflicted. What should he do? Seeing his soldiers being overwhelmed, an idea flashes through his mind. There is a way to reduce casualties and take out the remaining enemies. Suddenly, flames of destruction erupt in a corner of the fortress, catching Ash's attention. His eyes light up as he stares in the direction of the fire. This isn't ordinary fire. It's only burning the monsters in that corner. A girl in a wheelchair is casting flames, incinerating the living armor. That's the powerful mage, Lily. Ash finally remembers right. She can use magic. However, Lily isn't very enthusiastic. After just one attack, she's already panting and breathless. Don't force me, Ash realizes this, too. It seems she can't use fire magic as much as she used to, but he has no intention of letting her off the hook. He grabs the handles behind her wheelchair. Definitely. I'll pay you a huge bonus. Ash pushes her forward. Come on, give me a few more blasts of fire. Lily resists. I want to quit. Besides, I'm out of mana. Ignoring all of Lily's protests, Ash pushes her across the chaotic battlefield on the fortress wall. Just one more time. Come on, get ready to fire. Lily has no choice but to use her fire magic again. She screams, 20% squad synergy, plus 5% from the attack totem. Final fire magic power at 25%. Ash is really pushing Lily to her limits, all while cheering her on. You can do it. Fire again. Lily is resentful. At least treat me like a human being. Meanwhile, the soldiers use their bodies to block the enemies, and Lucas uses his sword to decapitate them. Lily incinerates whatever is left with her fire. The monsters' souls quickly depart for the afterlife, and the soulless suits of armor fall to the ground with a loud, clattering crash. Crash! The exhausted soldiers pant heavily. Someone shouts, "It's over!" Everyone cheers in victory. We won. We stopped them. We did it. We did it. But Ash's words shatter the joy. It's not over yet. Everyone looks stunned. What? Lucas, exhausted from the battle, is also taken aback. Ash knits his brows tightly, cautioning, "Don't lose your focus. There's one more left." No sooner does he finish speaking than the armor scraps on the ground tremble and fly into the sky. All the tattered pieces of the living armor are pulled upward by the Ghost Knight. It transforms the pile of scrap metal into armor for itself, including a giant iron sword. Its eyes glitter with bloodlust from behind the massive helmet. A moment later, the Ghost Knight's ironclad body is complete. Swoosh! It no longer hovers in the air, but plunges toward the ground. With its massive, towering frame, the Ghost Knight lands with a thunderous boom, causing even the sturdy fortress to shake as if there were an earthquake. What the hell is this? Ash clutches his head in despair. Is this really the boss of Stage 1? This is ridiculous. The Ghost Knight is entirely bone white. It holds a massive greatsword, looking directly at Ash. It emits a terrifying aura. Ash's hands won't stop trembling. Then, Ash tries to clench his fists. He's drenched in cold sweat, his face tense with fear as he stares at the Ghost Knight. Damn it, don't be afraid. It's just a Stage 1 monster. The only difference is that it's higher level. At the wall, a series of cannons are fired, accompanied by shouts of, "Fire!" The artillery keeps blasting without pause. Don't save the ammo. Barrages of shells slam into the Ghost Knight. Its eyes glow as it stares through the smoke and fire of the battlefield. Suddenly, the joints in the Ghost Knight's legs glow. Everyone, keep firing. Hurry. Before it can get close to the wall, even though it's covered in flames, the Ghost Knight continues to advance step by step. What a disgustingly strong bastard. Ash turns to call Lily. She startles and exclaims, "Yes?" He orders her to activate the third artifact. Lily quickly responds, "Understood," she yells. "Activate the artifact." The artifact's magic spreads out. It can increase the recipient's magical effects by 100%. Next, Jupiter's men are surging with blue energy. The system notifies that Jupiter's magic effect is increasing. She closes her eyes to feel the energy and says, "Excellent." Jupiter opens her eyes. "It feels like my golden age." Ash points at the Ghost Knight and orders her to hit it with everything she's got. "Go, Jupiter. Focus your power on its chest armor." She steps forward. Then, Jupiter summons lightning from her hands. "Be careful with that lightning, Your Highness." In the sky, lightning gradually appears, hidden behind the clouds. Instantly, lightning strikes down from the sky. Even if you get electrocuted, there's no compensation. The thunder and lightning fall directly onto the Ghost Knight. It is violently struck by the lightning. The Ghost Knight's chest armor shatters, revealing a blue core inside. Ash gasps. "That's the soul core," he screams. "Damien!" Damien readies the ballista, aiming. "Ready, sir. Fire." His eyes light up as he cranks the handle. The machine's gears begin to move. A light-infused arrow that pierces through everything is shot out. It hits the Ghost Knight's core, which begins to crack and then shatters into pieces. Ash excitedly yells, "Great shot, Damien!" The Ghost Knight slowly collapses. It's over, but its eyes are still glowing. Ash looks up in horror. Damn it, was that still not enough damage? The Ghost Knight's arm joints glow brightly as it swings its sword, preparing to strike the wall. If that sword strikes, the city wall will be shattered. Ash shouted quickly. "Jupiter, hit him with another strike." He chanted the spell to summon lightning. Raising his steel weapon to hold the thunderous storm, the Ghost Knight's sword reached high into the sky, wreathed in Jupiter's lightning. She screamed, "You're just begging to be struck by lightning, you fool." In a flash, the lightning surged along the blade, traveling from the sword down through his entire body. The sword turned into a lightning rod, electrocuting the Ghost Knight. His face flickered within the bolts, but he managed to swing his sword down toward the wall anyway. Ash quickly called out to everyone. "Everyone, run!" he yelled. "Get away from that sword." Lucas lunged toward him. "Your Highness, you must get out of here right now." The sword slammed into the wall, carving a long, straight trench. The attack was so powerful it sent soldiers flying, and a thick cloud of dust blinded everyone. Ash scrambled to sit up. Lucas asked him considerately, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Ash replied, I'm fine. How is the wall? Damien, Lily, and Jupiter looked toward the Ghost Knight. Ash stood up and looked in that direction. The Ghost Knight was crumbling. His core flickered with dying sparks, and then he dissolved away. Finally, we defeated the first boss. The Ghost Knight's remaining energy swirled violently. Lucas shouted, "Your Highness, it's dangerous." Ash signaled him, "It's okay, Lucas." The energy surged like ocean waves. I expected this. The Ghost Knight's final outburst is pure confusion and fear. Damien muttered, "That isn't a damaging attack, but if you let your guard down, it can catch you off guard." Ash stared him down. He unleashed his finishing move on the Ghost Knight. "This is human territory. Get out of here, you monster." The skill, Indomitable Command, activated. His golden light repelled the chaotic surge of energy. The Ghost Knight's obsessions simply faded away. A warm, golden light shone upon the city wall. The soldiers looked at each other, confused. Where did the gate go? And all the monsters too? The soldiers on the wall looked at the scene before them. "Your Highness really did it. Is it really over?" Sunbeams began to pierce through the clouds. The fog cleared, giving way to the light. The Imperial flag fluttered under the bright sun. Ash raised his hand and shouted, "We won!" Then everyone shouted in unison to celebrate the victory. "We survived. We will continue to win, and we will continue to survive." The soldiers turned to look at him. The fear in their eyes began to vanish. Lucas smiled as he watched him. "I can see the fear being replaced by the joy of victory. Even if it is thanks to my inspiration skill, or perhaps your way with words, it feels amazing." Ash shouted the command, "Let's defeat the monsters and survive. All the things I've done, with all my effort." A notification appeared. Stage 1, complete. Rewards for clearing the stage have been delivered. Please check your inventory. That evening, after the battle, a festival was held in the city's central square. Ash raised his glass and said, "Now, congratulations everyone for defeating those Feroxis armor monsters and winning this victory for us." He shouted, "Let's raise our glasses." Everyone at the banquet followed suit. Ash stood before all the citizens and cheered, "Drink your fill tonight. I'm paying for tonight." Everyone cheered with joy. Hurrah! The festival had begun. A musician was playing the violin. Melodious notes echoed throughout the festival. There was laughter, the sound of clinking beer mugs, and in the distance, the mouth-watering scent of a stir-fry pan and the sizzling of delicious grilled meat. At a table, soldiers were arm wrestling. The referee held up the winner's hand. The rookie had won, and the loser looked frustrated. "Damn it! That last one didn't count." Ash sat in a corner, watching the soldiers laugh and joke with each other. The loser of the arm wrestle shouted, "One more round, with our left hands." Ash looked at them with a soft, gentle smile. Suddenly, footsteps approached. "My lord, are you all right?" Lucas asked him. "You haven't eaten anything today. Please, have some food." Ash replied. "All right." Lucas added, "That isn't the face of a commander who just won a battle. My lord." He looked at Ash and said, "You stopped thousands of living armor without any major casualties. I think you should be a bit happier." Ash closed his eyes and took a sip of beer. It was true. There were no major casualties, but as soon as he took a sip of beer, he spat it all out. Lucas asked worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Ash tried to reply, "I'm fine. It's just that the taste of this is a bit different from what I imagined." He scrunched up his entire face. "Is this even beer? The alcohol content must be at least 20%. He wiped his face and continued what was left unsaid. "Anyway, it's true there were no major casualties, but we still lost precious lives. The moment someone dies, whether the casualties are large or small, no longer matters. Every life is important, and everyone is precious. Of course, I know I can't save everyone in this brutal game. That's an arrogant thought," Ash thought to himself. "But if I had been a little more careful, they wouldn't have had to die. It's different from the tutorial round. Back then, I still had a chance to change everything. It hurts because I already know that." Lucas stood to the side, trying to comfort him. "Your Highness did a great job, so you don't need to feel bad. That's what I think." By the flickering campfire, he continued, "But no matter what I say, I can't make your regrets disappear." He said to Ash, "But Your Highness, this is a victory celebration, and if its master isn't happy, the morale of the soldiers won't be able to rise either." Lucas looked at him cheerfully. "So, please cheer up, at least for now. Please enjoy yourself with them. That is also the job of a commander." Ash smiled back at him. "Smiling is also a commander's job, huh?" Ader, dressed as a chef, ran over from out of nowhere and yelled loudly, "That's exactly right!" Ash jumped in surprise. "What the hell?" Ader brought out a plate of vegetables and excitedly said, "Mourning the sacrifices is important, but we also need to celebrate and live happily too." Ash thought helplessly. What on earth is he doing? He held out the plate of vegetables to invite Ash. And just eating meat isn't good for you, so I brought some vegetables, Ader said with a smile. Wait, I haven't even had a bite of meat yet, Ash replied. Ader continued. Congratulations on completing the first stage, my master. It was a tough one, but you did great. His words made Ash feel a bit shy. Keep up the momentum, my lord. As Ader picked up a tomato from the plate and popped it into his mouth, he shouted excitedly, Your Highness! Ash is eating vegetables! Ash looked at him, confused. What are you doing? Ader kept shouting. There's no meat for his highness, so he's eating veggies. Hearing this, everyone gathered around. We are so sorry, Ash. We're truly sorry, your highness. We were so ignorant. Everyone was teary-eyed, crying out, I can't believe we let the prince, who is famous for only eating meat, have to eat vegetables. Ash looked at them, bewildered. What kind of weird reputation is that? What kind of life did Ash live? For heaven's sake? A soldier shouted, You bastards, hurry up and bring meat to the prince. Bring meat and more wine. And so, the party became more chaotic than ever. Pour more, drink up. Ash was being hugged around the shoulders while having meat stuffed into his mouth. How did it end up like this? I wanted to reflect on today's battle in some dark, quiet corner. But then, he felt a small hand tugging at his coat. Your Highness? He turned around and saw Lily, trembling all over. Lily? Since when did you get so drunk? She burst into tears. Fire me. Please, just fire me, Your Highness. Ash held her hand to comfort her. It's okay. You don't have to work anymore. No one is getting fired during these tough times. Let me pay you well instead. 2 mages walked by, saw her, and recognized Lily. The 2 of them rushed over to comfort her. I wanted to give up anyway. As Ash turned and walked away, he thought, yeah, just take her away. Ash sat down at the table next to Damien. Damien was sitting there drinking. Your Highness, Ash thought, terrified. What now? Damien laughed and said, The water here is a bit bitter. Ash worriedly replied, That's not water. Who gave this kid so much alcohol? Ash glanced over a bit further and saw Lady Jupiter, her face full of mischief as she poured wine into Damien's glass. Ash shouted, Hey, Jupiter, what are you doing to this kid? She looked at him and said calmly, He's not a kid. He's a full-fledged mercenary now. He'll learn to drink, smoke, and burn money. Jupiter closed her eyes and added, He's like my grandson, so I'll train him well. Ash gritted his teeth and said, Why would you teach your own grandson things like that? You really are a scoundrel. Damien leaned heavily on his shoulder, tipsy. Ash looked down at him. How dare you put your hand, no, your head on the prince? You've gotten bolder, haven't you? Damien bowed his head sadly and said, Whenever I'm alone, I keep seeing my dead friend. He reminisced about the past. I can't stop thinking about that day. The guilt of surviving without him is crushing my heart. Damien smiled faintly. But strangely, when I'm by your side, I feel so at peace. That's why when I'm with you, before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed onto the table. It's not because I'm special or great. It's just my passive ability. But I can't tell him that. Jupiter, who was smoking nearby, turned and said to Ash, For some reason, I feel my magic is stronger when I'm under your command. Is that because of your amazing leadership? But Ash thought, It's not because my leadership is good. It's just my unique characteristic and the group's support. This battle was already buffed by 25% power. He felt guilty. But how could I ever say that out loud? Lucas also smiled at Ash. When I'm with you, all my worries vanish, and my body feels so light and agile. It's all thanks to your noble character and your talent as a leader. Ash looked at him and blurted out, Is that why you're always by my side? He replied softly, Perhaps. Ash wondered, Perhaps? What is that supposed to mean? That response doesn't suit your knightly persona at all. After that, everyone slammed their glasses on the table and shouted, To our fallen comrades, to those who survived, to our prince. Ash asked in confusion, What? Why? What is wrong with all of you? Someone spoke up. Your glass is still full, sir, he replied. Because I don't feel well. Everyone shouted in unison. We are truly sorry, Your Highness. We couldn't make you feel better. We've made Prince Ash, who is famous for drinking non-stop for a week, not drink a single drop of wine tonight. He remained silent for a long time. Again? What kind of ridiculous reputation is that? What kind of wild life has this prince lived? Everyone kept shouting, We're dying, please execute us. Ash couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Stop making a scene, you bores. Cut it out and stand up, they urged him. Then please, have a drink. Ash replied. Why should I? He raised his glass and said with a dangerous look, Are you satisfied now? Once you force your commander to drink, Do you know what happens next? Hey, fill the glasses. Everyone's glass was filled to the brim. Then, they all clinked their glasses and cheered. Drink until we drop. As the moon shone in the night sky, we ate, drank, sang, and talked on the night we won. Ash stumbled toward his room, so drunk. He plopped down onto his bed. Ash opened the system to check his inventory. Gotta open all these before I go to sleep. Wow, so many reward chests. He touched the chest to see what was inside. What color are you? A golden light emitted from the chest. Is this a legendary item? Ash stared blankly as he picked up the gloves. Not only SSR, but the highest grade? He smiled, satisfied. Oh my god, an SSR item. Ash angrily threw the gloves against the wall. Damn it, what is this? The most useless among rare equipment. Rank. SSR. Item info. Gambler's gloves. Rank. SSR. Level. 7. Type. Gauntlet. Attack. Less than 777. Durability. 7 out of 7. Every stat is boosted by 1%. Your luck is good today, the whispers of gamblers. He yelled. Useless gambler's gloves. These gloves cause damage based on luck. I used them a few times for fun during the game, but they're useless in real combat. A moment later, he walked over to where the gloves had fallen on the floor. Well, something is better than nothing. Ash picked them up and put them on. Can't throw them away, can't give them away. Being rank SSR, at least they look pretty good. He made a grimace while looking at them. When I need it, it'll hit the jackpot. Gotta be optimistic, gotta be optimistic. But Ash still couldn't bring himself to like them. Damn it, if I could just pull some good stuff or hack my level, I'd be set for life. Ash asked in confusion. What's going on? Why are you all acting like this? Someone spoke up. Your glass is still full, my lord. Ash replied. It's just that I don't feel well. Everyone shouted in unison. We sincerely apologize. Your Highness, we couldn't make you feel better. We have failed you, Prince Ash. He was famous for drinking continuously for a week, without missing a single drop of alcohol. He fell silent for a long moment. Again? What kind of ridiculous reputation is this? Just what kind of wild life did this prince live? Everyone kept shouting. We are dying. Please execute us. Ash couldn't take it anymore and snapped. Enough with the drama, you brutes. Stop it right now and stand up. They invited him. Then please, have a drink, sir. Ash replied. Why should I drink? He lifted his glass and said with a dangerous expression, Are you satisfied now? Once you force your commander to drink, do you know what happens next? Hey, fill these glasses up. Everyone's glass was filled. Then they all raised them, cheered, and drank as if they were going to die. As the moon shone in the night sky, we ate, drank, sang, and talked on that night of victory. Ash staggered back to his room, feeling quite drunk, and flopped onto his bed. Ash opened the system to check his loot. Got to open all this before going to sleep. Wow, lots of chests today. He touched a chest to check it. What color are you? A golden light emitted from the chest. Could it be a legendary item? Ash looked stunned as he picked up the gloves. Not only is it SSR, but it's the highest tier item? He smiled in satisfaction. Oh my god, an SSR item. Ash then angrily threw the gloves against the wall. Damn it. What is this? The most useless of the rare equipment. The SSR Luck Gloves. Item info. Luck Gloves. SSR rank. Level 7. Glove type. Melee attack less than 707. Durability 7 out of 7. Each stat is boosted by 1% depending on luck. Today's luck is good. The whispers of gamblers. He shouted. Luck gloves? You're trash. These gloves deal damage based on a gamble. I've used them a few times just for laughs, but these are useless in real combat. A moment later, he walked over to where the gloves had fallen on the floor. Well, something is better than nothing. Ash picked them up and put them on. Can't throw them away, can't give them away. Being SSR rank, at least they look pretty good. He made a face while looking at them. When needed, they'll hit the jackpot. Gotta be optimistic. Be optimistic. But Ash still couldn't stand it. Damn it, if I had just pulled some good gear or level up hacks, my life would have changed. He let out a helpless cry. He couldn't understand how he could be so optimistic, even though he'd obtained a rare golden item. Still, he just stared at the ceiling before turning over. He tossed and turned until morning, then turned to face south. The scene shifted to late the next afternoon. Ash felt dizzy and had to brace himself against the doorframe to step out. Lucas greeted him with heavy bags under his eyes. His face looked just as exhausted as Ash's. Good morning, my lord. Wishing you a pleasant morning. Ash looked at Lucas and asked, Are you all right? You should be getting some rest during the morning hours. Lucas wiped his face and replied, As your guard, how could I? Ash looked at him and thought, looks like he's had a bit too much to drink. Ader walked out carrying a tea tray and greeted them both. Good morning, everyone. Ash turned to him, unable to help but exclaim, how is this guy always so energetic? Ader cheerfully invited the two of them over. Ash and Lucas stared at the tea tray with longing eyes. Here, warm honey tea. Drink up, both of you. Afterward, Ader, Ash, and Lucas returned to the battlefield, where the Magic Knight's giant blade was still stuck in the castle gate. Ash crossed his arms and asked, with just this, we can't even stop the wild beasts, let alone the monsters. How long will it take to fix this? The mage replied, it will likely take more than 2 weeks, sir. The most important task was to lift that sword. A system notification appeared. Phase 1. Mission start. Countdown begins. 9 days, 20 seconds. Afterward, he turned to Lucas. The able-bodied soldiers will assist with building the gate wall starting tomorrow. Lucas nodded. Understood, my lord. Very well, my lord. Ash gave instructions. Get it done as quickly as possible for me. He turned to the other person and asked, Ader, how is the situation with the reinforcements? Ader replied, a nearby city will send troops soon. The soldiers deployed to the central area will return by tomorrow, sir. Ash pondered. So, I'll have to wait until tomorrow to see how things progress. I can handle other tasks on my own, but I can't manage the reinforcements alone. Well, I hope the reinforcements get here safely, Ash said. Good job, Ader. If there's any emergency, make sure to report back to me. He continued. Where is Lucas? While we wait, let's get some work done. Lucas asked. What do you mean, my lord? Ash said confidently. The dungeon. We're going to destroy that monster nest. Lucas asked, feeling a bit worried. Are we going to teleport to the Black Lake like last time, sir? Ash replied. That's right, Lucas. But this time, we're heading to the bottom of the lake with the remaining troops. It was time to turn the gamer into a dungeon raider. By evening, after discussing it with the group, Ash shouted, all right, that's enough for today. Go eat and get some good sleep. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Everyone left the meeting room. As for the other team members, I only told them, we're just going on an expedition tomorrow morning. Seeing is believing, so let them witness it themselves to save me from a long explanation. Damien pushed Lily's wheelchair out of the room. I will see you later, my lord. Ash felt a bit guilty. Sorry, Lily, but the dungeon requires 5 people. Afterward, he turned to Ader. Prepare the supplies thoroughly for the expedition. Ader dragged out his response. And what should I prepare, sir? Ash said sternly. Food, camping gear, and plenty of medical supplies. And also, Ader listened intently. Prepare lighting. Bring portable lanterns and potions. Bring anything that glows. The scene shifted to the next morning in the royal courtyard. Jupiter tagged along with the supplies and couldn't help but wonder. This seems serious. Where are we going? Ash used a levitation spell to lift some stones into the air. You'll know soon enough. Then, the stones arranged themselves into a gate. Jupiter gasped in astonishment. Is this teleportation magic? She looked at it and said, this has been lost for hundreds of years. How is this possible? Ash thought. If you explore more, you'll find the answer yourself. He turned to everyone and said, we will teleport from here to the monster's lair at the bottom of the Black Lake. Everyone listened to him seriously. Lily was crying. The bottom of the Black Lake is the monster's kingdom. We will clear that place out and find the reason why monsters appear from there. This is the only way to end their invasion forever. Eliminating the source of the monsters is the true purpose of this game. Ash operated the system interface to teleport, selecting the lakeshore as the destination. He said, I'll summarize it for everyone while we're on our way. Now, follow me. Suddenly, Lucas interjected. My lord, please let your humble servant go first. Before Lucas could even react, Ash had already stepped into the gate. Bye. I told you it was safe. A system notification appeared. Downloading teleportation. Tip. Characters gain strength by leveling up. You can level up through experience, and experience can be earned through all battles. Ash was annoyed. Are there no more useful tips than that? Stating the obvious, everyone stepped through the gate and reached the destination. Jupiter was confused. Where is this? She wondered. Is this really that lake? Ash turned to ask her, have you been here before, Jupiter? She replied, her voice choked with emotion. 20 years ago, when the royal troops were stationed at that junction, we received orders to pollute this lake. Ash replied, trying to pollute a lake this big with mud? I guess they had a really stupid commander 20 years ago, too. Jupiter recounted, the entire mage division was mobilized, and we tried using magic to bring mud, to fill this lake completely. Ash asked, and then what happened? She replied, This lake couldn't be filled. No matter how much mud, dirt, and rock we poured in, the lake just soaked it all up. She frowned and said, and some rumors started spreading through the royal army, that the lake was a connection to hell. After the first week of the campaign, monsters started appearing in massive numbers, and the army was defeated. The plan fell apart. This is the first time I've been near this lake since then. Ash spoke up to encourage her. Stay strong, Jupiter, he said, because we're going even deeper than this. A notification appeared. Do you want to enter the kingdom at the bottom of the lake? He pressed yes. It was clear. A red warning screen appeared. Warning. You cannot turn back until you reach the next waypoint. Do you still want to continue? He calmly scoffed. Who do you think I am? Do you think this is my first time playing a game? After he pressed confirm, the jet black water began to swirl. Ash looked at it. This is the entrance to the dungeon. He shouted. All right, let's go. Then, Ash and the others jumped into the swirling water. A notification appeared. Loading. You are entering the dungeon. Carelessness is the biggest reason for failure, so always stay alert in every situation. My first impression is that it's way too dark. It's pitch black. I can't see a thing. There's some kind of sound in the darkness, as if the shadows are closing in. It seems like Lucas is calling out. Master? Master, where are you? Master, I'm right here. Don't panic, everyone. Stay calm. Light it up. Finally, they landed at the bottom of the lake, and Lucas held up a torch. Everyone was holding either a lantern or a torch. Lily cast a fire spell to illuminate the area. A moment later, the light spread further, and she screamed in shock. What is that? Lucas and Jupiter were also extremely startled. He asked, Master, what is this place? Ash replied, This is a trapped kingdom. A kingdom at the bottom of the lake, an underwater dungeon. He stared at the city gate in front of them. This is also home to the monsters we've been tearing to shreds. Ash's group stopped in front of the massive gate. At the kingdom under the lake, Ash gently reached out his hand, thinking, I can breathe, and I don't feel any difficulty moving at all. He observed his surroundings. Perhaps it's thanks to the ancient magic blanketing this entire city. Lily couldn't help but be amazed. How can there be a city this big, under the lake, and we can move around so easily? Lucas suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, Shh, someone is coming. Indeed, there was a pair of footsteps from an unknown person. They walked very softly. The group turned to look at the stranger. She had long white hair and wore a black cloak. Ash gripped Lily's wheelchair tightly and said to the group, Everyone, stay calm. That's not an enemy. This is our first time entering a trial space, so that must be an NPC guide. The stranger walked up and asked softly, Are you treasure hunters looking for treasure in the kingdom at the bottom of the lake? Ash stared at the person in front of him. What? She looked up and said to him, This place doesn't have what you're looking for. Return to the surface while you still can. Ash thought cautiously. I've never seen her before. Does this NPC exist in the game? He pondered. The Inferno is a trial space located at the bottom of the lake, with about 100 NPCs living here. This is the moment when a random NPC appears to provide guidance. Ash stared at her. I've played this game over and over, 742 times, and yet, this is my first time meeting this NPC. Anyway, let's just keep going. A moment later, he spoke up. We are from the surface. Our goal is to destroy the source of the monsters. The stranger looked at him coldly. Ash stated firmly, Because of the number of monsters flooding out from this place, the world above has to suffer. We are here to end that. The stranger said coldly, The nightmare of the kingdom at the bottom of the lake will never end. No one can break this nightmare. It will exist forever. She added, Many great warriors and countless heroes have tried to break the curse of this place, but they all failed. The stranger said indifferently, Do not step into this dark place. While it is not yet too late, hurry back to the surface. There were rustling sounds. Before you are swallowed by this abyss, before you fall into madness and regret. Ash was silent, suddenly thinking, If I were really going to turn back because of words like these, I would have given up and returned to Earth a long time ago. He spoke up. I am the leader of Crossroad, the defensive city tasked with stopping the monsters. I have a duty to protect this fortress and protect all the citizens from the monsters. Ash looked her straight in the face and said, I do not fear the darkness. We must enter this city and destroy the source of the monsters here. His voice echoed throughout this dark place. That is the reason we have traveled a long way to get here. But all the doors are locked, so we cannot enter the city. Ash tried to ask, If there is another path, could you point it out for us? The stranger looked at him coldly. Then she replied, Very well. I also want to see if those words truly come from courage or just the foolishness of a simpleton. The stranger walked ahead to lead the way. Follow me to the city entrance. Ash asked. What should I call you? What is your name? She stopped and turned her head slightly to answer. I have forgotten my own name, the stranger said softly. If you must call me something, just consider my name to be Mumium. It had been 10 minutes since they had been walking around the city following Mumium's directions. Lucas suddenly spoke up to intervene. We cannot trust the word of someone of unknown identity. This is a trap. Ash held the lamp and said, It's fine. It's fine. Just go with it for now. Are you a cuckoo clock or something? You grumble every 5 minutes. The group followed one after another. Suddenly, Mumium stopped. Right here. She glanced at Ash and said softly, If you go from here, you can enter the city. He looked around the place. She replied, It's the underground drainage system. Be careful, the path is slippery. So, they crouched and followed the narrow sewer for 5 minutes. Ash held the lamp and ducked to pass through the sewer. At the first area, the dry sewer, they finally reached the first area of the trial, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake. Ash observed his surroundings and spoke up. This is where all the drainage pipes connect. All the pipes are dry, not a single drop of water. After that, he summoned some stones. Ash arranged the stones to create a teleportation gate. The system notified. First area, dry sewer. You have entered the safe zone. Ash thought, a safe zone exists here too? It's a safe area where monsters cannot intrude. Simply put, this is a save point in a new area. You can teleport back and forth here thanks to the teleportation gate. He opened the system menu. Next time, we can continue right from here. The screen displayed teleportation information. Select your destination. Port, sewer, forbidden zone. Lily suddenly screamed in alarm. Sir, can I go home, please? Ash tried to reassure her. Come on now. Do you think we brought all this stuff just to stop here? Mumium spoke up. I will stop here. From here on out, go wherever you like. Ash turned to her and said, Thank you for leading the way, Mumium. She added, I warn you, the kingdom at the bottom of the lake has been completely swallowed by the nightmare. Mumium said, The further you go, the thicker the darkness will become, and the monsters will be even more ferocious. She looked at Ash. If you truly must enter the abyss regardless of the cost, this is my advice, she warned him. Never let the light go out. Az remained silent for a moment before saying her final words. I hope you are all blessed on the path ahead. Mumium turned and walked away. Lucas asked in confusion, Who was that woman? How could she live in this underwater city? Az sighed, I have no idea. Damien looked around with some fear. The Prince of Darkness, this place is so strange. Even with these eyes of mine, I still can't see what lies ahead. It's like the darkness itself is breathing, Damien remarked, then asked, But how can that woman walk around without a torch? Az pondered for a moment. I can't answer that. He thought to himself that this place was full of secrets that even he, who had cleared every level, didn't know. But he knew one thing for sure. Az said firmly, We will meet her again. When we do, we'll ask her. We'll reunite at the bottom of this lake, as enemies or friends. It doesn't matter. He turned to the group and asked, Is everyone ready? They had equipped everything necessary for themselves at the safe point. The system announced, Area 1, Dry Sewer, Completion Progress, Normal Area 0 out of 3, Boss Area 0 out of 1. Az told the group, With our party's level, handling this won't be a problem. He signaled to keep moving. Lucas followed behind. This is the corridor leading to the drainage gate, Lucas said. He looked around and asked, How long is this? Az replied, We'll reach the end soon. A challenge area usually consists of rooms and paths. You can find items, fight enemies, or talk to NPCs in these zones. And then, the event happened in the first room. A giant, hideous sewer rat suddenly appeared, letting out a fierce, guttural screech. The system warned, Swarm of rats surrounding the group. Eliminate the enemies. Dry sewer. Area 1. Level 3. There were 14 giant sewer rats. Az looked at them and gave a confident smile. You couldn't be careless with giant sewer rats because of their numbers, but they weren't exactly a difficult opponent. Then, Lily shrieked, Rats? Az was helpless. Why was she afraid of so many things? Then, Az raised his hand to give orders. Lucas, you take the front, keep your distance, and only strike the ones that get close. Lucas gripped his sword and charged. Yes, my lord. Then, as ordered, Damien, they're tough, they're really tough. So aim for their eyes or necks, he replied. Understood, Prince. Az turned to Jupiter and Lily. Save your mana. Only attack the ones that get past Lucas's defensive line. He thought he would just sit back and watch. Lucas swung his sword, easily hacking through the rats. Damien focused on using magic, and the rats fell, one by one. A moment later, the swarm was wiped out. Az praised them. Well done, everyone. That wasn't hard at all, Damien said. It was easier than I had worried about. Lucas turned to ask, There were 13, my lord. Should I collect the 10 magic stones? Az replied, No need. Their rank isn't worth much, and there aren't many. Suddenly, he paused. 13? According to the window, there were 14. Sure enough, one rat had slipped through and was crawling on the wall right behind Az's back. He turned around, and it immediately lunged, trying to bite him. Caught off guard, Az let out a panicked shout as the rat flew toward him. Suddenly, a screen notification popped up. Jackpot. He used his gotcha glove to deliver a punch right to the rat's mouth. It sent the rat flying 10 meters away, and it died on the spot. Damien's jaw dropped. Az looked at his own hands in surprise. A one-hit kill, and he got over 100 points. Truly, doing good deeds brings good luck. Lucas rushed over. Your Highness, are you okay? He replied. I'm fine. What was that just now? Lucas asked. How could you finish that monster in one hit? Az thought, his expression serious. He couldn't tell him that every time he won, he got boxes, and when he opened one, he got a glove. He tried to come up with a reasonable answer. Well, that was the prince's punch. Lucas was confused. The prince's punch? Az stammered. That's right, the prince's punch. You've never heard of it? Az broke out in a cold sweat, forced to make things up. When a member of the royal family falls into an emergency, we can awaken a super ability, but only a few times. That's how it is. Please accept that answer, and let's keep moving. Lucas's eyes lit up. That's amazing. However, Az thought that everyone except Lucas still didn't seem convinced. But we kept moving anyway. Fortunately, they were quite quick-witted. The system notified, Sewer, Area 2. This room was empty. Az stood in the middle and instructed everyone. There must be something hidden here. Search carefully. Damien noticed something. There's something here, Az said excitedly. Go for it, Damien. I'm counting on you. He exclaimed. Your Highness, it's a treasure chest. Az praised him. Well done. But be careful. This could be a trap disguised as a chest. No sooner had he finished speaking than Jupiter flew over and snatched the chest. The greedy character trait had been activated. He shouted in his heart, This greedy old woman. What if it's a trap? She opened the chest, and nothing scary jumped out. Seeing that, Az breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, it was a treasure chest. After a moment, Jupiter spoke to him seriously. My apologies. Whenever I smell money, I lose control of myself, she said happily. Here, I'd like to return this chest to you, Your Highness. Az was speechless. Hey, old lady, do you think I can't see the thing in your bag? Suddenly, a red notification appeared. Eliminate the enemies. Sewer, Area 1. Level 3. Giant sewer rats. The group stared at the next swarm. After easily clearing the third round, Az stopped. They had finally reached the final room. In front of the group stood a tall, sturdy door. Next was the boss room. Az turned to everyone. After we take it down, we can go home, so keep up the good work. The door slowly creaked open, and they stepped into the room. The room was filled with heaps of dead rats. Az frowned, covering his nose with his hand. What the hell? The smell of blood? Far away, a figure was sitting with their back to him. The person muttered, Pesky mice, there is no escape for you mice. The figure revealed a hand with sharp claws, crushing a rat. I have to kill all these sewer rats. The giant rat is still saying I need to exterminate the rats at the source. I need to clear out these rats. It tilted its head back and roared. Make the kingdom under the lake clean. Truly clean. Damien stared in confusion at the rat person. A monster that can speak human language? Suddenly, its ears twitched as if it heard a noise. It turned its head in anger. What? Are there still rats alive? The glowing red system screen appeared. Defeat the sewer boss. Area boss level 15. Giant rat, the manager of the sewer system. It roared ferociously. No matter how many I kill, the rats are everywhere. Damn rats. Ash was just as confused as Valet, the manager of the sewer system. Why does a rat have a human name? Ash charged at the group. I'll kill you all. Damien's eyes widened. No, I need to say something. Lily screamed in fear and unleashed fire at the rat person. The flames engulfed its body. The rat person yelled, Hot! Too hot! As it shouted, it used a skill. Stay away from me. The rat person was quickly charred by the flames. It cried out in resentment. You damned rats. Jupiter, losing patience, summoned lightning. That's enough out of you. She shot a bolt of lightning through the rat person. Good night. Its body convulsed violently. After that hit, the rat person slowly collapsed. I need to clean up the rats. Only now was it truly done for, Ash exclaimed. That was fast. Thanks to the combination of the two mages, lightning and fire, the boss was taken down easily. The characteristic of monsters in the early stages is that they have little magical defense. If we had only used physical attacks, the last fight would have been much harder. Lily, now panicked, tugged at his cloak, pleading, "We're going home now, right, Your Highness?" Ash turned to try and answer. "Soon. Are you scared?" she replied. "The whole room is filled with rat corpses. How could I not be scared?" She pointed to the charred remains of the rat person. The group walked to a chest at the end of the room. A treasure chest notification appeared. Ash, having learned his lesson, turned and ordered, "Lucas, hold Jupiter back." Lucas nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." Then, Lucas carried her away. Jupiter struggled and shouted, "Put me down, Lucas. Show some respect for your elders." Ash bowed his head to look at the chest. "Let's see." He pulled a sword from the chest with an extremely excited expression. The system displayed its information. Assassin, level 15. Type, longsword. Attack, 20 to 25. Durability, 20 to 25. When attacking a rat monster, damage increases by 25%. Kill the rats. Kill the rats. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Ash thought, this will be very useful. Ash turned and called out, "Lucas, here." Lucas took the sword with both hands and said happily, "Thank you, Your Highness." Ash added, "It's still not good enough to replace your standard sword, but just keep it. I'll use it later." Lucas said, "Yes." Then, he bent down to take the items in the chest. "Isn't there one more?" "Here it is." The system announced, "Summoning Scroll, Automatic Sentry Defense." Ash thought, "This is definitely the item that drops in Area 1. I came here for this, and it's no exaggeration to say we've collected all the rewards. There's no reason to stay here anymore." Ash excitedly told everyone, "All right, let's get out of here." Lily cheered, "Hooray!" A notification appeared. Mission accomplished. The first area, the dried sewer, was finished. The group headed to the next location. After going through the hallway connected to the boss room, they were out of the sewer. Ash looked ahead in surprise. From this point on, they were inside the kingdom, under the lake. Ash looked at the city in front of him in awe. These are the streets of a prosperous city. Even the alleyways look like this. A city that reached the level of a miniature magical society. This is the true nature of the kingdom under the lake. Abandoned, yet developed to this level. But there wasn't a glimmer of light. No living creature was present here. The city was submerged in darkness and death. In the middle of the street, only the streetlights emitted a dim glow. The scene looked incredibly lonely. As usual, Ash summoned a teleportation gate in this area. The system screen appeared. Area 2, Safe Zone, Secret Alley, has been unlocked. However, the system issued a warning. You cannot enter this area yet. He paused for a moment and thought, well, I didn't plan on going there today anyway. There's still much to explore in this area. Then, Ash turned to everyone and said, "You all did well. We'll stop here for today." He opened the system and selected a destination, King's Manor. Ash looked at everyone and said, "All right, let's go. Let's head home." A notification appeared. Free exploration completed. Your rewards have been sent to your inventory. Then, the screen displayed the character information. Character leveling, Ash level 9, Lily level 20, Damien level 21. Far away, under the dim light, a figure in a black cloak stood there. That person muttered to himself, "So, he's the final player, huh? He traveled a long way to get here." That person picked up a flute and played a melody. Its tune attracted a swarm of rats. That person wore a clown mask and said, "Please forgive our sins." He stood brazenly amidst the rats. Everything is just for the kingdom under the lake. Everyone was standing in front of a teleportation gate that constantly emitted blinding light. Ash turned his head, his shining eyes directed at everyone. Then he said excitedly, "You all did great. Enjoy the rest of the night." Hearing him say that, Lily slowly relaxed her body. She yawned wearily, while Jupiter closed her eyes in exhaustion. She slowly brought a cigarette to her mouth and said, "Good, I'm glad. Who would have thought that a whole city like this would be under the lake? I can't even imagine the things that have happened." Saying this, she suddenly raised her sharp eyes. Then, in a deep voice, she added, "Moreover, that darkness." She stopped abruptly and thought to herself, "That darkness is too abnormal." Thinking this, Jupiter turned to Ash and asked respectfully, "Is there anything else you need us to do, Your Highness?" Hearing her ask that, Ash thought for a long time, then replied, "Not for now." Finished speaking, Ash fell into deep thought. He mused, "Although I have completed the entire game, there is no clue about the current state of the kingdom under the lake at all." Thinking of this, he stopped, then instinctively thought, "But this time, I have a premonition." He imagined the scene of a castle covered in thick fog and simultaneously thought, a premonition that I need to go to that place and get to the truth of this. After thinking it over, Ash made a silent decision. Fine then, he said aloud to everyone. We'll just have to deal with it one step at a time. Hearing Ash, Jupiter smiled faintly. Sounds like sleep will be hard to come by tonight, he said. Might as well have a few drinks. Lily immediately raised her hand, her voice full of excitement mixed with a bit of worry. Me too, I'm coming along. Count Jupiter. I don't think I'll be able to sleep either. Hearing Lily, Jupiter responded with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence. Very well, my lady. Let me take you to my favorite tavern. He gently pushed her wheelchair as they left. Seeing this from a distance, Ash felt his heart warm. They get along quite well, he thought. Damien smiled sheepishly and spoke to Ash. I think I'll head back to the temple. Even though I heard about the darkness, I'm honestly a bit scared. He bowed his head awkwardly and continued, if I can pray, I'm sure I'll feel less afraid. Seeing this, Ash softened his voice. All right, go get some rest, Damien. Once he said that, Ash turned to Lucas and said, let's head inside. We should get some rest too. Lucas immediately responded respectfully, yes, my lord. The two of them then walked on, under the bright, glowing moon high above. Suddenly, Lucas asked politely, Your Highness, we aren't going back into that place again, are we? Ash answered immediately, no, not until the next defense. Why is that? Lucas asked, confused by Ash's response. Shouldn't we go scout ahead first? Hearing this, Ash realized what he meant. That, he said. Pausing for a moment, Ash turned to Lucas and smiled slightly. That's already been taken care of. Lucas was stunned. Pardon? Seeing his surprise, Ash explained, the monsters that will attack us here are rat zombies. This type of monster is a specialty of the kingdom under the lake. Ash recalled the scene of their encounter with the rats earlier. First, they will swarm the expedition area. Once they reach a certain density, they will start multiplying rapidly, then leave the lake and head straight for our city. At this point, his voice turned serious. The monsters we clashed with during the expedition will be our opponents in the next defense. After hearing Ash's explanation, Lucas understood. I see, he replied. The two chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had returned home. As the door opened, Ash's voice rang out. We're home. Ader, have you prepared the food and baths yet? Hearing that familiar voice, Ader immediately ran downstairs. He sounded frantic. Oh my God, my lord, there's a problem, a big problem. Ash asked helplessly. What is it now? Ader's expression turned grave in an instant. There won't be any reinforcements. Hearing this, Ash sighed, looking confused. Seeing that, Ader became even more frantic and explained loudly. The central government and all the surrounding cities say they cannot send their reinforcements here. Hearing this, Ash stood frozen, shocked. How can that be? Amidst this tense situation, a loud noise came from Lucas's stomach. Lucas bowed his head in embarrassment and said politely, My apologies, Your Highness. Ash looked at Lucas intently and thought to himself, now isn't the time to be dwelling on news like this. It can't be solved immediately anyway. With that thought, Ash said aloud, Whatever. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Bring out the food. After a night's rest, the next morning, Ash asked sternly, What do you mean there are no reinforcements? Ader nervously scratched his head and replied, There's a war going on at the Western Front, so the Empire has to focus on handling that. Ash lost patience and asked, And seeing that, Ader answered immediately, They are pulling troops from everywhere to deploy to that battlefield, so it's normal that they aren't sending anything here. Ash frowned, thinking to himself that something didn't add up. The Empire is always at war, he thought. No matter the day or season, we are always picking fights with our neighbors. He unconsciously clasped his hands together, resting them on his chin, and continued to think, why would they mobilize the entire Southern Army right now, just as I'm requesting support? With that, he asked, What about mercenaries? Could you hire anyone? Ader hesitated. We tried, but there aren't many new members left. So, suddenly, as if remembering something, Ader added, The last battle was only a few days ago, so asking for mercenaries so frequently is impossible. Ash held his head in his hands, thinking, What am I supposed to do? Just then, Ader smirked strangely. Seeing him like that, Ash irritably stepped forward, grabbed his face with one hand, and snapped, What is it? Is it funny? Do you have a way to recruit more soldiers or what? Ader was terrified for a moment. He struggled to open his mouth and replied, Yes, there is, but it won't be pleasant. Ash seemed to lose his patience. His face darkened as he roared, Do you think I care? The monsters are almost here to wipe us out. Spit out your method of recruiting already. Suddenly, a dangerous glint flashed in Ader's eyes. He replied in a low voice, "Fine. If that's what you want, follow me." Ash, Ader, and Lucas prepared their horses and gathered in the courtyard. Once they had mounted, Lucas asked, "Secretary Ader, where are we headed?" Ader turned to Lucas calmly and replied, "To find the previous lord." Everyone was stunned to hear this. Then, Ader smiled thinly and added, "We are going to the home of the warlord, Cross." Lucas asked, "What is a warlord?" Ader replied, "To put it simply, it's the count responsible for guarding the front lines, tasked with protecting the entire front from enemy nations, monsters, and natural disasters. The warlord has higher authority than a count. Normally speaking, they aren't just rural nobles. They are military commanders with the mission to protect an entire region." Amidst the sound of horse hooves, Ader's voice remained steady. He continued, "Since the first days people arrived in Cross Road, the warlord Cross has been the one managing this whole region." Ash and Lucas listened as Ader explained. Even the fortress was named after that warlord. He paused for a moment before continuing. "The road was created by the Cross family, and the fortress sitting on this road is called Cross Road." His words painted a vivid picture. A path lined with the flags of House Cross leads to a sturdy fortress. As Ader continues, he has protected this place since the very beginning, and he comes from a legendary bloodline. Hearing this, Ash turns to Ader and asks, "Then why did he step down?" He immediately falls into deep thought. The southern front is a long way from the capital. To be honest, his authority here is even greater than the Emperor's, he thinks to himself, pausing for a moment. Yet, he chose to pledge allegiance to the royal family and became part of the Empire. That is also the reason why Ash became the new commander of this region. Contemplating this, he bows his head slightly, wondering, he gave up a land passed down through generations? But why? Hearing Ash's question, Ader turns to him with a smile and replies, "The situation back then was quite complicated. Once you hear it directly from him, you'll understand. I'm not sure how much time has passed." Finally, they arrive at a path leading to a large house. Ader, who is in the lead, exclaims, "We're here. This is the place." The three of them dismount. They walk slowly toward the house. As they walk, Ader explains, "General Cross had this place built as a retreat. After resigning, he returned here. From the outside, the house looks quite run down. Wild bushes are overgrown, and vines cover everything." Ash stares at the old gate, choked with vines, and asks, "Does anyone actually live here?" Hearing that, Ader smiles brightly and replies, "Of course, I still send him supplies regularly." From inside the house, an elderly man with white hair and a long silver beard steps out and shouts, "Who's there?" After speaking, he becomes even angrier. His face turns red, his hand tightens around the bottle of liquor in his grip, and he bellows, "How dare you wretches come here? Get lost, get out of my house." Hearing the familiar voice, Ader beams with joy, runs toward Charon, and says with a smile, "It's been a while, sir. It's me, Ader." Seeing that it's Ader, the old man calms down instantly and replies in a softer tone, "My friend, it has been a long time, hasn't it?" After looking at the old man in front of him, Ash can hardly believe his eyes and thinks to himself, "This drunken old man is General Charon Cross, the former lord of this city?" Ash observes him carefully and thinks, "I can't believe it. No wonder he had to retire." Ader approaches General Cross and says excitedly, "Come on, General, guess who I brought to see you?" Hearing this, the old man asks in surprise, "Guests? Didn't I tell you never to let anyone find me again?" Seeing him act this way, Ader says in a coaxing tone, "Just try talking to them, please, just for a little while." With that, he turns around, gestures toward Ash, and introduces him with gravity. "Look here, the newly appointed commander, His Highness, Prince Ash Bond Hunter Everblack." Hearing Ader, Ash raises his hand, clears his throat, and offers a sincere smile. He begins, "It is an honor to meet you, General Cross. I am the youngest son of the Holy Emperor and the newly appointed Lord of Cross. At the same time, he thinks to himself, "Even though I'm a tyrant, I can't be rude to the general." He gives a faint smile. His handsome face glows with pride. Though he thinks, "This is quite awkward. But etiquette is necessary. It's like a new recruit meeting his superior," he muses. Feeling a bit more confident, he continues, "I am here today, too." As soon as Ash finishes, General Charon Cross shouts, "Get lost." Ash is left stunned and exclaims, "What?" Hearing that, Charon becomes even more irritated and bellows, "I said get lost. Are you deaf?" Seeing him act like this, Ash begins to feel his own anger rising. He grumbles to himself, "Okay, that's crossing the line." Suddenly, he thinks, The Everblack Empire is a nation with a strict monarchy. Even if he used to rule this place, how dare he be so disrespectful to a prince? Not to mention, he wants to kick me out? Thinking of this, Ash's anger erupts. He glares and shouts, "That is far too rude, General." After a pause, he continues, "Let me remind you of your rank compared to before he can finish." General Sharon Cross draws two heavy weapons, leaving Ash speechless for a moment. Then, he softens his tone and adds, "Forget it." He slowly turns to walk away, thinking to himself, the Everblack Empire is so harsh. What kind of people point weapons at royalty? Suddenly, General Cross brandishes his weapons and rushes toward Ash, shouting, "Get lost." Seeing him act this way, Ash finds the answer to his own thoughts. It's a complete dead end, isn't it? My parents always taught me not to mess with madmen. Damn it, General Charon Cross's irritated voice rings out again. While I'm still talking, get lost. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly tense, Ader quickly intervenes. He says hurriedly, "I will return later, General. I hope we can have a proper conversation then." After all, three of them leave the courtyard. General Cross still stands by the gate and shouts, "Don't you dare come back here. Leave me in peace. Understand?" Hearing the old man's disrespectful words, Lucas can hardly contain his rage. He grips the hilt of his sword tightly, itching to charge in and challenge him to a fight. Seeing this, Ash helplessly holds him back and coaxes him in a soft voice, calm down, calm down." Then, Ash thinks to himself, General Cross, full name Charon Cross, a character who never appeared in the game. Suddenly, a heroic image of a female warrior flashes through Ash's mind. He continues to think, but the reason I remember him is because he is the father of the strongest tanker in the game, Evangeline Cross. With her top-tier skills, she is one of the most popular SSL characters in the game. Thinking for a moment, Ash silently decides he must find a way to get on this old man's side. Will I have a chance to gotcha an SS rank? After that, all three mount their horses and leave the general's house. Suddenly, Ash asks Ader, "So, how will the old man handle the military situation?" Hearing this, Ader replies, "General Cross has his own private army, elite warriors who have sworn lifelong loyalty to him. If we can persuade the general, the military issue, things would be easier that way." Seeing this, Ash subconsciously brought a hand to his chin, frowning in thought, and said aloud, "I have to win him over by any means necessary. But if we just talk, I'll get beaten up. Meeting face to face is even harder." After hearing Ash's concerns, Ader immediately turned to him and said, "I have an idea." Hearing Ader say that, Ash was surprised and asked, "Let's hear it." Ader smiled and replied, "Sometimes, only drinking buddies can truly understand each other's feelings." Ader mimed, holding a glass and drinking as he spoke. Hearing this, Ash sighed gloomily. Damn it all. At the same time, he thought to himself, I want to live a clean and noble life, but this world won't let me. Then, in the twilight, Ash returned to the home of Duke Cross all by himself. As soon as he arrived, he cheerfully called out, "Duke, are you there?" The Duke opened the door and saw him once again. Charon Cross shouted angrily, "Are you tired of living? I already warned you, boy, never come near here again." Suddenly, he was distracted by the cart filled with goods Ash had brought. He asked, "What is that?" Seeing Sharin ask, Ash pulled back the cloth covering it, revealing the gold and silver underneath. He calmly replied, "What else could it be?" He then flashed a brighter smile and added, "It's your favorite thing." Ash was a wild scoundrel, a playboy prince who only cared about parties and drinking, a disgrace everywhere he went. There was no way such a guy would show up in the countryside empty-handed. Of course, he would bring plenty of expensive drinks. Ash picked up a bottle of liquor, gave it a gentle shake in front of him, and smiled as he said, "Let's have a drink, Duke." He paused for a moment, then added in a playful tone, "Or would you rather not?" Charon cried out in panic, "No, no. Who said I didn't want to?" He stared longingly at the precious bottle in Ash's hand, unable to suppress his cravings, and quickly added, "Come on in, Your Highness. Bring all of that inside with you." Ash chuckled internally at the Duke's 180-degree attitude change. He thought to himself, lucky for me, he's so predictable. At that same moment, somewhere else, Lily was sleeping soundly in her soft bed. As if she felt that devious laugh, she instinctively frowned and shivered slightly. Back at the house of Duke Charon Cross, Charon pushed the door open and said, "This way." After speaking, he stepped forward to lead the way. Ash followed behind, pulling the cart filled with gold and silver. As he stepped inside the house, he whispered to himself, "Damn it." Every step he took, he bumped into empty wine bottles rolling on the floor. He groaned in annoyance. Oh my God. Ash couldn't help but frown, and immediately used his hand to cover his nose and mouth, thinking with disgust, it reeks of alcohol. He's not just a casual drinker, he's a full-blown alcoholic. After entering the house, Shirin prepared 2 intricately carved glass cups, placed them on the table, and said, "It's been a long time since I've had a drink with anyone." Ash bowed his head, looked at the cup Charon pushed toward him, and asked suspiciously, "Is this cup even clean?" Charon replied helplessly, "Even if the house is as dirty as a pigsty, the glass must be clean. Isn't that the only way to respect the wine?" With that, Charon quickly grabbed the bottle Ash had placed on the table and said excitedly, "Let's see what you've brought me." He lifted the precious bottle, carefully read the words printed on it, and gasped in shock. "Royal Whiskey, the first year of the Peacemaker? Oh, my God, this is priceless. Peacemaker is the current emperor's middle name. That means this bottle was created the year the emperor ascended to the throne. That also meant it cost a fortune." Afterward, Ash opened the bottle and elegantly poured it into Charin's glass. At that moment, he thought, "I've brought you this expensive drink, so please, be good to me." Thinking that, Ash watched Charin's expression, believing that was the message his action sent. Watching him raise his glass to drink, Ash slowly lifted his own and said, "Now, cheers." After downing the drink, Charin let out a refreshing sigh, his face flushed slightly, and he happily raised his voice, "This is top-quality liquor. Even the way it feels going down is different." Seeing him like that, Ash asked with a hint of regret, "If you gulp it down like that, are you even sure you can taste the quality?" Hearing that, Charin clicked his tongue and said, "If I want to compare it to the cheap stuff I usually drink, shouldn't I drink it the way I always do? That's how I can make a fair assessment." After hearing Charin's words, Ash's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought to himself, "Is that right? I don't drink, so I have no idea if that's actually true." After a moment of thought, Ash said firmly, "Anyway, Duke, today we have to talk about—" But before he could finish his sentence, Charin immediately interrupted, "Don't you dare bring up any other topics." He frowned, poured more wine with one hand, waved the other dismissively, and said in a gruff voice, "Just drink. If you're going to talk about anything else, get out." Seeing this, Ash grew impatient and pouted. "At least give me some snacks to go with it." He looked at Charin's thoughtful expression and mentally complained, "This old drunkard only drinks and has nothing in his stomach." After a moment, Charin tossed a small cloth bag onto the table and said, "Here, eat." Ash looked at the bulging cloth bag and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Charin immediately explained, "Dried fruit. I made them from the fruit harvested from my garden." Hearing that, Ash was even more surprised and asked, "You have a garden?" Hearing his question, Charin turned his head toward the window, looked outside, and said, "Can't you see it over there? Right outside the window. It's just behind this mansion." Through the glass, Ash looked out into the distance and saw a small wooden shed. Charin's calm voice echoed, and he said with pride, "It's small, but I find joy in taking care of it." After learning the origin of the snacks, Ash said faintly, "Well then, thanks for the food." He picked up a piece of dried fruit, put it to his mouth, and took a bite. The moment the dried fruit touched his tongue, his face twisted in disgust. He spat it out instantly, grabbing the piece and shouting angrily, "What is this? It's so bitter and sour, how on earth is anyone supposed to eat this?" Contrary to his reaction, Charin calmly picked up a piece of the dried fruit. He savored it slowly, then said with an annoyed look, "How dare you spit out fruit that I worked so hard to grow? How incredibly rude." After saying that, Charin's expression mirrored Ash's from a moment ago. He immediately spat the piece of dried fruit out as well. Seeing this, Ash raised his voice. "See? Even you can't eat it." Charin's face darkened. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand and muttered, "That is truly disgusting. I grew this fruit myself, but it tastes like garbage." With that, he shoved the small cloth bag of dried fruit toward Ash and added, "Here, take it. Just take it." Seeing his behavior, Ash snapped, "If it's inedible, why did you give it to me in the first place, Charin Cross?" Charin skillfully opened his bottle of wine, poured a glass, and said calmly, "If it were edible, I would have eaten it myself. Why would I give it to you?" His words left Ash speechless. He thought to himself in shock. Is he serious? He always says such nonsensical things, yet it's strangely convincing. Suddenly, Charin stared at the piece of dried fruit in his hand for a long time before speaking up. "The intersection lies in the far south of the 6 territories," he continued. "They say the days are long and the soil is fertile. People say there's no better place to grow fruit." Hearing this, Ash complained loudly. Then, "What's wrong with its taste?" Charin then retorted, They say that about all crops, not just fruit, that they should flourish if the land is tilled. His voice sank suddenly, and he went on, if only we weren't invaded by monsters every 2 days. Hearing him say that, Ash was surprised. Charon maintained that deep, raspy tone as he continued. The monsters destroy the fields and slaughter all the farmers. But when they die, they contaminate the soil with dark energy. Do you know what happens after that? The entire region becomes toxic. That means the land is cursed. Every plant withers and dies. A series of thoughts drifted through Shireen's mind. He lowered his head, paused for a moment, and continued. That is why there are no fields around the intersection. Charon looked down into his glass with weary, tangled eyes. He gazed at the golden wine made from the very fruit that shouldn't have been harvestable on this land. Suddenly, Ash's voice broke the silence. He asked, then why on earth do you grow an entire orchard of it? Charon didn't answer right away. He lifted his wine glass, took a sip, and replied in a raspy voice, a person should at least have one regret in their life, don't you think? Perhaps because the sunset was bathing everything in light, the small wooden house where Charon grew his fruit felt lonely and tinged with sadness. In that moment, Charon's deep voice remained steady as he said, that garden is my regret. Charon gently touched the bottle of fine wine that Ash had brought, adding in a low voice, even if I wanted to drink it now, I couldn't. Seeming to sense the heavy thoughts weighing on him, Ash politely poured wine into his glass and asked, Lord Charon, do you know why I came to see you today? Charon immediately retorted, didn't I tell you? If you're planning on talking about anything else, get out. Rejected for the second time, Ash slammed the bottle down on the table and growled, kick me out if you want to, but I am going to say what I came here to say. He swallowed his anger and said calmly, the monsters have started moving again, and their numbers are terrifying. Ash's steady voice continued, recounting. The last invasion involved 1,000 living armors. His voice grew heavy as he added, we managed to stop them, but the walls were severely damaged. Our soldier count is desperately low. Ash stopped there, lifting his eyes full of anticipation to look straight at Charon, then pleaded, we desperately need military support. Lord Charon, we need the soldiers under your command. Hearing this, Charon closed his eyes helplessly. He replied in a raspy voice, I have no soldiers under my command. Ash immediately called his bluff. I know everything about your family's private army. Seeing this, Charon added, I have friends I trained and fought alongside on the battlefield for my entire life. But when I gave up my title, when I laid down my spear and shield, those friends laid down their weapons too. They no longer fight. Hearing those words, Ash lost his composure. He stood up, stepped closer to him and urged, call them back. Bring them back for the mission. Charon remained calm, lifted his glass, drained it in one gulp, and stated coldly, it's useless. He looked down at the piece of dried fruit in his hand and added, this land is not worth protecting. Hearing him say that, Ash asked in confusion, what do you mean? Facing Ash's unrelenting gaze, Charon said in a low voice, don't waste innocent lives trying to protect this worthless front line. Instead, evacuate everyone. Coming from a man whose family for generations had dedicated their entire lives to protecting this land, it was quite a statement. Suddenly, Charon looked up and stared into Ash's eyes. He asked, tell me, Prince, why did you come to this place? Before Ash could answer, he added, everything on this land is dying. There is no hope, and there is no future. His sharp gaze returned to Ash, observing him closely as he continued. This is advice from a man who has wasted his entire life protecting this place. Leave this land. Leave as quickly as you can. His final words echoed in Ash's ears, long after he stepped out of Charon's property. Before the curse of this land swallows you whole. Ash walked until he reached a grove of trees. Lucas popped out and asked, Your Highness, were you able to convince him? Ash replied, No, I failed, but I did get this fruit. He handed the bag of dried fruit to Lucas. He looked blankly at the bag in his hand and said disappointedly, Who said this would be easy to finish in a single day? Lucas immediately asked, So, are you planning to head back? It's worth the time and effort. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lucas added, By the way, what happened with the Marquis? After climbing onto his horse, Ash replied, It seems like he went through something. Speaking of that, he suddenly paused and turned to ask Lucas, Do you know anything? Lucas immediately replied, No, I don't know, sir. Then Ash turned his head forward again. He slowly said, Ader told me to ask the person involved myself. Ash suddenly imagined Ader's sly face in his head. He thought to himself, That cursed scoundrel. Then, Ash helplessly said, Regardless, persuasion is persuasion. Now we have to do everything we can. What we can do is fix the walls, and prepare for war. No matter how much I prepare, the monsters will still come. I have to work as efficiently as possible and kill the monsters with everything I've got. After a moment of careful thought, Ash ordered, "Let's head back to the intersection. We still have a lot of work to do." Suddenly, the system showed a notification. Wave 2. Mystery level. 3,251 giant sewer rats. The next morning, the sky was still blue with early sunbeams filtering through the murky clouds. Below, the flags still fluttered on the damaged ramparts, along with debris, still lying scattered on the ground. Standing before a massive crack in the wall with the head of the stonemason guild, he said, "We just destroyed the giant sword that was stuck in the wall. Today, we will clear this rubble and start repairing the wall." He cast his gaze toward the front of the wall. He ordered, "Don't throw away the fragments of that sword. Instead, scatter them in front of the wall. They will make an excellent barrier." Beneath the wall, sharp shards of debris lay scattered on the ground, perfect for a rat trap. He crossed his arms over his chest. He asked the stonemason guild leader, "What is the estimated time to finish repairing the wall?" He replied respectfully, but with a hint of hesitation, "My lord, the condition of the wall is worse than we expected." Ash turned slightly to look at him and said, "Just tell me straight, how long will it take?" The stonemason leader was slightly startled by his gaze and hurriedly replied, 10 days from today." Ash received the answer. He bowed his head slightly, lost in thought. 10 days? I have about a week before the next defense wave. That's not enough time. Gloomy clouds continuously gathered above the newly reinforced wall, the embodiment of the imperial architecture, the crossroad wall. I know I can't repair it with just a few stones, but with a stern face and cold eyes, he ordered, "I will take care of the materials and manpower. Do everything possible to finish the repairs. Within a week." The stonemason guild leader heard the order and hurriedly replied. He intended to say something else, but stopped after a few words. "But, Your Highness." By the time he looked up, Ash had already closed the distance, asking back with a dangerous expression that left the man silent, crying inwardly. "But what? Speak up. Say it." Deep down, he also felt a bit guilty. "I know this is impossible, but I have no other choice but to push them." The system screen displayed the enemy info. At level 5, there were more than 3,000 sewer rats. It wasn't a mistake, nor was it an illusion. He thought of the previous exploration. 3,000 rats. Those rats as big as dogs that we saw during the free exploration, there will be 3,000 of them. Then he thought of the still damaged wall. "I must get that wall fixed." Back to reality, the stonemason guild leader. Before the workers' requests, they could only bow their heads and weep. "We'll do our best," Ash said, patting a man on the shoulder. "Thank you. I'll remember everyone's hard work and sacrifices." After saying that, ignoring the stonemason guild leader who was sobbing nearby, Ash turned and shouted orders to the other workers. Hey, we're protecting the world here. Get back to work." Everyone bowed in unison. "Yes, my lord." Time passed, and a few days went by. Inside a large room, the only light came from a candle placed neatly on the table. Ash sat across from Duke Cross. By day, I supervised the repairs of the fortress wall, and when night fell, I drank with Duke Cross at his estate. My hand reached out, holding my glass to receive wine from him. As it poured, there was no conversation between us, just sharing those glasses of wine. During the day, on the fortress walls, the stonemason guild workers were still working diligently, while the defense commander looked on with a weary expression. The defensive line was gradually being rebuilt. In some corner, before the sun even rose, Ash sat behind cups of wine with Duke Cross, who was drunk and constantly vomiting. With Lucas's help, my liver was slowly being ruined. Night fell once again. The night sky was truly beautiful tonight. A slender crescent moon hung suspended in the air, and the twinkling stars looked magnificent. A quiet stillness enveloped the surroundings. Many hours passed as I downed wine into my stomach. After 4 days of drinking in silence, the Duke finally decided to speak. Holding his wine glass, Duke Charon Cross suddenly asked, "Is there anyone you love?" The candle on the table continued to burn. Casting a warm golden light, Ash heard the question and felt a bit confused. The corners of his mouth turned down noticeably. What was that? Facing Ash's confusion, the Duke remained very calm, sipping the wine in his hand. I asked, "Is there anyone you love?" He lowered his glass and closed his eyes. "I'm guessing not. Am I right?" Ash replied hurriedly. "That's right." Ash sat up straight, facing the Duke's question. "Think carefully. Is there really no one?" Ash raised a hand and sighed softly, thinking about who he loved. He thought about the time before, back on Earth, before he was a game streamer. The image of a lonely boy in the dark appeared in his mind. I was all alone. Images of himself burying his face in his phone to forget the feeling of isolation. I wasn't loved by anyone, and I didn't love anyone either. He thought back to those dark times when he lived like a lonely outcast. Then, the light of hope began to appear. He gradually felt the acceptance of others. He started streaming. His channel grew, and he received love from his viewers. He remembered the enthusiastic images of his followers. Ash, I love you. They would tease him with funny questions like, how much money would it take for you to shake your hips? I'll give you 100,000 won right now. Back in reality, Ash frowned and waved his hand, trying to brush those images from his mind. No, goodness, no, that's just unrequited affection from those people. Regardless, the more he thought about it, the more miserable he felt. He raised a hand to cover part of his face, feeling flustered. There's no one. Duke Cross just responded lazily. You live a miserable life, kid. Ash glared at him, saying nothing. Immediately after, Ash didn't hold back, pointing his finger right at him, annoyed. How dare you say that when you're the one drinking alone in your house? That reaction from Ash only made Duke Cross laugh heartily. Ash asked him the same question. So, Duke, is there anyone you love? The Duke Charon Cross followed the wine swirling in his glass with his eyes. I once did. The image of a woman holding a bouquet of orchids and smiling appeared in his mind. My wife. The only person I've loved in my entire life. His voice faltered for a moment. She passed away 3 years ago. Ash's expression immediately fell upon hearing this. Duke Cross rested his chin on one hand, using the other to pour himself more wine, and continued to talk about the misfortune of his late wife. She was torn apart by monsters in this very garden. We had to hold her funeral with an empty coffin. The wineglass on the table reflected the warm, golden glow of the candle. Duke Charon Cross bowed his head slightly, his eyes filled with sorrow. There is a piece of bad luck passed down to the masters of this land. I think you could call it a curse. Ash was confused. A curse? He thought about the majestic appearance of the grand fortress. This fortress, and the person you cherish there, will come a time when you must choose between the two. There are no exceptions. He mentioned his predecessors and his own family. From the lords who established this place long ago, my grandfather, and my father, no one escaped this curse. His hand reached for the edge of his wineglass, and suddenly began to tremble. This time, sad eyes and deep pain were evident on his face. And I, too, went through that time. He began to remember and talk about the time long ago. It started with the image of a banner waving over the sturdy fortress under the scorching sun decades ago. The monsters weren't making any moves. He stood alone on the wall, looking out at the beautiful, splendid sight of the entire fortress, a peaceful fortress, but one that brought in no income. Since the financial situation wasn't good, he had no choice but to start a business. He repeated the advice his late wife had once given him. My wife said I should farm in the south of the front line. Ash instinctively asked, outside the fortress? Duke Cross remembered the times he spent alone by candlelight, looking over maps. The land north of the front line had been taken by war. The southern land was peaceful and empty, making it much more suitable. He described in his memory that southern land, a place where trees grew lush and green. The air was fresh, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a truly peaceful land. Monsters rarely appeared there, so the ground was mostly uncontaminated. We thought the land was perfect for farming, so we expanded our family's lands to the south. Back then, he and the others labored together, diligently on that land. The fertile soil expanded, and immigrants gathered there. There were very few monsters, so we could defend ourselves easily. We were successful for a while. Remembering those first days in the place where he was now sitting, the sunlight still shone brightly through the person. Trees of the grapevines planted along both sides of the road leading to the estate. This garden was the southernmost part of the front line, and she was its mistress. As they spoke, both the old man and the young man turned their eyes toward the door, where light was streaming in. His wife had commanded the farming and land reclamation in the most dangerous area. Then, images of the happy days spent with his beloved wife flooded back. He could still remember the grapes she used to feed him with her own dirt-stained hands. He recounted the moment, unable to hide the happiness he felt when his loved one fed him fruit with her own hands. The fruit he grew in that first year of reclamation wasn't much to look at, but to him, it was sweeter than anything else in the world. A fleeting thought once slipped into his mind as he stood looking out over the new land. He had once hoped that he could stop fighting monsters, work in the fields, and harvest fruit to survive. Back then, he had offered a gentle smile, filled with so much happiness. He wondered if he could have kept living like that. In the present, his expression darkened, his gaze growing sorrowful, yet it was painfully clear that such a thing was impossible. He continued, to recount the day that caused him the most pain and torment. It was the second year of farming, and those grotesque monsters with fangs sharp as blades and eyes burning red came charging toward them. They received intelligence that about 100 large monsters were approaching the fortress, so he hurriedly returned to the city. In those final moments of parting, he still remembered the image of his gentle wife waving goodbye, seeing him off on his way. His wife, who managed the garden, had told him to be careful and bid him farewell. General Cross closed his eyes tight, hesitating for a moment, then continued. It was only when he reached the fortress that he heard the monsters had split into two groups. One pack had headed toward the area where the people were farming. A group had broken off from the main force and invaded the farmland, leaving crates of fruit scattered across the cold ground. Meanwhile, a fierce battle had already erupted at the fortress. Just as he arrived, the main group of monsters began their assault on the fortress, and he was forced to make a tactical choice. General Cross witnessed the entire scene unfolding before his eyes. He gritted his teeth, his expression incredibly tense. Would he save his wife at the farm, or would he protect the lives of thousands of people inside? The fortress? The warm golden light still emanated from the candle that was burning down. General Cross paused his story and asked Ash a question. What do you think I chose? Looking at him, Ash replied, You chose the fortress. General Cross resumed his story, and the sturdy image of the fortress rose in his mind again. That's right. Just as my ancestors did. Just as the principles and laws dictated. I chose the fortress. Volleys of fierce artillery fired from the ramparts as he defended the walls, fighting off the monsters. They successfully defeated them after hours of combat, but a horrific scene then appeared before his eyes, streaks of blood smeared across the ground. Bodies were strewn about, and when he rushed back to the farmland, the fields had been destroyed and everyone had been killed. His footsteps came to a halt. Beside me, a bunch of grapes lay scattered on the ground. Barely 10 monsters had slaughtered hundreds of people, destroying both the vineyard and my wife. His entire body trembled as he witnessed such a horrifying scene. The cross strategist remained loyal to his mission. Instead, he lost what was most precious to him. He questioned where things went wrong, recalling the fortress wall back then, the defensive lines shaking as they protected the front. And the times he reviewed his maps, the territory had been overextended. Sorrow and remorse were etched clearly on his face. That's right, it was all my fault, he thought. But the most painful part, the image of his beloved wife resurfaced in his mind. But this time, it was all in shards. It was because, in that moment, I abandoned my wife and chose the fortress. He raised the glass of wine in his hand, his eyes still looking down. My daughter calls me a monster. She can't understand why I chose the fortress over her mother. He remembered the day she left, leaving him all alone behind. A few days after she departed, he looked down at his own trembling hands. In the end, this was the consequence of protecting this place with my very life. His eyes were filled with sadness, pain, and remorse. My wife is dead. My daughter has left. And I am here, rotting away alone. Ash remained silent, listening. This is just an example, he added. Your Highness, the cross strategist, tried to regain his composure, holding a piece of bread as he turned to look at him and asked, You must know what this place is called, right? You understood those words the moment you heard them. You mean the Fortress of Graveyards? The cross strategist replied, and the image of crosses flashed through his mind. That's right, this fortress was built upon death. It will also force you to make a choice. He braced both hands in front of him, his cold gaze fixed on him. To protect the fortress, there will come a time when you have to sacrifice what is precious to you. Ash didn't speak, for he understood this wasn't a curse, but a prediction, a prophecy of cause and effect that cannot be avoided in the future. The flag, the symbol of the cross strategist's family, was still there. My family has endured that sacrifice throughout the years, but now, I can't do it anymore. He closed his eyes tightly and bowed his head slightly. I cannot pass this cursed job down to my daughter. Ash seemed to understand something. He looked at him with a cold, steady gaze. I see. He crossed his arms over his chest, facing the strategist, and asked, So you stepped back from your position to protect your daughter from inheriting it? He replied simply, That's right. He looked down again, at his hands, which were still trembling incessantly. I want my daughter to leave this cursed land and live happily and freely. You thought about the appearance of a strategist who was once a mighty SSR rank tanker, Evangeline Cross, a character I desperately wanted to recruit, the strategist I wanted to keep away from the battlefield. The empty glass continued to catch the falling drops of wine. Look here, Prince, you want me to help protect the fortress, right? He slammed the bottle in his hand onto the table, His brow furrowed slightly. I have protected it enough, even at the cost of my loved ones. You just watched, choosing to remain silent. Finally, he said, I want to give up. The wineglass on the table reflected the face of the cross strategist. The eyes of the strategist reflected in the glass held no pride in protecting the front line. The moon was still shining outside the mansion, and the vines were still there, just as if nothing had ever happened. The voice of the strategist spoke once more. I want to die in this vineyard, not on the fortress wall. In his eyes, there was nothing left but regret for not being with his wife when she passed away. The night sky outside the mansion of the cross strategist was still as beautiful as ever. This should be enough reason for me to refuse to help you. The candle on the table was still burning. I told you the truth, as a token of gratitude for your company, the cross strategist calmly reminded him. Now, go. And one more piece of advice. Ash remained silent, listening seriously. If that moment ever happens to you, choose carefully. Do not end up regretting it, as I do. Morning at the fortress, the 5th day of wall repairs. 2 more days until the next wave. Ash's footsteps came to a halt. Everyone, you've done well. He gestured toward the food table nearby, which was being prepared by the servants, saying, amidst the cheers of everyone, rest, and have something to eat. Everyone shouted, we get to eat. The symbolic flag still fluttered on the fortress. Everyone cheered. As expected from our prince, when it's needed, he is ready to spend money. Your Highness, is there any wine? He stood amidst the workers who were rejoicing all around him, raising his voice. Quiet! You lot! Eating food is enough. The head of the stonemason guild bowed to receive the wine being poured. Your Highness, he asked, how is the repair work coming along? He quickly replied, because you provided enough manpower. I think we can finish in time, sir. The large cracks from a few days ago had now been temporarily reinforced. The temporary wall will be finished in 2 days, sir. Hearing this, he couldn't help but offer praise. Well done. The most important work is finished. He turned to the head of the alchemy guild, who was trembling nearby. So, shall we install that thing now? As soon as he heard this, he gripped the scroll in his hand tightly and shouted with joy. Finally, I get to use this. It was a summoning scroll. A summoning scroll we found on our last expedition. It could only be used after research in the alchemy workshop, and it had just finished being researched today. At that moment, the system interface appeared. Do you wish to use the automated defensive sentry summoning scroll? Ash tightened his grip on the glowing scroll in his hand. Of course I do. He slowly held it out in front of him. Immediately, the system sent a notification. Ash has received a character skill. Summon automated defensive sentry. 3 people, Ash, the head of the alchemy guild, and the head of the stonemason guild, carrying things in their hands, stood together in front of a pile of items. This is enough. He recalled being in the room before. Finally, the item he got from the reward chest. At this moment, he was holding a spherical object in his hand that was emitting powerful energy, along with a high-grade energy core. Now, with this, all the materials are complete. The system notification appeared again. Automated defensive sentry. Select the installation location. He reached out and touched an area on the map displayed on the system screen. Should I place it here? No. Immediately after, all the items that had been on the ground just now floated up in front of Ash, who could not hide his excitement. Those objects quickly assembled together. He stood and watched. The weapon currently taking shape before their eyes was finally finished. A large caliber cannon completed for all to see. The barrel could even swivel from side to side. Unlike standard cannons, Ash felt incredibly satisfied. Excellent. The Alchemist Guild leader standing next to him exclaimed in awe. This is architectural magic technology passed down for hundreds of years. He reached out and patted the cannon, his expression beaming. Come on, come on. Thanks to everyone. This defensive line is getting stronger by the day. Everyone was extremely excited. Keep up the good work. The atmosphere was great. He was very satisfied, a smile playing on his lips. If we keep this up, things will be fine. The scene shifted to a stone house with sturdy wooden doors and smoke billowing from a furnace next to it. Their next stop was the blacksmith. The furnace was roaring with a massive fire, and on the workbench lay metal items that had been pre-shaped. How does it look? Inside the room, Lucas stood wearing the shiny metal armor, hands on his hips, grinning excitedly at Ash and the blacksmith. It couldn't be better. The armor they ordered was finished. The system displayed a series of stats. Shadow armor, level 30, class. Armor defense, 50 to 55. Durability, 12 out of 12. Physical damage resistance for the wearer increased by 33%. The wearer gains the special skill. Ghost Avatar, level 1. This armor was crafted from materials taken from the energy core of a ghost knight. I don't like that its durability is only as strong as glass. The system switched to another info page. Ghost Avatar, Level 1. Nothing can touch you for 5 seconds. You are immune to all attacks. But you also cannot attack. This is more useful than I thought. Lucas leaned over, wiping away a tear of emotion. I will make good use of it, Your Highness. Ash wore a mischievous smile. Of course, I ordered it specifically for you. Make sure you use it well. He then crossed his arms and offered a gentle smile. The guy had almost cried when he had his measurements taken, so he should give him gifts more often. After that, he turned to the Blacksmith Guild leader. Thank you for making such a fine set of armor. The man bowed politely. I simply cherish the opportunity to use such rare, high-quality materials. Suddenly, the Blacksmith Guild leader was fired up. If you trust me again, I will do my absolute best. Just place your orders with me, whenever you need anything, Your Highness. Ash replied briefly. I will. So, that sturdy stone house was actually a level 3 blacksmith facility. Crafting equipment at the blacksmith is very important. Even though it's the endgame, I'm sure I'll be coming here often. Still maintaining his pose with arms crossed, he called out to Lucas. The young man in front of him immediately responded seriously. Yes, Your Highness. Ash's expression turned stern. Let's head to the west side of the fortress. The most important part of the event is there. In the western area of the fortress, volleys of artillery fired into the sky incessantly, the open ground on the west side of the fortress. The sound of artillery fire in memory of the fallen echoed through the air. Ash stood on a high platform, with Lucas behind him, looking down at everyone below, and at the memorial stones right behind them. We are holding a funeral for the soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the previous stage. A new coffin lying under the cold ground was being covered with shovelfuls of dirt. Beneath the neat tombstones, the new coffin was laid to rest. He stood there with a cold expression. His locks of hair fluttered in the blowing wind. There weren't many casualties in the previous stage. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. The young women in formal attire. Holding the sheet music, they began to hum a memorial song in unison. The young lord stood tall before the stone stelis, while the wind continued to blow relentlessly. It whipped through his hair and cape. All the plans for the day had passed in a flash, and as night fell, the full moon hung high and round. Under the clear sky, Ash and Lucas lingered beneath a large tree near the memorial area where the fallen were laid to rest. A pair of footsteps slowly approached. So, you used most of the city's budget for the funeral, and you even arranged compensation for the fallen soldiers, the newcomer remarked. The man standing there with his hands clasped behind his back was General Cross. It certainly sounds like the way royalty spends money. Hearing his voice, the young lord turned around. General Cross spoke again. But this is the front line against monsters, young lord. This is a place where lives are swept away like a dirt dam during the monsoon season. There will be times when you can't cover for them with good intentions alone. Ash, hearing this, turned back in disappointment. Is that all you came here to say? Ash stood up to face him, while Lucas remained behind him. Or have you run out of liquor at home? Lucas asked, his tone calm and teasing. There's never enough liquor. I usually come here alone to drink, but today, I came for another reason, he explained, revealing why he had come to this place. I asked my old comrades for their opinions. I asked them if they wanted to protect the fortress. Ash hurriedly asked back. And what was their answer? General Cross replied immediately. They all want to. They will defend the fortress once more. Ash's joyful shout pierced the quiet atmosphere, his face unable to hide his sheer delight. That is the best news I've heard all week, Ash exclaimed. General Cross thought of the troops preparing to reinforce them and added, I don't know how much those old men can help, but they are arming themselves now. I will transfer command to you, he cautioned. Use them wisely. They are all old men like me, after all. Ash excitedly jumped over to grab the old general's hand, leaving him stunned. Thank you so much, General. Seriously, thank you. The general was flustered by his enthusiasm. No need to thank me. Thank them. Ash thought back to the general's attitude from the other day. He was so adamant that I wondered what to do next. Who would have thought he'd actually help me? Honestly, I'm completely surprised, but grateful too. The whole fortress was now bathed in a magnificent glow in the night. Above the grounds, Ash stood straight, facing General Charon Cross. Many people have said it to them, but thank you as well. He replied, I think this is all I can do to help you. He glanced over. Protect the fortress, new lord. Good luck. Ash happily replied. Thank you for your help, General. I will do my best. The moon was so round and bright tonight. Their voices echoed back and forth. I will visit when I need your wisdom. Wisdom? Just bring me some liquor. Ash called out loudly to the back of the general, who was walking away. Because I'm worried about your health, I'll send over some healthy herbs too. Hearing this, he quickly turned around and retorted, I'd rather you send nothing at all. After saying that, he looked back and sighed, his expression softening as if a great weight had been lifted from his chest. He then turned his back and waved his hand as a goodbye before leaving. I stood there, watching his receding figure. He must be heading to the orchard. I wanted to stop him. I thought about the image of a lord who had spent his entire life protecting this fortress. Even though he was retired, Cross was still a commander who protected this front line. His entire life of experience would surely be of great help in defending the fortress. But then, I thought about the look of sorrow on his face when he lost his most precious possession. He had already lost so much to this fortress. I remained there, my gaze fixed in one direction, but my expression was tinged with sadness. That's why I didn't dare to stop him and just watched him leave. I even imagined a day when we would sit together, drinking wine and sharing experiences from his time as Lord. I trust that next time, we'll be able to talk more, and I can hear some advice from him as a lord. His figure faded away in my mind. At that moment, I never suspected that there would never be a next time. Another morning arrived. The sky today was somber, carrying a gloomy air over the fortified city. The cannon sitting in the center was the signal that a battle was about to begin. 2 days later, the round began. The morning task of repairing the fortress wall was finally finished. The stonemason guild commander stood before Ash, looking a bit nervous as he reported, There are a few sections we had to rush, but they are strong enough to serve their purpose. However, Ash wasn't angry. Instead, he offered praise. Well done. Truly, very good. Everything is ready. Cannonballs and arrows were stacked high. We had enough supplies on the walls, and a troop was always ready to fight at any moment. The army had grown to about 300 silver-armored soldiers. Their commander was an elderly man from the gold-silver infantry. They said there were originally about 1,000. He turned back and smiled confidently. But that's already more than I expected. The cannon kept swiveling back and forth. He turned and reached out to stroke the cannon, his expression full of anticipation. Oh, my reliable baby. How wonderful you are. Below the fortress, all preparations for battle had been meticulously made. The kill zone was ready. Everything was perfect. Ash looked down from above with a look of victory clearly etched on his face. Come and see this. Monsters. A figure wearing a bizarre mask appeared below the fortress. It was the flutist, the last musician of the kingdom under the lake. His footsteps stopped a short distance from the fortress, along with the dust being blown by the wind. He stood there, looking toward the fortress. At the base of the walls, a soldier spurred his horse forward. The hooves thundered as he rode at high speed, seemingly in a great hurry. The soldier shouted urgently to alert the troops. A horde of giant, red-eyed sewer rats is rushing in. The monsters are coming. Ash looked down from above. Thick layers of dust and dirt were being kicked up, and they were closing in on the fortress. The system flashed a notification. Round 2 begins in 10 minutes. Realizing the battle was about to start, he shouted orders. They're almost here. Don't let your guard down. The entire fortress shouted in unison. Yes, sir. The preparations were perfect. The symbolic flag still fluttered in the wind. Of all the times I've played this game, it has never gone this smoothly from start to finish. Facing the monster's attack, he wasn't afraid but rather very confident. Bring it on, you monsters. In the thick dust, the flutist slowly approached. That bizarre mask appeared. Ash was startled. He had seen the flutist in that thick dust. Who is that? Lucas asked anxiously. Is something wrong, Prince? He pointed forward. Lucas, do you see that person over there? In the direction Ash pointed, there was only thick dust. He couldn't see anyone there. Lucas tried to raise his hand, straining his eyes into the distance. I don't see anything, Prince. He then turned and called out, Damien, do you see someone over there? But he got the same answer as Lucas. There is no one there, sir. He whipped his head back, his face becoming tense. Was it a hallucination? I hope so. But the image of the flutist kept appearing in his mind. But what if it wasn't? If that person was really there, who could they be? The sounds began to vibrate powerfully. The ground began to shake. He looked down from above at the monsters drawing very close to the fortress. They're here. Ash clenched his fists, calming himself down. I must stay calm. The giant sewer rats were still rushing in wildly. Whether it was a hallucination or not, or no matter how many there was only one thing I could do. His expression became cold. Stop them. The command echoed out. All the soldiers were in position, ready. Artillery, load. All the cannons fired simultaneously when the order to fire was heard. The artillery shells rained down relentlessly. The cannonballs flew straight toward the monsters, trailing sparks. The shells exploded, creating massive force that devastated the sewer rats. The immense pressure from the consecutive explosions scattered the monsters. He stood on high, observing the massive explosions the artillery created below. All right, the system notified him. 91 killed. Nearly 100 rats were blown to pieces in just the first barrage. Ash regained his composure. Confidence returned to his face. Kill them all. They're numerous, but they're easy pickings, you miserable rats. Even though many had been wiped out, the monsters kept coming in greater numbers. The sheer quantity was absurd. They swarmed together, ignoring the fact that the artillery was still exploding. The monsters kept flooding in, pressing against the fortress. In other words, if I focus the attack on a specific area, I can take out a large amount at once. He reached out to open the system menu. The battle had been going on for 30 minutes. Looking at the information on the system board, he thought confidently, at this rate, there won't be any issues. The monsters had begun to climb. He gritted his teeth and raised his binoculars to observe. What is that? Below, rat corpses were piled high like a mountain of corpses. The monsters kept climbing up and falling back down, and the number of monsters climbing was increasing. The mountain of bodies was too large. They were climbing over the wall below the defensive line. Many monsters were rushing toward the fortress. The dead bodies were a variable I hadn't calculated for. He immediately turned and shouted orders. Artillery. Change target area. The trebuchets are prepping near the castle walls, and the ground below is covered in sharp traps scattered far and wide. The fortress walls and the courtyard are blanketed with obstacles, but it's fine. The cannons on the walls are still firing at full capacity. Even the archers are letting fly. Yet, despite the barrage of attacks, the monsters manage to dodge the incoming arrows. However, there's one thing I overlooked. The soldiers on the wall report helplessly, "My lord, they're too fast. It's impossible to hit them." He grinds his teeth in frustration. Damn these rats, so fast and agile. He envisions the muscle fibers inside a single giant rat. Their movement speed, why didn't I account for that? Damn it. And he starts picturing the scene that's about to unfold next. At this rate, way more rats will reach the fortress walls than I anticipated. Suddenly, the large cannon charges up and pans. It pans back and forth quickly, and in an instant, powerful streaks of blue energy blast forward, whistling through the air. Ash instinctively watches as that terrifying power is unleashed the automated defense turrets. The energy beams target the monsters one by one. In the blink of an eye, a massive number of monsters are taken down, their bodies blown away by each explosion. He watches the scene unfolding before him. He can't help but be stunned, completely awestruck by that overwhelming power. Oh my god, that's insane. But he quickly regains his calm composure. Clearly, the automated turrets were the best defensive measure after that last wave. The monsters keep swarming in, but no matter how good they are, those turrets can't protect the entire front line. He looks up at the weapon that just showed its power. Besides, the automated tower is out of ammo and entering its recharge phase. He looks back down. The monsters are growing in number under the castle walls. So many there are just too many of them. The front line is getting closer faster than I thought. The monsters approach and get injured by the sharp obstacles. The army uses energy swords to hold them back, but they'll reach the wall sooner or later. The fortress commander grinds his teeth. Bracing for the worst-case scenario, it seems unavoidable. It's coming down to a melee fight. Engaging them in close quarters will cause massive losses. Suddenly, an explosion blows several monsters to bits. He jumps, noticing something unusual. Artillery shells are hitting the monster positions repeatedly, taking them out. What? Those shots were absolutely perfect. He turns around in surprise, asking, "Who did that?" Nearby, a veteran soldier from the Gold-Silver Troop is patting an artilleryman on the head. "That's it. Exactly what I wanted, kid." The soldier is overjoyed. "I get it now, Captain. I hit them." He remembers he's being helped by a seasoned, battle-hardened group of mercenaries, the Gold-Silver Troop. They're all veteran warriors, more effective than I ever imagined. Elsewhere, another member of the Gold-Silver Troop is constantly shouting, "Stay sharp, you rookies. Keep your guard up. Don't lose heart. We're in for a long fight." In another spot, a gold-silver soldier says loudly with fiery spirit, "Don't worry, my prince. These old dogs will take good care of your men." Ash looks up, his lips curling into a smile, eyes filled with trust. "Very well, I trust you all." On the fortress walls, he stays there, observing everything as the artillery fire continues non-stop. The defense holds steady thanks to the help of the Gold-Silver Troop. The rat assault is going smoothly. But if you're curious what my team is doing at the same time, Lucas is roaring in frustration. "You lot on the left flank. Your firing range is too thin. Wake up and aim carefully." Ash continues his narration in a calm tone, as if telling a small story. While Lucas is commanding the front line, suppose if I gave a vague directive to the entire front line, Lucas would issue specific orders tailored to my intent. Because of that, regardless of my complete lack of knowledge about this world's military tactics, the result is a series of seemingly terrible, vague instructions. Yet, by some miracle, Lucas understands and issues the correct commands. He looks at him, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. He thinks to himself, truly a talented protagonist. At the same time, in another corner, someone is silently gripping their gun. It's Damien. He's practicing his aim, slowly and accurately. He's putting holes in the heads of the rats daring to approach the wall. But since Damien's strength is long-range sniping, he stands out less in these large-scale chaotic battles. But regardless, the rising count of enemy corpses is a good thing. Ash stands with his arms crossed, watching Damien intently, a satisfied smile on his face. He whispers to himself, "Good work." At that moment, a large wheel is lifted and floating in midair via telekinesis right above a giant, faintly glowing orb. At the same time, Lily is in charge of controlling the constructs for the current battle. She points straight ahead, shouting her order, "Gravity Construct, number 1, stop for 3 minutes. Prepare Gravity Construct number 2. She raises her voice, busy moving here and there. Then, Lily suddenly turns to Ash, her eyes beaming. She looks excited, as if proudly showing off her skills. She gives him a thumbs up and winks, as if to say, "I'm trying my best." Lily freezes, her face blank as if splashed with cold water by Ash's indifference. At that moment, he thinks to himself, "Sorry, Lily. No matter what you do, I still need you on the front lines." And now, the final member of our main squad. Jupiter, meanwhile, was lounging on her chair, looking perfectly at ease. Holding a glass of wine and puffing on a cigarette, Jupiter spoke up cheerfully. "Everyone is working so hard, aren't they?" Ash was so shocked his eyes looked like they were about to pop out of his head, his heart screaming, "She's just lying there resting?" His sharp gaze locked onto her, which Jupiter shivered. Ash reminded himself that he had indeed told her to rest and wait for orders, but this was a bit too relaxed. She immediately pretended to reach behind her, wincing as she thumped her back a few times, muttering, "I goo. Why does my back hurt when I focus mana?" He forced a friendly smile, even though he felt utterly helpless inside. He couldn't even scold her because she was a rare mage. Ash spoke with a stern tone, reminding her, "You had better. Remember to do your job carefully." Jupiter just gave a faint, calm smirk, lifting her wine glass, her eyes filled with confidence as she looked straight at him. Of course, at this moment, a flash of annoyance welled up in Ash's heart. I really don't like this old woman. Anyway, thanks to everyone's hard work except for Jupiter, the front lines were under control. Even as the rats drew closer, at that exact moment, a surge of intense energy blasted out from the automated defense turret. It was like a blade of light tearing through the air. He couldn't help but marvel. The power of the automated defense turret is truly astonishing. Ash immediately hugged the base of the defense turret, rubbing it and cooing as if soothing a well-behaved child. Good job. Outside the walls, the rats lay scattered on the ground, no longer moving. His heart couldn't hide the joy. At this rate, we'll clear the stage easily. Ash's face was unable to hide his smugness, the corners of his mouth curling into an arrogant smirk, his mind flooded with thoughts. Could this be the first time we clear a stage without suffering major losses? Suddenly, from far away, a hazy figure appeared through the mist and dust, leaving him stunned. Seeing the person standing before him, Ash felt a shock to his core. The guy from last time? That means I wasn't hallucinating? Then, he panicked and shouted loudly, his voice incredibly urgent. He pulled up the map and stared at it. Ash couldn't believe his eyes widening in shock. A curse word escaped his lips. "Damn it," he whispered to himself, his gaze still glued to the map. "NPC invaders in Stage 2? There are many events that can happen in the stages. The reason is that variables make the game more interesting. The invasion of NPC hostiles is one of them. Whether it's an NPC from the kingdom at the bottom of the lake, from a kingdom hostile to the Empire, all sorts of miserable things can ruin a stage." Everything seemed to be spiraling out of control. Ash gritted his teeth, feeling frustrated inside. But this is only Stage 2. It's not time for those events to happen yet. I don't even have the operator here to ask why he designed the game like this. Furious, he suddenly spun around and yelled right at the person next to him, his voice tense. "Damien, you see him, right?" Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Crow still stood silently in place, his figure motionless, as if all the chaos surrounding him had nothing to do with him. Damien's eyes locked onto the target through the smoke, and he replied in a low voice, "Yes, that guy named Crow, right?" Ash urgently roared, his voice cold and decisive. "Shoot him immediately." Damien was startled, furrowing his brow, and hurriedly replied, "What?" But he looks like a human, not a monster, he immediately retorted, his voice firm without a moment's hesitation. That doesn't matter. Shoot him. I'm pretty sure he's an NPC from the kingdom at the bottom of the lake, and that outfit, that style, it can't be mistaken. I remember who he is now. Ash then pointed at him, one hand gripping Damien's shoulder tightly, screaming in high tension. You have to shoot him before he blows that flute. He gripped the gun in his hand, his fingers trembling, his eyes wavering intensely, his throat choked up as he stammered. Your Highness, Ash angrily yelled. You are my trigger, Damien. If you don't want to see more people die, shoot him. Hurry. Suddenly, the sound of a cold flute echoed. The sound was drawn out, whistling through the air and echoing across the blood-soaked battlefield. Ash stood frozen, his eyes wide open, filled with shock and fear. But contrary to Ash's expectations, no change appeared. A sense of indescribable confusion welled up in his heart. He glanced back briefly. At this moment, Crow was still nonchalantly playing the flute, his demeanor calm to the point of being chilling amidst the suffocating tension. But just then, the rats suddenly transformed. They stood still, their eyes glowing red like blood. The soldiers on the wall stared blankly at the rats below, astonished. Their eyes filled with confusion and doubt. They began to stir. What? What's happening? The rats stopped, but then, just a moment later, the rats suddenly went berserk, shrieking ear-piercingly. They sped up, each one lunging like they had lost control. The rats quickly advanced toward the city gate. Someone screamed in fear. They're concentrating their attack on one point. Ash panicked, his eyes darting quickly forward, and he shouted in a hurried voice, Where? Where are they heading? Lucas replied in terror, his voice trembling with fear. The center of the wall, that spot, he continued, his voice cracking. The place we just finished reinforcing. He immediately roared, his commanding voice echoing across the barricade. Change the aim of all the ballistae and cannons. Fire everything we've got. Following that, thunderous explosions rang out, one after another like pouring rain onto the rats, smoke and fire rising in thick clouds. The ground shook under the relentless barrage, but the scene before him caused a heavy worry to well up in Ash's heart. No, the defensive line can't keep up with their speed. Down below, the berserk rats lunged forward. In his heart, he felt incredibly uneasy. They changed direction too suddenly. A vanguard rat unexpectedly lunged forward, much faster than the rest, its glowing red eyes filled with murderous intent, sharp claws tearing through the air like a living arrow, ripping through the defensive line. Suddenly, it stopped, claws digging deep into the ground. Then, the rat jumped up, its face twisted and savage, eyes blood red. Its mouth hung wide open, revealing sharp fangs as if it were about to tear apart everything in front of it. At the same time, artillery shells continued to roar and fire overhead. Gun smoke still lingered, rolling in thick waves through the air. Suddenly, the scene before him left Ash terrified. His face fell, his eyes flashed with confusion, mixed with bewilderment. The rat from before slammed violently into the wall, dead before it knew what hit it, blood splattering everywhere. Deep in his heart, I was stunned. What on earth were they planning to do next? One by one, the Damien rats charged forward, acting like crazed beasts who couldn't feel pain. They threw themselves recklessly at the fortress wall. As rat after rat slammed into the stone, the soldiers screamed in panic. The Damien rats, why would they do that? Ash continued, staring straight at the wall they had just finished patching up that morning. His heart sank, filled with sheer terror. The Damien rats, that section of the wall, had only been repaired hours ago. Despite everyone giving their all in such a short time, it was impossible to make the wall perfect. Because we only focused on filling the gaps, a drainage crevice had been overlooked. The sewer rats were jamming their heads straight into that crevice. They were attacking the wall with their skulls, bending metal bars with sharp claws, and gnashing through stone with their fangs. They were burrowing directly into the fortress wall. In just a moment, a gap appeared, a harbinger of the nightmare about to unfold. It was a sight no monster other than these rats could cause. Ash gritted his teeth, his entire body stiff with rage, his eyes burning with hatred. He locked eyes with the figure standing quietly in the distance. For a moment, I might have misjudged, Ash muttered. But that bastard, he looks like he's smiling. An NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake, a poet who could command monsters with his flute. The players called him that. At that instant, Ash's heart skipped a beat. The flutist, I have to kill him. Without hesitation, he shouted, Damien, shoot him. Even so, the crossbow in Damien's hands trembled. He couldn't bring himself to act. It seemed like Damien had heard Ash's command, but he remained frozen in place, with no intention of dodging. The next second, the flutist gently bowed his head and tipped his hat. Seeing this, Ash desperately called out to Damien again. Before Damien could react, The flutist's figure vanished behind a cloud of thick smoke. Damien's helplessness left Ash speechless. Damien teared up, apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir, but even if he is an enemy, I just can't bring myself to shoot." Ash's face turned grim. He hadn't expected such a reaction. Damien was supposed to be a healer, but if the enemies included humans, Damien would have no other choice but to fight them in the future. If Damien couldn't overcome this issue, his combat effectiveness would be cut in half. After a moment of thought, Ash gently patted Damien's shoulder, as if to comfort him. "We'll talk later, but for now, we have to deal with this." Without hesitation, he shouted his orders. "Artillery and archers, focus fire on the center." As soon as Ash finished, arrows rained down from the ramparts. Then, he turned and spoke decisively. "Jupiter, it's your turn. Hurry." Hearing this, she looked fired up. "I knew you'd say that, sir. I'm ready." Jupiter's confidence rubbed off on Ash. He rallied. "Fry them all!" From atop the fortress, bolts of authoritative lightning poured down, wiping out a whole swarm of lead rats. Ash quickly moved to the next step. "Lily, prepare the flamethrowers. Use them at maximum capacity." Lily shouted back, "Yes, sir. Activating flamethrowers now." As soon as she finished her sentence, the cannons were locked and loaded. With a determined tone, Lily issued the order, "All units, fire." The rats below the wall scattered in chaos before the brutal tactics of Ash and his team. Seeing this, he cheered, "Yes, it's working." The next second, Ash fell into deep thought. They're all focusing on one point? So, the front of the wall is becoming a killing zone. Thinking this, a satisfied look crossed Ash's face. "You lot must think fortress walls are a joke, huh?" Just as he finished mocking the rats, a light flashing beside him caught his attention. Ash's eyes widened in surprise. It was the system screen appearing. He muttered to himself, "The bosses that were just question marks have been revealed. Level 30, Champion Rat. 3 Champion Rats." Following that, he stared at the Champion Rats and speculated. If their names have appeared, they must have entered the battlefield. Furthermore, they were leading the second wave of the sewer rats. It seemed Ash had figured out the Champion Rats' scheme. He anxiously ordered everyone, "They're trying to breach the wall. Stop them." Before anyone could carry out Ash's order, a Champion Rat reached them. In a flash, it moved toward the wall with extreme speed. The critical situation made him scream continuously, "Don't just stand there. Stop them." Finally, the soldiers on the ramparts reacted to his shouts. A volley of cannon shells was fired downward. The lead Champion Rat took the hit, but it seemed completely unfazed. Suddenly, Ash remembered the images of other rats from the past. It looked at least twice as big as the rat they had encountered in the dungeon. If that thing slammed into the wall, the next second, a massive green cannon shell fired out. Then, a barrage of the same colored shells rained down, aiming straight for the rat. Just as Ash hoped, the Champion Rat took the hit and stopped moving for a moment. In an instant, it was destroyed, its bloodied form etched into his vision. Even so, Ash couldn't rest easy at all. "There's more. Get ready. We have to take down the Champion Rats first. Fire. Don't save on ammo." Following his command, the sound of artillery quickly thundered through the air. Ash didn't take a second to rest, continuing to coordinate and activate the amplifier cannon. "Jupiter, I need power." Hearing this, Jupiter, with a grin, immediately took action. Her eyes radiated killing intent. "Get ready, you little rats. The power is massive." Countless rats were slaughtered. However, even though she had unleashed a devastating move, the sheer number of rats was so overwhelming that Jupiter was horrified. "Damn it, it's still not enough. Because the damage is spread out, it's not enough to kill the Champion Rats." Ash immediately yelled, "Lily, fireball, now." Lily answered, both confused and surprised. "What? The skill is still on cooldown." As she hesitated, he growled, "I know." As if understanding what Ash meant, Lily put all her strength into summoning a terrifying blast of magic. Just as she unleashed the attack on the fortress, she couldn't help but groan. "I knew this would happen." Good grief! Lily's fireball slammed straight into the face of another Champion Rat. The flames slowly spread across its body and erupted into a massive inferno. The Champion Rat died instantly before it could even gasp, struck down by that surge of power. But Ash didn't have much time to wait. Another one appeared. Ready to charge, the Champion Rat's eyes glowed a vibrant crimson. It snarled, baring its fangs, and lunged forward. Ash widened his eyes and shouted to the group, "There's still one more. Stop it." Hearing the order, Lucas leaped into the fray, his sharp sword drawn, diving down from above. His blade, coated in a blinding flash of magic, struck home, piercing the Champion Rat instantly. Wanting to finish the job for good, Lucas shouted that it needed one more hit. Seeing this, Ash urgently turned to Damien. "Hurry!" Damien's eyes flashed, with determination, reflecting the light of his formation. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a powerful arrow from his crossbow. The champion rat was covered in blood from taking 2 fatal hits back to back. Ash's notification sound echoed. "That's it. Did we take it down?" Before he could finish his sentence, the champion rat, despite its 2 critical wounds, lunged forward. Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. It can still move after that? His heart raced. No, this can't be. Unfortunately, the champion rat punched through the sturdy fortress wall, leading the horde of rats as they poured into the city. Something felt wrong. Having been a veteran commander who fought monsters his entire life, the old man realized it instantly. This monster attack was different, completely unlike anything from his time in service. The monsters didn't just have overwhelming numbers, they were actually coordinating. They were no longer a disorganized rabble, but a unified army. Inside the forest, Shirin felt a sense of dread. Prince Ash has had to hold off attacks like this 3 times now? Now the man understood why the new commander, the Empire's youngest prince, Ash, had been desperate to seek his help. The young prince was truly talented, even though it was hard to believe, given the prince's reputation as the city's local drunkard. Lost in thought, Shirin reached for his weapons, contemplating his next move. But this was dangerous. Should he help? Suddenly, memories of the bloodshed from his past flashed before his eyes. Shirin's expression darkened in an instant. He decisively pushed away the urge to help. No. Then, Shirin mounted his horse and rode off. He was retired. There was no need to throw himself back into the fray. Charon could live out his golden years in peace. He could just walk away and spend his days quietly in his orchard. But just a few steps into his journey, Shirin heard the thunderous roar of battle from the other side of the front lines. The image of the terrifying rats appeared before him again. Sharon's eyes widened in horror. Immediately, he began to wrestle with his conscience. No, Charon hadn't fought in a long time. He had to go home. Back to that orchard. He whispered to himself, "If I wait for him, I will protect her with my own hands this time." Back to the scene. Ash was frantically issuing orders on the wall. Evacuate the city immediately. But a champion rat had already made its way inside the city walls. He watched the rats nervously from a distance. The second wave of sewer rats was already this close. Without a moment's hesitation, Ash shouted his orders. Except for a few gunners and archers, all infantry moved down to defend the gate. "Lucas, you take command of the soldiers. Everyone else, keep up the suppression fire. We must establish a wall of fire to seal that breach in the wall. Jupiter, keep fighting freely as you see fit, but take out as many as you can in one strike. The moment you've gathered enough mana, unleash all your lightning at once." Despite being exhausted, Jupiter gave a strong nod. "As you command, Your Highness." Ash quickly turned to Lily. "Do you have any artifacts we can use right now?" Hearing this, she answered seriously, "Only the speed-boosting artifact." The next second, he followed up. "What about the flamethrower artifact?" Lily's face showed clear panic. "But it takes 10 minutes to recharge." In this life-or-death situation, Ash didn't have time to overthink it. Use the speed boost on the troops now, and fire the flamethrower the second it's charged. She was trembling slightly but still managed to answer. Yes, Your Highness." Ash's pace became even more urgent. "And Damien?" Suddenly, he faltered. Ash had noticed Damien's teary-eyed, fragile expression. "Yes, Your Highness." In a flash, he recalled the mistake Damien had made earlier. The boy must still be blaming everything on himself. Ash reached out and gave him a firm flick on the forehead to snap him out of it. Under the sunlight, Ash radiated a brilliant aura. "You're doing great, kid." Ash's praise made Damien even more moved. Your Highness. Ash gently placed a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. "Don't beat yourself up over 1 or 2 minor mistakes. Be confident. A marksman never misses their target. You're a true hidden ace." As if trying to help Damien regain his confidence, he firmly stated, "Just your presence here is a huge contribution to me. So, believe in yourself the way I believe in you." Damien responded with a deeply moved tone. "Yes, Your Highness." Right after that, Ash shifted back into his battle-hardened mindset. "Great, Damien. Because you are the last line of defense. Your mission is to blast those rats over there. The ones breaking through our soldiers' defensive line." Having regained his composure, Damien decisively agreed. "Understood, Your Highness. I will do as you wish." Hearing that, Ash gave a solemn nod, as if to instill strength into him. He kept a close watch on the situation below the wall. He thought to himself, "Now all I can do is hope everyone is giving their all to finish their tasks." The next second, Ash loudly announced the situation. The rats were advancing. The soldiers got into formation, ready to fight. Though they were terrified, They braced themselves to plunge into the battle. Just as Ash had planned, an elite squad of soldiers blocked the path of the champion rat. Through that tiny opening, the sewer rats had managed to sneak inside the city. But before they could push any deeper, they were cut down in one swift strike. It turned out Lucas had unleashed a technique with his serrated sword. Even though it was drenched in the blood of the sewer rats, the blade still emitted an aura of justice. He calmly issued the order. The entrance is very narrow. Stay calm and take them out one by one. Hearing this, the soldiers shouted in unison. They became incredibly fired up. They continuously charged into the fray. Up on the wall, Ash was suddenly surprised. What is that? The number of rats slipping through the wall was increasing. They are breaking through the barrier. Seeing the sheer intelligence of those rats, Ash turned pale. What kind of rats are these? It's no different from the rat swarm. No time to hesitate. He launched a new attack. Flamethrowers, ready, fire. Before the flamethrowers could even discharge, a fierce scream echoed out, quickly drawing Ash's attention. What's going on, Lily? He glanced over and saw that the rats had already scaled the fortress walls and were attacking the mages. Nearby, a mage covered in blood cried out in pain. Lily! Seeing this, Ash rushed over instantly, throwing a punch at the rats. Take this princely fist. With just one blow, he hit the jackpot. The rat was sent flying off the wall. Ash grew more anxious. They're climbing over the walls too? As he spoke, the rats split into two groups, one diving into the gaps, the other scaling the walls. Lily's eyes welled with tears, but they burned with hatred. She unleashed her spells, as if seeking revenge for everyone. Come here, you scum. Rot in hell. The machines couldn't be activated, because many alchemists had been wounded, and some had already fallen on the battlefield. A soldier turned ghostly pale, as his arm had been severed. He screamed in agony. My arm is gone. Below the wall, the situation was just as dire. The archers were busy dealing with the pests, and both teams were losing men on the ramparts. Ash, too, was locked in a constant brawl with the incoming tide of rats. Breathing heavily, he thought. At this rate, the casualties will spiral out of control. Suddenly, amidst the despair, the astonished voice of a silver soldier rang out. It's the War Duke, Ash asked back, bewildered, not believing his ears. What did you say? As he finished, a blinding light erupted from the distance. It turned out the sunlight was catching Sharon's weapon, casting a righteous glow. To everyone's shock, Sharon rode his warhorse heroically. He charged into the battlefield, shouting a challenge at the monsters. Turn back and fight me, you animalistic rats. The light from Sharon's weapon continued to spread. Watching for just a moment, Ash immediately recognized the provocation, the sheer pressure emanating from him. The rats couldn't bear it and shrieked in agony. Ash felt deep anxiety. What is he planning to do? Cross couldn't hold back and shouted a warning. What are you doing, War Duke? You'll die. It seemed Charon had already foreseen this outcome. His face was etched with determination. Charon Cross had never stopped killing his entire life. He was born in this fortress, constantly forced to fight off monsters. So, even when his father died and he inherited the title to become a young lord, he still had to slay monsters every single day. He was their natural nemesis. That was how it was before she appeared. Clara, holding a bouquet of flowers, smiled brightly and offered a morning greeting. Lord Charon looked at her, confused. He asked, "What are you trying to sell?" Clara tucked the two largest, most beautiful flowers into his hands and replied softly, "Flowers, my lord." A female merchant seeking a permit to open a flower shop. War Duke Cross was stunned as he held the flowers in his hands. Charon looked at her coldly and said, "This is the front line of the fortress. What I need are swords, spears, arrows, and cannonballs. What good are your flowers? They'll just wither away." Clearly, Clara wasn't swayed. She enthusiastically tried to convince him. It is precisely because they are useless and fragile that people need to cherish and protect them, my lord. Charin didn't understand as he looked down at the flowers in his hand. Clara continued, "Beautiful flowers wither quickly, but they always carry a meaning for everyone." He couldn't grasp this. At first, Charin had suspected she was a foreign spy. Her voice hummed like the morning sun, radiating warmth and clarity throughout the space. Clara happily said, "Welcome back, my lord." Charin looked around her shop, then hesitated. "I have never seen these types of flowers before." Almost every day, he visited the flower shop looking for evidence. He gradually learned the differences in colors and scents. He remembered the names of every flower, but even then, he still didn't know why they were beautiful. A year later, Charon Cross proposed to her. Back to the bloody reality of the battlefield, Charon roared aggressively. "Watch this, you filthy rats." On the other side of the wall, Lucas and his soldiers were holding the line against the rats attacking the castle. From afar, Ash saw Chirin and thought in disbelief. "What are you doing? You're not John or the windmills." He screamed in tension. "What are you doing, War Duke? Don't throw your life away." Chirin's face darkened. He remained silent. His eyes were squeezed shut, and his teeth were gritted together. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and charged straight into the rats swarming around him. They opened their mouths wide as if to tear his body apart. Instantly, he remembered back to a gloomy day when monsters had attacked. That very day, after the battle ended, Chirin rushed home, disheveled. He looked at his beloved wife lying on the bed, her eyes teary, her breathing still labored, holding their child in her arms. She said tenderly, "Darling, look at this. This is our daughter." Karen Cross forgot all about washing off the blood and dust. He clumsily and carefully took the baby. Evangeline lay tiny in his hands. Clara spoke with deep emotion. "Evangeline, our daughter is as beautiful as this name." But Charon didn't understand beauty, so he couldn't answer her. Evangeline's tiny hand gripped his finger. Charon was so surprised he couldn't speak. He still couldn't understand why such a small, fragile, and delicate child could make his heart flutter so much. Just a moment ago, while he was killing monsters without rest and commanding everything to protect this place, now his mind was completely blank. Returning to the cruel reality, Ash gave loud orders. "Gather the troops, quickly, stop firing the cannons, the War Duke might get hit." He gestured and pointed in a different direction. "Use bows and arrows to shoot the rats on this side." The soldiers immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Ash leaned over the wall, looked down, and shouted, "Lucas!" He heard him and looked up, shouting back, "Yes, my lord." Ash said quickly, "Concentrate your forces in front of the castle gate. You must save the War Duke." Lucas frowned and said firmly, "No, sir, this isn't a rescue mission." Looking at the crack in the wall, he calmly continued, "We can attack the rats from behind. That should wipe them all out." Lucas declared loudly, "We will be victorious and return with the Duke. Please, give the order as soon as possible." Upon receiving the order, the city gate swung open. Lucas led the charge, holding his sword high, shouting, "Forward! Exterminate the rats! Protect Duke Damien." The sound of hooves mixed with the soldiers' cheers echoed across the land. Ash watched, thinking tensely, "It's not fast enough. Must be faster." In the heat of battle, Charon's arm was wounded, blood gushing out. He widened his eyes and let out a long, thunderous roar. The fearless rats rushed forward, only to be pierced straight through by his spear. Powerful as he was, being surrounded by the entire swarm was becoming too much. Charon hunched over, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Even now, his heart was troubled. "I still don't understand." Two fierce alpha rats lunged at him. The Duke wondered why he was here doing this. He had promised his wife he would see her again when he passed on. That was his decision. "Why must I fight for this damned city?" A rat seized the opportunity and latched onto Charon's arm. Pushed to the point of being unhorsed, he thought with bitterness, "Why?" It was a question Charon had spent his whole life searching for, but still couldn't answer. His spear was stained with fresh blood, but one thing was crystal clear to him. Charin's hand trembled as he drove the spear into the ground, using it to support his wounded body. He would not fall. His warhorse had been brought down by the rats. Charon gripped his weapon tightly and lunged straight at them. The two children so weak and small, yet they are the ones I must protect at all costs. And isn't killing monsters the thing I've always been best at? Karen shouted with a choked voice. "My daughter is living inside this fortress. This is the world she lives in." He fought and killed, tears streaming down his face. A rain of blood fell from the sky. He declared firmly, "I will not let anyone invade." Charon's arm was severed by a rat's claw, and his leg was also attacked. The rats bit through his armor. Countless spurts of blood erupted. Charon's eyes widened, filled with bloodshot veins. He gritted his teeth, swallowing the agony deep into his chest. Charon knew full well that no matter how many orchards he planted, no matter how many monsters he slaughtered, those days of the past would never return. But for a man who only knew how to fight, he would still lift his spear. Charon seemed to find the strength of his youth. He seemed tireless. He slaughtered without rest. With his left side, he thrust his spear, skewering a rat, killing one. With his right, he pinned a rat firmly to the ground. Charon muttered, "One more." The Duke gritted his teeth, standing tall as he waited for the last of them. Blood trickled down the shaft of the spear, down to the tip, and dripped onto the ground. But then a silence fell. Why are they not attacking anymore? Or has Charon already died? A strong voice rang out, waking him. "Duke Cross." Lucas finally caught up. Charon Cross turned his head, surprised. Lucas said seriously, "All the enemies have been eliminated. The battle is over." Duke Cross. Charon was stunned, completely frozen. Sunlight broke through the dissipating black clouds, shining down on the arid, blood-stained earth. He was no longer the handsome, powerful Charin. Before Lucas stood an old duke with white hair and a beard, his body covered in wounds. Blood ran in jagged lines. It was hard to tell if it was his or the rat's. Lucas said, his voice raspy. "You can rest now, sir." As soon as he finished, the spear slipped from Charon's hand and fell to the ground. Ash quickly dismounted. Lucas and the soldiers placed their hands over their hearts and bowed. "Sir." Lucas's face was stained with dirt, his shiny, sturdy armor covered in scratches. He bowed his head slightly and said, "I think we arrived too late." Ash looked at him, confused. The nearby soldiers stood silent. The stillness seemed to swallow Ash's mind. He suddenly widened his eyes in shock as he realized something. Not far away, Charin lay motionless in a pool of blood. Damien was performing healing magic. The soldiers stepped back, leaving a space in the center, standing in a circle. Influenced by the somber atmosphere, Ash whispered, "Damien?" The area was dead silent, so Damien heard him clearly. He frowned and looked up. Then, he helplessly lowered his head and shook it. Even though he didn't make a sound, it was enough for Ash to understand the answer. Ash bit his lip tightly. His bangs fell, obscuring his vision. Ash pulled a glass vial from his pocket. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I still have a high-level recovery potion from the previous reward chest. Maybe this will." Just then, Charin's weak voice drifted over. He said, "Stop. This isn't just a simple wound that a divine potion can fix. I think it will only cause me more pain." Ash called out urgently, "Duke." He glanced at him and signaled, "Just help me sit up first. I can't see anything. The fog has cleared." Warm sunlight shone across the entire fortress again. Charin was supported by Ash. He leaned on him and asked hesitatingly, "Has the battle ended?" Ash replied, seriously, "The battle has truly ended, Duke. Your dedication is truly beyond measure." Charin cast his eyes toward the familiar fortress wall that he had been attached to for his entire life. "Has the wall been breached?" Ash softened his voice to reassure him. "The wall was breached, but not a single monster got through. Everyone inside the city is still safe." Charin seemed to let out a sigh of relief. He looked at him and wheezed, "How wonderful that is." Suddenly, something caught his attention. The soldiers, who had fought side by side with him, men who had grown through thousands of bloody battles, were now sobbing, covering their faces. Charin advised, "Don't be so sorrowful. Everyone." He smiled faintly and said, "This is the front line. Casualties are unavoidable. It's nothing to be surprised about. It's just that now, it's my turn to pass away here." The soldiers were silent. No one replied. Only the sound of sobbing grew louder. Charin continued to advise, "Don't look so sad when someone has to pass away. Be happy, because we won, and you were able to survive and return." His gaze grew dreamy, slowly losing focus. Charin spoke bluntly about the cruel reality of this place. "This is a city of graves. There will be many deaths in battle." He looked at Ash again. "But that also means that on top of those graves, people will continue to live." Even though his body was weakening, Charin's mind remained incredibly sharp. He said, "If the city continues to mourn for those who are lost, that very city will never be able to move forward, Your Highness. Mourning the fallen is fine, but you must ensure that people don't lose sight of their own happiness out of regret." Ash furrowed his brows deeply and replied, "I will make sure of that." The war banner fluttered in the wind, blending into the warm midday sun, because hope is the very source of life for those of us who must keep moving forward. Blood trickled from the corner of Charin's mouth, but he endured the pain to continue speaking. "Therefore, if someone dies, my perishing here is perfectly logical, because I had already lost that hope." The soldiers surrounding them bowed their heads in silence. Charin pleaded earnestly, "Please, promise me one thing, Prince Ash." Ash replied immediately, "Name it, General. I will do everything within my power to fulfill your wish." His voice carried a lingering sense of sorrow and regret. "If my daughter ever comes here," Charon Cross looked into the distance, remembering the moment he watched her carriage drive away. "Please pass on my apologies to her." His hand went limp at his side as he added, "Tell her to just be free." Imprinted in his mind was the image of baby Evangeline grabbing his finger and giggling, and to live the life she wants to live. Ash softly replied, "I will definitely convey these words for you." Charon's voice sounded relieved. "Good. That's good then. I'm sorry, my love." He remained filled with remorse, whispering, "I couldn't keep my promises to the orchard, to you, to my daughter, to everything." Ash grabbed his hand and firmly asserted, "No, General. You saved this country. Not just once, but you've done it your entire life. You protected everyone, both above and below the front lines." Ash's voice grew more serious than ever. This nation owes you a debt of gratitude. There was no response. Sharon's body grew weaker, even though the years had left deep lines of age on his face. At this moment, mingled with sweat and blood, he was still a resilient warrior. Yet, the warrior who had dedicated his whole life to battles muttered, "I'm sorry, in the end. I didn't accomplish anything." He could no longer hear Ash's words. And then, Ash remembered the bag of dried fruit that the general had given him. Ash had never understood why the general kept this bag when the fruit didn't even taste good. Perhaps it was meant for this very moment. As Charon was still muttering, Ash fed him a raisin. His vision began to blur, and he let out a faint sound. In those final, fleeting moments of life, Charon reunited with Clara. She was holding a raisin and feeding it to him, just like that. "This raisin is really sweet." The general's pulse stopped completely. In the distance, a bell rang out, signaling that the monster invasion had ended, and the evacuation order was lifted. Ash could not understand. This man had thrown everything away to protect this city. A man who hated this city so much that he wanted to end his own bloodline himself. Why did Charin return at the very last minute? And what he had, fought and died for. Why did this battlefield have to be a place where a man sacrificed his very life for it? Ash's hair fell forward, obscuring his vision. His voice was heavy and raspy. "General." Charon's eyes were tightly shut. His body was turning cold. Looking at the satisfied expression on his face as he departed, Ash softly said, "The position of commander for this city really is a heavy burden." He remained in his position, holding Charon. The soldiers bowed their heads in a moment of silence. A gentle breeze blew past, as if to see his soul off. Just then, a notification sound echoed. "Stage 2 cleared. Your rewards have been sent. Please check your inventory." Stage MVP. 3 stars. Lucas, SSR. Character wounded or deceased. West Charing Cross, SR. Scene transition. The moon rose high, illuminating the night. The mansion gate slowly opened. Ader rushed over in a panic, shouting, "Oh, my master, are you hurt anywhere? I've been waiting in such anxiety." Ash's body was covered in blood. He softly called out, "Ader." Ader was still rambling. "You did very well in this stage, too. You were truly impressive." Ash grabbed the collar of his shirt and lifted him up. Ader asked in confusion, "Master?" Ash used his strength to pin him hard against the wall. Ader struggled to breathe, unable to finish his sentence. "Master, you are," Ash hissed through his teeth. "Answer me." Ader coughed violently. "What?" Ash repeated. "I said, answer me." But Ader still insisted. "What are you talking about?" Ash roared. "Stop playing dumb and answer me right now." "You damn director," he growled. "This situation is clearly very strange. What is this demonic level of difficulty?" The tutorial was usually like that, so I skipped it. A life armor appeared in Stage 1, but I only blamed my own bad luck. However, in Stage 2, an NPC appeared and commanded. The monsters? How? Even in hell-level stages, they don't do that. Tell me, what kind of trick did you pull? Ash lifted Ader's body up, pressing him against the wall, and loudly questioned, "Why is the game so demonically difficult like this? And what other strange things are going to happen in the next stage, huh?" Ash couldn't stay calm. He pressed him for answers. "Explain to me why you pretended to help me, but hid these conditions from me? Watch your mouth, you bastard." Ader's face broke out in a cold sweat. His lips pressed into a thin line. He furrowed his brows and replied, "You might not believe me, master, but I am helping you in my own way. I am telling the truth." Ash's hand tightened, clearly showing his rage at this moment. "Stop talking nonsense. You call this helping me when I end up like this? And you still have the nerve to say you're helping me?" Ader struggled to raise his hand to point at him. The necklace around Ash's neck. Ash was indeed wearing a necklace. Ader looked at him and explained, "The necklace you received was the reward for completing Stage 0. If you complete Stage 3, its functions will be unlocked." In the center of the pendant was a sparkling gemstone. Ader's voice softened. "When its functions are unlocked, you will understand why these strange things have been happening." He added further analysis. "If you just complete one more stage, you will understand why these things are appearing." Ash remained silent, not saying a word. It was unclear whether he believed what he said or not. Ader's face had turned pale, but he still insisted, "So, master, you, Ash, I hope you'll be able to overcome this." Ash's grip loosened, and as Ader was released, she was finally able to speak more fluently than before. "I truly hope you'll be able to keep fighting just as you are right now, even if one day you discover the insanity of this world." Ash looked suspicious. "What do you mean?" "Because when that day comes, you won't be able to run from it." Ash spoke coldly. "Unable to run from what, Ader?" She didn't answer. She wore a pained smile. like a chess piece being moved by someone else. Ader whispered, "From this very world." Scene changed to another location. Tiny footsteps echoed through the night. Evangeline's hair fluttered in the wind. She stared silently into the distance. It was 3 days after the end of the second act. The entire city hung flags of mourning. The atmosphere felt heavy with the losses from the battle, yet the conversations were far from pleasant. Between Ash and Ader, things continued as usual, and in the time that followed, we were busy, preparing to welcome the next siege. The carriage Ash was riding in sped down the road, with Lucas sitting in front. After the appointed day, I will return to the estate. The system board displayed. Stella begins in 12 days and 9 hours. Time remaining, 297 hours, 7 minutes and 13 seconds. Ash frowned, looking at the information before him, calculating silently. Including the past 3 days, that leaves 15 days until the next act. That's plenty of time. Building the defenses hasn't faced any obstacles, so everything is going well with this progress. He seemed to sense something and glanced outside. Far away, near the entrance to the estate, a girl's figure was already standing there waiting. Ash wondered, "What's this?" The girl's eyes widened, also staring fixedly at their carriage. Ash called out to the outside, "Lucas, someone is standing at the gate." Before he could finish his sentence, the girl lunged toward the vehicle. She used the spear in her hand to strike hard against the carriage window. Ash panicked, staring at the sharp spearhead right in front of him, and shouted, "What the hell is this?" Evangeline herself was stunned by the situation. She had only intended to destroy the wheel. Who knows how much time had passed? Ash stepped out of the carriage. It was still smoking from having its glass shattered. Lucas looked worried. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" He replied calmly. "Yeah, I think so." Lucas turned around and asked, "Who are you? How dare you?" His sword pointed straight at Evangeline. "I will arrest you immediately and punish you severely." Ash stood behind him and advised, "She's just a child." Lucas frowned, saying vigilantly, "Don't underestimate the enemy because of their age, Your Highness. It seems she's been well-trained." Ash asked again, "Well-trained?" He began to analyze from what he had observed. "Look at the outfit she's wearing. That's a Royal Academy uniform. On her left chest, there's a badge." Lucas had already noticed it. That symbol is definitive proof. He gripped his sword, his tone demanding like a father's. "What is an Academy student doing here? State your identity at once." Evangeline didn't answer Lucas's question but fiercely retorted, "I should be the one asking that. You old geezers." As soon as Ash and Lucas heard the way she addressed them, it was like hitting a sore spot. Their faces went stiff, and they shouted in unison, "Huh? Old geezers? We aren't old." Evangeline pointed at the estate gate and stated firmly, "This is my house. I'm returning after some time. But why are there these strange guards here?" She recounted her speculations. Maybe they're bandits who always come to cause trouble, or some other count wanting to invade this place. I was confused due to a lack of information. Finally, Evangeline explained why the collision happened earlier. "Then I saw you guys coming, so I stopped the carriage." Ash's face twisted in disbelief. "You could have opened your mouth to ask. You didn't have to wreck the carriage." Evangeline smiled confidently and waved her hands. "The Academy taught me that if you suspect the opponent is an enemy, show your dominance to gain the upper hand." Guilt-stricken, she glanced away, not daring to look at him. "But I didn't intend to break the carriage like that. So, sorry." Then, in the blink of an eye, Evangeline's attitude changed again. She continued to point her spear toward them. "Hey, you clumsy idiots. Who are you? Why are you at someone else's house?" Evangeline became extremely serious, her words dripping with intimidation. "Depending on your answer, you might get hurt, so be careful." Lucas slammed his sword into the ground with force. "Stop talking nonsense. This is the home where Lord Crossroad lives." He gestured with both hands toward Ash. "Of course, it belongs to the Lord." Evangeline frowned, unable to understand, and asked, "What are you talking about?" "My father is the Lord." Both Ash and Lucas were startled to hear the reason that she used to refute their claims. Ash's eyes narrowed slightly. Everything was clear now. "I understand. So, you are." In that moment, it was as if an image of Charing Cross from the past flashed through his mind. Ash called out a name, Evangeline Cross. She looked at him, curious. "You know me?" Ash replied simply, "I've heard a lot about you from your father." He whispered to himself the moment he locked eyes with her. I immediately realized this was the daughter of Count Cross. Ash marveled internally. She has the same eyes as her father. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. Wait a second. The SSR tier character, Evangeline Cross, that I saw in the game was a beautiful woman. The girl in front of me isn't just too young, but also quite different in height. Ash raised his hand to measure. She's much shorter than I thought. He felt suspicious again. Why is it so different? The other characters are all quite similar to their game personas. Lucas stood beside him, leaned into Ash's ear, and whispered, "Your Highness, judging other people's appearances is a bit rude." Ash scrambled to explain. No, it's a misunderstanding, Evangeline." She, standing opposite him, gritted her teeth. "Don't criticize someone's appearance right in front of them. How many lives do you have?" Ash broke into a cold sweat and replied, "Just one." Evangeline continued, "Then you'd better cherish it." She raised her hand to grip the rope she was wearing over her shoulder. The golden feather pattern on the iron shield was revealed. Evangeline held her spear in one hand and the iron shield in the other, taking a combat stance. One foot scraped the ground as she stepped back. "I changed my mind," she announced loudly. "I was just going to stop the carriage, but now I'm getting serious." Evangeline didn't hesitate for a second, rushing at lightning speed to attack Ash once again. Seeing Sharon Cross's demeanor in Evangeline, she was indeed the general's daughter, just like him. Her spear thrust was blocked by Lucas's sword. He firmly demanded, "Lower your weapon, Evangeline. You are standing before Prince Ash, the third prince of the Empire." She didn't believe a word, Lucas said. First, trespassing. And now, imposters too? Evangeline's eyes flashed as she kicked Ash's sword away. Raising her spear, she spoke, "There's no such thing as a third Prince Damien." With that, Evangeline swung her weapon with all her might at her opponent. "And you, lowering yourself to this place." Lucas, on his side, didn't back down. He drew his sword back to gather momentum. As his blade flew toward her, Evangeline reacted in time, stepping back to dodge. Ash stood to the side, watching the two of them fight, and muttered to himself, "Hey, I'm standing right here." Evangeline smirked. "Oh? You have some skills, old man," she remarked. Lucas spoke up. "Of course, Evangeline. I am a former student of the Royal Academy." He held out the sword in his hand and introduced himself. "I am a second year, Class 369 of the Lucas Academy." His voice reached Ash's ears. "Let me tell you, Prince Ash, the one standing behind me is also a former student." Hearing that, Ash felt curious. "Oh, really? Did I graduate from the academy too?" Lucas continued with an air of reverence. "And among all the students of Class 369, he is the legend of legends." Ash turned his head, his eyes shining with excitement toward him. "A legend? I'm a legend? Me?" His eyes sparkled, extremely curious. "Why? How am I a legend? Tell me." "Lucas, why are you staying silent?" A long moment later, the full moon peeked out from behind the clouds. In the space between them, a voice echoed. "That is how it is, Your Highness." Ash asked blankly. "That's why I became a legend?" Lucas looked nervous, sweating profusely. "As expected of the royal lineage, you were so strong and daring that you skipped classes repeatedly, and you earned the top spot from the bottom up with your own strength." Ash smiled and nodded at him. In his mind, he mocked himself. "Oh, such an open mindset. Way too open. Well, if you slack off on your studies, you're bound to end up at the bottom. So proud of yourself, Ash." Evangeline closed her eyes and snorted. "So, you guys are the ones claiming to be former students of my school? Do you think I'm a fool who can't recognize an imposter?" Ash and Lucas were both dumbfounded, not knowing what she would do next. The hand holding Evangeline's spear had veins bulging from the exertion. "Well, then I understand." She unleashed the power within her. "Top ranker, Class 375, Evangeline Cross." Evangeline screamed and launched herself to attack. "Let me welcome you seniors properly." Lucas, on this side, was also ready, swinging his sword to confront her. The two collided directly, fighting fiercely and kicking up clouds of dust. Evangeline's spear and Lucas's sword clashed, creating sparks. Ash watched the two in front of him, thinking to himself, since they are both S rank, their fighting is insane. He seemed completely drawn into the match. Well, they really are geniuses in this world. Watching is fun, but at this rate, someone is going to end up in a casket. A commanding voice echoed through the air, ordering them to stop. "Both of you, stop." Ash loudly demanded they cease the battle. "That's enough. I think there has been a misunderstanding. We should really stop and talk this out." The two in front of him didn't seem to notice his words at all. The sound of metal clashing continued to ring out. The battle showed no signs of coming to an end. A desperate Ash called out in vain. "What are you doing? Can anyone hear me? Hey, everyone." He looked toward Evangeline. "I guess they can't hear a thing." He then looked at Lucas. Both knights were too focused on the fight. Ash's hand clenched into a fist as he calculated. Well, there's no other way but for a bystander to intervene. He slowly began to move. "Using my weakest attack should be fine. I just need to disrupt the fight." Ash kept muttering to himself. Go easy, just go easy. All right, here goes. He walked up behind Evangeline, closed his eyes, and threw a punch. She was caught off guard, her head tilting backward. Ash's fist landed precisely on the shield Evangeline was holding. A system window popped up. Jackpot calculation. The numbers spun rapidly. After spinning for a moment, the jackpot display stopped at 777. The 775 jackpot display flashed with a blinding golden light. What the? Ash's entire body stiffened in place. Why now of all times? Evangeline just stood there, dazed. She stood motionless, and immediately after, a massive, colorful surge of power erupted from the ground, shooting up toward the sky. Ash's fist remained in its position in midair, but his whole body was shaking. He looked at the section of the manor wall that had been blasted apart and could only scream internally. Talk about bad luck. Lucas turned to look at the person beside him. Your Highness, that was truly an amazing skill. How did you? Ash frantically retorted. No, that's not the point. Evangeline, having been blown away by his power, was now lying unconscious in the rubble. Lucas covered his mouth, his face turning pale. How could you be so cruel to a young girl, sir? Ash was still trying to explain. No, I didn't mean to do that. Evangeline's shield and spear had shattered into many fragments, scattered across the ground. Who knows how much time passed? Ash looked at Lucas and asked, She didn't ascend to heaven, right? In the hazy rain, images from memories seemed to be stirred up back when Evangeline was little. Whenever a monster appeared, Evangeline's mother would come to her room to comfort her. She would always hug her daughter and whisper, Mommy is here, to make sure my little girl doesn't cry out of fear. Her mother would smile whenever she said that, but Evangeline knew the truth. The one who was scared wasn't Evangeline, it was her mother. Every time that happened, the little girl would look at her to offer comfort. It's okay, Mommy. Father will defeat all the monsters, so what is there to be afraid of? She would offer a gentle smile in response. You're right. Later on, Evangeline realized that what her mother feared wasn't the monsters. She feared losing her father, and she also dreaded the day that she, the daughter destined to follow in his footsteps, would have to fight on those bloody front lines. Evangeline's eyes fluttered open as she woke from her dream. She looked around at her surroundings, realizing she was lying in a bed. In her mind, she quietly marveled at the familiar scent. She felt the warm rays of sunlight streaming in through the window. It was her own room. Suddenly, near the bedroom door, a sound echoed as the door was pulled open. Evangeline glanced toward it, instantly sensing someone was about to enter. With lightning speed, she pulled the blanket up, covering herself completely, even over her head. The sound of leather boots hitting the floor grew closer to the flies. Bed. Along with the footsteps, the sound of an object being dragged across the floor echoed. He sat down on the chair beside the bed, but he didn't say a word. After a long while, Evangeline was the one to speak first. It's been 3 years, Father. How have you been lately? She didn't wait for him to answer, instead continuing to ramble on. Honestly, you don't even need to tell me. I already know. You've been busy living the best days of your life, hunting monsters, haven't you? Evangeline pressed her face against the blanket, muttering to herself, That's not what I meant to say, not things like that. Something more normal, something. Finally, Ash replied to her, I'm sorry, Evangeline, but I am not your father. Her eyes widened in shock, and she wondered, who? Evangeline's hand reached out from under the blanket, searching for something. She needed a weapon. She sat up abruptly with lightning speed, bowing her head in confusion as she looked at her hands, wondering, bandages? Am I hurt? Ash sat on the chair, bringing a hand up to rub his forehead. It seemed she still wasn't fully conscious. Probably because I hit you a bit too hard yesterday. Many scenes from yesterday flashed through Evangeline's memory. She pointed her finger straight at him and called out, Old man. Yesterday, Ash corrected her. I told you, I'm not old. But Evangeline remained insistent. You look weak, but you hit really hard. It's you. Ash almost exploded in frustration. I don't look weak. I told you, I'm not an old man. After that, he completely gave up. Fine, whatever. Let me introduce myself. Lady Evangeline Cross. My name is Ash, the third prince of the Empire, and the current lord of Crossroad. Evangeline furrowed her brows. You're still babbling that nonsense? She gave a playful smile. If you're a prince, then wouldn't I be the queen of a noble territory, Evangeline Cross? She held up her bandage-wrapped hand, teasing. Do you want me to wave my hand gracefully? Ash just silently pulled a card from his coat. She was dazzled by the light, reflecting off the card, stunned into silence. Evangeline Cross took the card and examined it carefully. the official insignia of the Everback royal family. No way is this real. She bowed her head, her whole body trembling. Ash stood behind her, confidently crossing his arms. I told you, didn't I? Suddenly, Evangeline turned around to look at him with sparkling eyes. I'm your fan. Ash, still unable to react, asked. What? She repeated her words from before. Your Highness, I'm your biggest fan. Please give me your autograph. On a blank sheet of paper she wrote, Happily for Ash. Ash's voice rang out. All right then. He looked at the person before him and asked, Since I'm the most reckless person in the Empire, you're a fan of mine? Evangeline excitedly replied, Yes, because you're a total jerk, my lord. Ash, hearing the answer, could only let out 2 awkward laughs. Shut up, will you? But why? She raised her hand to cover half her face. Because I want to rebel too. Rebel against my father. Evangeline passionately listed off a few things. You cause disasters, create a series of problems, and even trample on the honor of the royal family. She continued on to her own story. So, I ran away from home. At first, things were going pretty well. Once I got into the Imperial Academy, what I felt was no. But why is the only thing they do all day? They're just practice. Forget about rebelling. I was forced to become a model student. Ash silently confirmed to himself. It must be just like that. She wasn't just a model student. The truth was, Evangeline had graduated from the Imperial Academy as the class valedictorian in just 3 years, when it normally takes 6 years to graduate. She was a genius who had written her name into the Academy's history. Evangeline slumped, sighing. I couldn't do anything. The only thing I could call rebelling that I did was not contacting my father for 3 years. Ash gently commented, That's a cute rebellion. But in a split second, she regained her spirit. But then, I heard about you. Even with the Emperor as a father, you never stop disappointing everyone, every single day. You possess enough creativity to make headlines every week. Evangeline recounted with a tone full of admiration. You used gold coins to make a fountain, and made rugs out of gemstones. You even made the Emperor faint from anger. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. You're truly amazing. So cool. You're my role model, Ash interrupted, playing along. Really? Is that so? He said to himself. I became someone's role model thanks to my own trashy behavior. Congratulations, Ash. Your carefree life hasn't been meaningless at all. Evangeline looked up, face to face with Ash, wondering, So, where is my father? She confidently flexed her fist. I intend to follow your example, and carry out my own rebellion plans. Or did my father hide when he heard about that? Ash's expression returned to a serious look. So, you really haven't heard the news yet, Evangeline? She asked blankly. What news? I only just graduated from the academy. The hand Ash had resting on his leg tightened into a fist. Evangeline seemed to sense something now. What is it? What happened? Ash bowed his head to deliver the news. I offer my condolences, Lady Evangeline. He found it extremely difficult to force the words out. But your father has passed away. Ash began to recount what had happened. A few days ago, during the battle against the monsters, he sacrificed himself to save everyone in the city. He left as a hero. I have recorded your father's achievements and sent them to the palace. He dedicated his whole life to the fight, so at the very least, he will receive a Medal of Honor. The Evangeline household showed no reaction, sitting in silence as they listened to Ash say, The funeral will be held in 3 days, and we will conduct it with the utmost solemnity. Her face had become vacant, wearing a smile that looked more like she was crying. Just when I was ready to be a rebellious daughter, he just ran away. Evangeline whispered, Father always said he would die fighting monsters, and it really happened. Her bandaged, limp hands rested on the blanket. He didn't even get to feel my wrath yet. Ash's black hair fell forward, obscuring his eyes. I apologize. I am the current lord of this place, and I am also in charge of commanding the front lines. Ash furrowed his brow tightly, looking up to meet her gaze. Your father's passing was on me, so vent all that rage on me. Evangeline called out suspiciously. Hey old man, are you really His Highness, the villain? Startled by the sudden question, he blurted out, Huh? She continued, His Highness Ash, whom I've heard so much about? Evangeline looked at him, remarking, A person who doesn't care about those around him, and does whatever he wants, a true Damien. Ash tilted his head to the side. Don't insult me to my face like that. Evangeline's voice echoed in the room. Thank you for your concern. Your Highness, Ash added. There are servants outside. If you need anything, you can just tell them. The wooden door creaked open once more. Before Ash stepped out, Evangeline called him back. Your Highness. Her expression was incredibly sincere, as she said, I apologize for yesterday. The carriage and everything else. Ash turned back, offering a gentle smile. It's fine. Get some rest. The door closed. Inside the room, only Evangeline remained on the bed, lost in silence. An image of Evangeline appeared on the status board, accompanied by Ader's voice, introducing her. First, you need to know the young lady Evangeline's age. He pointed his hand toward the image beside them. She will turn 16 this year. After hearing this, Ash exclaimed, so young. She's 2 years younger than Damien. Ader held up 2 fingers to emphasize. Regardless, as you know, the earliest Evangeline appears in the game is at the end of the 2nd year, or the beginning of the 3rd. Ash let out a sound of realization. Ader continued to explain. But in this game, because countless events occurred and influenced one another, she has appeared earlier than usual. Ash rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I see. So that's why Evangeline looks different than in the game, he analyzed to himself. In other words, the time she usually appears in the game is about 2 years from now. In 2 years, it's not strange for a child to grow up. Kids grow up so fast these days. The status board displayed. Level 35, Evangeline, SSR, Guest Character. Title, Heir of the Non-Nut. Profession, Professional Lancer. Strength, 35. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 30. Magic, 20. Stamina, 35. Mana, 20. Ash evaluated. Even as a tanker, her agility stat is still very high. He drooled slightly, silently praising her. As expected. The best tanker in the game. Her stats are truly excellent, not to mention her ability, which is basically a cheat code that allows her to negate 100% of abnormal physical status effects too. Suddenly, a line of information caught Ash's attention. Huh? What's this? The board noted. Equipped characteristic. 2 out of 3. Unbeatable? No. Little clumsy lady? Can't be disabled? He repeated the words he had just seen. Little clumsy lady, huh? Is she always equipped with this? The description appeared on the screen. Little clumsy lady. Because she is too young and lacks experience, she will occasionally lead to a few mistakes. The probability of making small to major mistakes increases on the battlefield. After continuously gaining combat experience, this characteristic will disappear. Ash patted his own head and exclaimed, oh no! Her appearing earlier than expected is a good thing. But because of that, she has this disadvantageous characteristic. He slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering. After all, she's still young. If she's only 16, she's just a child. She should be playing and talking with friends, not fighting on the battlefield. In Ash's ears, he seemed to hear the faint call of someone. He started, his eyes widening, a flicker of panic appearing within them. Ader stood beside him, curious. Master, do you want to recruit young lady Evangeline into your army? Ash lowered his hand and looked up at him. Huh? You see, Ader asked. Puzzled. Are you not going to recruit her? Even though young lady Evangeline will eventually become a powerful weapon? Ash remained silent for a long while before answering. To say I don't want to would be a lie. He thought to himself, owning 2 SSR combat characters in Act 3, and it's Lucas and Evangeline, it's impossible not to want that. But the image of Charon Cross flashed through Ash's mind. He looked at his own trembling hands and said, I want my daughter to be free from this cursed destiny and live a peaceful, happy life. He remembered the moment his hands caught Charon Cross's body on the battlefield. He had promised him the last words Charon spoke to Ash. I want you to be free to live the life you desire. That was the final wish of the War Duke. To keep his daughter from getting entangled in the family's destiny. That was his final request. Ash concluded to Ader, I want to keep that promise. I will let the child decide the life she wants. Ader didn't hold back in calling him out. That's not what your face is saying. Ash's face was streaming with tears, his lips bitten until they bled. It's not like that. Ader's words echoed in the space. But isn't it better to do whatever it takes to keep her here? If you lose her, won't you regret it? Ash also speculated to himself, I will regret it. He stared at the table and declared firmly, but I don't want to sacrifice my morals to clear the level. Ader, still not understanding, asked, isn't it because you don't care about morals that you were able to conquer the Hell Saint status? Ash waved his hand and offered a smile. Of course, but if I handle it the same old way, it means I haven't improved at all. I want to be better today than I was yesterday. Ader's glasses flashed. He predicted, that bond will eventually tie you down. Ash simply replied, I don't care. I can't just try to become a saint. But I don't want to become a monster either. What he wanted was, even in a world where life was as thin as a thread, I still want to remain human, that's all. Ash raised his hand to instruct. Anyway, take care of Evangeline, Ader. She's only a teenager after all. She must have a lot on her mind. He bowed respectfully as he received the order. I understand. Sunlight streamed through the glass window into the room. Ader called out again, Master. He brought up another issue regarding Miss Evangeline's spear and shield. Ash jumped in surprise. Oh, about that, Ader reported the status. After assessment, both the spear and shield were SSR grade items. They are heavily damaged. So, the materials cannot be recycled. How do you intend to compensate her? Ash's face was covered in sweat. He was screaming in his head. SSR grade items? Both of them? Damn it. That means those things are incredibly expensive and rare. Ader flipped through the documents in his hand and suggested a solution. Or, we could make her new equipment. We currently have high-quality monocores from the previous raid, so he stopped and asked with concern. Master? What's with that expression? Ash's face went blank. Well, I used all the monocores to produce monoguns, so Ader shouted as soon as he heard that. What? Why would you use them on such useless things? Ash's hand, resting on the table, began to tremble. If I give her some luck gloves, would that make up for it? Ader bluntly replied. I don't think so. He let out a sigh. Damn it. Ash closed his eyes tightly, beginning to contemplate something. Who knows how much time passed? He slammed both hands on the table and shouted, All troops, focus! Ash turned his gaze toward Ader. Let's go find some monocores. He concluded to himself. Anyway, it's time to find some dungeons. I just need to make her some new gear. Right? So, a few hours later, in the backyard of the king's mansion, several figures appeared, gathered together. Ash asked with concern to those standing before him. It seems like it's been a while, everyone. Have you been resting well these past few days? Facing him were 4 people. Lucas, Jupiter, Damien, and Lily, who was sitting in a wheelchair with her head hung low. When she looked up, her face was streaming with tears, and her hands were clenched into fists. She struggled. Why me? Lily tugged hard on Ash's cloak, sobbing miserably. You said you were going to recruit new people. Go ahead and call them. He tried to explain while attempting to pull his cloak back. I've already recruited a few people from the mercenary guild, Ash muttered to himself. The problem is, they are all N rank. Of course, they will improve and become skilled warriors eventually, but they are still too weak to be the main force. He had no choice but to let Lily pull at his collar. He sighed internally. If there was someone good enough to replace Lily, I'd swap her out immediately. A pair of feet appeared, followed by a voice. Where is everyone going? Ash glanced toward the source of the sound. To see who was coming. Evangeline was gradually walking toward them from a distance. Lily stared at her blankly and asked, Your Majesty, who is that? Ash reached out and pointed at the person standing beside him, introducing her. Some of you might not have met her yet. Go on, say hello. This is the daughter of the war hero Charon Cross, Evangeline. Charon Cross, Damien, and Lily simultaneously closed their eyes and bowed their heads in sympathy to greet her. Jupiter clenched her hand into a fist and placed it over her heart. She spoke seriously. I am very sorry about your father, Miss Evangeline. She did the same gesture to return the greeting. Thank you for your concern, but I am doing fine. After the greetings, Evangeline turned to Ash with a curious look. So, where are we going? She asked. He answered bluntly, to the dungeon. Evangeline pondered this. A dungeon? But aren't there none around the city? Suddenly remembering something, she asked in a loud voice. Do you mean the dungeon at the bottom of the lake? Ash didn't deny it, but asked in return, Oh, you know about it? Evangeline began to recount what she knew. The dungeon under the lake is a dark fairy tale. Sometimes, foolish adventurers wander to the lake looking for treasure. Her gaze turned dangerous as she whispered to Ash, None of them ever return. He smiled confidently and countered, Not us. We made it back. Evangeline stared at him across from her. So, you mean, she continued, there is a dungeon that the Cross family, who have guarded this place for generations, didn't know about? And yet, you went there and came back? You think so? He gestured at Evangeline, teasing her. Maybe your family knows, and you're just the only one who doesn't. In reality, Ash had known all along. She hadn't received the necessary education to inherit her family's name, so even though the secret of the dungeon under the lake was passed down, through the Cross family, she remained unaware. He turned around, waving his hand as he prepared to leave. Anyway, it doesn't matter if you don't believe us. We're going back there regardless. Evangeline stood behind him, demanding, I want to go too. Ash was startled and asked, What? She confidently listed her highlights. Even though I look like this, I was one of the top graduates from the Royal Academy. You know, I can guarantee my combat skills on the battlefield are more useful than any of the seniors. Ash hesitated slightly. All right, I get it. But Evangeline didn't give up, stating her desire. If there really is something at the bottom of the lake, then I want to see it with my own eyes. She added another reason. I am the only successor to the Cross family. Both my parents died at the hands of those monsters from the lake. At the very least, I have the right to go with you all, don't I? Ash looked at her and thought to himself, that's why I didn't want you involved in this. He remembered it was what her father wanted. Ash suddenly asked, how is your condition? Are you okay? Evangeline tapped her arms a few times to prove it. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. He asked about something else. And what about your mood? Evangeline was confused. What do you mean? Ash continued. Have you calmed down yet? She hung her head, her lips downturned. Just staying here is even worse. It would be better if I could move around. But within a few short seconds, Evangeline lifted her head, overflowing with determination. Regardless, you'll take me with you, right? Finally, Ash had to accept. Fine. He thought to himself that he couldn't keep rejecting her. At the same time, Ash also sensed Lily's burning gaze behind his back. He announced, then Lily will stay at Crossroad. When she heard this, she was so happy she cried. Yes, great work. With our current squad, we've got that new synergy bonus fully set. Jupiter S rank level 11, SR rank level 37, Lucas SSR rank level 31, Damien N rank level 24, and our newest member, Evangeline, SSR rank level 35. They're split into 2 roles for this expedition. The commander keeps the squad's morale from dipping, while the 2 knights provide a 20% boost to everyone's physical defense. Aider, swap the gear over to Evangeline. This is all we've got for now. She took the spear she'd just been given and gave it a experimental twirl. I used to use one like this a long time ago, Ash noted. Looking at his strong squad, he smiled in satisfaction and asked them, all right, let's get started. Is everyone ready? They all looked eager, waiting for the mission ahead. Ash raised his hand to channel his magic. Good, I'll introduce the rest of the team while we're on the way. He specifically called out, come on, Junior. Evangeline's jaw dropped when she saw Ash's magic. He smirked and promised her, your senior here will show you all the hidden gems right here in your own hometown. A notification window popped up. Teleportation initiated. Right after that, another screen appeared. Your choices will determine whether the NPCs you encounter in the dungeon are friends or foes. Choose your tactics wisely to make the best use of those NPCs. Their footsteps echoed in unison as they marched deeper into the dark path. Finally, Ash's team arrived at the first location, the shallow sewer. Lucas held a torch, looking confused. Sir, didn't we already explore this place? Why are we? Ash explained. Since we have a new member, I think it's best to test our teamwork in the easiest area. Lucas asked hesitantly, you mean the monsters are going to attack again? Exactly. Ash mentally mapped out the plan. After the defensive cycle, the dungeon monsters would respawn. That way, we can keep farming items and leveling up characters. The monsters in this starter area are super easy to beat, making it perfect for leveling up the smaller team here. Next, the main group members were utilized for the attack. They explored the dungeon, moving into deeper sections. While they were busy defeating bosses and clearing events, the small group had the task of farming items. This group would return to explored areas to level up. As they gathered loot from the monsters, Ash smirked, looking incredibly confident. Dividing the party like this is a simple dungeon exploration strategy. Even though we're in the main party, we're heading back to the starter area so Evangeline can get used to the dungeon. Right. That's why we're here. Evangeline's face had gone pale, her cheeks puffing out as if she were about to lose her lunch. She hurriedly covered her mouth, trying to hold it back until she just couldn't take it anymore. Evangeline crouched in a corner and threw up. Jupiter sat down beside her, gently rubbing her back. Oh dear, are you all right? Ash looked over. Motion sickness from teleportation? That's actually a thing? Lucas was also taken by surprise. But this is the first time I've ever seen someone actually get sick from it. Evangeline turned around, her face still green, her voice trembling. What is that supposed to mean? You old geezer, can't you see I'm doing just fine? Lucas laughed, firing back. Funny, miss. Aren't you clearly struggling? Ash watched them exchange competitive glares and wondered. They both have the same specialty, so I thought they'd get along well, but they don't look like allies. They look like rivals fighting for the spot of most valuable character. Above them, the walls were embedded with stones that emitted a sparkling blue light. Evangeline's eyes went wide with wonder. I didn't know this place actually existed. How did you even know about it? Even someone from the Cross family like me had no idea. Ash crossed his arms, feeling smug. He knew she would ask that. I've got the answer ready for that. He beamed. wearing a radiant expression. I can't tell you everything, but surely there's no way the brilliant Emperor would send me here for no reason, right? Hearing that, the look in Lucas's and Evangeline's eyes was filled with complete trust. Ash thought to himself, it seems everyone believes me, even though in reality I have nothing to do with the Emperor. In this empire, the title of Emperor was useful in any situation. The Emperor could explain away anything. He pressed his hands together earnestly. I've never met him, but thank you so much, Your Majesty, Father. Their whole team stood before a dark passageway. Ash gave the order, anyway, light the torches. Let's move out. Evangeline waved her torch around, screaming in panic. What is this darkness? Ash held up his lamp and chided her. You'd better get used to it. The dungeon is always shrouded in this kind of darkness. He covered his mouth, smiling provocatively. But if you're scared of the dark, you can just head back. Evangeline didn't back down, puffing out her cheeks. Don't say such ridiculous things. This is nothing. A notification appeared. Shallow Sewer Area 1. Completion progress. 0 out of 4. The group followed each other deep inside, with Lucas in the lead. Second was Damien, followed by Jupiter, then Ash, with Evangeline in the back. Ash's footsteps suddenly stopped. All right then, what kind of monsters are we facing today? On the surface of a rock, a red circle appeared like an eye. It shifted into the shape of a leg, and started moving, stomping hard against the ground. Evangeline gasped, looking up at the thing in front of her. Ash observed intently, too. Boulders of various sizes gathered in one spot, forming its body. A monster of gigantic size stood there, as if it had been waiting for them, blocking their path. The notification window popped up. Quest: eliminate all enemies. Shallow Sewer, Room 1. Level 6, Stone Golems. 4. Ash frowned. Stone Golems. In his head, he groaned. One of the most annoying types. He mused to himself. So, these giants are going to attack in large numbers. Evangeline's spear moved, clinking against the iron armor she wore. It made a very faint sound, which reached Ash's ears, catching his attention. He glanced at the person beside him. Perhaps she was a little worried. After all, she didn't have much real-world combat experience. He clapped his hands together and said loudly, "All right, everyone." Ash stood with his arms crossed behind them and asked, "Shall we test your skills a bit?" Evangeline confidently lunged forward. "I'll go first." The golem seemed to sense someone attacking, and raised its fist. A powerful blow came crashing down. Evangeline immediately blocked it with her shield, pouring all her strength into it, gritting her teeth. She cursed. "What even are you, you wretched monster?" Evangeline used the momentum to retreat. She looked slightly dazed, wondering, "Oh, is it normal for a bunch of monsters to be this strong?" Just now, Evangeline had used her first skill, damage storage. The spear in her hand emitted a surge of power. Evangeline stared ahead. "Whatever, it doesn't matter." She yelled again and lunged to attack. "Even if you're a bug, or a golem, take this." Evangeline's spear tip pierced accurately into the center of the golem's head. Second skill, full discharge. Ash called out from the side. He thought to himself, "So this is the strongest tank, Evangeline of the Cross family?" A combo of both attack and defense skills. Evangeline sped like a lightning bolt toward the remaining golems. "I'll take them all out," Ash analyzed her. She stores damage with the first skill, then releases that damage onto the enemy with the second. It was clear that the amount of damage she could store wasn't infinite. But Evangeline's existence was basically a cheat. Suddenly, Evangeline's foot slipped, causing her whole body to lose its balance. She fell to one side. The info board notified, "Little Clumsy Lady trait has been activated." Ash covered his cheeks with both hands. His whole face looked like the protagonist from The Scream painting. He broke into a cold sweat and pointed at Evangeline, who was lying motionless over there, signaling everyone, "Over there, hurry." Then, Lucas used his swordsmanship skills to finish off the golems. One by one, they were destroyed. Just like that, the dungeon raid proceeded smoothly. Evangeline wasn't satisfied and demanded, "Let me go again. Let me go again." Ash could only think to himself, "It's over, my dear Junior." She probably wanted to make up for the embarrassing fall earlier. The info board popped up again. First area, dry sewer completed. The monsters had been smashed into tiny scattered rock fragments lying around the feet of Ash's team. He smirked and thought, cleared everything in under an hour. The first area was so easy, this isn't even called training. Ash moved his feet and informed the others. Everyone has probably warmed up now. Let's take a break before heading to the second area. The second area will be harder, so be careful. Evangeline's eyes widened in shock. She asked, "Senior, is this?" In front of them was the second area. The narrow alley. Ash answered, "We'll explore this today." A look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. He thought, time to collect 10 mana cores. Finally, the moment we explore this place has arrived. The hell at the bottom of the lake. 2 torches were placed together to light a fire. Everyone decided to rest a bit before exploring the second area. Their team sat under a street lamp and began to have dinner. Even though the first area was quite easy, the cleanup had still been taxing. Ash turned his gaze toward Lucas, who was trying to shove bread into his mouth just to compete with Evangeline. He was speechless and thought, stop competing with a child. The warm, orange glow of the flame flickered in the air, casting a gentle heat. Ash tilted his head, asking with concern, "Damien, are you all right?" He smiled and replied, "Of course, I'm not tired at all, my lord." Ash pulled out a hunting rifle. "Take this." Damien stared, bewildered. "My prince?" Item: Info Hunter's Justice Rifle. SR rank, level 25. Type: Mana gun. Attack: 5075. Durability: 5 out of 5. Ability: 10 out of 10. When attacking enemies from behind, it grants a 10% bonus to critical hit rate. He gasped in amazement. A mana gun? Ash recalled how he'd gotten it. He had received this item during the previous trial. Even ignoring the smaller size, it wasn't just a mana gun. It was like a mana cannon. It only allowed for 1 user. Ash briefly assessed it. High damage output, but very unstable. It was hard to aim and had limited ammo. Because of those drawbacks, it wasn't a popular weapon. Ash considered a possibility. What if Damien used it? Those problems wouldn't matter anymore. He suggested, from now on, try using it as a secondary weapon. Damien picked up the rifle and felt it. It was much heavier than a crossbow. Ash asked again, "Heavy, right?" He smiled to himself, thinking that Damien would have to become much stronger in the future. "You'll need to carry about 5 or 6 guns at all times. Since I'll make up for the limited ammo by just bringing more guns, they're probably being crafted now." In the game, each character could only use 1 weapon at a time, but this was reality. No artificial intelligence could stop him from using multiple guns at once. "Call it cheating or whatever you want. We can't let game rules bind us." Damien smiled, reassured. "Thank you, my prince. I will use it well." Ash whispered to himself. "I should be the one thanking you, you little cheat code." Then, he lifted the lantern. "All right then," Ash announced. "Everyone's had enough of a break, right? Let's keep moving." Lucas, Evangeline, they were still fighting over bread. Hearing his voice, they looked up, cheeks puffed out from stuffing their mouths. A notification window appeared. Area 2. Dark Alley. Completion status. Regular rooms 0 out of 4. Boss room 0 out of 1. Everyone gathered their belongings. Holding their lanterns, the city plunged in shadows lay before them. Ash turned back and signaled, "Let's go." As they reached the second area of the underground city, the torches cast a warm orange light, illuminating the path ahead of Ash's team. The team carefully ventured deep into the alleyways of the submerged kingdom, where not a single ray of light reached. Ash thought to himself, "I couldn't feel anything while playing the game." He frowned, sensing the atmosphere. But now, truly, walking down this path, the air here was incredibly eerie. Well, that was to be expected. This was a monster's lair after all. Ash looked at the tall buildings in the city, feeling overwhelmed. Just the thought of a house-sized golem suddenly appearing from over there was terrifying. At that very moment, a golem appeared out of nowhere in front of them. With just 1 punch, it shattered a skyscraper into pieces. Ash jumped, jaw dropped, and let out a curse. "Damn it!" Evangeline, standing beside him, had the exact same expression. The golem's arm retracted, revealing steel wires inside. On its head, iron pipes constantly released plumes of white smoke. Right in the center of the golem's head was an eye as big as a star. It flashed brightly. The info screen displayed. Mission: Eliminate enemies. Dark Alley Room 1. Level 15 Elite. Steam Engine Golem, 2 units. Ash looked at the info on the board, gritting his teeth. "We're already in the first dungeon? In this darkness, I can't distinguish anything." Up ahead, the giant golem had begun swinging its arm to attack. Lucas acted immediately. "Let me stop it!" He lunged forward, moving at incredible speed, slashing at the golem's fist. Ash shouted anxiously, "Watch out, Lucas! There's still one more!" Lucas turned his head to the side. Indeed, another golem had appeared. Evangeline assessed the situation and took action. "I'll go too." She used her shield to block the golem's massive punch. Evangeline used every ounce of her strength to hold it back. "Are these stronger than the ones before?" Ash gritted his teeth, thinking, "Good, Evangeline. Lucas, While those two are holding them off, I'll plan the strategy. That's my role in the team. He turned back to coordinate the remaining two. Jupiter, Damien, will attack the golem, fighting Lucas first. Ash analyzed the situation. Both Lucas and Evangeline were knights with superior physical attributes, but if comparing their roles, Lucas leaned towards having offensive capabilities and tanker skills, while Evangeline was a pure tanker. However, when it came to endurance, Evangeline was still stronger. After considering several points, he shouted his command. Evangeline, switch entirely to defense and hold it back. She tilted her head and replied, Understood, Senior. Ash observed the situation on Lucas's side. Large monsters like golems were very strong. To compensate for their lack of numbers, these ones even had the elite title. So, fighting them head-on would clearly be difficult. That's why we're a team, Ash yelled over. Now, Lucas, bring it down. He glanced over to this side. Understood, sir. Lucas channeled power into the balls of his feet, taking a stance. His eyes flashed with a red light, and faster than lightning, he swung his sword at the golem's leg. Lucas's back turned to it. Because a section of its leg was severed, the golem's body tilted to one side. Ash continued to command the other side. Jupiter, blow up its chest armor. We need to expose the monocore. She placed the flute to her lips and replied, As you command. A massive burst of energy from Jupiter launched, striking the golem directly. After the attack, it wasn't completely defeated, but a small crack appeared on its body. Jupiter gritted her teeth looking at the golem. Damn, it's not enough, Ash said to her. No, it will be enough. Damien. Beside him, Damien had already raised his rifle. Aiming. He had calculated it. Damien didn't need a wide opening, just that small crack was enough. Ash signaled, Do it. Damien pulled the trigger. As he took the shot, he narrowed his eyes. The recoil of the bullet was so immense that Damien was knocked backward. Ash, having anticipated this, was already waiting behind him. Catching him safely, Damien reflexively shrieked. The prince, Ash, asked with concern. Are you okay? His vision spinning, he managed to reply, I'm fine. What about the golem? Ash smiled, pointing ahead. Look, the golem had been hit by Damien's shot, leaving a hole right through its chest. He exhaled in relief. Phew, good. Over by Lucas. The fight was finished. And he closed his eyes, sighing, That was one hell of a fight. Ash gasped for air, adding, That was an elite monster, way stronger than the usual ones. The difficulty compared to the first area really threw me off. He concluded in his head, I think the challenge of the second area is battling small groups of elite monsters. Simply put, it felt like every battle was like a boss fight. Elsewhere, Evangeline was struggling against a golem and shouted, Hey, are you guys taking a break or something? We're not done over here yet. Ash jumped, startled by the call. Right. Sorry, you were fighting so quietly. She retorted angrily. Quietly? How is this quiet? My armor is about to shatter. Ash urgently pointed to the rest of the team. Let's move out, everyone. Hurry. Everything that followed was fairly easy. The alleyway kept widening as more steam-powered golems emerged. They were tough at first, but once they found a way to fight back, they were easy to handle. While moving, he bumped into a monster disguised as a treasure chest. Ash made a strained face, wondering, if I said I walked into that trap on purpose, would they believe me? He looked at the grinning faces of the others and could only console himself. As long as you guys are having fun, I don't care what happens to me. Inside a building in the city, the doors and exits were all barricaded. Lucas, his hand covered in armor, reached into a dark, shadowy void to search. Damn it. He was climbing a high wall, feeling his way to the other side. It feels like this darkness is pushing my hand away. I really don't like this wet, sticky feeling. After a while, Lucas turned back and reported, Looks like we can't get out this way. I guess we have to keep going down this alley. Damien offered his opinion. The buildings didn't seem like a good option either. He and Jupiter stood before a house with many small wooden boards nailed over it. Blocked off. Everything's locked. Jupiter tried looking inside. They're magically sealed. You can't open them the usual way. Damien speculated. Could they have locked the doors to protect themselves from things outside? What things outside? Ash replied. No, Damien, he asserted. These were attached from the outside. Damien's face went pale upon hearing that. Ash explained. They were used to keep whatever is inside from getting out. Damien stammered. Then what's inside this building? Ash narrowed his eyes. I don't know. And we don't need to know. Having said that, he turned and called to the others. Let's keep going. Damien, at the very back, scrambled to catch up. Yes, sir. The info board notified. Second area, closed alley, progress. 34 rooms cleared. Boss, 01 Ash signaled to the team. This is the next room. Someone exclaimed, "It's a massive center." Ash surveyed the area and warned, "Everyone, stay alert. You never know when a golem might appear." Evangeline pointed in a direction. "Senior, look over there. There's a fountain, though the water has run dry. I see a statue." The two of them walked toward it together. She raised her torch high so they could see the giant statue above. Ash thought to himself, he has a crown. Maybe this is the king of the underwater kingdom. After taking a closer look at the statue, he wondered why the statues on both sides had been destroyed. Damien, on the other side, suddenly pointed and yelled, "Prince, look over there." His finger pointed at something glowing, appearing in the distance. There was a light. It had the shape of a flame but was blue, hovering in the air. Ash looked in that direction, thinking, "Another light, besides our torches and lanterns?" "That means," Damien said uncertainly, "it could be a person." Ash, standing beside him, directed, "Approach with caution. Everyone, get your weapons ready." Right then, the vast center was shrouded in darkness, with only their group present. Ash led them as they continued to move forward. In a city surrounded by monsters, the only thing more terrifying than a monster is a human, because no normal person would live here. Lucas walked in front, vigilant, guarding Ash behind him. A hostile NPC, or a friendly one? Is this AI? One wrong step meant game over immediately. They couldn't let their guard down. After walking for who knows how long, they arrived at a place where the ground was littered with parts of golems. Ash glanced over. "These are the remains of the elite steam-powered golems we defeated." He turned his gaze toward a slender figure in a mysterious black cloak in front of them, secretly wondering, did that person take down all these elite golems alone? The mysterious woman tilted her head and spoke suddenly. "Since you've come this far," she praised, "you seem to be exploring this place quite seriously." Ash was slightly startled. "Who are you?" The woman turned around, face to face with him. When Ash saw her face clearly, he exclaimed, "Mumium?" Ash stared at the girl in front of him and asked, "What are you doing here, Mumium?" He frowned, thinking to himself, "I've never seen this name before, but I have to stay alert. This is an NPC I've never encountered in all 742 times I've played in the past. There's no way to know if she's a friend or a foe." Mumium calmly replied, "I'm just resting for a bit. Living in the underwater kingdom like this is exhausting, you know?" She reached into her cloak to search and said, "Putting that aside, since you've made it this far, I should acknowledge you. And show you this, shouldn't I?" Everyone in Ash's team grew defensive at her action. Mumium's hand pulled a large red cloth bag out from her person. She spread it on the ground, revealing a pile of sparkling gear placed on top. Mumium reached out with a hand, suggesting, "Why don't you people buy something while you're still here? I'll sell you high-quality goods at a bargain." Ash stared, jaw dropped, at the merchant NPC before him. Mumium replied, "I'm not sure what to call it, but yes, I'm a merchant." She continued her pitch as if nothing happened. "I've got a buy-one-get-one-free deal going on right now. And on top of that, I'm offering a 30% discount on your first purchase." Mumium pointed at a suit of armor, beckoning them. "So, are you going to buy or what? Are you just going to stand there? Are you going to miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime crazy cheap opportunity?" She said it in such a tempting way. Services like this don't come knocking at your door every day, you know? Sweat was already beading on Ash's forehead. His eyes betrayed his inner struggle and hesitation. Finally, he crouched down in front of her and asked, "So, what are you selling here?" Mumium began showcasing her wares. "These are things I've collected while wandering around this kingdom, deep under the lake. These are incredibly rare items you wouldn't find in the human realm. Take your time, look around, and think it over." The 5 members of Ash's team all marveled at the items. Ash silently confirmed in his mind that these were indeed top-tier goods. Merchants usually sell high-quality items, but this batch was exceptionally good. He thought, I guess Mumium might be a really useful NPC after all. Ash looked up at Mumium, puzzled. "What do I use for trade?" She replied, "Outside currency is useless here. Magic stones or mana cores will do. I'll accept those for trades." Ash realized it in an instant. "I see. Magic stones are a currency too, and they're used for trading. I can convert them to money or use them to trade inside dungeons." He remembered, but this situation was a bit tricky. Every time he got magic stones, he converted them all into cash, and now I don't have a single one left. Ash rested his chin on his hand, his face growing serious as he calculated. "I didn't think I'd run into a merchant NPC this soon. What? Am I supposed to just leave these priceless items here because I can't afford them? Maybe I should try valuing the things I collected today." He took out a pile of magic stones. "How much are you asking for all of this?" Mumium picked up a few pieces, held them high, and squinted to examine them. Let me see. Honestly, they aren't worth much. But since this is your first purchase, and I know how eager you are to explore this place, as she tucked them into her robe, she looked at the person in front of her. As a token of my support for your campaign, I'll let you choose one item for free. Ash could only sigh in amazement upon hearing that. Is she a living saint? He clenched his fists, face glowing with excitement. Don't go back on your word, okay? You said I could pick any item here, right? Mumium confirmed once more. I keep my promises. Go ahead and choose. Ash hesitantly scanned the glittering items on the cloth. What should I pick now? What should I choose to make people say I made a good choice? A stream of drool escaped Jupiter's mouth as if she were extremely greedy. She held up a ginseng root. Your Majesty, this old woman doesn't ask for much. But if I eat this 100-year-old ginseng, I think I'll be at least 15 years younger, Ash thought to himself. You should be choosing equipment, not health supplements, you old lady. He replied bluntly. Buy it with your own money. Jupiter just ground her teeth and turned away, grimacing. Lucas then brought over a pair of boots. Your Majesty, what do you think of these feather boots? Ash silently assessed them. They increase speed, huh? He then asked. You want more mobility, right, Lucas? The knight smiled and shook his head. No, sir. But if you carry these boots, you'll be able to escape dangerous situations much more easily. Ash felt like he was trembling, his eyes welling up with emotion. He silently scolded Lucas affectionately. You sly dog. You're the only one who truly cares about me, but I'm not in the combat squad. So, I have to decline. Damien sat down, looking at an item. I think this is a potion generator. Ash started to pay attention to that item. An item that can create potions every so often? That's pretty interesting. Damien smiled and looked up. If we place this in the temple, it could be a huge help in treating wounded soldiers. Ash analyzed it slowly. He said, that's true. Even though its potion-making speed is a bit slow, if it keeps churning them out like that, it would be a massive support for the wounded. He bit his thumb, thinking, but potions can be easily bought and sold in the world back there. So, if I take this, it might be a bit of a waste, right? Ash tilted his head, turning his gaze toward the person who had been silent all this time. Aren't you going to pick anything? Evangeline waved her hand with a smile. Anyway, I'm only joining this squad temporarily. Besides, I'm not really interested in equipment, she recalled. When I graduated, the headmaster gave me a spear and shield set. They're top-tier quality. You said they're currently being refurbished at the smithy, right? That's enough for me. Lucas and Ash were both startled and panicked. They suddenly remembered. Oh, right. We came here to get her equipment, but I got so blinded by the goods that I forgot all about this. He approached and whispered, Mumium, do you have a shield or a spear? She let out an "oh" and said, I have the whole set. Mumium pulled out 2 items and placed them before him. The info window displayed, first item, the demon residing in the spear. SSR, level 35. Type, spear. Attack, 3,540. Durability, 2,020. Damage is increased by 30% when hitting the enemy's weak points. Second item, the giant residing in the shield. SSR, level 35. Type, shield. Defense, 3,540. Durability, 2,020. When directly blocking an enemy's attack, incoming damage is reduced by 30%. Ash gasped and whispered in awe. Good, very good. It looks cool, and the stats are great. Everything is solid. However, the system window displayed more info. Set, Demon and Giant 22. When both items are used, the special abilities of both weapons are increased by 50%. The monster's aura, it's fading. He realized a problem. It's a set. There's no pair for them. Both items can't be. Desperate to unlock his true potential, Ash kept biting his fingernails, his mind racing with confusion. What should I do now? You can't just pick one item, Mumium said softly, reminding him. I told you, there's a buy one get one free deal going on. Don't you remember? Ash looked blank. Huh? She continued. You don't need to pay extra. Just take the whole set. He couldn't believe his ears. Are you serious? Mumium grabbed the shield and the spear, firmly handing them to him. Yeah, take them. It's a set anyway, and besides, they're not of any use to me. She made only one request in return. Just keep exploring this place often, and we'll trade again if we happen to meet. Ash felt like he saw a halo around Mumium. This mysterious woman standing before him started to seem like more than just a living saint. She looked like a guiding light for all mankind. His face flushed pink, and tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, Mumium. I'll make good use of them, he promised himself. Is this what it feels like to be helped by a top-tier player? This rookie thought. determined to do his best. Ash waved his hand, calling the person standing over there. Evangeline, take this. She opened her eyes wide at the call. Ash had already sorted everything out in his mind. Now he could explain to her. About what happened yesterday, actually. It was my fault that your equipment was destroyed to the point where it couldn't even be repaired anymore. And this is the equipment we chose to replace yours with. Evangeline shook her head in refusal. I was the one who started the battle yesterday, and you were only trying to stop me, she reasoned clearly. Even though my equipment was damaged during the process, the destruction of it is ultimately my responsibility. You aren't to. Ash smirked, changing his strategy. Then this isn't a replacement. It's a gift. Evangeline tried to refuse again. Please, forgive me. Before she could finish her sentence, he moved with lightning speed, putting the shield and spear on her. Just take them, will you? When an elder gives you something, what you should do is say thank you and accept it. See? It looks great on you. After he was done, Ash happily rubbed his hands together, not giving her a chance to refuse. This is a graduation gift from me, given to you by the prince himself. A junior in the academy, right? Evangeline Cross. You wouldn't intend to refuse a gift from someone in the royal family, would you? He added internally. And this is also for the sake of Cross, who sacrificed himself to protect the city. Ash said firmly to himself, he deserves to be honored heroically, and if I let his daughter's equipment stay broken like that, what face would I have to look at his grave? Evangeline bowed, feeling a bit shy. Thank you, Senior. I will make good use of them. Ash replied, Yeah, you're welcome. Jupiter felt ignored and shouted loudly, What about me, Your Highness? Where's my gift? Without a moment's hesitation, he bluntly reminded her, I'm paying your salary. Fairly. Mind you. Ash thought to himself, I'll give you a magic item if one shows up, so just be quiet for a second. Lucas also started crying. What about me? What about me too? Prince Ash? Ash replied simply, I've already made a whole new suit of armor for you, haven't I? He added internally. I have an entire equipment plan laid out for you, so don't worry too much. Damien smiled gently. I'm fine, Your Highness. Ash thought to himself. You'd better be fine. I just gave you a mana gun. That thing costs a fortune, I'm not kidding. Jupiter brought out a dazzling yellow magic stone. Look at this. Merchant, I'll take that. She grabbed the ginseng and smiled with absolute satisfaction. What if I eat this? Ash looked at her, curious. Where did you even pull that magic stone from? She started packing all her belongings back into her red cloth bag. As she moved, Ash asked, By the way, Mumium, can I ask you something? She replied, Oh, sure, if it's within my knowledge. He asked directly, Do you know anything about the flute player? The flute player? Mumium looked up, glancing at him, and asked in return, Who is that? Ash described a few features to her. He's a wanderer wearing a black hat. He controls monsters with the sound of his flute. According to my deductions, his origin is from around here. Mumium rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Oh, that guy? There are a lot of weirdos lurking around the bottom of this lake, but that guy is especially notorious. I know that guy. Ash wondered in his head. He wasn't a noteworthy NPC in the game. Is he that notorious around here? Mumium pointed in a direction. If you continue toward the middle of areas 3 and 4, you'll find a rather large safe zone. That's where a large portion of those who still kept their sanity after abandoning their kingdoms usually hang around. She told him that people here called it the headquarters. Ash smirked, recalling the available information. Headquarters? I've heard of that place. A safe zone that unlocks after the 3rd area is completed. It's a hideout for most of the NPCs in the game, and also a place filled with important facilities, as well as merchants who appear in the game. Mumium turned, preparing to leave. It is highly likely that the person you need to find is currently there. Even if he doesn't appear there, you can still gather more information from others at the headquarters. Even though you still have a long way to go, she tilted her head, looking at Ash. I believe you won't have any trouble reaching that place. Before leaving, Mumium left one final remark. Well then, see you next time. I hope you all manage to keep your lives until then, Damien asked curiously. A merchant appearing in a place like this? She seems incredibly interesting. Lucas stared in the direction Mumium had left. That woman, I don't feel like I can trust her. Ash glanced to the side and asked, Why? He only said 4 words. She is too strong. Lucas recounted the details he had observed. To be able to show such a calm and relaxed attitude while handling all of these things alone, she was incredibly powerful. Ash thought to himself, well, if I take care of her for the next 3 years and provide you with full gear, level you up, and unlock your special skills, you'll easily be able to pull this off. I suppose it's not unreasonable to see her as a monster now, but if it were me, I'd classify her as a friendly NPC. No way a bad person would hand me an SSL-grade equipment set. Shaking off those thoughts, Ash clapped his hands together to get everyone's attention. All right, enough chatting. He signaled the group to go defeat the boss. He confirmed. The next section was the boss room. The system window popped up. Hidden Dungeon Area 2. Quest. Eliminate boss. Progress. Regular rooms 4 out of 4. Boss room 0 out of 1. Ash was full of determination. It was time to take down the boss and loot the treasure. His team arrived in front of a house, its door completely sliced open. Ash looked up to examine the cut. It looked like something had broken the seal and escaped. I don't know what was locked up in there, but the seal seems pretty useless, right? Anyway, the road is inside. Let's move. Damien's face turned pale as he hesitated. Are we really required to do this? Evangeline seemed to share his opinion. Maybe we can still turn back. Ash gave a slightly threatening smile. You guys, be quiet. How can we turn back after coming all this way, without even seeing the boss's face? Keep moving. After heading deep inside, his footsteps came to a halt. Someone in the team asked, "Is this some kind of storage facility or something?" Another member marveled at how massive it was. Lucas held his torch close to the wall. I can still see traces of mold and dampness on the floor, walls, and even the furniture. I think this place has been flooded for a long time. He turned his head to look at the person behind him. Could there have been a flood here? Ash explained simply. Well, we are at the bottom of a lake, so it's not surprising that things are wet. Damien's hand trembled as he pointed in one direction. Your Highness over there? Ash asked. Is something wrong, Damien? He pointed at something lying motionless on the ground. It's right there, Ash continued. What's right there? After seeing what Damien pointed at, Ash's eyes widened, and he cursed. What the hell is that? He couldn't believe it, wondering, isn't that just a pile of scrap metal? At that moment, the system window appeared with a quest. Eliminate boss. Hidden dungeon level 20. Steam-powered giant golem. The warehouse cleaner. Ian Bullock. Ash frowned, reading the info carefully. Another person's name had been listed again. He recalled a previous situation, identical to the warden of the palace sewers in the first area. Is there a reason why this boss has a human name too? The motionless golem suddenly stood up. It even started speaking. Oh no, I fell asleep again. It seemed to sense something and turned its head. Its glowing eyes scanned the area as if searching. The golem raised its 2 arms, targeting Ash's group, and prepared to attack. Well, it's time to get back to cleaning. From within, the golem's 2 forward-reaching arms fired a blast of red power. The attack shot straight toward where Ash's team was standing. Lucas and Evangeline both lunged forward to block the hit, screaming, Danger, Your Highness! The golem's blast hit the surface of Evangeline's shield and was deflected, causing a small explosion. Jupiter tilted her head as she watched. She marveled. That's light magic. How rare to see it in person these days. She asked Ash, Your Highness, you've already thought of a strategy, haven't you? He smiled and replied, Of course. He silently analyzed the situation, slightly surprised that its size exceeded his expectations. But I know exactly how to handle this brute. There isn't a single enemy in this game that I haven't mastered. Ash shouted to Lucas and Evangeline. Don't let its size panic you. Use the same tactics as before. We just need to destroy the power cores. That's it. He began to analyze it. This guy is too big, which means it has many cores throughout its body. 2 arms, 2 hands, 2 legs, chest and head, 10 power cores in total. Evangeline gasped, repeating what she heard. 10 cores? Lucas also asked, puzzled. Does that mean it won't stop unless we destroy all of them? Ash pointed forward, answering confidently. If you want to destroy it completely, yes. However, he explained slowly, if you destroy the core, the corresponding part will stop functioning. Our first target will be its arms. Jupiter activated her power. Got it. I'll go first. Damien took the gun that Ash had given him earlier. I'll handle the right arm. At the same time, Jupiter's attack fired into the golem's left arm, and Damien's shot hit the right arm perfectly. The metal surface of the golem's arm shattered, releasing a cloud of white smoke. It exerted force, stomping its feet hard on the ground. Ash signaled the team. Next, the legs, he shouted. Disable its mobility. Lucas and Evangeline charged. The golem stood in place, complaining, My back hurts. It swung an arm up high. Is this because my life force is being drained? Ash narrowed his eyes, observing the golem's rotating arm. It was using its arm to attack. The golem's limb smashed down where Lucas and Evangeline were standing, shattering the ground. But they had managed to jump away just in time to dodge. Ash silently praised them. Nice dodge. Evangeline and Lucas. He covered his face. From the flying dust, Considering, it's very strong, and the attack range is too wide. Evangeline screamed again as she lunged forward. Attack! Jump! You scrap heap! Her spear accurately pierced one of the golem's feet. The counterattack. Lucas, standing beside her, turned his head to look at her. I can't be left behind. With lightning speed, he lunged forward, his sword in hand. With a single slash across the golem's leg, its feet shattered into pieces. The golem raised its mangled arm. One day, I want to go to the capital and study magic. I'm sick of cleaning this place like a machine. Ash shouted orders. Evangeline, fall back and defend. Jupiter. Damien. Attack its right arm. All three moved in sync, striking the golem with incredible speed. Its right arm was severed. The eye in the center of its head flashed, and it kept muttering, "One day I will create cleaning magic to make life easier for my colleagues." Before it could finish, countless attacks from all sides struck it, and finally, the golem's body collapsed to the ground. Lucas stepped onto its iron frame. He took a few steps, channeled his strength, and drove his sword down with all his might into the spot he had just struck. A blinding light erupted from within. He turned to the others and said, "We've destroyed the power core in its chest. Now, just the head remains." The golem's upper body suddenly shifted. Lucas slipped, but luckily, he gripped his sword tight enough to keep from hitting the ground. The golem's head was still babbling. "That's strange. I thought I cleaned this place already." Ash cursed Damien under his breath as the head rocked back and forth. He glanced at the two behind him, worried. He kept giving directions to help them dodge, but both of them had their bangs covering their eyes, teeth gritted in frustration. Suddenly, he swung his fist forward. "Damn it, I just wanted to be carried." A red jackpot display appeared above, showing the number 125. Ash's powerful punch dented the golem's head. It fell straight to the ground, emitting a cloud of white smoke. Ash gasped, panting, "Thank God, I hit a good number. That really scared me." The cracked golem head lay still on the side. It felt as if it saw raindrops falling from above. A vision flashed through its mind. Countless raindrops were pelting its broken body. Lucas bowed and offered a sword. "Your Highness, the finishing blow." Ash looked at him and nodded. He stepped onto the golem's remains. The one who lands the killing blow on the boss gets extra experience points. Ash stood in front of the eye, at the center of the head. Since his current level was the lowest, he gripped the hilt with both hands, wondering if he should take this chance. Just then, the golem muttered, "The rain, it's been such a long rain." Ash looked at it, then plunged his sword down. "Cut it out, you monster." The status board displayed, boss room cleared, hidden alley, level 29 golem steam engine, cleaning machine, 3 stars. Complete destruction. You've successfully destroyed all the parts. Next, everyone in the team, spread out and check the items. Ash smirked as he looked at the information screen, thinking to himself, I got an extra bonus for the total destruction, and I was the one who delivered the finishing blow. I wonder how much my level will increase. Damien called out, Your Highness, there's a treasure chest down this path. Ash waved his hand in response. Got it. I'll be there in a moment. He called out to someone else. Lucas! Lucas stood in the distance, blocking Jupiter, who couldn't get close and kept shouting, Your Highness, is it not even allowed for me to watch? Ash, over on his side, didn't pay any attention, only focused on opening the treasure chest. Oh, an SR item. He picked up the item from the chest. What did I get? The information screen displayed. Magic Orb, level 30. Type, Magic Orb of Destruction. Damage, 40 to 50. Durability, 15 out of 15. Every time you defeat an enemy, the damage of your next attack will increase by 5%. This effect lasts for 30 seconds. Ash frowned. It's a magic item. Jupiter saw it and beamed, calling out, Oh my! Ash tossed it into her hand. You take it. Jupiter gladly accepted it. Thank you, sir. Ash looked at her and thought, well, it suits Jupiter better anyway. The information screen displayed, Horror Equipment Set, Pieces, 1 out of 3. When you have all 3 equipment pieces, every time an enemy falls, a wave of panic will spread over a wide area. He wondered to himself, I have no idea when I'll ever get the other 2 pieces. Ash continued to collect the rest of the items. Still, one more chest, 2 high-grade energy cores. I've received the boss room treasure and cleared the second area. After finishing gathering the items, he announced to the others, Let's go, to the next save point and then back home. Evangeline cheered. Awesome! The information board announced, All Area 2 objectives completed. Hidden alley cleared. Completed, completed, completed. Ash led the way into a room. He looked up at the spiraling, endless stairs above him. Perhaps these are the stairs connecting to the city walls. Ash organized everything in his mind. So far, the information, I've gathered hasn't gone out of control. We're heading in the right direction. He signaled to the others. Let's go. Everyone in the team followed one after another. They walked up the long stairs. Having no idea how long they had been walking, a tired Jupiter asked, Your Highness, my legs are about to fall off. How much longer until we get there? Damien, by her side, was shaking all over. Ash in the front wasn't doing much better. His face was drenched in sweat. Just a little longer. We're almost there. Who knows how much time passed? Lucas and Evangeline were the first to finish the stairs and reach the destination. When Ash arrived, he was shaking as he collapsed to the ground. I'm so tired, he cursed to himself. Which devs decided to make the stairs in this game so long? Are they trying to kill someone? Jupiter, though drained of strength, still managed to pull out a cigar. I think I'm about to pass away in despair. This will be my last cigar, Ash reminded her. Smoke that and you'll really be done for, you old hag. He turned his gaze toward Evangeline and Lucas, who were drinking water, as usual. Do those two realize they have such strange chemistry? Ash stood up and pointed toward the exit. Everyone, you did a great job. We succeeded. The others looked outside and saw a teleportation gate. Jupiter rushed forward. Oh, yeah. Finally, I'm escaping. This old skeleton of mine is about to turn into dust, she shouted as she ran. As soon as I get home, I have to soak in a bathtub immediately. One hand holding a glass of whiskey, the other clutching a cigar. Just as she had gone a short distance, Jupiter's legs stopped abruptly. Ash and the others were puzzled and stepped closer. What's wrong, Jupiter? Damien and Lucas were stunned by the scene before them. Evangeline stared, shouting, Senior. That is, Ash spoke up. That is the true form of the kingdom under the lake. Below them was a vast city with many houses, and opposite them stood a massive, towering castle. Someone praised, How magnificent! Damien bowed his head, noticing something beneath the light. He pointed it out to the others. I've seen light in some areas of the city. Someone has installed magic light stones and eternal light sources around the city, in the central areas and the alleys. Thanks to that, some people living here can walk around. Evangeline pointed in one direction. What is that? A house of light. Ash frowned, silent for a moment, then spoke. The palace of the kingdom under the lake. He thought to himself. That's the final exploration area that we'll have to reach one day, and that's also where the final boss battle will take place. Ash narrowed his eyes and said to himself, even though we still have a long way to go to get there, if we compare it to the map, our current location is Area 3, North Castle Wall, he explained to his team. After walking through the sewer and wandering behind the alley, we're near the north gate of the city. Ash channeled his power to open the gate and reminded the others, oh, no matter when it is, keep thinking about our next step. His face was a bit pale as he said, now, let's go home, because everyone can see that it's our prince who is about to fall ill. Oh my! The system board announced, free exploration has ended. You can view the items you've purchased. Summary. Level Cup. Characters. Ash. Increased 4, level 15. Lucas, SSR, increased 2, level 33. Jupiter, SSR, increased 1, level 38. Damien, N, increased 3, level 27. Evangeline, SSR, increased 1, level 36. After the team returned from the dungeon to the manor, Ash advised, let's rest today. Everyone did a very good job, he thought to himself. We started exploring in the afternoon and returned at night. We spent an entire night and a day. Ash yawned loudly. I should get some rest too, he whispered to himself, calculating, I'll sleep until tonight, have some food, and then get to work. Who knows how much time passed? He opened his eyes wide and woke up. Ash looked at the clock and saw the hour hand between the 4 and the 5, while the minute hand had just passed the 1. He sat dazed on the bed for a while, saying to himself, not until dinner time will I be able to organize the items I gathered yesterday. The information screen displayed, items in inventory. Ash took an object out from inside. This is the blue flame torch. It's the reward for clearing Area 2. It can never be extinguished. He pondered to himself. Exploring a dungeon is always a battle against the darkness, so this couldn't possibly be an evil item, though it would be a long time before he used it. Ash reached into his inventory again to pull out another item. Regardless, who would have thought I'd get such a valuable reward in full? The system panel displayed the information. Summoning Scroll. Giant steam-powered golem player skill. He read the name aloud. A boss monster summoning scroll, single use, but incredibly useful. I could use that giant golem boss I encountered during my first expedition. As my servant, the information panel appeared, asking, would you like to use the summoning scroll? Giant steam-powered golem? Ash grabbed the scroll, deciding there was no need to wait. Let's use it now. He smiled with satisfaction as he watched the scroll glow, slowly transferring the skill into his body. Good. The information panel notified him. Ash has acquired the player skill. Summon giant steam-powered golem single use. Ash thought to himself, I'll keep it in my inventory as a trump card for when I really need it. That should be enough for now. He lowered his head and rubbed his stomach. His stomach began to growl. Ash shoved his hands into his pockets and, yawning, walked out of the room and into the hallway. He entered the kitchen and spoke up. I wonder if there's anything to eat. Evangeline and Lucas were busy gnawing on vegetables inside. When they saw him, they started, calling out, Prince Ash! He looked at them, puzzled. What are you two doing? Evangeline recounted the situation. I came to the kitchen because I was hungry, but this guy was already here. Ash looked at the empty rice container and bowls on the floor and understood. So, they were comrades in a kitchen raid. He stepped toward them and asked, I came here because I was hungry too. Is there anything left to eat? Lucas and Evangeline lowered their heads and replied, Aside from what we've already eaten, there are a few ingredients, but they're raw. Ash asked them, Are you both really that hungry? Evangeline and Lucas nodded vigorously in sync. He rolled up his sleeves, walked into the kitchen, and smirked at them. Well, wait at the table. I'll make something simple. Lucas watched Ash's back. Prince, you know how to cook? Ash reached up to open the high kitchen cabinet and replied, A little. Evangeline was curious. You're royalty, yet you know how to cook for yourself? Ash tilted his head and asked her back. So what? Is there a law that says I can't? Even if there were, what are you going to do about it? I am the royalty here, after all. He thought to himself, I'm starving. I'll just cook whatever I can. Ash's mind wandered back to his modern life. Ramen with green onions, eggs, and kimchi that would be perfect for a late-night meal. But that's impossible here. He observed what was in the cabinet. At the very least, the house had these ingredients: butter, milk, eggs, spices, and bacon. Something clicked in his mind. Ash used his reward, the blue fire torch, to ignite the firewood and light the stove. He placed a pan over the flame. He dropped a knob of butter inside and waited for it to melt. Ash's expression became slightly intense, standing alone, before the stove, his arms moving rapidly, swift as lightning. After a long while, he placed a plate of food on the table. Here, eat up, then go to sleep. Both Evangeline and Lucas exclaimed in admiration as they saw it. Ash introduced it, royal French toast. In his head, he added, made from bread, milk, eggs, and grilled honey, and bacon and salad sandwiches. He picked one up and took a bite. Ash sighed with a bit of regret. We don't have ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise. But it was good enough. After taking a bite, tears streamed down Lucas's face. It's so delicious. You could replace the royal chef right now. I can't believe I'm eating something made by the prince. I'm certain this honor will be passed down for 3 generations. Ash reminded him. Don't be dramatic. Just eat. Across from him, Evangeline was eating with both cheeks puffed out. It's truly delicious. It tastes just like what they sell at the festival stalls. Lucas agreed with her. Exactly. Ash thought to himself. It's the street food recipe for French toast. Suddenly, Evangeline bowed her head. This reminds me of when I was little, she slowly recounted. When I was young, I would hear sounds coming from the kitchen, and when I went to look, my father would be devouring food he'd made in a rush. Monsters could invade at any time. He would return at night after defeating monsters and eat a simple meal to satisfy his hunger. Evangeline stared at a point, her lips curling into a faint, gentle smile. He would come back, covered in dust and blood, toss whatever was in the kitchen into a pan, and fry it up. Then, we would lock eyes. He would look at me for a moment and ask me something. She acted it out. At that time, he asked, You want some too, right? Evangeline sighed. Ash exhaled and looked at the person in front of him, asking, So, you ate too? Evangeline tugged on her soft cheek. It was his fault for feeding me too much. That's why my cheeks are still round to this very day. Ash complimented her. It's cute, and it makes you seem like a kid. Evangeline turned her gaze toward a corner of the room. As if seeing an image of her family, she continued. Anyway, while we were eating like that, my mother would wake up soon after and scold my father for feeding me so late. She covered her mouth and giggled. If you could have seen his surprised expression then, Evangeline lowered her hand, her laughter slowly fading. The image of her family of 3 had become hazy. It's just these late nights, make me remember. Remember those late nights. Ash brought up a topic. The funeral for the fallen is tomorrow. He explained further, Crossroad doesn't really have a tradition for funerals. so I've been handling them all temporarily, but if you want, you can lead tomorrow's funeral." Evangeline was silent for a moment, then refused. "No, I want you to oversee them," she said. "I respect my father. I think he was a great man. He protected the people here his entire life." Evangeline bowed her head low. "But I still can't forgive him." She looked at the person sitting across from her and asked, "Your Highness, you told me, didn't you, how my mother passed away?" Evangeline repeated it to herself. "My father protected the city and let my mother go forever. I will never forgive his choice. But even though my heart hurts, I still understand what he was thinking. Protecting the city is the duty of a lord, and my father was only loyal to his duty. But the day we buried my mother's casket in the orchard, my father didn't come. Instead, he's fortifying the southern military base because he has to prepare for the next battle. Because that is the duty of a lord." Evangeline's hand, resting on her skirt, clenched into a fist. "Because that duty was more important," she continued. "I realized that when I buried Mother's empty coffin at his estate," Evangeline concluded. "So, that is what the leader of House Crossroad is like, and I cannot be that person." Ash looked at her, asking, "Is that why you're leaving?" Evangeline replied softly, "Yes." She closed her eyes and bowed sincerely. "Thank you for holding the funeral for my father in my stead, Your Highness. Even though I believe Lord Cross is a respectable man." When she faced Ash again, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. "I cannot forgive him as a father." She quickly pushed her chair back and stood up. "Thank you for this final late-night meal." Evangeline returned to her room, leaving behind only one sentence. "It was truly an honor to be served by you, Prince." Ash followed her small silhouette with his eyes. "Having a family like that, it's tough." The dish on the table was empty. He said, "It's late. Should we just go to sleep?" Lucas replied, "As you wish, Your Highness." Their footsteps fell in rhythm as they walked down the hallway. Suddenly, Lucas asked something puzzling. "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Ash glanced at him. "What was that?" Lucas voiced his speculation. "You also have a complicated relationship with your family, don't you? That's why you helped Miss Evangeline." Ash broke into a cold sweat, his mouth agape, thinking, "Oh really? A complicated relationship? Wait, am I not just a playboy?" Lucas bowed his head in contemplation. "You must have seen yourself in Evangeline's past. I know I might have said too much, but I know a lot." He looked up, locking eyes with Ash. "Did I say something wrong?" Ash felt a jolt, thinking to himself, I can't say anything. If he was asking out of genuine concern, or if he was testing whether he was the real Ash or not. They stood there staring at each other for a long time. Ash told himself, I can't tell him, because my whole body froze at that moment. They stood there awkwardly. He thought, Lucas is acting strange. What was the purpose of that question? How should I answer this? The image of Ash sitting regally on the throne filled his mind, since Ash was the Emperor's son. I'm sure his family isn't as simple as it looks, but how could I possibly know about Ash's family affairs? While he hesitated, he saw Lucas frantically bowing his head, apologizing profusely. Please forgive me. Forgive this servant. I shouldn't have asked such a sensitive question. Ash hurriedly waved it off. No, it's just that you asked so suddenly. My brain hadn't processed it yet. Lucas offered a gentle smile. Your family and Miss Evangeline's will be fine. Ash thought. That's $1 million smile. He forced a laugh, his face pale, as if he had just survived a catastrophe. Yeah, thanks. He reassured himself. I was just overthinking it. Maybe he was just curious. Ash quickly ushered him away. Anyway, good night. See you tomorrow, Lucas. Lucas answered enthusiastically. Yes, Your Highness. Good night. As soon as he sent him off, Ash slammed the door shut. His face was pale, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. What? Ash has issues with his family? I need to look into this later. Ash spread out the hands that didn't belong to him, feeling silent. This reminds me, this isn't my body. Goodness, taking on someone else's identity isn't easy. Under the beautiful weather, he stood beneath the large city wall the next day. Crossroad immediately prepares for the next wave. The system displays information about the enemy for round 3. The monsters look massive, intimidating, and threatening. This time, it's a golem army. There are only a few monsters, but they are all elite. We must adjust our strategy and defensive machinery accordingly. We currently have about 1 week until round 3. Ash stares at the system, displaying the enemy list, lost in thought. We need to be well prepared this time. Dangerous bosses flash through Ash's mind. He must prepare thoroughly to react perfectly. Even if an unexpected situation arises, he puts on a serious, determined expression. No, we must be stronger and destroy the source of that change. Ash, deep inside, is always driving everyone to work hard. Just like that, he constantly issues orders and urges all production teams, push the preparations for the next wave. One day later, in the afternoon, under the sunset, behind the fortress walls, there are many mages. They are busy preparing for the ceremony. The land to the west of Crossroad, a graveyard. The cremation ceremony was held there. Ash stares intently at his notes. Some people were injured in round 2, but only one died. The name Charon Cross is clearly visible on the death list. Charon Cross. The former count, Lucas, comes to report, wearing his armor. Your Highness, everything is finished. Ash has prepared everything in readiness. All right, let's begin. The main road is crowded with people, but they have to make way for the coffin. The procession departs from the church. It moves along the main road of the city. A stream of people follows the coffin. Flags flutter in the red glow of the sunset, the passing of the former lord. He had ruled this land for 10 decades. As the coffin passed, none of the citizens seemed to care about the loss, even though the city had become indifferent to death. White flowers are strewn all over the road as the carriage passes. Many people weep. At the graveyard, under the blue light of torches, the coffin finally stops before the graveyard. The sun casts blood-red rays. Large flags are hung solemnly, along with guards. Only the funeral is held here. Afterward, the coffin will be buried in the former count's garden, a small tombstone with a bouquet of white flowers nearby. Because his wife is also there, Ash stands before the public, under the fiery red sunset, for the last time. I said that your sacrifices were very costly. Everyone listens seriously, not metaphorically, but literally. But former Count Charon Cross sacrificed even more than that. Ash puts his hand on his chest, as if the former count's words still linger in his heart. It has been carved into my heart. The listeners just wipe away their tears in silence. The count, before closing his eyes forever, was still worried about this city. The count once said, "Bring happiness to as many people as possible." The city cannot continue with only sorrow. The fortress, in his words, is symbolic. Give them hope, not sorrow. Because this fortress is a place where death is always present, it must be ruled by joy and hope. Instead of sadness, he spoke loudly to everyone. But today, I will defy the late count's wishes. I will be sad. Today, this battlefield is sustained by the sacrifice of countless souls. It's not just the late count. Every life lost is painful. There are those grieving the count's death, and I want everyone to etch the pain of this sacrifice deep into their hearts. The coffin where the count lies was brought out under the torchlight. Remember that through everyone's actions and sacrifices, this country and all of humanity can survive. Remember that. Ash stood before everyone and declared firmly, I will keep saying it. Keep reminding you of the graves of the many generations who sacrificed themselves. Here, under the sunlight, they shine brighter. People will continue to die here, and those deaths are all meaningful. He closed his eyes and held a moment of silence for those who had fallen. Let us take a moment of silence for the people who contributed to protecting this place. Everyone is in pain over these sacrifices and remains forever grateful to them all. The cemetery sank into a silent, mournful hush. I hope that one day, this city will be full of festivals instead of funerals. Before he died, the Count still thought of the city's happiness and smiled, as if he feared no death just as the Count had wished. The sky gradually gave way to the falling night. The sound of the funeral volley echoed out. The ceremony ended, and the long journey to return the coffin to the fortress began. Only the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Someone started, startled to see a young woman standing before a headstone. It was Lady Evangeline. The young lady's expression remained unreadable. Everyone, they're here! Voices rang out across the fortress corridors. It's Lady Evangeline. Lady Evangeline has returned. The others rushed to tip their hats to her. Lady Evangeline, it's been 3 years. You've come a long way from the capital. We are so sorry for the late Count's sacrifice. We should have done better. She approached the Count's coffin. May I see him? The coffin lid opened. The Count lay in peaceful rest amidst simple white flowers. Father, he really is dead. Her hands trembled as she reached out toward her father. He always fought on the front lines, as if he were immortal. And now. But the girl didn't move any closer. She clenched her fists and turned away. Thank you, everyone. That is enough. The Count's coffin was lowered into the earth. A man approached the young lady. My lady, I think I should tell you about this. Evangeline's eyes widened when she saw it. The man carefully presented it to her. It was the late Count's equipment. It has been passed down through many generations of the Cross family. We intended to bury it with him, but I wanted to speak with you first. She looked at it but couldn't bring herself to speak. He tried to persuade her. It is a bit damaged, but with a little repair. Before he could finish his sentence, Evangeline firmly insisted on burying it. The Count's coffin was still being covered. Bury it right next to Father. Everyone complied. We will do as you wish, my lady. Ash stared into the indistinct light, as if looking into the distance. After the pastor finished the eulogy, the ceremony concluded. Sunset bathed the entire graveyard in light. The late Count built this fortress from stone and snow. Here lies a pitiable life. Those were lines from his favorite poem. The last images of him still lingered in his mind. I had prepared it because I thought it would be fitting for the late Count, but it didn't match the funeral's atmosphere. So, I kept it to myself. Ash recalled the words the man had once said, "There will come a time when you must sacrifice something important to protect the city." But he questioned himself, wondering, what important thing will I have to sacrifice? Would I still be me if I lost it? Evangeline stepped out from behind Ash. I didn't think you had a penchant for reciting poetry, she teased, but no one was in the mood to laugh. I recited it in secret because I thought it didn't fit my image, but you found out anyway. She replied, "You have a nice voice. Why not recite it out loud next time?" Ash asked with concern. "Are you okay?" She smiled, her face blank. "Me? Of course. I'm fine. I always knew this day would come." The image of Lady Evangeline standing alone in her armor. Besides, if I were hired on another battlefield, I wouldn't have been able to return to this city. And when my father died, I wouldn't have been here to see him off. She confided in Ash in front of the headstone. My father was at his own funeral. He is a miracle. He wondered curiously. "So, are you planning to head to another battlefield?" Evangeline replied softly, "Of course. I don't intend to stay here. I will settle the estate, sell off the family belongings, and leave." Ash realized that Evangeline had made up her mind from the very beginning. Sunlight still cast shadows over the headstone. Lord Duke, that was why she buried the family equipment that had been used for generations. He smiled and offered to help. "I'll help you sort out the assets. That's too much work for a young girl. Let the adults help, all right?" Evangeline was puzzled. "You're not going to stop me?" Ash was surprised by her question. "What? Why?" The girl remained calm. "I've already abandoned my inheritance and run away. I could just live comfortably and selfishly." Sunlight flooded the fluttering flags. "The Cross family has served for too long. I don't know if I can do as well as your house, but I will do my best to protect this place." Ash tapped his chest and smiled with confidence, pledging to her. "So, put your worries aside and go on your journey, little one. I will do my best to ensure your family's efforts are not in vain." Evangeline blushed slightly, embarrassed that the prince before her was nothing like the rumors she had heard. "You really are different from the rumors, Senior," Ash replied casually. "Oh? Why is that?" the girl asked. "If you had been exiled here, I thought you would be crying and begging to go back. But I was surprised by what you've done here." Ash just laughed and took a deep breath. "Someone told me I would be granted one wish if I protected this place. That is the reason." He remembered the condition the game manager had set for him. The manager had reminded him, but spoke with a dangerous and mysterious air. "If you bring this world to its true conclusion, I will grant you one wish." Ash thought to himself, "That's right. I'm not working my fingers to the bone because I'm a saint or anything like that." He recalled the feeling of boredom in his previous life. "I only do this for my own personal wish, and I am aiming for that ending." That was why a loud sound echoed from somewhere, cutting off Ash's train of thought. What was that? An attack? But it was just the sound of Evangeline's stomach growling. "I'm hungry." Ash sighed to himself. "My stomach is growling again when I'm hungry. Why does it sound like thunder?" Evangeline wants to eat the food he cooked, the senior food. "The thing you made yesterday was delicious. Let's go eat." Ash smiles excitedly, thinking to himself, the survivors must eat and keep living. He regains his energy and shouts, "Let's go eat." Everyone responds, "Yes, Your Highness." The sun sets, and the funeral comes to an end. Sunlight spills over the tombstones of those who have closed their eyes. The dead have been buried, and the living must keep moving forward. The next wave is drawing near. The sky is clear. Everything is favorable for the preparations for round 3. After that day, he does 2 things at once. One is the daily routine of preparing for the next wave. The Cross family crest is printed large and clear on the sturdy, solid stone wall. The second task is liquidating the Cross family's assets. Ash spoke with Evangeline at the end of the former count's funeral. Evangeline refused the title of countess and wants to leave this place. It is best to settle the family assets and give them to her so she doesn't have to come back here. The manager sighs sadly. So, the master has decided to let Lady Evangeline go, but Ader must still follow instructions. I understand. I will liquidate all of the Cross family's assets. I will also resolve the inheritance issues and announce it to everyone. Ash agrees with him. Thank you, Ader. Remember to report the situation to me. Ader, working on the system with a bored face, replies, Of course. but selling everything within a week is almost impossible. His hand rests on the screen. Most of the Cross family's assets are not cash, but territory. There won't be many buyers within a week. Ash offers to use his own money to buy those assets. Then, buy them under my name. And remember to pay a fair price. He says with determination, I want to liquidate everything in 1 week and send Evangeline on her way before the next wave. If possible, all of the Cross family, except for Lady Evangeline, have died. Every member of the Cross family sacrificed themselves here. Evangeline is the last descendant, or in other words, the only survivor. Ash wants to keep the cheerful expression on her face without her getting caught up in any trouble. At the very least, Evangeline should get far away from here, without being dragged into the war before heading off to distant lands. The Count asked him to do that. That was the former Count's final wish, and he will fulfill it. Ader smiles, willing to comply. Understood. Trust me, Your Highness. Ash evaluates him. Ader is clearly a useful secretary. He is sure that he will handle everything. The digital screen displays 8 days and 11 hours, until round 3 starts. Time flies like the wind, and the next wave is approaching. Ash clenches his fist. He will do it. He looks at his clenched hand, his eyes full of determination and resolve. So, it is possible to complete this game without needing to sacrifice lives. No need to trade away morality. I will prove that. Time keeps passing under the sunlight, the wooden houses with high footings and 2 lamps in front of the doorways. A week later, at the blacksmith shop, 2 blacksmiths with unkempt beards look up with pitiful eyes, brimming with tears, stammering. Forgive us. Please, forgive us, Your Highness. This is the first time we've made mana guns. The process is more complex than expected. He continues to cry pitifully, snot and tears running everywhere. We didn't have enough time to make 5 guns. Please forgive us. Ash lets them off. It's fine, after all, it is. That's some hard-to-craft equipment, isn't it? The gun emitted streaks of purple light. Mana guns had been researched and invented over 100 years ago, but they were discarded due to the high costs and poor combat effectiveness. Alchemists and blacksmiths had to work together to forge them, making them extremely difficult to create. A stone-forged furnace was still roaring with intense fire. So, how much have you 2 finished? The 2 blacksmiths hesitated. 2 mana guns, packed securely. I wasn't going to get angry, so just bring them here. Yes, Your Highness. Ash held the gun in his hands, which emanated an extraordinary aura. With a look of pure astonishment, he thought, what is this? The information about the gun was described in great detail. Black Widow, level 55, mana gun type. Attack, 225 to 250. Durability, 7 out of 7. Ammo, 7 out of 7. This gun fires cursed bullets and kills the enemy with a fixed probability. The probability increases in proportion to the user's proficiency. Viewing more info, he realized a game-breaking weapon had appeared. The bearded blacksmiths reported back with excited, smug expressions. We forged it using the mana core you provided. The one from the guide quest where the queen protects the mana cores used to make these guns. The guide quest was supposed to be impossible, but we killed the queen and took the mana core from her. Normally, the Black Spider Army appears halfway after year 2 of the game. The Black Widow's mana core lay in the shadows, yet it still radiated beams of blue light that were as alluring as they were dangerous. The Black Widow's mana core. I guessed that gear made from this core would surpass the quality of all my current equipment. I suspected it, but this is truly game-breaking. It could carry me for at least a year, these mana guns. Possess power far beyond any current materials. The mysterious purple hue, combined with the blue light radiating from it, made it even more captivating. Damien, along with his PC-level graphics, radiated a golden aura. The owner of this gun is Damien, a character with high insight, meaning he can completely optimize the amount of damage. Ash smiled, a grin that couldn't be any more sinister. This damn game. Finally you're getting easier, huh? The 2 old, bearded blacksmiths looked visibly thrilled to see him liking the item. We're so happy that you like it, my lord. We felt as if we were hypnotized while making it. We are so happy to have played a part in its creation. The other gun was also described in detail, though its info was more standard. Despite having a slight defect, Woodpecker, level 20, mana gun type. Attack, 25 to 26. Durability, 20 out of 20. Due to the creator's mistake, it fires all bullets at once. When fired continuously, accuracy drops. It's useful in certain situations, and since Damien has no issue with his aim, Ash praised the blacksmiths. Well done. The 2 old men nodded repeatedly, looking delighted. You 2 did great. And the other blacksmiths too. I will reward you generously. I'll leave the next weapon to you. Leaving the smithy, the sun began to set, casting red light. Yes, Your Highness. They didn't ask questions. Thank you, Your Highness. Have a pleasant trip. Lucas held the two tightly wrapped guns, curious about their function. Are those monoguns really that good, Your Highness? He confidently asserted that they would change the course of the battle. Lucas marveled. They're that strong? Ash replied, yeah. I hope they are completed before the screen display. The electronic screen showed, Stage 3, 20 hours and 30 minutes until the start. Ash thought to himself, there's still enough time for Damien to get used to the guns. The twilight sky was gradually giving way to the stars. The wheels kept rolling over the cobblestone road. As Ash stepped down from the carriage, Lucas approached the prince. My lord, I think you should see this. What is it? From a distance, Ash saw Lady Evangeline standing there with a pile of belongings. The two stood facing each other. Evangeline. Lady Evangeline held a stack of envelopes containing documents in her hands. She spoke with a serious look. Your secretary brought me this today. As soon as he looked at them, he realized they were certificates of fund transfers. The property transfer papers had been signed and placed neatly on the table. After liquidating all of the Cross family's assets, there was a bit of money left. With this money, Evangeline wouldn't have to worry about funds anymore and could live as she pleased. She said this while Ash was examining the papers. Thanks for doing this so quickly. But as soon as I received the papers, the secretary said something to me. Ash was puzzled. What did he say? Evangeline mimicked Ader, quoting his master. After receiving the money, you have no business here anymore. So pack your things and get out of here quickly. That's what he said. She pouted, clearly displeased. And then he said it was your order, packed my bags, and tossed me out. I can't believe you actually gave that order. Really? Ash paused for a beat, then said seriously. That's right. Evangeline Cross pleaded. Wait, why are you chasing me away so soon? I haven't even said goodbye yet. Ignoring the shock on her face at his sudden change in attitude, Ash remained blunt. If you're going to leave, then go quickly. There's no need to be a nuisance. The golems, with their glowing red eyes and massive, bulky bodies, were radiating heat from their backs. Tomorrow, this place will be a battlefield. Do you still want to get involved? She hesitated. But ignoring that, Ash barked, Shut up and leave. You no longer have anything to do with this city. In the twilight, before the fortress, the two stood face to face. Evangeline still tried to cling on. In the next battle, I can help. Like the way he helped her, Ash sighed and placed a hand over his face. Go. Even Evangeline's luggage was on the ground. If you're going to leave, do it properly. Don't worry about it anymore. She still wanted to stay, but he responded decisively. I can protect this city without the help of a kid like you. She still forced a smile even though she was sweating. You've seen me fight. I can handle it. I can even do more than that. Suddenly, Ash shouted, his face darkening. Veins bulged clearly on his face. Evangeline startled, her eyes shimmering like a scolded puppy. He yelled, Didn't you decide to abandon your homeland and live a new life? That's why you gave up your position and inheritance. You left your home and everything else behind. Evangeline hesitated. I have, but he still shouted. If you've already decided, then do it. Leave and don't look back. At the fortress on the brutal battlefield, smoke and dust filled the air, just as she had said. This battlefield is nothing but ashes and death. If you step into that ruin, you'll never find your way out. Ash handed the file to her. Don't get caught up in the war with these monsters anymore. Leave this place forever, and do whatever makes you happy. Ash paused for a moment. She recalled the Duke's final words. Living freely and doing as she pleased was Chaco's dying wish. Evangeline's eyes widened at those words. Ash held out the file. She replied that she wanted to be a rebellious daughter. Evangeline wanted to do everything contrary to her family's wishes. Ash's gaze turned serious as he spoke. But at least listen to your father's final wish. Ash closed his eyes, turned, and walked away without looking back. You are an outsider now, and this home no longer belongs to you. She reached out desperately. Senior, wait. Evangeline could only watch his retreating back with a heavy heart. Ash, go inside. I'm meeting with the others. We have a council regarding tomorrow's battle. I expect you to leave immediately. Evangeline shouted, Thank you for everything these past few days. Senior, Your Highness. The door swung open, letting a blinding light spill out from within. She cried out, hoping he would hear her. I will visit my parents' graves one last time and leave Grautrod. Evangeline bowed, saying her final words before departing. May victory always be with you, Your Highness. She kept her head bowed, her eyes filled with resolve. I hope luck stays with you too, kid. The door slammed shut. Ash slumped onto the floor and sighed, prompting Lucas to chime in. You didn't have to be so harsh with her, did you? Ash immediately retorted. If I'm too lenient, that kid will just keep clinging to this place. Didn't you hear? Helping with the battle is all she can handle, so I can't compromise on this. Evangeline picked up her luggage. She looked into the distance and let out a sigh. Ash gazed at the sunset outside the window. Not every goodbye needs tears. A pouch of banknotes is enough. He thought to himself. I thought she said she was visiting the graves one last time. Ash turned away, biting his lip. Goodbye. SSR cheat character. Evangeline. He pulled himself together. All right. What's done is done. Let's just get back to work. Lucas nodded happily. As you command, Your Highness. The door slammed open, and Lucas shouted excitedly. Has everyone rested enough? The others stood in the room looking exhausted. Lily's face went pale, and she broke into a cold sweat, groaning. Why us again? Ash silently assessed his archmage. Lily. He wore a sinister, devious grin, as if he'd never enjoyed himself more. Don't you like peace, Lily? It's time to do it again, Lily wailed, grabbing the prince's collar. Please, send me back to the workshop. Your Highness, I'll work there until I'm bones. Please. Ignoring her pleas, he continued. We have less than a day until the battle. We'll use the same tactics as last time. Ash placed the monogun into Demian's hand, and Demian, I have a gift for you. Demian looked puzzled. Your Highness, this is ask if you like it. It looks pretty, doesn't it? While Ash was introducing the gun, Demian, this is a monogun. The door slammed open. A soldier rushed in to report. Report from the scouts. Your Highness. The monsters have appeared. Ash was shocked by the sudden arrival of the monsters. Why? Their eyes were blood red, and they radiated heat, swarming into the city. It was an army of about 200 golems. They were advancing toward the city at high speed. Ash shouted in anger. How is that possible? We still had time before the stage began. Suddenly, a red light flashed from the system. Notice, S has interfered with the game. The countdown timer on the screen was hidden by Stella. Hours and minutes until the start. He gasped. What is this? The system screen clearly showed the remaining time until Stage 3. Stella. 0 hours and 30 minutes until the start. Ash stared at the glowing red system screen. No, you've got to be kidding me. The system window can't play me like this. Damn it. What kind of situation is this? In the midst of the crisis, another soldier ran in. Breathless. That's not all, Your Highness. The enemy is splitting into 2 directions. Ash wondered. The monster army? 2 groups? Why? The guard reported frantically. About 80% of the 200 are heading for the city, but the remaining 20%, about 50 monsters, have split from the main group. They are heading for the Count's orchard. The scene at the orchard was still peaceful just before the monsters descended. Hearing that news, Ash and Lucas's expressions turned dark. What? But Evangeline is at that orchard right now. Lady Evangeline was still completely unaware of the surprise attack of the monsters closing in. To confront the sudden onslaught, all the soldiers rushed out. Hurry! Hurry! Under the crimson sun, everyone was rushing to stop the monsters. The golem army was coming. The monsters are invading this place. Ash's footsteps were rapid, and he moved quickly with Lucas following behind, shouting, Scout, what is their current position? The scout replied clearly, We can see them with the naked eye now, sir. The monsters are getting closer to the city. They were as thick as ants. A cloud of dust moving toward the city without stopping. They're right there. Ash's face darkened as he panted, staring at them. Even though we fought them in the dungeon before, facing hundreds of them at once is much more ominous. Before Ash stood hundreds of massive golems advancing, carrying an invisible pressure. It felt like a great wall was moving toward them. He shouted, his face grim, asking the scout, When will they be in range of the cannons? The soldier quickly replied, At this speed, in under 15 minutes, sir. Ash gave the order. Everyone, we need to be ready to fire as soon as they enter cannon range. Hurry! Lucas, wearing his silver armor with a serious and concerned look, asked, Your Highness, do you intend to leave her all alone? Ash gasped for air repeatedly. Why? He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. Why did this stage start so suddenly? And what is the reason the monsters split into 2 groups? At the Duke's garden, Lady Evangeline still had no idea what was coming. Ash thought angrily, why now? There's no way all of this is just a coincidence. He analyzed the situation, his eyes cold, beads of sweat running down his face. Someone is acting with malice, wanting to control this situation however they want. The screen displayed, someone is trying to interfere with the game. So, what exactly is their goal? Ash wondered. Why are they so determined to sabotage this game? The high-ranking officials in the fortress arrived as well. Seriously, Commander, we've heard the news. Send us out there. Ash looked shocked. What? Commander Rose spoke decisively and urgently. Our frontline defenses are already holding strong. We'll be fine even without you old-timers. Just send us to the orchard. We will rescue Evangeline. Ash, despite the desperate, life-or-death situation, paled but immediately spotted the flaw in their logic. There are two fatal errors in your request. He looked surprised. First of all, our fortress's frontline defenses are weak and struggling. When facing those monsters, your first point about the frontline being strong. Is that what you call strong? The soldiers were struggling just to push the cannons into place. Because of the surprise attack, they'd even forgotten to use their artifacts. Some cannons weren't even lined up yet. As they pushed, the soldiers reported, "Sir, the artillery equipment can be positioned before the enemy enters range." Ash compromised. Fine, let's say they can make it. The new recruits are struggling with this sudden emergency, knocking over fire and causing chaos. So, if you leave the front line, the remaining soldiers will just be fresh recruits. Commander Rose's expression turned even worse. Do you think we can drive off the Golem army with just these rookies? He continued pointing out the next flaw in his reasoning. And the second error is thinking you can actually rescue Evangeline. The Duke's orchard stood out even more clearly under the evening sun, surrounded by open plains with absolutely no defensive layers. There was nothing in front of the orchard, just plains and small hills. Under the shaded trees, red lights flashed from their eyes. 50 massive, sophisticated golems had already advanced inside. Ash shouted. Even if there were a fortress wall and you used it to fight, his face turned pale with fury. You'd still be wiped out 100%, because there are no defenses there at all. Commander Rose also fell silent, stunned by his own thoughtless words. So how do you plan to rescue Evangeline on your own? Under the blood-red sunset, the air around the fortress reeked of death. Thick smoke covered the ground. The reason this is called a tower defense game is because of the massive advantage provided by fortress walls. So, if we try to fight the monsters, out in the open, away from the walls, the thought of throwing away the advantages of a tower defense game and facing the monsters on flat, open terrain that is a one-way ticket to death. The image of a soldier collapsing on a flag, soaked in their own blood, flashed through his mind. That is simply throwing your life away. He spoke solemnly. Sir, even if we lose our lives, we will definitely save Evangeline. Before Commander Rose could even finish, Ash shouted, cutting off his foolish plan. Ash's face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead. That's not a plan, damn it. The atmosphere above the fortress seemed to constrict. Ash placed a hand on his forehead, struggling to stay calm. I want a viable plan. Not you all throwing your lives away for nothing, he retorted sharply. Then what are you going to do now, if no one is going to rescue her? Lady Evangeline will die. We can't let that happen. Ash remained silent, his expression serious as he thought. They were right. Lady Evangeline. In his mind, she became fragile, trapped behind shattered glass and covered in blood. Without support, Evangeline would definitely die. But to help her, we need an elite squad to pull off a rescue. The members of the Prince's main squad are all exceptional individuals. At the very least, I need to send my entire main team. And while the main team is clearing out the monsters, they still need soldiers to risk their lives holding back the horde. The losers in this game will be drowned in a sea of blood. But if that happens, the defensive battle will fail. Even if I save Evangeline, if this front line falls, it's all over. It was a difficult dilemma. Ash remembered the strategic map of Rose. I have to choose between saving my wife at the plains or protecting thousands of citizens inside the city. Ash recalled his past conversations with him. You wonder what I chose in this desperate situation? He seemed to empathize a bit more with him now, sweat streaming down his face. I think I understand a little of your pain now, predecessor. Ash calmly gave his order. This is my order. No one among you will join. The rescue team. The soldiers were stunned, immediately crying out, My lord! A flag stood firm on the fortress wall, the sunset casting an even deeper shade of red upon it. Yes, the answer had been chosen from the very beginning. Ash calmly gave his command, ignoring the disbelief of Lucas beside him. We cannot waste any more manpower. I will concentrate all forces on this battlefield. This decision felt like putting Lady Evangeline's life and the lives of thousands of citizens in the city on a scale. One life versus thousands. There was no need to hesitate from the start. No need to even weigh them. He knew which side was heavier. The soldiers also turned pale when they heard the consequences humanity would face if they couldn't stop the monsters. If this wall falls, tens of thousands of citizens here will die, and then humanity will be pushed into grave danger. Everyone felt dizzy. At the thought of that terrible scenario, we must continue to fight, no matter what happens, Ash told himself. No matter what, this front line must hold. The SSR character icon appeared alone on the system screen. Because if the game ends, there will be no more save points, and I will lose an SSR character. Wind blew through the suffocating atmosphere. Ash emphasized, "I will repeat, no one among you is to join the rescue team. Instead, finish the defense preparations." The red brick villa, where the Duke used to stay, was overgrown with moss. No one had cleaned it. To the southeast of that intersection was a summer villa where his predecessor had stayed when he was alive. Lady Evangeline touched the trees where her father used to be, her face filled with sadness. It didn't look like a home. It was more like a garden. There were still signs that it had been carefully tended just recently. However, this place had been abandoned after losing its master. The warm sunlight poured down, breathing life into the buds that were growing day by day. As the sun climbed higher and the weather grew warmer, even on this contaminated land, the trees still bloomed and bore fruit. The girl just stood there, touching each branch for a long time, as if she couldn't bear to leave. Evangeline realized she would never see this scene again. She would leave this place forever. A leaf, larger than her palm, looked even greener in the twilight sun. After her mother passed away and she left home, her father had taken care of this place himself. She remembered her father's silhouette just recently. He was still tenderly and gently pruning every branch for the new grapevines. Just a few days ago, he was still standing here, caring for each tree. The purple grape clusters were plump and full in the sunlight, the leaves showing a few marks from worms, with the hope that the trees would bear fruit this year, even though he knew it wouldn't happen. Evangeline mused, seeing her father's shadow still diligently tending to the garden. How foolish! How could she walk through the garden? Her hands in her pockets, luggage piled high on her back, her mind full of thoughts. This place was finished. Her father and mother had passed away, and she was leaving. Her eyelids drooped. Whether in the past or the future, this place would only be a ruin. Her family flag burned amidst the bright red flames. In the end, the fate of the Cross family, those who had protected this place for hundreds of years, was nothing but tragic. Nothing remained. The tombstones of the Cross family lay still in the stifling air of that day, apart from death and ashes. Evangeline kept her hands in her pockets, clutching a few gold coins and the name of her family. Inside her pocket, she stood before her father's tombstone, thoughts filled with self-reproach for always running away, fleeing from everything, to enjoy a comfortable life. The last warrior had left without a fight. Her face, emotionless, she spoke before the tombstone of her father and mother. "Father, mother, you will not see me again. I intend to go far away from here." They had laid to rest here forever, and could no longer accompany her. She had hoped they would get angry and scold her, but clearly, that was impossible. The sunset shone through the grape leaves, the sky gradually changing, giving way to the night. "There is so much I want to say, but now I can't remember anything." Suddenly, she felt a strange, strong tremor in the ground. Evangeline suddenly felt dizzy, her head spinning, as if the ground were shaking. The girl hung her head, biting her lip tightly. Perhaps she was just too emotional. Lady Evangeline finally said goodbye to her parents with a smile on her lips, even though her eyes were tearing up. "I'm leaving." She wanted to leave with a smile. Evangeline busied herself wiping away tears, saying goodbye, adjusted the luggage on her back, let out a sigh, turned around to regain her spirits, and smiled. "All right, it's time to go." In the depths of Evangeline's subconscious, she called out twice, "Mom," reversing the flow of time, back when Evangeline was still a child. She was huddled under a blanket in bed with her mother. "When will I have to go there, Mom?" Clara looked at her with doubt. Evangeline's eyes sparkled as she spoke excitedly. "I heard from Father that the heir of the Cross family must fight on the front lines." Hearing this, her mother looked worried. The little girl asked, "Mom, don't you want me to fight?" Clara pulled her into a tight hug and whispered, "It doesn't matter if Mom wants it or not, because that is the destiny of the Charon Cross family." She fell silent for a moment before saying, "But it's so sad." The girl hesitated and asked, "You didn't know it would turn out this way, did you, Mom?" Her mother looked confused. Evangeline continued, "Every time the monsters attack, Mom, you must be so worried about Father. Isn't that right? And you couldn't have known that when I grow up, I'd have to fight out there too, right?" Her mother patted her head and said, "No, I knew." Clara recalled the day her husband gave her flowers and a ring to propose, remembering her happy face back then. "I knew that if I married your father, I would have to shed tears every night whenever the monsters invaded." The image of Evangeline's birth in her mother's tearful arms appeared. "And if I gave birth to you, then one day, you would have to fight out there too. And then, I would have to suffer because of this destiny." "I knew it all." Evangeline asked innocently, "Then why? Mom, why did you marry Father? Why did you give birth to me?" Clara hesitated. Why, indeed, she wondered to herself. Then finally, she gave a gentle smile and said, perhaps, to pass something on. Why did her mother choose a future filled with unhappiness and tears, 3 years after her mother passed away? Evangeline still couldn't understand, and she thought that perhaps, for the rest of her life, she would never understand the reason. Returning to reality, Evangeline was critically wounded. She spat blood and crashed into a wall. She looked around, wondering how long she had been unconscious. In front of Evangeline was a giant golem. It hadn't been long. Why was there a golem here? The golem suddenly attacked her. Her body reacted before her mind could even process the situation. Evangeline looked back at it. The golem swung a powerful fist at her again. Evangeline dodged the blow and grabbed her weapon and shield. She shouted, "Are you kidding me?" The golem's eyes glowed a fierce red. Evangeline cursed. "This bastard! How dare you destroy someone's home so disrespectfully?" She gripped her weapon tightly and challenged it. "Come on, you damn bastard." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, 2 more aggressive golems charged at her. Evangeline turned, panic-stricken. 2 more? She swung her shield hard. With one hand, she blocked a golem's punch with her shield. With the other, she thrust her weapon into the other golem. But one remained. It swung its fist toward Evangeline. She thought to herself, "I can't block this." The punch hit her square on, sending her flying. This time, she was even more severely injured. Evangeline gritted her teeth and cursed. "Damn it!" She tried to force herself up and charged straight at the golems, screaming, "Enough, you damn monsters." She fought all 3 at once. Evangeline leaped high into the air. The golems took hit after hit, but suddenly, Evangeline froze. Her body was battered by wounds. Her legs began to tremble, making it hard to stand. She calculated, the golem army ambushed us a day earlier than anyone expected at Crossroad. Evangeline gritted her teeth, thinking, "I need to go back and warn everyone about the ambush." But the sight before her stopped Evangeline cold. Hundreds of golems were closing in on her. Evangeline gasped, "What the hell?" That was when Evangeline realized that the 3 steam-powered golems from before were just scouts. These guys were the real army. Evangeline spun around, thinking she had to run, but the horse she'd hitched was gone. All that remained were the reins. "No horses left?" she gasped. She looked ahead, weighing her options. "Guess I'll have to run to the crossroads." But then she looked down at her battered legs. She saw her own blood and wondered if she could even make it. Teeth gritted, she forced herself to run, telling herself that whether it was actually possible didn't matter. This was her only chance to put some distance between them. Suddenly, a golem flew straight at her. Sensing it behind her made her blood boil. The golem prepared to strike. She whipped around, drawing her shield, panicking and acting without a second thought. Her feet tangled together, and the misstep made her lose her balance and crash to the ground. In that instant, she cursed herself. Of all times to make a stupid mistake, the golem unleashed a devastating blow, shattering the earth around her. Evangeline took the hit. She collapsed into a pool of blood. Even as she tried to force herself up, she was gravely wounded. She struggled to push off the ground, but there it was, a golem hovering above her. Below it, an entire army of golems was closing in. She was brilliant, but at that moment, all she could think was, "It's over. This is all so pointless." It was so sudden, so unexpected. As death crept closer, she whispered in despair, "There's still so much I haven't done. I've never been on a date, never had a drink, never smoked. I haven't even grown up yet. I haven't even thought about what I want to do with my life. It's over." Evangeline squeezed her eyes shut. She felt no anger, no pain, only regret. That was all the little girl could feel in her final moments. Tears she had held back for so long began to fall. "I wish I could have done more," she thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Then do them." Evangeline's eyes flew open. Before her, a cloak fluttered in the sunlight. Ash spoke up. "Everything you haven't been able to do, do it all. One by one. Life is short. You need to live a life without regrets, don't you think?" Evangeline stared blankly. "Your Highness?" He stood tall, shielding her. Then he turned back, smiling. "I've come to rescue you, my little subordinate." 30 minutes earlier, on the walls of the crossroads, amidst the silence of the battlefield, Ash's gaze was steely. "I'll go alone." Those words stunned everyone nearby. "What?" Ash declared clearly that the rescue mission would only have one participant. "The rescue team will be just me. I will save Evangeline." The soldiers witnessing this were terrified. "What?" Lucas panicked, blurting out, unable to understand why Ash would make such a reckless choice. "What are you saying, Your Highness?" Ash's annoyance flared amidst the tension. "My eardrums, you idiot. Shut up." Lucas blurted out a retort, full of frustration. You're worried about your eardrums right now? You said this mission was impossible, and now you want to go alone? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Ash calmed everyone down, his voice steady, like a promise. Calm down, Lucas, and everyone else. I won't die. I've already prepared a plan to ensure victory. In this game, the scariest thing isn't the final boss. It's not about which character is the most unpredictable, it's the veteran player. The one always ready to do the unthinkable. That's me, an old-timer. That's why I have to act. Not just by myself, but I must act. Bringing others would only raise the chance of failure. I've prepared contingency strategies. Even if I have some doubts, I believe this choice is the only one that can create a miracle. Even if some parts aren't foolproof, the game's mechanics were never fair. The way this game runs isn't my fault. Ash's eyes gleamed with determination. There's no other way but to take a gamble. His voice echoed, reminding them of the past. If you were ever under my command, you'd know. Standing before his closest allies, Ash spoke clearly. I know these monsters inside and out, and my plans always succeed. Even in impossible situations, this time is no different. A door of hope is cracking open. I have a plan for this, too. We have a chance to win. Trust me, and let me go alone. Lucas hesitated upon hearing this. Ash decisively reassigned their roles, almost placing his full trust in Lucas. There's no time left, Lucas. You will be the commander of the front line. Lucas was choked up. He wanted to go in Ash's place to save her. Please, let me go save Evangeline. Please, please, Your Highness, stay and command the front line. But Ash would not agree to Lucas's protest. No. Our roles are different. This battle needs you. Lucas shouted back, clearly seeing Ash's presence as the driving force that made them fight harder in every battle. We need you, sir. Ash placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder, as if to reassure him. Trust me. Believe in the prince's decision. I promise I will return safe and sound. If I abandon Evangeline, it means I'm breaking the moral standards I set for myself. Saving people is the benchmark of my life, the thread holding my conscience together amidst this chaos. Save everyone I can. Ash spoke these sincere words to Lucas. This is the only way to save Evangeline and protect this front. Protect it, Lucas. After everything, he finally accepted it. I understand, Your Highness. Moreover, Ash turned to Lily and Jupiter, giving instructions. Lily, Jupiter, I don't need to tell you too how important your roles as mages are. A short but trusted promise. Do your best. Jupiter smiled softly. You worry about coming back safe, Your Highness. Lily clasped her hands tightly. Certain. Yes, sir. Please don't worry, Your Highness. That wasn't all. Ash had one more thing to say to Damien. Damien immediately replied, showing absolute readiness for any mission given. Yes, Your Highness. The order from Ash was delivered. I have a mission for you. The sky was lit by the sunset. Cries rang out in the silence. Open the southern gate. Ash's voice echoed, as if leaving his final words. Protect this place. I will be back. On the wall, where Lucas stood tall with the majestic flag fluttering beside him, a single thought crossed his mind. Don't worry. Charon's image remains steadfast at all times, even in the heat of battle. A sacred promise is kept. After all the sacrifices he and his clan made to protect this place, Evangeline's eyes suddenly lock onto the figure before her. It's Ash. Standing in front of her like a shield, fulfilling Charon's final wish, Ash is determined to protect his kin and his daughter, no matter what happens. Evangeline instinctively whispers, Your Highness. In the dim light of the brutal battlefield, he speaks softly to soothe her soul. I've come to save you, little one. She is stunned. What? Why? Before she can question him, Ash quickly holds out a healing potion. Drink this first. But Evangeline is anxious. No, you can't be here, run, she shouts, pointing toward the distance. Don't you see them? It's a golem army. We have no chance of winning. Evangeline screams in despair, ready to sacrifice herself to save the last shred of hope. Run to the crossroads. I'll buy you time to escape. The golems have already assumed attack positions, but it's too late. They are about to fire magic. Even as Evangeline tries to push Ash away, his eyes remain fixed on those iron legions, the magic stone golems. 2 out of the 5 are advancing. System information flashes before his eyes. Enemy list, level 30. Elite magic stone golem, 5 entities. Level 20, steam golem, 149 entities. Level 15, stone golem, 103 entities. Seeing this, Ash realizes these monsters are far from ordinary. Not just high-level monsters, they're labeled as elite. They must be the bosses of this stage. Evangeline yells, holding her shield up to cover him. Are you not listening to me? Do you want to die here? Suddenly, Ash's voice cuts through. Hey, not just you. Everyone is counting on me. A leader. I'm just an orphan, so it doesn't matter. But you're different. You are the new master of Crossroad. For the sake of those relying on you, please. Before she can finish, Ash stuffs the potion into her mouth. Don't look back. Just run. Just like that, he forces Evangeline to drink the potion. Drink this, and recover, kid. Finally, some quiet. Ash turns his back and offers a gentle smile. If you're a child, act your age, and sometimes learn to rely on the adults. A spark flashes in his eyes. I've been waiting for this moment. Ash raises his hand and mutters to himself. I've always wanted to shout this when using this. A spell echoes, a majestic aura covering the entire battlefield. Summon, giant steam golem. A barrier forms right after the incantation. And from within it, a machine emerges. It charges out as if granted immense power, landing with overwhelming force. The expression on Evangeline's face, seeing such an incredible reaction, it makes saving her all the more worth it. Not done yet, Ash says with a confident smile. Crackling blue electricity arcs around his hands, making the giant stone arm begin to move. The machine seems to awaken as it glows with a bright blue light system confirmed. Access granted. You have obtained control of the boss. The summoned monster is now under Ash's command. Ash quickly analyzes it. I see. It has quite a few functions. This action immediately caught the attention of the monsters, which unleashed blasts of energy, attacking the two of them. An order from Ash is issued instantly to block it. The golem he summoned creates a shield to take the hit, making this golem machine virtually invincible. Evangeline is extremely surprised to witness this firsthand. What is this? Ash smiles coldly and turns back to her. This is my cheat code. He recalls his past memories. This is the boss summoning magic I saved from before. I didn't think I'd have to use it this soon, but the power it brings is absolute no different from an ultimate unit. Even if it can only be used once, it still has all its functions. Before Ash now are hundreds of monsters advancing one after another. They are returning. They are taking advantage of the terrain to gain momentum for their attack. Since long-range attacks aren't working, they are trying to overwhelm him with numbers. Ash isn't afraid. With a cold, sharp gaze, he is ready to face everything they can throw at him. Fine then. Try and crush me if you can. His voice rings out clearly, commanding them to stop. His golem receives the order and activates a function, lunging forward at an incredible speed. The enemy golems aren't the least bit afraid and continue to advance, but then they are all forced to look up as Ash's golem leaps into the air. It slams down with a shout full of excitement from Ash. Take this, you bastards. This is my cheat code. The enemy golems are crushed one by one. Without mercy, monsters in this game are divided into three main types: normal, elite, and boss. Regardless of rank, just the fact that they are monsters makes them an existence that goes beyond humanity's ability to cope. Among them, a boss is something completely different from the other two. It is a monster capable of leading an army. In many cases, it has high intelligence and strong leadership, but the bigger issue is its overwhelming physical force. It is the heart of an army. Either way, it cannot just be seen as a single unit with giant power. So, when the massive golem boss hits the ground, it smashes a group of monsters to pieces. This boss magic is currently using its muscle-stretching strength for the golem under its command. After that, the enemy stone golem is torn in two. Even though it can only be used once, it's nothing short of a cheat. But at this moment, several monsters have latched onto the boss. They are crawling up, viciously tearing at the armor on the boss's body. Even if a lion jumps up, a hyena won't back down. Normally, killing humans is their top priority, but they are very sensitive to traitors. No matter how powerful the boss might be, it cannot defeat 5,000 monsters alone. It's like a mantis being devoured by an army of ants. Ash looks at this scene with furrowed brows. That's right, he didn't expect the boss to defeat them all anyway. He immediately turns to look at Evangeline. Let's run while we have the chance. She is stunned. Yes? Ash explains. After all, that thing is one-time use. While it's buying us time, we have to escape quickly. How are your legs? Evangeline looks at her injured legs. I can walk, but running might be a bit much. Ash pulls out a red potion. Then let's run fast. He pours the liquid onto Evangeline's injured leg. It makes her wince and grit her teeth in pain. After violently healing her, Ash asks, "How is it now? Can you run?" Evangeline looks at him and sighs. Of course, no problem now. Ash starts running. Follow me. The girl chases right after him. Yes, as he runs, he directs their path toward the north. I tied a horse up there. Right behind them, some magic golems not bothered by the boss fly high into the sky. From up there, with a clear line of sight, they gather blood-red magic in their hands. Evangeline quickly notices this. "Senior, over there, they're chasing us." She is also startled to see the stone golems on the ground, with others still clinging on. Ash grinds his teeth in anger. "You ugly bastards." Above, red magic bullets are whizzing toward them. Since Ash is so tall, Evangeline, fearing he will get hit, pulls his head down with her shield-bearing arm. "Duck, Senior!" Her sudden move catches him slightly off guard. "Ah!" The shield immediately blocks some of the magic bullets from the golems. A few bullets fly right past them. Ash says wearily, "Evangeline, did you have to force me to match your height? My back is already starting to hurt." The girl angrily retorts, "Why are you insulting my height? Then, Your Highness, just stand straight and fight." Arguing is fun, but the magical bombardment is a high threat. Utilizing the cheat code from the boss, Ash orders it to prioritize attacking the magic stones of the golems. Far behind, the boss looks up at the magic golems floating in the sky. It locks onto the floating golems with its blue eyes. Then, it punches out with its giant hand, neutralizing the flying golems. Seeing this, Ash is happy. Alright, for now there will be no more magic attacks. However, the immediate danger remains. Behind him is a huge stone golem. The problem is that one. Evangeline sees it getting closer, frowns, and mutters, "How annoying." Just as the golem strikes at her, she nimbly flips into the air, followed by a spectacular spin. The weapon in her hand strikes boom. Evangeline's uniquely shaped spear pierces through the sturdy body of the stone golem. Ash can't help but praise her. "You were limping just a moment ago, but that flip was amazing." She shyly changes the subject. "Don't just randomly compliment me. Where exactly is this horse you mentioned?" He points toward the horse, which is acting foolishly. It's tied to a tree not far away. The horse sees its owner returning, but he's leading a pack of monsters. It neighs loudly in panic, struggling in hopes of breaking free from the reins, while Ash silently prays, "Don't do this. Wait for me, buddy. Let's escape together." But you know what they say, man proposes, God disposes. Suddenly, 2 magic artillery shells came flying from behind. A massive explosion erupted, blowing the tree and the horse to smithereens. The horse had managed to run off successfully. Looking back, that was the work of a magic golem that the boss hadn't finished off yet. Ash cursed in a cold sweat. "You disgusting, cruel monsters." He ran toward the tree, almost completely exhausted. "Damn it," he gasped. Evangeline asked anxiously, "Do you have any other way to escape?" Ash stood up straight and turned to look at the golems closing in. "I have a plan B," the girl panted. "What is plan B?" He adjusted his cuffs, his face deathly pale. "What else could it be?" Aster, clenched fists, "We're going to take them all out." Evangeline was stunned, nearly stumbling backward. "All of them? Just the 2 of us?" "Good heavens," he replied calmly. "If we want to live, this is the only way." Just as he finished speaking, a stone golem raised its arm and threw a punch. Ash shouted, "Well, if I don't die, I'll just pass out. I'm doing this." Without another word, Evangeline knew there was no other choice. She charged forward. "Fine then." She held up her shield. She powerfully blocked the monster's fist. Ash couldn't stop praising her from behind. "Great job, Evangeline. You're basically a defensive expert. Is that why you only use your spear for counterattacks?" Seeing that she had been blocking for a while and the third prince hadn't made a move yet, she turned back, feeling annoyed, and asked, "So who's going to attack these things?" Ash finally spoke up. "Leave it to me." He activated the jackpot, 172 slot machine. With the added power, Ash punched the stone man's body, shattering it. He showed off his fist to Evangeline. Like this. Honestly, she thought the third prince was always so mysterious, doing things that were completely impossible to understand. Like right now, she could only stare in shock. What on earth is the principle behind that punch? Ash continued to throw punches with his bare hands. Principle? There's nothing to it but the blessing of the god of dice, but you already knew that. Just then, 2 monsters charged. Evangeline reported, "2 of them this time." Ash instructed her, "Destroy the one on the right with a counterattack. I'll block the one on the left." In games like this, Evangeline followed his lead. She attacked and took down one of the golems. That earned her praise from Ash. "Well done, Evangeline. If we keep relying on pure luck, this attack plan will fail eventually." While she was blocking the monster, he lunged in to attack. "I'm coming!" Ash punched the golem's leg. The slot machine wheels were still spinning. No one knew what the next number would be. Whether it was 1% or 99%, the bad luck outcome hit. All 3 zeros. These stats felt like they were laughing in his face. "You're dead for sure. Rest in peace." the system seemed to mock. The absolute probability would betray the player. Ash immediately turned pale. Damn it, finally. The hand. Punching a stone man was no different than hitting a rock with an egg. Without the support of the dice system, he started to feel his hand go numb, as if someone had crushed it. The dice spun and slowly fell. Those who make attacking their goal shouldn't rely on luck. Attacks must be carried out within a guaranteed range. In that moment, Ash seemed to understand. Even though he knew that clearly, he still chose to gamble on luck. He lunged forward and shouted, "Let me handle this." Thoughts kept racing through his head as he acted. I thought the spear would be enough to buy time to escape, with a bit of luck. But the result this time, the slot wheels were not what he had hoped for. It was the absolute depths of bad luck. When the skull icon appeared and all 3 reels hit 0, it was his worst failure. He understood that, at some point, bad luck would surface again, but he hadn't expected this. His hand felt an excruciating pain. It went stiff, and he was bleeding quite a bit. His face twisted in agony. He screamed in pain. This is the price of relying on the luck stat. Conversely, as the attacker, I have to receive a massive amount of backlash damage. Evangeline saw this and screamed in panic while still fending off the monsters. "Senior, your left hand." Ash held a vial of potion in his other hand and used his teeth to pop the cap. Sweat poured down his face. "Don't make a scene. I've already made up my mind." He poured the potion onto his injured left hand. The torn skin began to knit back together, and his broken bones would recover too. His eyes hardened as he felt the potion wash over his hand. That really hurts. He understood clearly now. Even with first aid, he wouldn't be able to use his left hand for a long time. He held his aching arm and shouted, "Buy me some time. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. Evangeline looked at him, worried. 10 seconds is enough? You need to rest." Ash immediately retorted, "This is not the time to rest." A few Damien monsters rushed over. "Here they come." Evangeline reacted quickly, immediately using her shield to block the monster's strike. "Damn it. Give us a break, you chunks of rock." In the meantime, Ash had started opening a system screen. "If I rely on luck, I'll end up failing the attack. I know that well." He quickly pulled a gun out from his inventory. "Even so, the reason I'm resorting to using this gun is." Ash gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he aimed. The barrel of the gun rested on his arm, which was trembling from the agony. Because, if things go south, it's unlikely that everything will be bad at the same time. A source of energy quickly accumulated at the muzzle. The moment Ash pulled the trigger, a terrifying burst of power shot straight into the monster, causing it to shatter into pieces. Evangeline's jaw dropped, her eyes wide with astonishment at Ash's attack. What was that? After the powerful blast, he exhaled sharply, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. "The second luck lottery ticket I used." His uninjured hand was still gripping the gun tightly, which was forged from the Spider Queen's magic shards. SSS rank magic gun. Black Queen. This was Damien's item, but I was in such a rush that I ended up bringing it with me. He thought to himself, "At the moment, I have to pull out whatever I can use." He continued to raise the gun, preparing to pull the trigger, calculating how to maximize the variables. By sacrificing my injured left hand, if things go unlucky, I'll use this gun to be sure. Another monster was blown to bits by his shot. This is my strategy. The image of the prince from the game flashed through his mind. A magic gun is hard to handle, but at this close range, even a weak, chubby prince could land a shot. He remembered someone, a plump figure, reaching out and winking. That was from his days of carrying teams in 5v5 matches. After the second shot, he grimaced, clenching his teeth as the pain hit his body. The recoil of this gun was like a cannon's. If he kept using it, he'd be bruised all over. He remembered Damien's bright smile. "Sorry, I'm so sorry." Meanwhile, Evangeline was still fighting. She swung her spear for a final strike. Her powerful attack shattered 2 monsters at once. Finally, "I've taken down the ones chasing us." Ash sat down, exhausted, gasping for air. Evangeline turned to look at him. "I have so many questions, but I'll only ask one." Not far away, the boss monster Ash had summoned was holding off a horde of monsters above and below. "What now?" He quickly stood up to answer. "I told you, kill them all." Part of the castle had been destroyed. Ash spoke to Evangeline. "Let's head back inside the castle. There, I have a few other safety measures." She looked confused. "But the castle has already collapsed?" Ash frowned, sweat streaming down his weary face. "Either way, if they keep chasing us, we're dead. If we want to survive and make it back, we have to wipe them out." The boss monster, he summoned, was still struggling against the onslaught of smaller monsters. He opened a series of system screens. "You've worked hard, summon," he mused. Since being summoned, its only function was to draw attention. Ash decided, time to self-destruct. The boss monster began to concentrate its energy. A massive explosion erupted in front of Ash and Evangeline. The girl, weary, widened her eyes. She had no energy left to be surprised. He hung his head, biting his lip. His hair covered his face, hiding the emotions in his eyes. Awesome. Giant Golem. You've fulfilled your role. The explosion from the giant boss monster had wiped out many of the smaller ones, but some still remained. I wish they were all dead from that, but he touched the red dots on the system interface. Fjorton monsters left. The survivors were only partially damaged and still lying on the ground. Ash yelled to Evangeline, "Run! Before they wake up, we have to get inside the castle." She startled and replied, "Yes." They both ran as fast as they could. The attacks from the magic stone monster were closing in tight. They kept running, and Evangeline suddenly raised her shield. She shouted, "There are still a few left!" With quick reflexes, she raised the shield, struggling to block an attack from the magic stone monster. She turned to warn him, "The most annoying one is still alive." Ash kept running and shouted back, "It's always like that. The worst one is always left for last." Above them, the magic stone monster reached out both arms, preparing to attack. It seemed furious. After all, it had just watched its friends die. Hopefully, it'll back off. One magic stone monster had already been taken down, leaving only shards on the ground. That's the one that attacked us earlier. He kept moving forward. The castle was right in front of them. Almost there. Evangeline suddenly realized something. She screamed, "It's using magic again." As Ash turned around, he saw her shielding against the magic stone monster's attack. Cracks began to appear on the shield. Snap. In an instant, the shield shattered. Evangeline panicked. No, its durability can't take any more. The monster attacked again. She didn't slow down. She turned and swung her spear to block. Her powerful counterstrike broke the monster's attack. With no shield, she had to parry with her weapon. She handled that well, Ash realized. But a cavalry spear wasn't meant for defense. The spear in Evangeline's hand also started to break into pieces. One attack after another from the magic stone monster rained down. Evangeline jumped to grab Ash and pushed him aside. "Senior, watch out." But because of that, her arm took the hit. She cried out in pain. Ash yelled anxiously, "Evangeline!" But Evangeline was a tough girl. She kept holding on to Ash and yelled, "It's okay. Let's get inside the castle." They both managed to make it inside just before the remaining attacks hit, creating a massive explosion. Inside, the ruined castle, even the window panes were shattered. Evangeline Cross hid behind a wall, watching. "We're inside the castle, just like you said, Senior." They were hiding behind large debris from the castle. Outside, the monsters were slowly closing in. "To get out of this, here's what you do, Senior." Ash reached into his pocket. "Just trust me, Junior." Checking his pocket, he confidently pulled out a magic seed. "I'm not Prince Charming, but I'm not a fraud either." The thing in his hand was the highest grade of magic seed. He threw it hard toward the outside and shouted, "Summon." The magic seed stopped and began to emit a striking blue light. Automatic defense fortress. Everything seemed to be going according to his plan. The summoning materials were an L-grade magic seed or higher, plus building materials like wood and stone. The seed began to absorb the materials on the ground. It was all exactly as Ash had expected, since there were plenty of materials here. In an instant, the automatic defense fortress was complete, blocking the entrance to the castle. The monsters kept advancing. The fortress began scanning, back and forth, accumulating energy. The monster lunged, but was instantly hit. The blast of energy wiped out the enemy, creating a huge explosion. Ash was incredibly thrilled. Nice shot. He thought he had used everything he could. His excitement clear on his face, he shouted, "You think I'll go down like this? You stupid monsters." A series of cannon blasts erupted, lighting up the sky. Every monster was gunned down. Ash yelled proudly, "Great shot!" He stared at the rubble in front of him, watching intently as the remaining bastards didn't dare take another step. And they started backing away, as if they realized that if they took one more step, they would meet a gruesome death. He thought to himself, having just realized this, he was furious, wondering why those damn things were so cunning. He couldn't stop speculating in his mind. Those damn things keep swarming us, humans, like crazy. Is that just the instinctive intelligence of the monsters in this game? After the fierce battle, the space gradually became quiet. Warm sunbeams began to shine down on the two of them. Ash sat down heavily, leaning against the wall, panting, but didn't forget to tease his comrade. "I think I've seen you resting for a while now, haven't I?" Hearing that, Evangeline helplessly sighed. "Senior, you have so many strange and rare weapons, don't you?" The girl painfully lamented with a look of regret. "Oh my God, The recovery potion that I thought would last a lifetime. I've used it all up today. Evangeline turned to ask Ash with a serious expression. What are we going to do now? He suggested. Let's wait until sunset. When the sun goes down, I still have a few things I haven't used for them. Suddenly, a sharp pain radiated from the wound on her arm, causing Evangeline to curl up, shivering in pain. Ash noticed. This was her most severe injury from the confrontation earlier, but the recovery potions were limited. Seeing the situation was not good, he immediately stood up to reassure her. I'll find something else, like bandages. Wait for me a moment. After carefully bandaging her up, Ash said, If we do it this way, it'll hurt less than before. Evangeline respectfully replied, Thank you, Senior. She observed the room and saw scattered, empty liquor bottles. She couldn't help but ask Ash, But why is there so much alcohol here? The smell was overpowering. Ash explained with a mocking tone, It's the alcohol of General Cross. He's a real drunkard. Evangeline was stunned and replied, What? Ash, surprised, continued, You didn't know? I'm not kidding you. Your father is practically someone who can't live without alcohol. Evangeline, with an incredulous expression, replied, No, that can't be true. The girl recalled, In my memories, my father was someone who never touched a single drop of alcohol. As she spoke, images of her father slowly appeared in her memory. She continued to explain to Ash, I don't know when the monsters will swarm, but the Lord was always prepared to fight, not even drinking a single sip of alcohol. Hearing this, Ash's expression grew cold. He stood there, lost in thought, and said, I've been away for 3 years, and in that time everything has changed. He continued, That man was probably so heartbroken that he couldn't live a single day without alcohol. As soon as he finished speaking, Evangeline's eyes darkened. The girl seemed very shocked and couldn't believe the sudden change in her father in just 3 years. After realizing the situation, Ash wondered and asked Evangeline, To this extent, do you hate your father? She didn't hesitate to think, and immediately replied, Yes. Evangeline just sat there, head bowed, forcing a smile. Her eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment. The girl continued, I can't forgive him. A silence once again enveloped the two of them. Pieces of memories from the fierce battle that year rushed back into Ash's thoughts. He immediately hypothesized, If 3 years ago, the general had saved your mother instead of saving the city, would you have forgiven your father? Then he said to himself decisively, Surely you wouldn't hate him like you do now. Ash continued to explain seriously to the girl. But, at that time, you were in the city. He continued, If your father had saved your mother, you would have been in danger. At this point, Evangeline's eyes gradually became confused. She remained silent, listening to Ash's analysis. Ash believed that her father hadn't abandoned her mother. Her father truly wanted to protect her. She understood that, didn't she? Evangeline bowed her head, her face revealing sadness. She blankly replied, That's right, I truly understand. As she spoke, in her mind, fragments of memories of her father's battles slowly appeared. The girl slowly replied, My father fought with all his might. He was always like that. Then the girl exclaimed, I understand. I completely understand. Evangeline Cross looked up at Ash with a vacant expression, her eyes empty and aimless. Then she asked him, But who should I resent? Ash responded in surprise, Huh? She painfully recalled the memories she had tried to bury long ago, things she thought she would never dare to think about. My mother was torn apart by a monster and passed away. Then she choked up and uttered, I was so angry and sad that I went crazy. On the day of her mother's funeral, it rained heavily, as if the sky understood the girl's feelings. Images of a young Evangeline standing lonely, with no one by her side. She tried to calm herself. Resenting that monster wouldn't do any good. She said bitterly, I tried to think of it as an accident, or just a tragedy. Returning to reality, she blankly asked herself, Then, in the end, who am I resenting? Ash still sat beside her, silently listening to her pour out her heart. She blamed herself, I'm such a coward. The back of a tall father figure wearing iron armor appeared under the glaring light in Evangeline's mind. I looked for someone to resent. I wanted to find someone to blame for my mother's death. I'm really such a coward, aren't I? If I don't resent someone, my heart feels like it's boiling with fire. She choked up, tears uncontrollably streaming down. I won't be able to keep on living. Ash remained silent, not saying a word. He silently assessed with a pensive expression. It's not even because of the monsters. She resents the person living right in front of her. That person has to take the responsibility, because instead of forgetting the sorrow, finding something to resent and blame is easier, isn't it? Evangeline continued. My father happily accepted that resentment. Her father's words echoed in her mind. Not saving your mother is my fault. It's my fault. It's my responsibility. General Cross stood before the door of Evangeline's room, letting his hands fall helplessly. So, please resent me, because by doing that, your heart will be lighter. The girl still sat, curled up, head bowed, asking a series of questions to Ash. But now, are you telling me to forgive my father? What should I do now? The bright red light of the sunset shone directly down on the two of them. Evangeline continued to ask, if it's not my father's fault, then whose fault is everything? Ash slowly repeated the general's words. Not saving your mother is my fault. It's Dad's fault. Then he affirmed, it's not anyone's fault. All of us were just trying to survive. Once, this place used to be a peaceful place. It was filled with laughter and chatter. No one had any malicious intent. Everyone was just struggling to survive. But then, the scene suddenly turned desolate and ruined. Ash remembered. But then that monster arrived, leaving only death and sorrow. Friends died. Comrades died. He said in a deep voice, there's no other way. Humans are inherently fragile. The beautiful sunset glow illuminated the ground, making the red flags flying in the wind appear vivid. Ash spoke with hope. To keep living, people look for something to resent. Not for satisfaction, but to keep going. He also understood that everyone here needed someone to blame. Ash reached out and gently patted Evangeline's head, then continued. So, resent me. After hearing Ash's words, Evangeline's eyes widened in surprise. Ash wore a serious expression, his gaze steady as he looked at her. I will take on that resentment in your father's place, he explained. Because I am the Lord of Crossroads now. I am the one responsible. The sunset gradually faded, and the final remaining rays illuminated the flag that symbolized the entire family. Ash continued. Besides, this is also the responsibility that the Cross family has carried all this time. As the new Lord, I deserve to take over everything, even the grievances. Ash looked at Evangeline with affection, his voice softening as he gently comforted her. I will become the new recipient of that resentment, replacing your father. Now, try to understand him a little, okay? The sturdy and kind back of Lord Cross appeared in her memory. He only wished for your happiness. The girl was still lost in thought. Seeing that, Ash playfully ruffled Evangeline's hair and laughed heartily. How's that, kiddo? She got angry. My bangs. The atmosphere shifted, becoming more comfortable. Ash smiled gently. So now, we need to get out of here. You've worked hard. Being praised so suddenly made Evangeline blush. She looked incredibly adorable. She replied in confusion, I. Suddenly, a loud noise outside made them both jump to their feet. Alert! Evangeline ran toward the shattered window to observe the situation. She was startled and shocked by what she saw. Outside, many monsters were approaching, and their numbers were growing. The girl panicked and shouted, Oh no, they're surrounding us, Ash said regretfully. Damn it, just a little more time would have been enough. He immediately thought of another way. If a defensive fortress is surrounded, and the monsters all attack at once, it loses its multi-target firing capability, and many blind spots will appear. The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. As the monsters sealed off the exit, Evangeline replied, I know, but those bastards are surrounding us. Ash thought to himself, are these monsters really that clever? He shouted anxiously. If these Demians charge in at once, we're dead. Ash commanded, we have to fight our way out now. Hearing this, Evangeline broke into a cold sweat, looking at Ash with worry. But, Senior, I don't have a weapon. He had anticipated this situation. I have backup weapons. When things got dangerous a few days ago, I buried them. The girl was surprised and happy as she looked at Ash. Then, now thud. A series of stone golems and steam were rapidly advancing toward the two. Then, a series of powerful counterattacks came from the automated defensive fortress that Ash had prepared beforehand. However, there were too many monsters for the fortress to eliminate them in time. Then, a loud explosion shook the earth and sky. Blue light flared, and debris flew everywhere. The fortress was destroyed, and the scene turned into complete chaos. Thick black smoke from the explosion kept rising. Ash and Evangeline tried their best to run toward where the weapons were hidden. Let's fight now. The stone golems began to shift their target to the two of them. Seeing this, Ash and Evangeline put all their effort into running forward, trying to escape the monsters following closely behind. Holding a weapon in his hand, he kept urging her, Keep running, Evangeline. He fought the stone golems while running. With just 2 slashes, he managed to defeat 2 of them. Ash shouted, Keep running a bit further, my backup gear is there. She gritted her teeth, sweating coldly. She pushed herself to run forward. The golden sunset light hit the trees. In a flash, Evangeline reached the orchard in the backyard. She fell to her knees, panting from exhaustion while looking ahead, thinking to herself, That's where my parents' grave is. A loud shout interrupted her thoughts. Evangeline, she turned around. In front of her was Ash, trying to run toward her. The monsters were still chasing them relentlessly. Evangeline realized, but there was no time for sentimental longing. She bent down and began to dig into the ground with her hands. She suddenly stopped, her eyes pensive as she looked ahead. Before her, a wooden box soon appeared in the dirt. Those were the weapons Ash had prepared earlier. Inside the box was a cavalry spear and a worn shield. Sunlight shone on the two old but still functional weapons. These were weapons used by the head of the Cross family throughout many generations. And on the day of her father's funeral, these weapons were buried with him at her request. She gasped for air, her expression turning sad and confused. But then, she still picked up the spear and slowly stood up. She stood tall, holding both weapons that had been with her father through all his battles. Her eyes were full of determination. With hands stained by mud, Evangeline gripped the old spear tightly and prepared to fight. Streams of memories flooded back into Evangeline's mind. He had gently handed them to Evangeline, persuading her, "These will help you," but she always reacted violently, immediately throwing them away and shouting, "No, I don't need them. I don't need these things." Her expression became confused. She looked at Lord Cross with worry. However, Lord Cross had no intention of giving up. The girl turned away coldly and walked straight toward the carriage, leaving Lord Cross standing there. There were many times when Evangeline wondered if her father would get angry, even if just for a fleeting moment. The gentle winter sunlight shone directly onto the carriage door being opened. From a distance, his voice rang out, "The north is getting cold. The winters in the capital are harsh." Even though she had treated her father coldly, he still kindly advised, "Evangeline, please take care of your health. Don't let yourself catch a cold." His gentle attitude left Evangeline speechless. The back of Lord Cross watched over her. "Always, okay? Father is always waiting for the day you open your heart and return to him." Watching the carriage door slowly close, Cross spoke with a trembling voice as the carriage began to roll away. Evangeline sat silently inside. The young girl looked out the window, her expression filled with guilt and a hint of confusion at Cross's kindness. Evangeline didn't even respond. As the carriage door shut and pulled away, Cross was left alone in the training yard. On the ground lay the weapon Evangeline had just knocked aside, and the father stood there, stunned, watching his daughter leave. In the vast, chilly, and desolate space, Cross's silhouette remained, watching the carriage as it rolled further and further down the road. Her father kept watching until his daughter was no longer in sight. Returning to reality, she stood frozen, looking at the two familiar weapons. Her eyes turned sad, filled with guilt and contemplation. The shield and spear were severely worn, and even with the sunlight hitting them, they no longer shone with their former brilliance. Just like her father, who had aged rapidly after her mother passed, Evangeline nostalgically remembered how cool this spear and shield looked when she was just a child. Every time monsters attacked, the image of her father taking his weapons and leaving home to protect everyone always made Evangeline marvel at how heroic he was. She clenched her hand around the spear, struggling to stand up. Yet now, everything had ended up like this, and Evangeline silently wondered why. In another direction, Ash was running at full speed, closely followed by 10 giant stone golems. He shouted loudly, "Evangeline, this way." While running, he shouted, "Great job, Ash," his hair messy, his face serious, and ordered, "Take it out now. I've truly reached my limit. I can't fight anymore." His feet skidded against the ground, leaving long tracks. Evangeline replied, "Yes, I've got the weapons out." Before she knew it, Ash was right behind her, placing a hand on her shoulder and shouting, "Right here!" Making Evangeline jump. He smiled. "You are my last hope," she replied in confusion. "What? What?" He laughed while pushing Evangeline forward. "Come on, I'm begging you. Put on your father's armor and fight like he used to," leaving her confused and worried, unsure of what to do. Taken by surprise, Evangeline wanted to ask more, but there was no time. Ahead, the earth trembled, and dust clouds obscured the view. The monsters were now right in front of her. Light shone down on her mud-stained hands as Evangeline poured all her strength into the hands gripping the shield and spear. Like reuniting with a longtime master, the weapons fit her hands perfectly. At that moment, Evangeline vaguely wondered why. Her father's teachings echoed in her mind. Hold the spear like this, and grip the shield like that. Old memories of her father flashed through her thoughts. She stood tall, facing the monsters, wielding the two weathered weapons. These were beautiful memories of her father that she would never forget. When Evangeline was little, during the first moment she learned to use the shield and spear, a golem had rushed toward her with all its might. It shook the earth, and as a magical aura enveloped Evangeline's body, an invisible hand gently placed itself over her hand, adjusting the spear just a little. She felt as if her father was accompanying her in this battle. That's it. Just like that, my girl. And thanks to those words of encouragement, her hands felt empowered. She charged straight at the monster and took it down with a single strike. Seeing this, the rest charged directly at her. Evangeline gathered her momentum to fight them. Her eyes emitted a magical blue light, and she silently wondered, is this a hallucination, Evangeline? She easily dodged the golem's punch. For a brief moment, the monster's movements slowed down, and she pierced right through it. She created a huge, round hole. This was the first time she had ever fought with these weapons. How could she keep her footwork correct? How could she keep the right tempo? Instinct would guide her. Evangeline's movements became faster and faster, leaving the monsters unable to react, feeling as if the path ahead was wide open. With just a few moves, all the monsters were wiped out one by her sharp spear. When she finally stopped, she blinked, bewildered, and asked, "What was that?" Everything gradually grew quiet. Ash stood there clapping, proudly exclaiming, "Truly amazing, my warrior." He stood in the distance, raising his fist to the sky and shouting excitedly, "I knew you could do it." Evangeline was still puzzled, asking, "Ash, Senior, what exactly was that?" She stared intently at the hand holding the spear, remembering, "I felt like I saw a path. But what was it?" Ash replied nonchalantly, "That's right, these weapons were truly meant for you. Even if you didn't refine them, their properties still manifested. That is destiny." The girl widened her eyes, looking at him, confused. She thought to herself, weapons, meant for me, refined, properties, destiny. What the hell is he talking about? Ash laughed blankly, his eyes avoiding her and looking elsewhere. Although she didn't know what it was, there was one thing for certain. Prince Ash knew exactly why Evangeline had that strange feeling. He lowered his head and cleared his throat. Now, there is something more urgent that needs to be solved. And with that, Ash pointed at the giant monster emitting a bright red light in the distance. That was the final monster. It was a stone golem, and its two hands were glowing orbs of power, ready to destroy the two of them at any moment. Evangeline panicked. What should we do? It's so tall that even if we attack, we can't reach it, and we don't have long-range weapons. The magic guns are out of ammo. If I throw the spear and miss, the battle is over. But Ash smiled, speaking to her with the certainty of someone who had a plan all along. There has to be a way, right? A prince always has secret plans. The sun is setting, and night will fall soon, he commanded. Evangeline, this is your final order for today. The girl immediately accepted the order. Yes, Senior, Evangeline planned. I will run straight at that monster. If I do that, I will be able to take it down. Without further ado, she immediately used all her strength and charged forward. I'm going now. How could Evangeline take down that monster? Prince Ash decided not to ask. Ash stood in the distance, raising his fist to the sky and shouting in support. Go! Give it everything you've got! Evangeline followed Prince Ash's order because that moment was the most logical choice. The moment they realized the intense desire to survive, the stone golem locked onto its target, and beams of dark power shot down toward her position. The path from earlier reappears. She thinks to herself, what was that feeling just now? Then, she quickly moves along the glowing golden path. Successfully dodging the monster's attacks, Ash runs toward the beast. Well done, Evangeline. In his hand is a torch. It emits a magical blue light. Ash speaks with absolute confidence. And this will. Then he takes a stance and throws the torch at the monster. I'll destroy you, he shouts. Clink. The torch falls straight to the ground, leaving all three of them in stunned silence. Nobody could have predicted this. Ash and the stone golem just stare at each other, motionless. In the corner, Evangeline turns pale, eyes wide and mouth agape, terrified and worried. Not knowing what to do, suddenly, a wave of power from afar sweeps away all the monsters in the distance. What on earth is that? A beam of energy strikes the stone golem, shattering it into many pieces. Evangeline breaks into a cold sweat. What was that? She looks toward the source of the power and thinks, could it be a bullet fired from there? Fire projectiles continue to rain down, wiping out each monster from afar. Damien is focused on target acquisition. His gun barrel is aimed straight at the monsters. Evangeline is surprised. Following the prince's signal, he's sniping from that far away. She thinks, unbelievable, impossible. That's not something a human can do, she asserts. It can't be. Ash continues to point and command. Still more over here and over there. This is our only chance. Evangeline, he yells. Finish it. Evangeline instantly identifies the landing point of the monster and takes a stance. Putting all her strength into a forward leap, she drives her spear straight into the stone golem's body. It explodes mid-air. She has completely destroyed the monster. She collapses to the ground, dropping her weapons on either side, bowing her head and panting. Ash quietly walks toward her, smiling gently as he pats her head, praising her. "Well done, my junior. I didn't think you could do it." Evangeline sighs in relief. "Is it really over?" Ash looks at the wreckage in front of him and replies, "That's right, at least for here." Truly, the two of them had defeated 50 massive monsters on their own. She exclaims, "Senior, you're really amazing." About this absurd situation, Ash smiles. Even if you told anyone, no one would believe it. He leans back comfortably, calm. "Now, let this fight be our own." Evangeline has truly run out of energy. She leans her head on Ash's shoulder, exhausted. "Can I pass out now?" He turns to tease her. "If I said no, would you endure it?" Even though she is very tired, Evangeline hesitantly replies, "If that's an order, I suppose I could." Finally, he lets her be. "Go to sleep, kid. Rest easy." The two sit quietly, watching the starry sky. Gentle breezes blow through, creating a very soothing feeling. Evangeline gradually drifts off to sleep. In her head, Ash's voice still echoes, "Sleep well." Ash holds the lantern in his hand and waves it 3 times, a signal that the defensive line has been set up safely. Luckily, it seems things went well on the other side, too. He looks at Evangeline, who is fast asleep. She really tried her best. In that final moment, he used 2 special weapons. One was the precision shooting supported by Damien from an extreme distance. Those long-range shots were to such an extent that no one thought it was possible. Heavenly Eye, thanks to that, the shots could be that accurate. Perhaps every bullet fired was a huge pressure on Damien as well. "I'll have to praise him when I get back," he thinks to himself. "And this little one is my final weapon." To be precise, the equipment specifically crafted for Evangeline is the ultimate weapon, the Spear of the Cross family. Level 30 Cavalry Spear, damage 25 to 30, durability 30 out of 30. A combat weapon specialized for the character Evangeline Cross. Unlocks true power when upgraded. Shield of the Cross family, level 30. Defense shield, defense 25 to 30. Durability 30 out of 30. A defensive weapon specialized for the character Evangeline Cross. Unlocks true power when upgraded. All SSR characters have their own specialized equipment. Heir of the Cross family, 2 out of 2 set. Set effect exclusive to the character Evangeline Cross. If the character uses both items at the same time, the specialized Crossroad attribute will be activated. Usually, equipment related to the character and their backstory often comes with specialized traits or unique effects. This is why characters who are SSR are especially talented. There are many heroic figures among the SR tier, but the ultimate difference lies in the existence of this specialized equipment. Crossroad, the specialized trait for Evangeline Cross. A trait that emerged and developed from the career of eradicating monsters and protecting humanity that the Cross family holds. Under any combat condition, it can determine the optimal movement path and fight according to it. When the trait is activated, MP is continuously consumed. It represents the accumulated experience of everyone in the Cross lineage through many generations. This is Crossroad, Evangeline's specialized trait. Evangeline says she can see the path ahead. It might be complex to explain, but simply put, it's a type of support effect. If this mode is activated, combat efficiency doubles. If energy is too low, this mode cannot be maintained for long. But when receiving specialized equipment in the game, when using a weapon frequently, their proficiency with that weapon increases. At that point, the heroes can utilize the maximum power of that equipment. Seeing them buried for the first time, he was very surprised. Ash had left them like that, because he thought of them like children who would permanently leave this front line. But in this situation, is there any other way? He has to use them again. He silently asked himself, "But you two won't blame me, because I did this to save your daughter's life, right?" The general thought to himself. Then Ash sat down, sighing. "Ouch, my waist, my arm. I hope the city didn't suffer any damage. Perhaps they are handling the remaining monsters." He told himself, "Everything will be okay. Let me rest for a moment." In his dream, he saw himself in a hospital room. In the real world, on the bed was a young boy lying there with an oxygen mask. His skin was pale. He looked very tired. He stood frozen, staring vaguely at the hospital bed. Then suddenly he startled, snapped out of the dream, and opened his eyes in shock. "My God," I broke out in a cold sweat, staring down at my arm, doubting myself. Just then, Evangeline approached from a distance, cutting off my train of thought. "I'm awake now," I said, asking if she was feeling any better. Evangeline gently tossed some wood into the roaring campfire and replied, "I took a quick nap and I feel much better. I'm not going to die or anything," she said, then asked, "What about you, Senior?" I waved my hand dismissively. "Compared to taking down 50 huge monsters, this is nothing." She scoffed. "You don't need to act so tough, you know." I quickly retorted, "That's my line. Look at the sky, it's full of stars, the moon is full, and there's no wind. It's strangely peaceful." We sat there chatting, watching the sky. Evangeline wondered if we had to spend the night here. I replied, "We can't head back until the battle in the city is officially over." Evangeline said softly, "I hope everyone there is safe." I stared into the roaring fire, which kept radiating warmth. "They'll be fine, so don't worry." Suddenly, in the silent night, a strange noise erupted. I shouted in fear, What was that? What the hell is that?" Evangeline sighed, bowing her head in embarrassment. It was my stomach." I looked helplessly at Evangeline, who was clutching her rumbling stomach. It kept growling, and I felt for her. "Same here," I said, standing up to go get some supplies. A moment later, I returned, holding two things in my hands. I knelt down and placed a small bag full of seeds and a bottle of water on the ground. "Here you go." Evangeline groaned. "Is this all there is?" I was frustrated. "You should be grateful we even found this much in all that wreckage." She took one from the bag and put it in her mouth. "But what kind of food is this?" After just one small bite, she spat it out immediately, making a grimace and shouting, "Gross, the taste is horrible. What the hell is this?" I sat next to her, watching her calmly. "That's the fruit your father harvested." Her eyes widened in shock. I recounted how he ate it every single day. She gently picked up the half-eaten fruit again. "Seriously, my father was such a fool." With that, she shoved the rest into her mouth and forced herself to chew and swallow it. Evangeline gasped for air and quickly said to me, "Give me a drink. My mouth tastes so bitter, I need something to wash it down." "Anything will do." I turned to look at her. "This is alcohol, and you're underage." She proudly retorted, "So what? I've fought through death and come back, haven't I?" She snapped back. "You said it yourself. Senior, try doing everything you haven't been able to do yet." She clenched her fist tightly, her voice firm. "From now on, I won't just endure things. I'm going to do everything. I finally realized there are things I want to do, and putting up with this is just stupid." As soon as she finished, she stood up, lunged at me, and demanded, "Give it to me, fast." Although I didn't really want to, I was helpless against her logic. The blood on my forehead isn't even dry yet, and my feet are blistered. "Fine, kid, just one sip." Once she got her way, she smiled brightly and raised her glass to me. "Cheers." A strange sound rang out. "This stuff is really strong. Are you sure you're okay?" As soon as she drank it, her face fell, and she looked at me miserably. "My God, it tastes terrible." The fruit was awful, and the alcohol is even worse. I gave a bitter laugh. "Is that so?" Suddenly, she stared down at her glass, lost in thought. "My father ate this every day? He drank this every day?" Evangeline began to visualize the brutal moments of combat on the battlefield her father had to face. He protected this city for 3 years in that state? As I poured more, I explained calmly. Even if he had to chew dirt or breathe in dust, he never turned his back. He never wanted to leave. Then, I held the glass out toward her, not running away, and staying dedicated to his duty every day. That is what being an adult is. Hearing this, Evangeline sighed in annoyance. "Oh God, I hate growing up." Her childish, innocent words made me chuckle. "You're funny." The warm, roaring fire made Evangeline's cheeks flush. She cupped her face. "Actually, I knew that already." I replied, "What?" She revealed, "My father used to sneak out of the house every night and stay up all night in front of my mother's grave. I knew that long ago." In her memories, she was always following him. Every night, I saw him visiting her grave, just standing silently in the corner, watching. Even if I didn't cry out loud, I was sobbing inside. That's the kind of man my father was. "I know." Evangeline bowed her head. "I know, Mom still hates Dad." Though she said that, her head was filled with memories of the warm moments between her and her father. Evangeline continued, her voice full of resentment. "So Dad, come back to life and appear in front of me. Let me keep hating you." I just sat there in silence. "If you're going to give me the chance to be a bad daughter, then scold me and get angry at me." Her voice began to tremble. She choked up. "Now I hate everything." She sat there, resenting everything, missing him in silence. Her monologue turned into the whimpering of a child. She missed the happy moments of her childhood when both her father and mother were by her side. "I miss you, Dad, Mom. She burst into tears, her face streaming with uncontrollable sorrow. "Dad, Mom, I miss you both." Evangeline began to sob. "I let her cry alone in this cold and harsh world. Even if you have to chew dirt or breathe in dust, you have to fight. You have to grow up in solitude." Poor Evangeline. The sky was turning bright, and the wood had almost burned out. Evangeline was still asleep, her eyes red and swollen from crying, her mouth still softly murmuring, "Dad." I had been awake for a while. I silently stared at the two graves, took a sip of the drink, and sighed. The far eastern sky had cleared. Dawn was coming. Under the bright morning sky, I saw my soldiers running along the road in the distance. I smiled brightly and waved at them. Lucas, leading the knights, saw me and immediately bowed his head in salute. So, another phase was coming to an end. It was a clear, sunny day. The warm sunbeams shone down on the palace, where Saintess Maharita was using her power to heal my wounds. "I don't know why you had to get hurt like this." After treating and carefully bandaging me, she continued to warn me. "However, your left hand will never be the same as it was before. Your grip strength has decreased, and the joints in your wrist have become stiffer. There will be many more complications, my lord." I replied, "Is that so?" I stared silently at my injured hand, thinking to myself, the price paid was too high. It's a way to comfort myself, I guess. Should I feel lucky that I'm not a soldier? But Maharita reassured him. "Either way, that's still a stroke of luck. Now, let's schedule your sessions, Ash. Please come to the sanctuary every 2 days for treatment." "Okay?" Ash smiled and thanked her, the saintess. He then turned to ask, "And how is Evangeline doing?" She hesitated. "Her shoulder wound is quite serious, but even so, she's been eating really well. As long as she doesn't overexert herself, she'll recover in no time. She's always been incredibly tough." Ash stood there, arms crossed, thinking to himself, "Wow, an SSR-ranked warrior indeed. Her recovery speed is light years ahead of mine." Ash wondered, is this the difference between a teenager barely 10 years old and a guy in his 20s? After his treatment, he heard Lucas's report on the defensive battle. Only 15 minutes after the fight started, Damien had wiped out all the monsters. For the next 6 hours, he kept crushing any other monsters that dared to approach. Once all the enemies were cleared out, he came to rescue me and Evangeline. Ash still couldn't believe it, thinking, but to slaughter that many monsters so easily? That is beyond extraordinary. He and Lucas walked down the hallway chatting. Lucas bowed respectfully. "Because of how long that battle took, we were late in getting to you. Please, my lord, forgive us." Ash smiled. "Forgive what? You guys did a great job. Were there any casualties?" They both looked toward the knights being bandaged by the temple staff. Lucas listed them off. "There are 14 soldiers with serious injuries and 128 with minor ones. There were 0 fatalities." Ash spun around, incredulous. "Lucas, what did you say?" Lucas bowed his head and confirmed firmly, "Yes, it is true, your highness. 0 fatalities." Ash looked at Lucas, beaming with joy. "For the first time, this is the first time we've made it through a battle without a single loss." Ash patted Lucas on the shoulder, praising him profusely. "Well done, Lucas. No one died. Man, you actually did better than me." Lucas remained humble. "Please, my lord, don't say that." He looked embarrassed as he recounted the situation. "While your highness was away, everyone was so worried. None of us knew what to do." Ash fell silent, wondering, is this the effect of Indomitable Commander? Indomitable Commander was an ability that ignited the mental state of all allied soldiers within a 10-meter radius. Before this, Ash just thought it was a simple skill. "I thought it just prevented the soldiers from losing their cool in battle, but that's not it, is it?" Not only did this ability keep the soldiers around him from panicking or losing their minds, but it also stabilized their spirits. "Just by being near me, they feel safe." Ash started to get a bit full of himself. "Am I like some kind of aromatherapy? Does that make everyone more dependent on me? Oh well, I'll think about that later. No point overthinking it." He patted Lucas on the shoulder. "Regardless, everything is finally okay." Lucas spoke with a determined tone. "There is nothing to worry about anymore. From now on, there will be no more situations where I have to let you leave alone." Suddenly, Lucas turned to look at Ash with a dead serious expression. "You must promise me that. As your sworn protector, ever since we first met until now." Ash was caught off guard, breaking into a cold sweat. Right." Lucas remained firm. "Please don't leave me behind, especially when you're heading somewhere dangerous." Ash felt his heart warm, knowing Lucas cared that much. He patted Lucas's back to reassure him. "I get it. Don't worry. How about the other members of the party? Are they all safe?" Lucas replied, "Yes, they're all fine." He remembered Damien and reported back. Damien fought a bit too hard, so he ended up with blood in his eyes. Ash was immediately worried. Huh? Really? Lucas continued. He said he's fine. He's currently receiving treatment at the sanctuary. Ash sighed. Thank goodness. He thought, once his treatment is done, I have to go check on Damien. Everything seemed settled. Once, his mind was at ease regarding everyone's safety. Ash finally relaxed. I need to go home and get some rest. Sunlight poured down, bringing everything to life. The garden inside the Lord's mansion spring was drawing near, and the weather was getting warmer. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Why don't you go inside and take a nap?" Ash jumped. It was Evangeline. She walked straight toward him, one hand on her hip. "It's so cold out here, you'll catch a cold." Ash laughed loudly in response. "Why are you suddenly acting like I'm an old man? Are you playing the role of a youngster taking care of an elder now?" Evangeline plopped down into a chair. She smiled brightly at the sky. "To think we're still alive, greeting the morning like this, is amazing. I honestly thought I wouldn't see the sun again." Ash looked toward the bubbling stream. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry for putting you through so much trouble," he gently urged. "You've finished your treatment, and you're recovering well. Please, just relax and enjoy yourself before you leave." She bowed her head calmly. "I'm not leaving." Ash was stunned. "What?" She continued. "I've been thinking about it all night. I want to inherit the dukedom." Hearing her intention, Ash became serious. "Do you even understand what you're saying? Your father wanted you to leave that position behind." He recalled the bloodied hands of the commander during the fight. "Your father wanted you to have a free, unburdened life," Evangeline replied. "Is that so?" She said mischievously. "Then I'll be an unfilial daughter one last time. I'm going to do the opposite of my father's final wishes." She giggled. "I'm quite stubborn, aren't I?" Evangeline leaned back in the chair, looking at the lush, vibrant garden. She shared her wish with Ash. "Senior, I want to learn more about my father." The family crest flag still fluttered in the sunlight. Her father's heart, his thoughts, his actions, I still don't fully understand them. She turned to look at him. "If I stand in my father's shoes, I think I'll understand a little bit better." Evangeline remembered the moment her father stood watching over the city, the heart of that brave but foolish man. "So, forgive me for repeating myself," but Evangeline smiled with steely determination. "I want to inherit my title and reclaim authority over this territory. I am the rightful heir to the Cross family." Ash smiled silently as he looked at young Evangeline. The resentment of the people and the heavy burden that his predecessor is struggling to carry on her shoulders. "I will carry it too," she declared with utmost confidence. She tapped her small arm. "I don't mean to repeat myself, but I was the top student at the academy. I have excellent combat skills." That was true. She was an SSL class warrior. The girl raised both arms to the sky in excitement. "I will grow taller, I will become more beautiful, and even stronger. Just you watch." Indeed, in a few years, she would certainly grow into a tall female knight, and naturally, she would be even stronger than she was now. Whether as an ordinary person or a knight, it was the truth. With ultimate skills and specialized equipment, she would become the most powerful warrior. The girl immediately stood up, excited. "So, promise me one thing." Ash looked bewildered. "Huh? What thing?" Evangeline stood in front of Ash, hands on her hips, confident. "From now on, fight alongside me. If you do that, I can protect this city with you, Senior." The most courageous character among the SSL class warriors, Evangeline Cross. "First, accept my proposal to become a member of our party." No fool would turn this down. Faced with her enthusiasm, he spoke bluntly. How annoying. Evangeline perhaps still didn't understand the implication of his words. She still happily replied, "Really?" Then, Ash cut her off. "That sounds annoying. This city is already mine. I can't hand it over to you." Evangeline was stunned. "Huh?" The girl stared blankly at Ash. He smiled and set a condition. "But if you really want to reclaim your inheritance, then I have one condition." Ash proposed. "Be a knight under my command. You must cooperate with me to protect this city." Hearing that, the girl felt discouraged. Huh? He promised her that when she grew up, when she became an adult capable enough to take over this city until that time, he would help her. She must not change her mind. She must not abandon her determination. He seemed to trust in Evangeline's abilities a lot. The title of Duchess and the position of Lord. "At that time, I will return them to you. In 3 years." 3 years? It sounded short, but for Evangeline, it was way too long. She replied dejectedly. "What?" Ignoring her pleading, Ash still insisted. 3 years? How about 2.5? You will be an adult by then. Is that okay? The girl raised her fist, making a promise. "All right, I trust you, Senior. When that time comes, please return my title and this city to me. He teased her. Don't get your hopes up too high, Evangeline Cross. Regardless, 3 years later, whether he handed the city back or not didn't matter. Just consider it a promise for now. Fine, the girl continued to propose. Ash, Senior, can I add one more thing? He turned to look at Evangeline. What is it? The girl began to talk about memories of her childhood with her mother. When I was young, my mother told me this. If I live in this city, if I marry your father, I know for sure I will face many life and death situations. Her mother smiled kindly at Evangeline. Even though she knew that, she still chose it. The reason was to continue the legacy. She tilted her head and asked Ash, Continue? What is that? I really don't understand what that is. Even though my mother knew all these outcomes, why did she still choose to live here? Evangeline had been harboring her mother's words for many years, but still had no answer. I thought when I grew up, I would understand. But even now, I still don't get it. After hearing this, Ash flicked her forehead, causing it to turn red. Is that so? Evangeline cried out in pain. What was that for? Why did you suddenly… He laughed and pointed straight at Evangeline, explaining, To continue, that is the path your parents chose. It is right here. The girl was still bewildered. Huh? Ash stood up casually. Welcome back, Evangeline Cross. Then, he walked away, waving goodbye to her. Get some rest. I'm going for a walk. The sunlight was warm, and the weather was beautiful. Ash looked up at the sky, enjoying the warm sunshine and fresh air, as if full of hope for a future where the family would endure. Spring had truly arrived. After sitting and analyzing Ash's words, Evangeline finally felt like she understood a little more. Evangeline had vaguely understood her mother's words from back then. Her mother had determinedly chosen her path, even knowing that at times it would be painful, even knowing she might die a tragic death. Even so, she still chose to marry, give birth to Evangeline, and love her family with all her heart, to erase the distance between people, and to pass on good things to the next generation. If there was only one reason why humans fight against monsters, perhaps that was it. That was the reason everyone in this city was living with the same determination. Spring was blooming. Young buds were sprouting on the plains, and the trees had begun to bud, bloom, and bear fruit. But eventually, flowers would wither under the frost, and fallen leaves would rot. But surely, spring would come again, and young buds would bloom once more. Everyone must eventually die, but that continuity would continue to exist clearly. The Cross family truly was not destroyed. Now I understand. Father, mother, I understand now, even if only a little. Even though her body was injured and aching all over, Evangeline's spirit was refreshed. Spring had truly arrived. The system continued to announce. Stage 3 completed. Rewards have been granted. Please check the inventory. The system reported the stage MVP, 3 stars for this round. Ash, S rank. It surprised him greatly. I am the best player in this round? At this moment, in the Lord's mansion, in Ash's room, he was checking the system. To check again, suddenly his necklace began to glow. The red light looked dangerous. Ash was stunned. Mysterious necklace feature is being unlocked. The system displayed the description. Necklace of the Rebel. Necklace of the player who fights against their fate. You can now use the specialized equipment shop with the points you have accumulated over the past time. Ash was shocked. What is this? What is this? He touched the necklace, his brows furrowed tightly, not understanding why it was called the Necklace of the Rebel. And now Ash could even use the specialized equipment shop? The system jumped to the shop. Welcome to the specialized shop for achievement points. Aider messaged. Recommend, please purchase. Current achievement points, 1 million. Dark Event Tracker. In case a dark event occurs in the match, it will be detected and notified in advance. Price, 100,000 points. He was curious. Buy? Ash thought. Is this something I should buy? Dark Event. What is it? This was his first time hearing of this. Dark Event. An event that occurs when unknown variables interfere with the game. A random event that happens on the board, negatively affecting the player's attack. Reading this, Ash's eyes widened. Could it be? He immediately clicked to buy the item. The system reported the purchase was successful, followed by a waiting period. Logging into the dark event. Seeing the information revealed on the system, Ash gasped in horror. Could this devilish thing, everything that happened recently was caused by the dark event? Stage 1 was the Living Armor Monsters, the worst, most evil monster legion. Stage 2 was the chaos among the NPCs. Stage 3 was the strange actions of the Monster Legion, to be precise, a sudden diversion of attacks. So, everything was caused by this dark event. His brow, which hadn't relaxed once, showed that Ash was extremely stressed. So, the bad premonitions he felt were not wrong at all. Clearly, someone was plotting to sabotage this game. He truly didn't understand why. Why go to such lengths to destroy the game? The killing intent Ash felt, the thing that prevented him from attacking during the battle. Who was it in the end? From the residents of the family. Crossroad, at the far south of the world, moving away to the north, the central location of the 6 territories, could be considered the center of the world. New Terra, the capital of the Everblack Empire, proud of its grandeur and majesty. The city has a large port reaching the inner sea of the 6 territories, a center for trading and exchanging goods with the whole world. People flock there year-round, day and night. Located at the heart of this most prosperous and thriving city in the world is the Royal Palace. Here, there are many black-pointed towers, so it is also called the Thorn Palace in the Everblack Empire. At the Administrative Management Office, someone politely knocked on the door before entering. "Your Highness." The person inside saw someone enter and asked, "What is the matter?" The other party replied, "Your brother is requesting reinforcements again." The handwriting words of the person sitting in the room did not stop. "This is the Minister of Administration and the second Prince of the Everblack Empire, Fernandez Amber Keeper Everblack." He looked up, pushing his glasses. "Ash, is it?" Iga read Ash's letter to Fernandez. "The monster invasion on the southern front is becoming increasingly intense, so right now, I need more reinforcements." Fernandez took off the glasses from his eyes, pondered, and asked, "How many times has he requested this now?" Ega replied, "It is the 3rd time, Your Highness." He rubbed his forehead, stayed silent for a moment, then ordered, "Ignore it." Ega analyzed the situation. "But Your Highness, it seems like the situation on the southern front is truly terrible. According to reports from intelligence forces, the monster invasion is at a level unprecedented in the last few decades." Fernandez glared at him and said, "I said ignore it, Ega." Only then did Ega comply. "Yes, Your Highness. I apologize." He looked at the map on the wall. "We are on the verge of ending the war against the Bringer Duchy on the western front, so we cannot send troops to the southern front. That is how it is. Conquering the duchy is the top priority. If the southern front truly faces difficulties later, we will deal with it then." Fernandez nonchalantly said, "That kid Ash is always exaggerating. It's always like that." Ega was slightly confused. "What? That's not right, sir. What about the Bringer Duchy front?" Fernandez replied, "Currently, the 1st Legion is directly attacking the capital of the duchy. We should be able to take the capital within this week. But what about my brother?" Ega replied calmly, though Fletcher felt helpless when it came to his brother. "No matter how many times I tell him to change his habits, the Grand Prince of the Everblack Empire, Ash Everblack, is the Commander-in-Chief of the Empire. Every knight and soldier in the Empire follows his orders. As a military genius, the Grand Prince loves fighting on the front lines. But no matter how powerful his martial prowess is, the First Prince isn't the most well-known figure. A commander's place should be at headquarters, not on the front lines." Fernandez remained silent and pensive. Both his older and younger brothers left him feeling confused. Ega suddenly asked a question outside his duties. "If you don't mind me asking, what about your father?" The second prince replied, "He still chooses a life of seclusion." And why did he ask? The only emperor of the empire had chosen to live in hiding for several years, all year round. He just holed up in the deepest part of the royal palace. Occasionally, he would write private letters or call someone into the inner palace to quietly issue instructions. Therefore, foreign affairs were handled by the Grand Prince, while the second prince took care of the country's internal affairs. This situation continued, and malicious rumors about an incident involving the emperor began to spread. The emperor's absence must have also affected the war against the Bringer Principality. Feeling like he had overstepped, Ega wisely changed the subject. "Understood, Your Highness. I will take my leave. Oh, there is one more thing that needs approval." He handed a document to Fernandez. He looked suspicious. "A death warrant?" Ega explained. "Yes, this is the execution order for the traitors held in the dungeon. Will you approve it?" Fernandez nodded. "Of course. These men are all traitors to the Empire." But when he put his pen down to sign, he hesitated. "Oh, wait a second. You said the Southern Front requested reinforcements, right?" Ega respectfully replied, "Yes, that is correct." Fernandez suddenly said, "Send troops there." Ega confirmed. "Reinforcements, sir?" The second prince suddenly tore up the death warrant and clarified his intentions. "No. Instead, send these death row prisoners to that monster-infested front line." Ega thought he had misheard. What did you say? Fernandez looked at him. Regarding the request for reinforcements on the southern front, he casually said, the southern front needs meat shields anyway. They're going to die regardless. Whether they're executed or torn apart by monsters, it's all the same. Ego worriedly advised. But Your Highness, these aren't just your average despicable criminals. If you send them to the southern front and they cause trouble, Fernandez coldly interrupted, Ash will know how to handle that himself. That kid, Ash, is hungry for manpower, isn't he? He'll accept it one way or another. Having said that, he picked up his pen to write a new notice. I will write an order with the authority of the Minister of Administration. The death sentences for the 5 criminals mentioned will be carried out on the southern front. The third prince, Ash, will be responsible for overseeing and executing the sentence. After writing it, Fernandez signed below. This document was now in effect. He flashed a mysterious smile. My younger brother is having a hard time, so I'm sending him reinforcements like this. I really am a kind and exemplary brother. After that, Fernandez crossed his arms and looked out the window. His face looked calculated, like a villain. The sun set, and the Thorn Palace sank into darkness. The second prince whispered, Don't you think so? Over at Ash's side, he irritably rubbed his ear. Is someone talking behind my back? But it seemed he wasn't alone. Someone asked, What is it, sir? Ash replied, Oh, never mind. More importantly, he asked softly, How are your eyes, Damien? Early that morning, Ash had gone to visit Damien. He sincerely apologized. I'm sorry for making you fight until you were exhausted. Visiting someone was not something he was very used to. Damien hurriedly denied it. No, it's not the prince's fault. You aren't to blame at all, sir. That's just how war is. Ash laughed and ruffled the boy's hair. This kid. He smoothed his messy hair and comforted him. The third prince. I'll rest for a few days, and my vision will improve soon. You don't need to worry about me, sir, Ash cautioned. From now on, you must not fight until you're exhausted. Damien was stunned for a moment. What was that? Ash added, Oh, of course, if there's work, I will still ask for your help. He then held out his hand, wanting to hook pinkies for a promise. But I promise there won't be any work that strenuous ever again. I promise. Ash had surely forgotten Damien was injured in the eyes. How could he hook pinkies? The young marksman smiled and said, I am the prince's marksman. If my ability allows it, you can command me to do anything. Ash choked up. Damien touched the bandage on his eyes and confided, I can kill those monsters. So surely, one day, I can wipe them out forever. Even if both my eyes are ruined, I can still drag them down with me. Therefore, please use me until I die, Your Highness. That is why I am here on this front line. Ash smiled gratefully. He couldn't say he wouldn't do that. As long as Damien could use his heavenly eye skill, Ash still had to rely on him. He spoke up. Damien, the other party replied politely. Yes, Your Highness? Ash asked. Do you still remember the first promise I made to you? Damien was surprised. A promise? Ash had once promised Damien that no matter what happened in the future, I promise that I can sacrifice myself for you. At that time, Damien had lost all his loved ones and was in a state of utter despair. To revive Damien, Ash even made the boy hate him, just so Damien could escape that state. How was the current Damien? Ash asked seriously. Do you still hate me? I am the one who killed your friends. Damien remained silent. Perhaps this was a difficult question to answer. He hung his head. Yes, well, I haven't even thought about that. The prince's promise. Ash quietly listened to Damien saying, One day, when all the monsters are defeated and peace is restored on this front line, then, Your Highness, please ask me again. Now is not the time. When that time comes, I will answer whether I still hate you or not. Ash placed his hand on his shoulder, promising, That day will surely come soon, 3 years from now. After walking the final path, one way or another, it will all come to an end. You state solemnly that no matter how you answer at that time, I will accept it, whether it be loyalty or hatred, grace or resentment. The player and the character have no relationship. The young boy is always by his side, helping him. Ash always prays for the boy's happiness, no matter the outcome. You always wish for the boy to be that way. One night, after the battle at the Lord's mansion ends, the door to the room creaks open. Ash pats his sore back, sighing that his whole body is aching. He struggled so hard in the recent battle that his bones are creaking as if they are about to snap, but he can't rest comfortably yet. There was a defensive battle Ash didn't participate in, and he still wants to know the results. From the city walls to the item vault, from the combat gear to the soldiers in the sanctuary, now is the time for him to go and check everything. Outside, there are loud cheers. The victory party is being held tonight, but Ash only read the congratulatory message. He doesn't know how chaotic it is out there. He just thinks that even without him, the soldiers are having fun together, right? Jupiter is there. Jupiter, Jupiter, I trust you. You are a talented person. You know how to liven up the atmosphere and have fun. Ash yawns, feeling exhausted. He really wants to sleep for a while. But there is one more thing to resolve. He opens Lucas's character card. Lucas, SSR rank, level 35, title, Prince's Guardian Knight, occupation, High Knight, strength 35, agility 35, stamina 35, magic power 20, intelligence 15. Looking at the stats, Ash smiles. Let's start. He can't help but exclaim that the strength stat is incredible. Lucas has completed the second stage and is now about to become a true High Knight. On the system screen is information about Lucas. The skills he currently possesses: Lucas, SSR rank, level 35, passive skill, Steelman, skill 1, strength of will, skill 2, perseverance, step, ultimate skill, unlocks after the third job advancement. Anyway, he has already unlocked 2 skills. Perseverance step, instant teleportation over a long distance toward the target. This skill can be used immediately without a cooldown time. The perseverance step move consumes a lot of mana, but it acts like a pair of wings. Moving for a high-level character like Lucas, Ash calculates while drooling with excitement. Now, he'll wait for him to learn the final skill and get the special equipment. And with that final skill added, Lucas will become a saint on the battlefield. Of course, the path to the final stage is still long and difficult. But first, let me make the most of him. He will pay it back later. Our main character Lucas try a little harder. After that, it's Ash's turn. He himself has only just begun from the first few levels, finally reaching level 20. He feels like crying. After days of sorrow, happiness has finally arrived. Ash, now that you have a hidden class, the ultimate skills will be revealed. But looking at the information board, it doesn't seem very promising. Ash, S rank, level 20, title, Lord of, Crossroad, Third Prince, occupation, intermediate commander, strength 6, stamina 8, agility 9, magic power 12, intelligence 20. Looking at his own character sheet, Ash is stunned. He mutters, hoping he achieved an important skill. Then he opens the skill board, silently hoping to see what the ultimate skill is. Skills possessed: Ash, S rank, level 20, passive skill, Dauntless Commander. Skill 1, Commander's Magic Eye. Skill 2, not yet unlocked. Ultimate skill, not yet unlocked. Ash is surprised. Huh? What is this? Commander's Magic Eye? Commander's Magic Eye? A skill to dominate the consciousness of the person in front of you and control the opponent. The lower the target's magic power stat, the higher the success rate of the skill, and the longer the duration, it has no effect on allies. In short, this is a skill to dominate opponents using magic over a wide area. Of course, it is difficult to maintain for a long time, but anyway, just by making eye contact, he can control low-level monsters. To be honest, Ash was hoping for a better skill. Is this useful? Anyway, he has to try using it in actual combat. And then, the items obtained from clearing the previous battle. 3 are gray, and 1 is a bright yellow. Looking at the golden chest in the item vault, Ash can't help but exclaim, "Oh my god. It's so hard to get a total of 10 by the end of the game." He hesitates for a long time about whether to open the chest now. Regardless, Ash hopes for a weapon he can use, not just relying on luck. He needs a weapon with fewer variables and high utility. After deciding, Ash puts his hands together and prays, "God, please give me a suitable weapon." Immediately after, he reaches out to open the chest. Alright, let's open it. It is a magic wand that looks like a copycat product from Harry Potter. Ash is dazed for a long time. Could this be? The system displays the information board. Astro Magic Wand, level 35, category, wand, attack power 35 to 50, durability 10 out of 10, creates, and controls magic blades while fighting. When attacking directly with this sword, it deals damage equal to 1% of the target's health, and provides a chance to deal additional damage. Randomly, Ash doesn't believe it, and blurts out, "Is this really the Astro Magic Wand?" Yes, SSR weapons have unique stats and features. Among them, this is a wand with an extremely rare feature. The basic feature is creating magic blades, generating many blades in the air that can be launched to attack enemies. As long as the mana amount allows, this is a good weapon with strong mid-range attack capabilities. Even Ash, who is not a mage, can fight like one. But the most special point of this weapon is the ability to add effects through attacks. Instead of dealing fixed damage when hitting an enemy, it also provides an effect boost that deals extra damage. In the game, as a character equipped with this weapon, one should always try to maximize its benefits. Ash's mind wanders. Wait a minute, with this thing, can I use it to punish teammates who make mistakes? He sits on the bed. My imagination is running wild. When punishing them, what should I say? Should they have to kneel if they mess up? Or offer their hands? Or maybe lie face down? A long, sleepless night of deep thoughts. Is there a way to punish them so they can't talk back? Another long, restless night passed by. Early the next morning, the red flag fluttered atop the fortress. Ash immediately began preparing for the next defense. First, he ordered the outpost to be restored. The outpost is a fortress built right in the area south of Black Lake. This is also where Ash and the others fought those black spiders during previous defense waves. The damage that base took back then was so severe that it had been forgotten until now. It was time to start the restoration work. Although it's hard to maintain, managing this outpost properly could significantly reduce the number of monsters attacking the main city. Second was expanding the range of the anti-air weapons. That was to prepare for enemies coming from the sky. There are many rules in this game. One of them is that every 5 stages, there will be at least one wave of flying monsters. At least once between Stage 1 and Stage 5, and from Stage 6 to Stage 10, the rule repeats. Flying monsters will keep appearing. In other words, between Stage 4 and Stage 5, there will definitely be a flying monster wave. After hearing Ash's description, Lily turned pale. I understand. I must prepare right away. With that, she wheeled herself away even faster than an F1 racer. Ash whispered to himself, Don't worry. I won't take you anywhere dangerous. Even so, Ash had a lot to do. He went to the blacksmith shop and entrusted the weapon repairs to Josh. After that, he discussed building a casino in the city with Lucas. Finally, he treated himself to some delicious food at a local restaurant. He took it step by step, preparing everything necessary at Crossroads. 3 days later, at the teleport gate in the Lord's Mansion backyard, the system announced, Stage 4 starts in 7 days and 9 hours. The countdown read 177 hours and 5 minutes remaining until the next battle. Ash gathered his high combat power characters. He didn't know where they were planning to go, so he asked, I hope you've all been resting well these past few days? Information about the next stage is crucial. Ash smiled. I'm sorry for being a ruthless lord, but it's time to get back to work. Suddenly, his eyes caught something unusual. Evangeline was standing in a corner, acting all shy. He wondered if she had heard what he just said. Ash walked over to her. What's wrong, Evangeline? Do you have any complaints? The shy girl turned her face away. Oh, no, I'm just a little embarrassed. Ash was clueless and curious. No way. Why on earth? We're all on the same team now, and we've risked our lives fighting monsters together. He couldn't understand it, especially since she had already opened up to him about her parents' problems. Hear me out? Ash took a step forward. What's wrong? Why are you running away? Evangeline retreated 3 steps. Overwhelmed with shyness, she shouted, All right, let's just end this meeting and set off. He decided to stop overthinking it. It must just be the mood of a girl entering puberty. At that moment, Damien scratched his head and spoke up awkwardly. Something feels off with me, too. Ash looked at him. You too? Ash wondered to himself. Is it because I visited you when you were sick? Why is everyone acting like this? Suddenly, Countess Jupiter laughed. Ash turned to look at her. What's wrong, Jupiter? If there's something to say, just say it. She held a cigar in her hand and smiled mysteriously. Oh, nothing at all. What could possibly be going on between the old and the young? Ash felt like everyone was acting weird today. It was confusing, like a bad joke. He looked at his guard knight, who seemed mature and normal. You're the only normal one here, Lucas. Lucas placed a hand over his chest. Of course, my lord. He immediately rested his hand on his sword and knelt on one knee to show his loyalty. I, Lucas, as your escort knight, am always in top condition. Ash screamed internally. I get it. Stand up. Let's end this awkwardness. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. All right, enough with the nonsense. It's time for a dungeon raid. Ash explained the details. The area this time is District 3, outside the northern fortress. We need to be prepared for any situation, although there's nothing special there. The dungeon structure is just one long corridor. Everyone just needs to move forward and fight the monsters brute force against brute force. Just defeat the continuously appearing monsters and move straight ahead. That's it. District 3 is the district with the simplest structure of all, so it won't take much time. The goal is to finish and return before evening. Okay? Does anyone have any questions? No one had any questions. Evangeline and the others were ready to go. Let's go, Senior. Ash smiled, satisfied. All right, let's head out. With that, he selected the destination on the system. The group stepped into the teleport gate. The gate in the mansion's backyard immediately lost power, and stones fell to the ground. The system displayed the words loading in Ash's vision. Then a notification appeared. You can re-explore areas that have already been cleared. Assign your subgroups, disperse them to various areas, and try to level up those members. Ash grumbled to himself. I need subgroups, with plenty of members to be able to split them up. Damn it! Not long after, everyone was teleported to District 3. They stood on the wall of a massive city. Lucas scanned the city and exclaimed, seeing the entire kingdom at the bottom of the lake, truly, looking at it again is quite overwhelming. Ash also felt uneasy, but he urged everyone on. Let's go. Everyone, head down. They climbed onto the walls of District 3, the northern outer city area. Information about the exploration area appeared. The system announced, District 3, Northern Outer City Area. Completion progress, normal stage 0 out of 1, extermination 0 out of 1. Compared to recent dungeons, this battlefield seemed somewhat simpler. Ash walked and pondered, but honestly, he couldn't afford to be careless. There might be differences depending on the type of monster that appears, but this would still be a difficult battlefield for his team members. So, regardless of what the monsters are, while he was thinking, Lucas stepped forward, vigilantly drawing his sword. Something is approaching. A winged monster descended onto the fortress wall with glowing red eyes, sharp horns, and jagged teeth. And it wasn't just one of them. The 5 members of the AS group were surrounded from above. Ash stared up in shock. Someone in the group shouted, Gargoyle, dragon-winged monsters. Gargoyle, just as expected, the aerial monsters have appeared. The system displayed a red notification. Eliminate all enemies outside the northern gate. Wave 1, Level 12 Gargoyle. This was where monsters swarmed in endless waves. Ash immediately stepped into the middle, commanding the other 4. All right, let's move. We're going to win this, but they'll keep coming. The longer this drags on, the more tired we'll get. He warned them to fight with everything they had, strike fast and win quickly. The 4 others charged at the Gargoyle, shouting in unison. Understood. In the early stages, 2 types of aerial monster legions appear. The first is the Wyvern, also known as the Drakes. Even though they have dragon in their name, they aren't true dragons. They are more like a degenerated subspecies, with extremely low intelligence. They can't even use dragon powers. But, perhaps because they are direct descendants of dragons, they have extremely high magic resistance. Even mages find it difficult to fight them. They can breathe fire like a real dragon and attack from long range. But their weakness is their physical defense is the lowest. With anti-air weapons like bows and ballista, even though facing these flying monsters is tricky, it's manageable. Next is the second type, the Gargoyle, which we just encountered. Unlike the Wyvern, Gargoyle have high physical defense, but poor magic resistance, and they can't attack from range. They can only fight, up close. While the frontline squad uses defensive skills to block the monsters, the mages and long-range attackers in the back must fight with all their might to take them down. In other words, Jupiter summoned a lightning orb in her hand, shouting excitedly. Mages are the elite on the battlefield. Her lightning struck the Gargoyle, blowing them away. She laughed greedily, and as the center of the battle, she continued to gather a larger orb of lightning. You could say they're the most important people in this kind of fight, Ash thought, speechless. Jupiter was really fired up. The system showed the info for Wave 3, with dozens already defeated. The monster count was dropping dizzyingly fast. He stood there stunned. What is that? A monster slaughter? Then he smiled, satisfied. That's why. I had to pay so much to recruit these mages. Even if she's a bit temperamental, she's truly a high-quality mage. Damien walked over to Ash with his gun. The boy said shyly, Sir, is there anything you need me to help with? He nodded and replied, Not at the moment. We're beating these monsters easily. Ash looked at Damien, sharing sincerely, Your eyes haven't fully healed, and your left arm isn't better yet. I hope there's nothing today that requires you to act. Ash's warriors were fighting fiercely. With SSR Knights and SSR Mages, they had already cleared the second wave. Jupiter seemed to be enjoying this time to go wild. She laughed loudly. So satisfying. This is more than enough to clear this third wave. Even without me fighting, the experience points are still rolling in. Ash smiled wryly. We're taking it too easy. Regardless, thanks to the intense fighting of Jupiter and Lucas, they cleared this normal monster gate far too easily. Jupiter grabbed the magic stones, grinning ear to ear. Ash secretly mused. Even though she's a weirdo, her ability is undeniable. Now, they walked along the castle wall with lanterns in hand. Finally, Ash stopped and announced, We're here. The group stood before a huge door. Someone exclaimed, The boss's room? They had arrived right above the northern gate. They had to go inside to find the path down. Ash pushed the door open with unprecedented confidence. Let's finish this early today. So the group stepped inside. The sound of their footsteps echoed throughout the space. The system popped up. Defeat the boss. Northern Outer Gate. Level 30. Golden Gargoyle. It was a giant, dragon-winged monster wearing golden armor. Ash raised the lantern in his hand. Golden Gargoyle. This is the monster guarding the palace of the underwater kingdom. Although its abilities aren't much higher than other bosses, with such a luxurious appearance, it's bound to drop many valuable items. He clapped his hands to urge everyone on. Great. Let's butcher this monster right now. A figure dashed ahead. As Ash smiled brightly to give the signal, everyone, prepare to fight! The person who ran ahead was Jupiter. She laughed loudly. Damien, my treasures! Ash was confused. Jupiter? What is she doing now? She seemed to have lost her mind. Her eyes were only on the golden armor on the boss. Gold, that's gold. The system announced, greed trait activated. Ash stared blankly at his mage running toward the boss. Wait, hold on. Don't tell me the greed trait activated automatically? He turned pale, despair evident. Get out of there. The boss began to move. It grabbed the weapon in its hand, its eyes flashing with murderous red light. Its teeth-filled mouth opened. 25 years ago, I was the guardian here. 15 years ago, I was also the guardian here. It raised its spiked mace, ready to attack Jupiter. I have spent my whole life guarding this place. Seeing this, Ash shouted orders. Everyone, move out. Don't let her die. Lucas immediately lunged forward. Understood, Prince. Evangeline broke into a cold sweat for Jupiter. Mage, calm down. The boss swung the mace down, still ranting about its life. If I had been willing to work in the city, I would have been promoted long ago. Ash could do nothing but stand there helplessly. However, looking at the distance between the boss, Jupiter, Lucas, and Evangeline, he truly felt the outcome was already sealed. But Jupiter acted as if she didn't see the danger in front of her. She laughed loudly, drooling over the gold. The golden gargoyle roared in anger and lunged toward Ash. If I had accepted a job in the city, I would have been promoted ages ago. He was stunned by its attack range. The heavy, giant mace came crashing down, creating a terrifying pressure directed at Ash's team. He shouted his command, Damien, use your power. Aim precisely at the targets. The bullets collided with the golden fallen winged dragon's mace. Despite his incredible power, the beast easily deflected his attacks. The golden fallen winged dragon swung its mace in a rage, striking Jupiter as she lunged forward. Dazed and struggling on the ground, she asked, What am I even doing here? Before she could recover, someone grabbed her by the collar and dragged her away, shouting in a panic, Jupiter, pull back now. Lucas hoisted Jupiter up and scrambled away. The golden fallen winged dragon's sharp eyes darted toward the source of the noise. Evangeline roared at it. Damn it. Hey, you golden monster. Over here. Look at me. Provoked by her taunts, the golden fallen winged dragon let out an angry roar. It smashed its mace down exactly where Evangeline stood. She blocked the strike with her shield, but under the immense pressure, she couldn't help but tremble and gasp. Ash's face darkened as he looked at the woman on the ground. Jupiter, he said grimly. Startled and flustered, she rushed to confess. I'm so ashamed, Your Highness. He questioned her sternly. Pull yourself together, Jupiter. You're a count. What do you think you're doing? Jupiter stood up and brushed off her hair, admitting, It is the fault of this old woman. I put everyone in danger. Ash calmed down a bit and reminded her, knowing that is enough. Now, snap out of it. He recalled the plot of the game and started to speculate. In the game, only the items inside the box exploded. But in reality, explosives are being triggered in the most nonsensical places. With that obsession for gold and silver, how can I find a solution? Lucas raised his sword and charged. I shall lead the vanguard. Jupiter, frustrated, gathered an energy orb in her hand and said, I will kill it right now. But before she could finish, she was overcome with pain and lost her strength. Ash spoke up to warn her. All right, go rest. Don't push yourself so hard. Jupiter dared not look him in the eye and raised her voice. I've lost all face today. He smiled at her, comforting her. There's no need to talk about losing face. Damien held his gun, ready to charge, and said, I'll take care of it. Ash held up a hand to stop him, ordering, That's enough, fall back. Damien asked, confused. Huh? But why? Ash looked into his bloodshot eyes. Damien had fired 3 shots with his heavenly eye and hadn't recovered yet, plus the recoil from that mace attack could put him in real danger. Ash held his wand, responding confidently. Wait a moment. This prince will test out a new product. No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 swords filled with magical power appeared above him. Ash stared at the 3 swords and fell into deep thought. I've used up half my mana, but I've only summoned 3 swords? Anyone would feel a chill when mana leaves the body, but this was his first time using mana like this, wasn't it? He didn't give up and continued to gather mana, saying, let's try that again. When he tried again, the result was no better. Ash was incredibly bewildered. Why is this happening? Jupiter watched his series of actions, equally confused. She looked at him cautiously and asked, Your Highness, every time I meet you, you have a new toy, don't you? Ash replied with an aura of absolute confidence. Rest assured, there is much you don't know yet. His gaze turned sharp as he added, the theory is enough for now. Ash controlled the 3 swords he had just summoned and sent them flying straight at the golden fallen winged dragon, saying confidently, let's test their power in actual combat. The immense force of the attack struck the beast's arm. Following a miserable roar from the dragon, the solid armor on its body shattered into pieces. Ash laughed triumphantly and teased, how's that? Fun, right? The magic blades snapped after 5 hits. It seemed their durability wasn't very high. The golden fallen winged dragon, affected by the move, collapsed to its knees and muttered resentfully, I have strayed from the path once, and now, at the end of my life, I must endure rotting outside the city walls like this? Evangeline used a skill that accumulated damage and challenged it. You've been attacking us all this time, and now you're complaining? She flashed forward in a blink, lunging to drive her spear straight into the chest of the golden fallen winged dragon, saying, now it's my turn. This strike completely shattered its armor. The golden fallen winged dragon stared, unable to believe its eyes. Impossible. If I had been upgraded, if I could have tried on that armor, as beautiful as a bronze statue, just once. Suddenly, it saw drops of liquid falling onto its hand. It wondered, what is this? Is this rainwater? Lucas finished it off with a single sword strike before it could even answer its own question. But why is it black? After seeing the massive body of the golden fallen winged dragon fall, he shouted excitedly, I hit you guys, didn't I? Ash looked at the giant body in front of him and said, Jupiter, write a self-criticism report when we get back. She replied coldly, yes, yes. But when she heard the next sentence, it was like a bolt from the blue, and I will deduct a week's worth of your salary to put into the city development fund. Jupiter intended to object, but looking at Ash's dark, terrifying face, she hurriedly changed her words. Your Highness is that too, no, no. I think being punished like that is well deserved. I will follow your orders, Your Highness. Looking at the shattered armor on the ground, he asked Jupiter, why is it that whenever you see something shiny, you act like Damien? Those glittering medals on your chest only make me more curious. Before you became a mercenary, living and dying for money, weren't you a respectable soldier of the Everback Empire? Ash looked at her seriously, reminding her, in the face of material desire, I hope you will consider the pride remaining within you. Your obsession with gold and silver is a special trait that my passive skills cannot block. I have no other choice but to hope that Jupiter can resist it on her own. Seeing her hand still trembling, Jupiter replied gloomily, on the brilliant journey of your youth, an old woman like me cannot help. I do not want to become a burden to your Highness. She clenched her fists, making a vow. If this happens again, I will pay with my life. Ash quickly rejected this serious proposal. No, no, I don't need your life for anything. Pay with money instead. He calmly looked at Jupiter and asked, how do you want to pay me back? She carefully replied, 1 day's salary, Your Highness. After a long silence, both of them suddenly burst into laughter together. Despite a minor setback, we successfully cleared out the BA district, even though no special gear dropped. But finding this gold is already a great win. As he opened the chest, a blinding light erupted from within. This was the boss's loot. Something caught his eye. He examined the newly found equipment with suspicion. Is it really possible for items from the same set to appear consecutively? I've already collected almost the entire Battlefield Scream set from before. Now, if I get these gauntlets, the set will be complete. Jupiter happily held the cloak in her hands, unable to hide her greed. She joked, everyone's been through so much trouble because of this old lady. Should I be embarrassed to take these? Deep down, she thought, it feels like receiving a gift from the one who caused the trouble, but that's okay. Regardless, the scavenging was finished. This meant the battle in the BA district was officially over. After everyone rested enough, Ash spoke up. Go down these stairs and we'll reach the safe zone. Next, a wide open area illuminated by firelight appeared. It was the largest base they'd seen so far. It's time we reach the rescue camp that the stranger told us about before. Recalling details from the game, he continued to explain, "It's a place where the few survivors of the dungeon often gather. There are shops and a blacksmith there too." Ash gave his orders with firm, strong determination. "But our goal today is to find new members. If anyone is friendly and capable, no matter what, we have to convince them to join our party. In reality, this is the main reason I rushed into this expedition. Meeting friendly NPCs and recruiting them into his squad later on. As the city grows, the mercenary guild will be bustling with people. Right now, at the early stages of the game, there's no other choice but to struggle with the difficulty of recruiting talent. Therefore, for everyone, this game isn't just about fighting. The issue of survival and the development of the city are also crucial. There are just too many things to worry about." Even so, as Evangeline chewed on her dried rations while listening to him, he added, "Everyone, keep your eyes open and look carefully. Try to spot anyone with potential." She was astonished by Ash's enthusiasm and couldn't help but exclaim, "Can there really be a decent person in this dungeon? How can we find someone like that in a place like this?" The prince concluded his fierce speech with a final point. Even if they have a few shortcomings, it doesn't matter. In his mind, he quietly thought, it doesn't matter if they are a demon or a human. As long as they can kill monsters, whether they're a devil or a zombie, I'm ready to welcome them. Ash's squad began to move after a short rest. They descended the stairs. The path down was so long that he tiredly thought, I wish there was an escalator. However, he was glad he felt less tired than last time. After descending for a while, they finally set foot on the ground. Evangeline suddenly pointed toward a light. "Your Highness, look at that! The kingdom under the lake. The northern main gate." Before the group stood a gigantic, towering gate. She continued, "That is the very gate we saw when we first stepped down to the bottom of the lake. I saw it from the outside, but now I see it from the inside. Because it was closed, we had to go back, walk a long way, and finally reach the main entrance." Lucas brought the torch closer to inspect it and wondered, "It seems there's no way to open it. No pulleys, no locks. How are we supposed to open this?" Ash began to analyze it. Since it was a magic kingdom, Ash assumed there must be some sort of magical equipment involved. And from the very beginning, there is only one situation where this door is opened. Lucas turned to ask, "When is that, my lord?" He seriously replied, "When they start their invasion." Evangeline and Damien tensed up as they heard Ash speak. When a monster invasion army heads toward the human world, looking at that massive, unshakable gate, he remained calm and said, "Only then." Ash smiled at his teammates and ordered, "All right, let's head inside." The 5 of them didn't stop but pressed forward. He spoke up, "The safe zone is right ahead." The light from the torch illuminated the path. From the northern structure, follow the main road. Entering the city, a large square appeared. Evangeline pointed at a monster and shouted, "Hey, what are these monsters doing here?" Ash explained with a grim face. "They are the forces that will invade Crossroads in the next defense battle." Looking at a long line of those aggressive, silent monsters, he said, "Lining up like this, they're just waiting for the right moment to return to Crossroads and launch an attack." Lucas, hand on his sword hilt, got into a combat stance and asked, "Then why don't we attack right now and wipe them out?" Ash spoke up to stop him. "We can't." Wave after wave of monsters kept appearing in the sky. At this very moment, more gargoyles were flying in from all over the city, joining the ranks one by one. Ash observed their massive army and explained, "This is their territory, and there are only 5 of us. If we charge in now, we'll just die." He stepped forward and said, "Instead of that," Ash pointed toward the inside of the village and ordered, "Let's do what we can for now." Saying that, they left the main road, entered an alley, and walked for about 5 minutes before the group stopped at a location. Ash announced, "Here, we've arrived. The safe zone, the base camp." The 5 of them looked at the vast, desolate scene before them. He began to explain, "This is the base camp. It will serve as a bridgehead for our future expeditions." Dim streetlights illuminated the eerie, gloomy surroundings. For a long time, we've been in dark places without a hint of light. Suddenly stepping into a place with such bright lights, I feel relieved and less tense. The team looked at the burning fire ahead, unable to hide their joy. Ash enjoyed the fire happily. It's so warm. Deep down, he thought, this is what it means to be alive. While everyone was enjoying it, Lucas remained on high alert. "But my lord, isn't there supposed to be someone living here?" He turned around, puzzled. "Oh, is that so?" Lucas walked around to observe and replied, "But this place is so deserted." Ash also began to think, "True. There's no one here at all." He replayed some of the plot points he had encountered. There were supposed to be at least 4 or 5 NPCs here, just like in the game. Ash immediately frowned, raising his guard. "But I don't see them. This isn't a good sign. Before he could grasp the situation, the sound of crossbows being cocked rang out. A group of dark mutants had suddenly appeared. Aiming his weapon at the 5 of them, Ash realized his team was surrounded. He startled, thinking to himself, "What the hell? Who are these guys?" Ash scanned them, guessing, "I feel like I've seen these outfits somewhere before." Judging by the level of their gear, he assessed, they must be high-ranking. He glanced up at the rooftop, his guard raised even higher. They even brought cannons along? They seemed pretty determined. Ash scrambled to figure out a strategy to handle the situation. I can't see a way out. It's a perfect ambush. He gritted his teeth, silently blaming himself. Damn it. Because this was supposed to be a safe zone, I let my guard down. The game warned me about this. Safe zones are where weapons aren't allowed, where monsters can't enter, and where battles can't happen. But in reality, there are no such limits. There's no telling where or how you might have to fight against other people. Ash's inner thoughts were screaming in despair, filled with utter confusion as he wondered, but how is this possible? There was no warning. We just stepped into the safe zone and got jumped immediately? Plus, who are these people? What kind of twisted situation is this? While his head was spinning with complex thoughts, he remained outwardly calm. Suppressing his inner panic, he took a step forward and stood his ground. Ash flashed a friendly smile, reached out his hand, and said, "Talk about a warm welcome. Thanks for the greeting, though I'd be even more grateful if someone could explain what's going on here." He began speaking calmly, trying to negotiate with the Night Stalkers. "We're just adventurers who entered the dungeon a short while ago, and these are just some innocent soldiers I'm helping and leading." Even with his lighthearted and humorous tone, he couldn't sway them. The cold, sharp eyes hidden behind those masks remained fixed on his team, weapons still pointed at them. Trying to grasp the situation, he continued with a joke. "Are you guys doing some kind of new recruit training or something? In this advanced society, I didn't expect to see such rituals still practiced." One of them spoke up. "Rituals? Maybe that's what you'd call it." Hearing the reply, Ash's attention shifted. "What? What is this captivating voice? It's such a wonderful, deep tone. Could even sing a hymn with that." He looked at the 5 people surrounding them and continued, his voice taking on a warning tone. "Recruit training is an ancient cultural tradition that has been with humanity throughout history. It's the process of engraving respect and courtesy toward one's seniors. Such a wonderful culture. Should be protected and nurtured for the future, right?" Ash played dumb, shaking his head as if he didn't understand. "What the hell are you talking about?" His voice was deep and warm, but I have absolutely no interest in such nonsense. Ash looked at them mockingly. "You call that culture? Give me a break. You guys really love preaching to others, don't you?" A dark, chilling laugh came from behind the group of Night Stalkers. The man said, "I hear that quite often," but Crow's mask appeared, accompanied by the sarcasm in his voice. "Having lived a long time, I suppose I've become obsessed with old-fashioned things." Ash was so angry he could see his veins popping, and he snapped, "You damn flute-playing bastard." Crow just laughed and replied, "Is that what you call me?" Standing before Ash's team, he said confidently, "The flute player? Wow, what an interesting nickname. Allow me to introduce myself." He struck a pose and bowed slightly to introduce himself. "I am a dangerous criminal, wandering the depths of the submerged kingdom. I am the last remaining court musician of the submerged kingdom. A court musician and a mage, you may call me Crow." His blood-red eyes flashed behind the wooden mask, cold and terrifying. He looked at Ash and said, "Nice to meet you, Prince of the Surface Kingdom." The moment the player heard him, Ash turned pale and blurted out, "What? The flute player is named Crow? Isn't this man an exceptional NPC in the game? He occasionally rushes into the battlefield, but he doesn't fight directly. He commands monsters or debugs things for the players." Ash quickly grew tense. However, there were scenes he clearly remembered. This was the game's final act. He appears in the first room of the final dungeon, leading to the final boss. He didn't have any direct combat skills at that time. "My group is incredibly strong. Any ordinary opponent would fall instantly if we landed a few sword strikes." The current situation, the 5 of them were surrounded with almost no way out in the heart of the gloomy night city. He looked at the Night Stalkers following behind. He thought to himself, "These people are also the ones who appeared with him later. But what is he saying to me? Calm on the outside, but inside, Ash was stunned. He called me a player?" He looked at Crow, who maintained that same expression. He understands the operating system of this world too? There were too many questions. But Ash glanced around to assess the surroundings once more. They have a lot of people equipped with support weapons in the back. The priority is to avoid a direct confrontation right now. Facing this difficult dilemma, he still asked slowly, "Why are you attacking us?" Can you tell me the reason why? Not answering Ash's question directly, Crow responded with a question of his own. Your group has passed through this city. You are trying to uncover the secrets of the submerged kingdom, aren't you? Under the tense, deadly atmosphere of the ruins, he said, you don't know how terrifying the darkness down here is. I only have to stop you. Crow raised his hand and continued. We are the last defense force, guarding the kingdom, protecting the remaining ruins of this kingdom under this lake. He gestured with his hand, introducing them fiercely. The Night Stalkers. Dark eyes revealed a flash of killing intent toward Ash's team. Anyone who tries to touch the night of this city, we must eliminate. Saying that, Crow waved his hand, ordering the Night Stalkers to prepare for the attack. He said, since you've entered this place, you have to become our target. Ash was under extreme tension, gritting his teeth, thinking, the moment those hands come down, the battle will begin. Looking at the arrows pointed at him, he secretly grew wary. This is too dangerous. Being completely surrounded like this is way too dangerous. The gap in strength between our troops and his is huge. If we get hit like this, people are actually going to die. Worst case scenario, the whole group gets wiped out. Ash fell silent for a long moment, thinking. Then, when he opened his eyes, a golden light flickered in his pupils. Ash made up his mind. There was no other way. I have to use the commander's magic eye. Focus on the enemy, then activate the skill. The situation was incredibly tense. For a split second, the world seemed to slow down. 12 targets identified, capable of accepting commands. Using the power of the magic eye, Ash quickly thought of a strategy. The more complex the command, the higher the failure rate. If that's the case, find a way to get us out of here easily. Keep the command simple. His eyes glowed, accompanied by a booming order. Everyone, fall back. The difficulty of the command was low. Comparing the user's mental strength to the opponent's magic power, the task was completed. He successfully manipulated 7 targets. Crow watched his subordinates act strangely and felt a sudden panic. What the? Lucas turned his head to check on Ash, shouting urgently. Your Highness, your nose is bleeding. Ash wiped it with his hand and muttered, ah, it's nothing. Instead, he pointed toward the portal and issued his command. Now, attack them and run for that portal. Lucas charged forward, eager to take on the mission. Yes, I'll clear the way. He dove in with powerful force. He struck, blowing away the shadow mutants. Right after, Ash seized the opportunity and yelled to the group, let's go now. Crow stood still, watching the scene unfold, and spoke with intrigue. Could this be mind control? This is actually really interesting, isn't it? He screamed at the shadow mutants. Attack! Don't let them escape! Evangeline stopped, turned around without hesitation. A barrage of arrows flew straight at her shield. Ash saw the incoming rain of arrows and called out anxiously. Evangeline! She wasn't afraid. Instead, she used her ability, jumped up, and used her sharp spear to deflect the rain of arrows, shouting, leave it to me. After finishing, Evangeline wore a satisfied smile. Ash couldn't help but sigh in relief. You did great. Flames rose over time, burning the ropes. The mutant's cannon was ready. Crow commanded, fire the cannon. Ash urgently shouted, Damien! He turned, gripping the gun in his hand, and acknowledged the order. Yes. 2 bullets were fired at incredible speed. They collided head-on, creating a terrifying explosion in the sky. Ash thought to himself, there are too many obstacles on this side. Seeing the portal just a short distance away, he couldn't help but exhale. Almost everyone had already escaped. We can retreat safely now, and then we'll regroup. But Crow's blood-red eyes flashed, as if cutting off Ash's plan. He said, you think so? Right behind him, 2 of Crow's subordinates were using magic to summon 2 massive sources of energy. Ash thought in frustration, damn it, are those mages? They're using large-scale magic, combining fire and wind elements for massive destructive power. If they land a hit, it'll be stronger than a cannon blast, completely obliterating this entire area. 2 magical orbs are streaking toward him at breakneck speed. Facing this overwhelming threat, Ash thinks, no way, he's frozen in place, eyes locked on the projectiles, struggling to react. Just then, Jupiter appears in his line of sight, shouting in a fury, these guys have some nerve. She uses her own magic to confront those 2 powerful energy sources head-on. As they collide, a massive pressure crushes the space around them. The explosion is blinding, and blood starts streaming from her eyes and nose. Ash yells out in terror, Jupiter! She turns her head and screams back at him. I can't hold this much longer, Your Highness. Go, run. In this situation, all Ash can do is grit his teeth and curse, damn it. Without a second thought, he turns and runs toward Lucas and Damien, frantically clearing the way, dashing relentlessly past every obstacle. Ash whispers to himself, "Hurry, hurry." The system interface pops up. Teleportation initiated. Select a destination. Backyard of the Lord's mansion, lakeside sewage pipes. Having reached the teleport gate, he quickly shouts, "Everyone, get in first." Damien struggles to support the heavily wounded Jupiter, walking forward and saying, "This way, Lady Jupiter." Perhaps they realize they can't stop us from escaping, so they stop attacking and just stand there, watching us. Behind those masks, I don't know what they're thinking, but the grins carved into the masks look so unsettling. Ash grinds his teeth in rage, cursing, "Just you wait, you damn Piper. You're disgusting." Before stepping through the portal, he turns back to deliver one last warning. "We'll definitely be back, and we'll teach you a lesson." Another enemy appears. The system interface flashes. Items received. Character leveled up. Ash level 22. Lucas level 36. Jupiter level 40. Damien level 30. Evangeline level 38. Character severely injured. Jupiter. Shortly after returning from the afternoon expedition. At Crossroad, in the center of the temple, Ash sits on the steps, lost in silent thought, recalling those faces and the masks of Crow. He thinks, "Am I going to have to fight actual humans from now on?" Thinking about what's to come, he asks himself, "To protect these people, do I have to kill others?" Ash remembers his life in the real world, playing the game. Of course, he'd killed NPCs and enemies alike. Whether it was PvE or PvP, it didn't matter. PvE was against computer-controlled characters, and PvP was against other players. He's reminded of his current situation. But this is reality now. The enemies are actual living, breathing humans, just like him. Can I really take them out like I did with monsters? Ash reflects on his memories. Right now, he's in as much trouble as Damien was. If it's for survival, if it's to stay alive, is fighting humans really okay? His face becomes incredibly serious. "Killing humans, should I?" A voice snaps Ash out of his thoughts. He stands up and looks at Margarita, who is approaching, asking, "Did you finish the treatment?" She wipes her hands and replies, "Yes. Fortunately, no one's life is in danger." But she assesses Jupiter's condition and continues, "Jupiter is suffering from severe side effects from the magic. She's still in a state of magic power overload." Ash asks anxiously, "Is overload dangerous?" Margarita gently explains, "Yes. The magical energy is spiraling out of control. Her body is being eroded, and she might even lose the ability to use magic for the rest of her life." She sternly reminds him, she absolutely must rest to stabilize for a while. Ash replies softly, "I see. Jupiter is the core strength of this party. He never thought something this terrible would happen." He tentatively asks, "Can I visit them?" Margarita calmly replies, "Jupiter, no. She needs to rest right now," he says, flustered. "Ah, I see." The atmosphere falls into silence. Looking at the blood-stained cloth in Margarita's hands, he thinks to himself, "Even if golden light fell right now, I wouldn't care. My mood just isn't right." As the afternoon sunset fades, she says, "The others have finished their treatment. You can go out and check on them." Ash sets a bag down on the stone table and replies, "Thank you, Saintess." The other three are already waiting for him outside. As soon as he steps out of the temple, he waves, "Good work, everyone. How are you holding up?" Lucas replies, "We're all fine, Your Highness. But what about Jupiter?" Ash tells them the situation with Jupiter. Her wounds are quite heavy, so she won't be able to return to the front lines for a while. He exclaims in shock, "It's that serious?" Ash looks at the sun dipping below the horizon, calmly reassuring everyone, "We should be glad it ended this way, shouldn't we? It's lucky no one lost their lives." But the faces of his guild members don't look too happy. All three of them look utterly depressed. Ash thinks, unknown enemy forces, living in dungeons, and allies wounded like this, it'd be weird if they were happy. He speaks up, shaking off their discouragement. "Everyone, steady yourselves. I'm going to make them pay." Hearing that, they instantly snap to attention, eyes widening as they look at Ash under the sunset. He firmly asserts his determination. "Anyone who dares to touch Prince Ash of this empire and his allies, I will teach them a lesson." He remembers the situation earlier. Taking their lives is a serious matter to consider. But for what they did to Damien, we have to retaliate. Pausing for a moment, Ash continues, "Not right now. It's going to take time to prepare." Under the Imperial flags fluttering in the wind, he commands, "Once we get through this phase safely and are fully prepared, we'll wipe them out. They need to taste the flavor of revenge. Truly rational, truly careful. We'll sharpen our weapons and prepare the cannons to finish them off in one go. Waiting for that moment, I'm so impatient. Following that serious moment, Ash starts acting like his usual self again. So, everyone, just rest for today. Stop overthinking things, got it? He had ordered them to rest, to eat, and to sleep. In the vast mansion, a voice echoed, "I'm back." Ash walked down the hallway. As he walked, he rubbed his chin and thought, I need to start from this defensive battle, right? Jupiter's defensive position can be filled by Lily, but he recalled the embarrassing scene from earlier and thought, Lily isn't a mobile mage like Jupiter. Interrupting his train of thought was Ader. He came rushing from out of nowhere, shouting, "My lord! My lord!" Ash stuck out a leg, successfully blocking him, and said, "Stop!" Ader tripped, stumbled, and yelled. Ash looked grim, stepped on Ader's rear as he fell to the ground, and said, "What is it? I haven't seen you around much lately. How's it going? Are things running smoothly?" Ader pushed up his glasses, looked up at him, and reported, "Of course, my lord. Please leave the city administration to me." Ash replied, "That's not what's important." Ash asked curiously, "You're saying there are more important things than managing the city?" Ader stood up, flustered, waving his arms. "Yes, something much more critical. It could be the worst event of this stage." Ash asked calmly, "What is it? Something more important than our main mage getting injured?" Ader cried out, "Damien, prisoners, the prisoners escaped." No, that's not it. Broke out is the right term." Ash widened his eyes in shock. "Prisoners? Which prisoners?" Along with his question, somewhere, a carriage had been destroyed. Ash wearily slapped his forehead and sighed as he looked at Ader. "So, you requested reinforcements from the capital?" Ader nodded excitedly. Yes, Ash sighed again. "But they didn't send reinforcements. They sent 5 death row convicts?" Ader still answered happily. "Yes, that's right." He calmly recounted the story he had just heard. Those 5 vicious criminals, while being transported to Crossroad, flipped the carriage they were held in and escaped. "It was late afternoon now," Ash continued. "That was around midday today, and you still haven't caught them?" Ader replied just as enthusiastically. "That's right, Your Highness." Ash was so angry his face distorted. He raised his hand, wanting to punch Ader, and shouted, "Damn it, why didn't you foresee something like this? Why?" Ader clutched his head in fear and hurriedly explained, "In this world, I have no powers. I can't predict the future." Ash grabbed him by the neck and squeezed, scolding him. How incompetent and useless. This guy Ader struggled, gasping. "But I can provide you with information on those 5 death row prisoners. I've uploaded their profiles to the system. Please check it." He opened the system interface. Ash snapped, "You should have said that from the start." Looking at the screen, Ash exclaimed in surprise. This is Ader regained his composure and replied, "Regardless, the capital has sent reinforcements." A cunning glint appeared on his face as he said, "If you can lead them wisely, aren't they real reinforcements?" Ash's expression changed instantly to one of seriousness. "Understood. At any cost, recruit them to the fief." Ader pushed up his glasses, looking at the screen, and joked, "Even if they are vicious criminals from the Imperial Army?" Ash replied helplessly, "Death row convicts are still better than monsters or zombies." Ader asked, pretending not to hear, "Excuse me?" Ash looked at the cards on the screen, thinking, Fine. Let's see their detailed stats. Impressive." He looked over at Ader standing beside him and threatened him, "Get them at all costs. Recruit them for me, Ader." Ader pushed up his glasses, looking at the screen with a playful smirk. "Even if they're ruthless criminals, formerly soldiers of the Imperial Army, really, sir?" He sighed, feeling a bit helpless. "Death row inmates are still far better than monsters or zombies." Ader pretended not to hear him, asking again, "What was that, sir?" Ash stared at the cards on the screen, lost in thought. "All right, fine. Let's see their detailed stats. Impressive, huh?" He glanced at Ader, who was standing right beside him, and gave a slight threat. "So, you useless butler, investigate where those guys are hiding. If you can't do that, you know what will happen, right? Quickly find their location. Reporting in, sir. According to reports, they are believed to have fled to a hill in the north of the city. It's not too far, but quite secluded." Excited, Ash ordered, "No more delays, lead the way. We have to organize. A negotiation with the people exiled from the capital, right? To the north of Crossroads lie vast, untouched mountains. The northern lands on the front lines can be used for farming. Land reclamation has finished, although not as fertile as the southern regions, to make a living. Every inch must be utilized. Even in such harsh conditions, people are still trying to survive, though the road is far too treacherous. After climbing for a while, Ash was panting heavily, silently complaining, "This is just too exhausting." Lucas, full of energy, stepped up, offering his back. "Are you all right, my prince? Let me carry you." Ash, with sparkling eyes and Evangeline's judgmental look, asked excitedly, "Really? That would be fine?" Sensing the unconcealed judgment, he turned his head and said, "What's with that look, Junior?" Evangeline quickly denied. "Oh, no, it's nothing," Ash retorted. "Don't tell me you're jealous. Do you want me to carry you too?" Her face suddenly flushed red as she jumped up and asked, "What? The senior wants to carry me on his back?" With his wit, Ash came up with an idea. "That's it. I'll carry you, and Lucas will carry me. Not a bad idea, right?" Evangeline Cross quickly shot down that idea. She shouted, "Nonsense." Lucas also raised his voice and said, "My back is only for my prince." Ash, the troublemaker, calmly thought, "Stay calm, everyone." The Everblack Empire. Prison transport captain approached, bowed to him, and said respectfully, "I apologize, Your Highness, for our failure." Ash turned and punched his own back, replying, "No, not at all. Thanks to that, I got some exercise." "Oh, my back." The transport captain, terrified, kowtowed, and shouted his confession. "I have committed a grave sin. Your Highness, even if I have to pay with my life." Ash was startled and quickly answered, "I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Do you think I'm going to eat you?" Evangeline, watching the fun from the side, asked Senior, "You also had some legendary feats in the capital, right?" He was surprised by her question, thinking, "Is that really true?" He recalled the previous version of himself, silently evaluating. The previous Ash was no joke, that's for sure. Returning to the main point, Ash asked, "Anyway, those escaped prisoners fled to this hill, right?" The prison transport captain lifted his head and quickly replied, "Yes, that is correct, sir. We tracked their trail and found this place." Looking at the magnificent scenery in front of him, he mused, "If you want to hide, you should find somewhere easier to travel, right?" As they navigated the rugged, treacherous mountains, Evangeline spoke up. "The bandits in the northern Crossroad Mountains have long been a plague." Ash wondered aloud. "Bandits?" She answered in a low, grim tone. "Yes. They attack and loot merchants and war refugees. They are incredibly vicious. It seems the bandits are living in these mountains too." Looking at the debris under his feet, Lucas noted, "Indeed. Signs of broken weapons and wagon wheel tracks. There are definitely signs of people living here." Picking up a piece of wood to examine it, he asked, "Could the escaped death row convicts be involved with these bandits?" Ash hesitated, then offered his speculation. Or perhaps those convicts wanted to become the leaders of the bandit group? It didn't sound like a bad theory, but he kept his inner doubts to himself. There was so much he didn't truly understand. He turned to the captain of the prisoner transport and asked, "There's nothing false in your report, is there?" The man quickly blurted out a defense. "No, Your Highness. I wouldn't dare lie to you, not even if I had the courage of the heavens." After hiking for another 10 minutes, Lucas spotted the enemy camp and quickly called out, "Look, Your Highness, that must be the bandits' stronghold." He drew his sword, ready to charge in, and said, "There might be some bandits inside. I'll go ahead to scout." Ash stood behind him and called out, "Just scouting, all right? Don't do anything else." Evangeline crawled out from a bush and said, "I'm going too." The two quickly closed in on the camp gate, while the others remained outside to keep watch. "If we approach like this, I'm afraid we'll be met with a rain of arrows." The closer they got, the more an unpleasant, overwhelming odor wafted out. Wondering what was happening inside, Ash trembled and nervously realized, "Is this the smell of blood?" Lucas signaled for Evangeline to charge in with him. 3, 2, 1. The door was kicked open by the sheer strength of the two knights. As the gate swung wide, everyone was met with a scene of utter horror. Taking a step forward, one could feel the chilling dread. Ash covered his nose in shock and exclaimed, "Huh? Is this inside the fortress? It's a hellish scene." Was this the result of a clash between the death row convicts and the bandits? Lucas pulled someone out from a corner and called, "Your Highness, there's a survivor here." The bandit they found shrieked in terror, "Get away from me." Ash knelt to look him in the eye and said, "Calm down, kid. We're the Royal Army." His voice was gentle, yet filled with an underlying threat. "Of course, depending on your crimes, you might be executed, or perhaps not, but I won't kill you here." The bandit trembled and replied, We didn't do anything wrong." "A carriage arrived," Ash sternly asked. "A carriage?" The man fearfully recounted. "A carriage arrived from the capital, so we thought it would be full of valuables." He paused for a moment and continued, "But once you captured it and opened it up, you realized it was the death row convicts." didn't you? An image of a scarred bandit appeared as the carriage door opened, and immediately after, he received a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Ash continued. And those prisoners, in turn, beat all of you up. Isn't that how it went? The bandit hurriedly replied. Yes, that's exactly what happened. He stood up and looked toward the captain of the prisoner transport, calling out, Hey, you, Captain. Didn't you explicitly say the prisoners had escaped on their own? Why is this kid's testimony so different? The captain stammered. That is, not letting him make excuses. Ash's face darkened. I know why. Because you are the Royal Escort Unit. If the truth came out that you were robbed by a bunch of bandits, your reputation would be ruined, wouldn't it? The captain, terrified, knelt down again, begging for mercy. I am truly sorry, Your Highness. I truly didn't mean for this to happen. Ash calmly delivered his verdict. I forgive your mistakes for now. However, for hiding the truth like this, I will have a punishment for you later. Just wait for it. The captain repeatedly cried. I deserve death, Your Highness. Ash looked at the pathetic figure before him, thinking to himself, You're quite the liar, aren't you? Did you think I would just listen to your story without checking the scene myself? He put on an indifferent expression and answered his own question. He probably thought he could pull one over on me. Looking at the miserable scene around him, Ash mused, Well, I've got a rough idea of the situation now. But where on earth are the 5 death row convicts? Evangeline called out from the side. Senior, this way. She pointed to a spot and said, Look. Ash asked in surprise. What is it? Out of the shadows. Someone spoke up. Greetings, Your Highness. The group was gathered in a corner of the camp. The people Ash was looking for were kneeling in a row, saying, We, the 5 death row convicts, have been waiting for you. The prisoners were bound in iron chains. Why? They had a chance to run away. It was as if Goth had read his thoughts. As he explained, We had no intention of escaping or breaking out of prison. We want our sentences to be carried out as quickly as possible. We hope you will report this to your superiors. Ash looked closer and was stunned. He realized with a shock. That light blue hair, only one race in this game has that hair color. These prisoners, they belong to the elf tribe. Goth pleaded. Please, help us. Carry out the death sentence as soon as possible. Otherwise, you can just slit our throats right here. His face was desperate. Please, just kill us. Ash was shocked by this unreasonable request. He couldn't help but panic internally. These people keep saying they want to die, but they aren't going to die yet. Join my army. Ash looked at the dark figures kneeling before him. He pulled out his list and said, First, let me verify your identities. But first, let's exchange pleasantries, shall we? He turned to the person kneeling in the front. Your name is Goth, right? The man replied calmly. Yes, that is correct. Ash asked again, Which group do you belong to? Goth respectfully answered, Squad 8, of the Aegis Special Forces. Lucas and Evangeline looked quite surprised, and it would be strange if they weren't. That was the Empire's division tasked with handling the dirty work. A dark, secretive unit that took on all the Empire's shadow tasks. They were the shadows of the 7th Prince. They were also the Royal Hunters, the Aegis Special Forces. Ash looked down from above and replied, But I don't think Goth is your real name. Goth remained bowed and answered, Members of the Aegis Special Forces have no real names. We only have code names. These people keep saying they want to die, but you aren't allowed to die yet. Join our army. Ash looked at the Black Shadow Squad kneeling before him, took out the list, and said, First, let me verify your identities. Let's exchange greetings for a moment, shall we? He asked the person kneeling in front. Is your name Godhand? The man replied calmly, Yes, that is correct. Ash asked further, Which group do you belong to? Godhand respectfully replied, The 8th Squad of the Aegis Special Forces. Lucas and Evangeline looked quite surprised, but it would be strange if they weren't. That is a branch of the Empire tasked with handling the dirty work. The dark department that takes on all the shady jobs of the Empire. They are the shadows of the Emperor, and also the hunting dogs of the royal family. That is the Aegis Special Forces. Ash looked down from above and replied, But I don't think Godhand is your real name. Godhand remained bowing and replied, Members of the Aegis Special Forces do not have real names. We only have code names. And those are considered our real names, he called out. Is that so? Then, Godhand, Ash said in a stern voice, I heard you committed treason. Is this true? The man was silent for a moment before replying. Yes, he continued asking, Does this mean you admit to all the charges? Godhand seemed to ignore all consequences, just calmly explaining, That is correct, Your Highness. We were court-martialed in the capital 3 months ago. The sentence has been passed. and all penalties have been confirmed. For some reason, he insistently wanted Ash to fulfill his request. I don't know what you mean, but please execute us as soon as possible. Hearing these strange pleas, he couldn't help but think, this is so difficult. What should I do? I have to recruit them to my side. He slowly stepped forward and said, I have some questions. After all, you're going to die soon anyway. Since you're about to die, satisfying the curiosity of this inquisitive prince before you die, there's no harm in that, right? With the mindset of not letting others refuse, Ash asked, I have the right to ask you, don't I? Godhand agreed. You may ask, sir, he slowly questioned. The region where you and your team were last deployed was the Bringer Principality, wasn't it? Hearing the question, Godhand's pupils constricted in surprise, and he replied, How do you know that? With 2 system screens on either side, Ash confidently lied without blinking. Don't think that just because I'm stuck in this remote southern region, I'm unaware of the Empire's external affairs. Godhand. In his heart, he thought to himself, in reality, I'm in this remote area and don't know a thing about what's going on outside. It's just that I read his character biography available in the system. Perhaps because they belong to the secret special forces, the character profile only displayed not much information, only a few public facts, such as Godhand, the time and place they were sent to carry out missions, and the time and place of their death sentence. That's all. But that's enough to know and imagine the full picture. Ash calmly recounted the group's story. Your team was dispatched to the Bringer Principality 1 year ago, and 9 months ago, the ambassador of the Everblack Empire visiting the Bringer Principality was assassinated. The scene of fire and smoke in his memory played like a film. He continued. After that, diplomacy between the 2 countries deteriorated. Finally, 6 months ago, the war broke out, and to this day, the war has not ended. Ash stood there, relaxed, reading line by line, as if I had lived it myself. The core role of the EG Special Forces is intelligence, sabotage, and assassination, right? Followed by the assassination of a key figure from the opposition, correct? He was met with silence from the other side. Ash remembered what that tyrant had said. From now on, I will take silence as consent. Regardless, this was just a hypothesis. The head of our empire wants to swallow up the Bringer Principality, but they don't have a valid reason to start a war. He began deducing the schemes currently in play. But what if our diplomatic ambassador were assassinated within the Principality? This could be blamed on the Principality. At the same time, it would provide a justifiable excuse to start a war. Ash slowly laid out his train of thought. Send an ambassador to the Principality, and dispatch special forces to assassinate the ambassador, then blame the Principality and start a war. Sounds pretty plausible, doesn't it? Gothan hurriedly spoke up to deny it. Your Highness, you've gone too far. That's just your speculation. Before he could continue, he cut him off. 3 months ago, after completing the mission and returning to the Empire, your team was immediately arrested and sentenced to death for treason, without any justification or explanation. Ash cast a mocking look down at Gothan, eliminating those involved to bury everything in the shadows. That's classic Black Department style. A clever method, isn't it? Dark lines of irritation began to appear on Ash's face. His sharp questions successfully silenced Gothan. He spoke gloomily. Your Highness. Gothan watched the Dark Shadow Squad kneeling around him and replied, If what your Highness says is true, can you explain why we accepted death so unjustly like that? Even though we completed the mission perfectly? No, that's impossible. We couldn't just wait for death so calmly, could we? Why didn't we run away instead of just sitting there and letting ourselves be captured? Ash answered softly, Because you had hostages. This answer made him panic, his eyes widening. You spoke of terrifying things so calmly, because all of your people had been captured and were living as slaves. If you completed the mission and died obediently in silence, wouldn't there be some benefit for your people? Observing his trembling hands, Ash inwardly confirmed, It seems I'm right. In this world, races like elves and dwarves belong to the slave class. In the war against humanity 100 years ago, all the nations of the other races were wiped out. The survivors became human slaves. The Emma Black Empire led humanity to victory, a decisive one in this racial war. Since then, the hegemony of the continent has been a weapon held firmly in their hands. Well, that's the gist of the story. Regardless, there aren't many elves left. They are trapped, kept under guard in the Elven Autonomous Zone, living a miserable life. Ash asked himself a question. Are most of those elves working in the Imperial Special Forces? Besides, all 5 of them had accepted being executed unjustly without resisting. Then it was clear. The lives of your own people are being used as your weakness. The Elf Queen appeared after the 3rd year. also moving for similar reasons. Anyway, this is one of the most common ways for previous empires to use the three races. Looking at the Dark Shadow Squad kneeling before him, Ash said, "You chose to sacrifice yourselves for your people. That is a noble spirit of sacrifice." He didn't forget to add a sarcastic jab, but also truly foolish. Gothan dropped his facade and replied, "Even if all of your highness's predictions are true, it won't change anything. Observing his fellow survivors who sacrificed, you suspect that we've been sentenced to death? I'm sure the official order has already reached you, hasn't it? What's the point of you saying all that to a bunch of dead men walking like us? I don't know what you're trying to imply. Are you mocking me, your highness? Or is this just some kind of royal entertainment for you? Do you really think so, Gothern?" He shook the document in his hand and said, "The official order says to carry out the execution, but it says nothing about how it should be done." Ash's sinister gaze bore into Gothern. "Hanging, beheading, burning at the stake, or cremation, it's all up to me. This vast, rugged landscape is also a warning of the danger," Ash continued. "This is the monster front, where monsters swarm in every day like a disaster." His tone grew serious as he made an offer before Gothern's wary eyes. "I could station you here on the front lines to fight, then report to headquarters that the execution has been carried out. I could do that. I requested reinforcements, but I received 5 death row convicts who are supposedly usable. But the fact that Central sent 5 prisoners without specifying how to handle them carries an implication. Do whatever you want with them." Ash knelt on one knee and spoke up. "That's why I want to ask you this." To Gothern's astonishment, he asked, "Do you want to live?" Ash looked Gothern in the eye. "If you could continue to live without harming your own people, would you be willing to prolong this miserable life of yours?" Gothern replied gloomily, "What would we even do with our wretched lives?" Ash smiled, satisfied, and replied, "Whatever you want. Anything I want." As the forest breeze drifted by, he said, "As long as you're alive, you're bound to accomplish something." The cold iron shackles wrapped around his wrists. Gothern spoke up. "Don't give us false hope, your highness. You could just use a whip or a blade to kill us right now." The others remained silent, agreeing with his words. "Dismember us, slit our throats, feed us to the dogs, we'll accept whatever comes." Gothern shouted with sudden intensity. "But don't offer us hope like beautiful flowers stained with blood. It only hurts us more. We've grown used to despair. If we start hoping and dreaming about the future, we'll eventually be betrayed. If we give up from the start, at least we won't get hurt," Ash said coldly. "Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of giving you anything that glittery. From the very start, I never intended to offer any kind of hope. That isn't something I can just give you." He faced Gothern again. "I only want to give you a chance," he said earnestly. "A chance to keep living." Gothern was deeply puzzled by Ash's actions. "Why? Why go out of your way to save us?" He put on a serious face and replied, "Don't ask the obvious. Because I need you here. Even if it's hard to say." Explaining why he truly needed these people was necessary. Thinking of the practical outlook, Ash explained, "Currently, the monster front is suffering from a lack of talent. We desperately need skilled warriors. If you help us, it will be easier for me to protect this place. The monster invasions are getting stronger. If this place falls, the autonomous region where your people live will also be in danger. Protecting this front is, ultimately, just a way to protect your own people, right?" Ash slowly stood up and said, "All right. I've explained myself. The choice is yours." He stood tall and reminded them. "However, I do want to ask one thing of you." Under the light of the exorcism, he stood proud and gave his order. "Don't just continue your own lives. Live to protect your people." Gothern remained silent for a moment, then replied, "Just as you said." He slowly recounted his own story. "Just as you said, we currently have an agreement with the Special Forces. Once we 5 have completed our mission and are quietly disposed of, our people will receive enough food to survive for the next year." Trading his own life so his people could continue to exist. They had accepted that fate. Gothern looked at his comrades standing beside him, ready to sacrifice themselves, and said firmly, "Of course, I don't want to die. But my people are living in such poverty that there's no other way. I have been forced to prepare myself to throw this life away at any moment for the sake of my people, to the point of risking his life without a second thought." Under the rustling of the wind and trees, under the fiery red sunset, Gothern pleaded, "Your Highness, if you cannot do what you promised, please, just end us right now." He bowed his head respectfully, begging, "But if you truly intend to give us a chance, please take responsibility until the very end." Ash placed his hand over his heart and boldly accepted the plea. "Very well, I agree. I, the third Prince Ash, born Hatter Everblack, swear on my blood and my name." Gothern's expression changed, becoming sharp. he said. Then, and used his strength to easily shatter the iron shackles on his wrists. I swear, from now on, the 8th Squad of the Aegis Special Forces vows loyalty to Prince Ash. From this moment on, Gothern waved his hand to free his comrades. Although they could have escaped on their own, they had been tightly bound. The Dark Shadow Squad escaped their bonds and began to reveal their true faces. Gothern solemnly declared, "We are but names and bullets." He knelt to pay his respects, adding, "Or perhaps just a passing wind." The entire Dark Shadow Squad performed their most solemn ritual, facing Ash and asserting, "You may use us in any way you wish, even if it means throwing our lives away in vain." He smiled, satisfied, and thought to himself, "All right, I will never throw you away. I will keep you and use you until the very end." Right after returning to Crossroads, after scaring off the escorts, the prisoners, I kicked them out of the city. Ash recalled what had transpired. Although the captain demanded that he confirm the execution, I told him that I couldn't keep a liar who lied to the royal family in my city. "Get out. I have already assigned the 8th Squad of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps, staying in the rooms at the Crossroads mansion. I used the excuse that they were high-profile prisoners, so I kept them in the prison at the mansion. I used that excuse. Of course, with my authority, I could turn a blind eye and let them stay here forever. But there are many prying eyes here. That alone was enough to create a problem. Humans have been fighting races that resemble them for generations, and the war lasted for 100 years. The hatred and rivalry are engraved deep in their hearts, perhaps even deeper than I could ever imagine." Ash walked down the hallway, lost in thought. So where should I keep them later, and what should I even call them? While thinking, I stood in front of the room where the 5 agents were staying. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. Ash gently pushed the door open and said, "It's me. I'm coming in." Looking inside the room, Bodyback was excitedly bouncing on the bed. A sound rang out, interrupting Ash's voice. "The bed! This bed! How long has it been since we were in a room this decent? It's so comfortable. So comfortable. Really, really comfortable." Ogun smiled brightly and said, "The food is good too." School also happily replied, "Delicious, delicious." The kids played together with Gotham. The Dark Shadow Squad, right now, were just loved ones in their family. They said to Gotham, "I want to eat more. Do you think they have snacks?" Suddenly, they realized Ash was peeking in from the door and screamed in panic, "Your Highness!" The mansion was instantly filled with a deafening silence. What? After calming down, the Dark Shadow Squad quickly formed up and bowed respectfully. It left Ash speechless. "Greetings, Your Highness." Trying to be calm now was pointless. He helplessly spoke up. "You know, it's too late to act serious now, right?" Gotham, with a feather still stuck in his hair, wore a serious expression, avoiding the question. "We don't know what you're talking about. We are the EG Special Forces. We are cold, emotionless, and are killing machines." Ash quickly cut him off. "Enough." He happily held up the basket in his hand and said, "Want a midnight snack?" The Dark Shadow Squad's eyes sparkled as they stared at the food basket. The food was laid out on the plate. Forks moved like lightning to stab at the food. The Dark Shadow Squad acted as if programmed, their biting and swallowing synchronized to a scary degree. Ash watched, speechless, and hesitated. "Hey, you guys, in this suffocating atmosphere," he said, "don't sit like that. Eat comfortably." He thought to himself, "You don't need to chew all at once, you know." Gotham, with the feather on his head, replied respectfully, "It's fine, Your Highness. We're completely at ease now." Ash silently evaluated them. "Can you take that thing off before we talk?" Before heading back to Crossroad, Gotham had summarized each person's abilities for me. I started to recall. First was the team leader, codenamed Gotham. Gotham was an iron mage. His specialty was iron. As long as the metal contained iron, he could turn it into anything he wanted. Next was the elf girl with chubby cheeks, codenamed Bodybag. Bodybag's ability was telekinesis. She could lift heavy objects and move teammates across the battlefield, or throw weapons. She was a close-range combat expert, codename Ogon. She had a sharp, intelligent look and seemed to be the youngest one here. She was very skilled at fighting alongside her teammates and used dual crossbows. She also had a lot of experience hunting monsters. Next was the only N rank among the 5, codenamed Skun. I don't know what he had been through, but his face was covered in scars from being slashed by something sharp. Skun was a long-range sniper who used a longbow. He was very good at masking his presence. That's why he was the best at ambushes. Finally, the agent in charge of the team's firepower, codenamed Burnout. Unlike the others on the team, she still wore a muzzle. Her weapon was a custom-designed slingshot. They said she couldn't control her abilities yet, Seeing the 5 of them sitting there devouring their food, Ash sighed, thinking how if developed properly, these people. But anyway, in this place, they were just ordinary children. These children had to sacrifice themselves, so their species could survive a little longer. This meant the elves were in a bad state. Gothan sincerely bowed and spoke solemnly. "The mercy and kindness your highness has shown us, we will etch into our hearts." Ash replied modestly, "It's not mercy or kindness, it's just a late-night snack." After a while, they finished eating. Initially, I intended to use food to get them to lower their guard and ask a few questions, but seeing how guarded they were, it would be hard to get an honest answer. He spoke up and asked, "So, how long have the 5 of you been fighting as a group?" Gothan honestly replied, "The team has only been together for a year and a half, sir." He recounted slowly. "As candidates for the Special Forces, we were managed together, so we've known each other since we were kids." A question suddenly popped into my head. Special Forces candidates managed? Recalling the old days, Gothan explained, "We lost our country and our land, so the only resource the elves had left was us. We used countless ways to sell our own manpower. Those difficult times were deeply ingrained in his mind." Gothan recounted that for the children who could fight, they had to train from a young age like future soldiers. Then, depending on the missions from their superiors, those with suitable skills would be put into a group. The more he talked, the more his mood sank. We trained together as a team for that mission, and after the mission, Ash interrupted, asking, "You would be discarded even if the mission was completed?" Gothan admitted, "Yes. From the perspective of the human empire, this strategy was extremely effective. Even during dangerous missions, human lives were not sacrificed, and the risk rate was kept at its lowest. If they succeeded, great. But if they failed, we could be treated as if we were nothing, because that's what the elves did. Back when they were the main rivals of humans, they had many ways to pretend ignorance for political reasons. And in reality, there was almost zero risk, and the benefits were easy to obtain. It was very effective, but it was also very cruel." Ash wondered about the idea of using the lives of those using other species as weapons. How could they do such a thing? Ash asked in a low, somber voice. "What about the Supreme Commander of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps? What about him?" "Who is he?" Gothan replied calmly. "We had no reason to hesitate, and we didn't keep anything from your highness." "Surely, you already knew. You just wanted me to confirm it," Gothan added. Ash, caught off guard by his words, felt a flicker of unease. "No, wait. I asked because I truly didn't know," Ash insisted. Gothan continued. "The commander of the Aegis Counterintelligence Corps has always been a member of the royal family for generations." As he listened to the next part, Ash could hardly believe his ears. "It's the second prince, Fernandez Amber Keeper Everblack. He is the prime minister in charge of domestic affairs, but he is also the older brother who sent these people to me, and he was the one who kept them on a leash." Ash recalled the past. "Please take this, your highness. This is the restload, the chain that proves our loyalty." Ash wondered, "What is this?" Listening to Gothan continue. "That is the detonator for the collars around our necks. If we are captured by the enemy, it will kill us." Back in the present, the moment the name Fernandez was mentioned, a flash of discomfort crossed the agents' faces. These were agents who wouldn't fear sacrificing their own lives, but the mere mention of his name terrified them. Ash pondered, "Fernandez, what kind of person is he? He never appeared in the game. I should keep an eye on him." A heavy, somber mood stifled the air in the room. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. The atmosphere is too gloomy. He quickly changed the subject, successfully breaking the silence. "How is this room? Do you all like it?" Gothan replied, "Your Highness, for the past few months, we were locked in death row prison cells, and for the past day, we were confined inside a prisoner carriage." Looking around the room, he added happily, "To us, this room is like paradise. Honestly, it's wonderful." Ash asked awkwardly, "Is that so? How is the food?" I put some thought into it. Aren't elves supposed to be unable to eat meat? But I heard they are mostly vegetarians, so I made a special request to the chef to prepare a vegetarian meal. Even the snacks I just brought also used the remaining ingredients from earlier. Seeing the 8 empty plates on the floor, Ash answered excitedly, "After eating the food from the prison, nothing is better than a meal like this, sir." Scun and Bodyback nodded excitedly in agreement. "Some of us are at that age where we're always hungry." "Thank you so much." But Gothan persisted with his offer, saying, "We will eat, sleep, and do whatever you wish, so please, feel free to treat us like objects, your highness." Ash was speechless, thinking, "No, if I do that, I'll feel uncomfortable. I'm just an ordinary 21st century citizen from Seoul, South Korea. How could I treat others like objects?" Afterward, we talked a bit more about their lives here, covering things like clothing and their range of movement. He stood up, preparing to leave, and reminded them, "All right, keep talking and adjusting for now." The Shadow Squad bowed respectfully in unison. "Thank you once again. Have a good night, Your Highness." Ash replied according to custom. "Yeah, you too." Ash waved his hand. He said goodbye, but upon realizing his own actions, he panicked, just like last time. I waved back again? What the hell is wrong with me? As he walked out the door, Ash could still hear the whispering of the Shadow Squad. "The prince is kind, isn't he? He's a good person, right?" "He is. He even gave us a midnight snack." "A midnight snack? I hope he gives us one again." Ash smiled, quietly calculating. I should move them to a better soundproof room. In the end, he still hadn't asked them what he was curious about. Did they really start the war? The war between the Everblack Empire and the Bringer Duchy was a major event, even in the game. From the moment the duchy fell, many larger events followed. War refugees began flooding into Crossroads, and merchants moved there as well. A large hostile NPC organization was also formed. If I could recruit all of them, they would become a huge source of support for the war. With these monsters, if everything goes in the wrong direction, we will have to face both humans and monsters. In the game, I could easily join the army, but now that I have accepted the Aegis Squad, those responsible for sparking this war are on my side. No one knows if this could be a turning point for the future. Ash stood dumbfounded before his own tangled thoughts. Now, a sub-faction had been established. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Lucas crept in, startled to see Ash. He shouted, "Oh, you startled me. What are you doing here, Lucas?" Lucas, with his upright demeanor, knelt and reported, "Your Highness, you went in there alone?" "So, I was prepared to intervene if anything happened. They are still death row rebels. I thought someone should keep an eye on them." Ash looked at the button in his hand and replied, "No need. I have this. So it's fine. There will always be unforeseen situations. Even for Lucas's sake, I should keep an eye on them." The next morning, Kelly the blacksmith greeted Ash excitedly. "I've been waiting for you, sir." He happily opened the chest on the table, and a blinding light appeared. He said, "This is the result of the dismantling you requested. The beginning of the next phase is approaching. Phase 3, in 5 days and 14 hours. We must gradually accelerate preparations for the defensive battle." So, from this very morning, Blacksmith Guild leader Kelly excitedly spoke up. "I am ready for orders, Your Highness." His face was full of confidence. He opened the chest on the table and happily said, "This is the result of dismantling the equipment that you requested last time." "Huh? Could it be?" A sparkling gem appeared, a special standard magic core, SSL grade. Ash held it in his hand, screaming inwardly. It worked. Last time, when dismantling the cavalry spears and Evangeline's shield, he dismantled 4 pieces of equipment, but only got 1 core. It was clearly a huge loss. Dismantling equipment depends on the level of damage. The probability of obtaining a magic core also decreases. The system board appeared. Success probability, 8%. Do you want to continue dismantling the equipment? Yes or no? Ash thought excitedly. This is how it should be from the start. Kelly placed the equipment on the table and reported to him. 3 magic guns, as ordered by you, are also finished. The 3 magic guns were made from 3 magic cores. The golden gargoyles, finally finished. Characteristics of the Severus gun type, level 25. Classification, attack magic gun. Damage, 11 to 66. Durability, 6 out of 6. Magazine capacity, 6 out of 6. The last bullet in the magazine is always a critical hit, Kelly explained. All 3 have the same shape, so I named it Severus's. Ash picked it up and observed it with interest, replying, "You mean the 3-headed dog Cerberus in hell? That's a great name." A total of 6 guns had been created so far. I heard that all magic guns are used by only one person. Considering the recoil it exerts on the user's body, I tried to craft it as compact as possible. Lozen was still burning with flames. Ash praised it. It's quite small and light, so it'll have an advantage in close-range combat. You've worked hard, Kelly. Kelly replied humbly. What hard work? It's nothing. He put the 3 guns away and said to him, Pardon me for continuing to place another order right now. Ash placed the materials on the table and said, The things I want this time are the golden gargoyle magic core and the golden armor fragments. He requested 5. Seriously, equipment made from materials dropped by a boss. Kelly was startled by those words. Boss equipment? Black Spider, Queen's magic core. When defeating a dungeon boss monster, there is a high probability of dropping a specialized magic core. This magic core can be used to create equipment. Artifacts. You just need to put it into the necessary equipment and use it. Equipment used by the boss equipment is modeled after those items. It can only be created when you have the corresponding materials and boss magic core. Their performance is very good, so if conditions and circumstances allow, it should be created. Over the past period, I haven't been able to create any. For example, the Spectral Knight, the boss of the stage. A piece of equipment that can be made from the materials of this boss is the Spectral Knight's Greatsword, the Greatsword of the Ghost Knight. But the problem is, no character uses a greatsword. In other stages, high-level monsters, sub-bosses, and dungeon bosses don't drop enough necessary materials. But this time, I have the Golden Gargoyle's magic core and armor fragments in my hands. Therefore, the boss equipment this time, the golden armor, can finally be created. Ash slammed his hand on the table and ordered solemnly, "Try to make it as thin and light as possible. It's not too heavy, nor will it be a hassle to move in," Kelly said with a worried tone. "But if we make it that light, won't our defense drop significantly?" Ash didn't seem to care and agreed quickly. "It's fine. The easier it is to move, the better. Though, initially, I thought of it as a tier 1000 armor for physical defense, but my requirements have made it more like a mage's robe." Ash walked away, leaving behind a note. "I'll leave it to you, okay?" Kelly replied loudly and enthusiastically. "Yes, Your Highness. I'll do my best." Afterward, at the alchemy workshop, he looked at the creation in front of him and praised it with satisfaction. Not bad at all. The anti-magic enchantment has been successfully repaired without any issues. But that's not why I'm here today. Ash flashed a bright smile and waved at Lily. She jumped, startled, and replied, "Your Highness? Is that really you?" Immediately after, her face darkened, and she said lethargically, "Don't tell me I have to go to the front lines again?" He confirmed it sheepishly. "Yeah, I'm afraid so." But this wasn't the first time she'd been at the front. Whenever a defensive battle occurred, she was always there on the ramparts. Lily sat in her chair, trembling, and said, "What can I even do? It's such a misfortune to have been born a mage." Ash panicked and stammered, Lily, you." He was flustered and anxious. Are you crying?" Seeing the tear-streaked face of Lily, he hurried to comfort her. "Don't cry. It's my fault, but I still need you on the battlefield." Lily, looking pained, made a request. "Your Highness, I have a favor to ask." Ash replied instantly. "Go ahead, tell me." Thinking of his own glorious vision, she said, "If many junior mages arrive in the future, please, let them come and greet me." When they first join, he was bewildered and asked, What?" Lily explained confidently, "I want to show off that I'm a great mage, but my talent is only average. Let alone being trained at the Ivory Tower, I haven't even been taught by a truly great master." She gripped Ash's hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes as she earnestly pleaded, "There will be great mages in the future. Won't a lot of them be coming to the front lines? Only then will I be able to settle down and work like a regular office employee." Ash asked skeptically, "Is that all?" Lily looked frightened and said, "I don't want to be ignored by those brilliant, talented juniors." She replied firmly, "Please, treat me kindly as a senior mage. Even if I can't walk, even if I'm just doing desk work, I still want to be seen as a mage in everyone's eyes." Ash looked sympathetic and affirmed, "All right, I understand. Lily, no one will dare ignore you, and even if they do, I'll definitely drag them out and give them a beating." He patted her wheelchair, encouraging her, "My top-tier mage, you're capable of so much more than that. I can do anything for you, except let you retire." Lily, with dark circles under her eyes, sighed and replied, "Fine then. Don't worry, I won't run away. When you call me, I'll be there." Ash scratched his head in embarrassment. "Thank you. Now, let's start with the mages of the Aegis Special Forces. I'll make sure to order them to greet you first." After finishing his schedule, on the way back to the mansion, the sky was gloomy with thick clouds, and the sound of leaves rustling against each other filled the air. Jupiter, the mage of the lightning element, their core source of area of effect damage, had been temporarily taken out of the game to recover from his injuries. Ash looked at the system interface and thought, "But luckily, I have a high-quality backup team." He observed the information board, calculating the current status of the team. The main team is at 0.0. How can I maximize performance in this battle? I've been thinking of many strategies and methods. Suddenly, the stone on his neck emitted a blinding red light. The light burst out from the carriage, illuminating the entire area. "No," Ash said cautiously. "Is this a notification for a dark event? Damn this challenge. That someone tried to force upon me to beat this game." A notification box appeared. "Dark event activated. Boss monsters added. Another boss is appearing? Ash gasped. He was secretly panicked. Is this for real? 2 bosses? The information board clearly recorded the enemy info for Stage 4, Level 15, Rock Gargoyle, 360. Level 20 Steam Gargoyle, 242. Ash was bewildered. Double bosses? He helplessly slapped his forehead, thinking the boss of the Gargoyle Legion was already hard enough to kill. Yet, his eyes seemed heavy with fatigue. Now there are 2? How am I supposed to fight that? But very quickly, Ash regained his spirit and silently made up his mind. No, let's think as positively as possible. Stay optimistic. Double the loot from the bosses. Double the experience points gained. Dealing with 2 bosses is normal in the mid to late game. It shouldn't be that hard to get through, right? Wait, they say that the pain that doesn't kill us makes us stronger. In an RPG like this, nothing could be more true. He laughed at himself. Yeah, even more terrifying, dark events are waiting. More bosses and stronger enemies will appear. Remembering those dark things, Ash affirmed. But I will kill you all, you bastards. I'll kill you, get the upgrade items, and storm your base. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anger, and thought, the tougher the challenge, the stronger I will become. I'll make you regret this. Thunder rumbled in the sky, as if confirming his resolve. Ash shouted angrily, if you want to come, then bring it on. And just like that, with the faint scent of rain, Stage 4 was fast approaching. Afterward, the preparations for the defensive battle went smoothly. No, let me correct that. While preparing for the defensive battle, we encountered a major obstacle. Lily looked at the 2 people in front of her, confused. What's this? What's going on? Ash explained. You asked me to bring the next generation of mages to greet you, so I brought the High Elves first. Lily, in her wheelchair, forcefully pulled him away, saying, Wait a minute, Your Highness. Ash shouted in confusion. What? What is it? She whispered, worried. Are the new recruits, are they from the elf tribe? He replied calmly. You noticed right away? That's right. They are of the elf tribe. Lily's pupils contracted in terror. Seeing the gloom on her face, Ash hurried to ask, What's wrong? What's the matter? She replied with a tearful voice. Your Highness, the reason I have the fire attribute, do you still remember? He asked, bewildered. Of course I do. Was it because the goblins attacked your village? To avoid being wounded by the goblins' sharp blades, she awakened her fire-type magic. Trembling, she asked, That's right, but on that day, did you know who opened the gate to let the goblins flood into my village? Lily struggled to look him in the eyes. They were your own kind, the elves. My family had helped them. She struggled to recall the horrific memories that unfolded. My parents felt pity for the elf family being hunted by slave traders, so they let them into our villa. They even hired them as servants for a year. She recounted the kindness her family had shown, providing them with plenty of food, clothes, and shelter. But then, the horrific memories came rushing back. Lily recounted. 1 year later, one day, they suddenly declared they could never forgive humans. They opened the gates protecting the village and summoned a horde of goblins. The final result left her filled with hatred. The entire village was razed to the ground. Lily recalled that painful scene, saying, My parents were hacked to death, and I was the only one left. She was silent for a moment, then spoke up. Your Highness, no matter how kind we may be, they will always despise humans. Lily looked toward Gothan, warning him. One day, they will surely betray your Highness. This is my advice to you. Looking at his face, Lily continued, I don't know why you recruited them, but never trust them completely. Just like those who opened the gates of my village, they could destroy the defensive line here. Ash listened to her seriously, and then asked a question. Lily, you hate the elves very much, don't you? Her hands clenched until she trembled as she replied, I hate them just as much as I fear their blades. Even if they haven't done anything wrong to you? He asked again. Lily's face darkened. She clutched her own arm and answered with difficulty. They and we are 2 different races. I can't help but hate them, and they feel the same. That is the reality. It was a deep chain of hatred born from the long history of this world that I wasn't even aware of. Before I knew it, Gothan had approached, cutting off their conversation. I apologize, but Ash started, startled. Huh? How long have you been standing there? He bowed his head and spoke. Please forgive me. As an intelligence officer, I have a habit of listening to my surroundings, even when I don't want to hear. Because of that, I accidentally overheard your conversation, Ash asked awkwardly. So, you've heard everything we said just now? Gothan replied frankly. Yes, sir. Please forgive this rudeness. As Gothan drew closer, Lily's complexion turned pale. She truly loathed the elf people. Gothan turned to her and asked, Lily, I just want to say one thing. Lily was startled and stammered, What? He wore a calm expression and said, I truly do not intend to ask for your forgiveness. Even if I did, the emotional wounds you have endured could not be healed. Lily's face darkened, uncomfortable listening to him. My resentment toward your race won't fade away because of that. Looking back at the allies guarding the ramparts, Gothan explained, But, Lily, we are on the same front line. Before our country fell, humans and elves stood together to fight the monsters. Remembering the darkness of the world, he said firmly, we share the same enemy. Gothan sincerely suggested, let's put personal feelings aside for now, and let's fight according to His Highness's orders, shall we? Gothan's words hit the mark, but Lily stubbornly denied it. No way. I will never trust the words of an elf again. She looked straight at him and challenged him. Aren't you the same as me? You hate humans too. Humans destroyed your country and turned your people into slaves. You must hate us, right? Eyes locked. Looking at each other, Lily asserted, 2 races have been at war for 1,000 years, and your kind were kept as slaves for 100 years. Surely, both sides must hate each other deeply, until one of the two disappears completely. She turned her head to avoid Gothan's gaze and said, It's not just me. Others will surely feel uneasy seeing elves on the front lines. Lily turned toward Ash, offering her opinion. Using these people is a very short-sighted decision, Your Highness. I beg you to reconsider. He replied calmly. Lily, if that's the case, then you might have to stay on the front lines. Lily answered with determination. Fine. I accept. She screamed in agony. I'd rather stay on the front lines than fight alongside these elves. I couldn't believe that Lily, who was always so eager to retire, would say such things. Lucas was also uneasy about using the elves. Surely, everyone feels just like Lily does. What should I do now? Ash's attention was drawn as Gothan spoke up. Lily, I will be honest. Just as you said, I truly do not like humans. She bit her lip to suppress her reaction as she listened to him. But does that really matter? Lily asked suspiciously. What do you mean? Gothan remembered his past captivity and said, Our country was destroyed. Our race lived in a position lower than humans. The power of life and death over our squad and all our people belonged to the Empire. And it also belongs to the Prince. Without the mercy of the Empire, people like me would be no different from tiny creatures. It wouldn't be a surprise if we died suddenly. Gothan opened his collar, revealing the collar he was wearing, and continued, What is the point of resentment when my life is already in His Highness's hands? His mood darkened. Gothan remembered his younger siblings and said, I only hope my people back home can live for one more day, that my teammates can stay together a little longer. That is all I want. Lily listened to the whole story in silence. I hope the same goes for you, Lily. Looking at her legs, Gothan said, Even though you cannot walk, you still chose to stay here and work. Isn't it to protect the people you love? Lily stammered. Gothan continued to explain. Elves and humans are certainly not good friends, but we are currently facing the same enemy, and we both have the same goal. To fight for the people we love, he said firmly. Having just one reason is enough for us to fight together, isn't it? Lily was convinced, but she remained stubborn. We might be able to fight the monsters together for now, but I still can't forgive you people. Absolutely not, Gothan replied calmly. That doesn't matter, because I'm already used to it. Lily turned to Ash. Only for this defensive battle, Your Highness. Ash looked confused. Huh? She answered decisively. I will fight alongside them in the upcoming defensive battle. Lily stated her terms. But what if, after that, if they don't leave, then I will leave this front line. She turned her back and started to walk away, saying, I'm tired. Just get some rest for a while. Lily, whom I know is a very kind person, deeply thoughtful, caring for others, and someone who puts the greater good above her own interests, a friendly person like Lily could carry such deep hatred. He watched her back as she walked away, thinking, the hatred is truly deep, deeper than I imagined. So much resentment carried through the long history. Ash patted Gothan on the shoulder. I brought you here to greet her, but it ended up like this, he replied. It's all right, sir. Things like this happen often. The way Lily treated me was actually quite gentle. Ash started to ponder. She's such a fool. Everyone is sensitive about this issue. Gothan spoke up, praising him. Your Highness, you are truly wonderful. Ash looked surprised. Huh? Gothan explained. Even people who treat us well, I always see them looking at us with prejudice, always receiving looks full of contempt, he said, with a look of respect. But Your Highness is not like that. You are truly amazing. I am really grateful to you. Ash felt shy and thought to himself, that's just because I'm someone from another world. I'm just a small-time citizen from Earth with an incredibly narrow mindset. Gothan comforted him. You don't need to worry about that. If anyone is wary of or looks down on us, he said with deep loyalty, in the upcoming defensive battle, we will certainly prove it, that we are completely worthy of being on this front line. I hope that the main squad and the support squad will soon get along. Right now, I'm genuinely worried when seeing the sparks fly between the two sides right before the battle begins. After all, having a headache over personnel issues like this is something a commander must shoulder. Although they were a support squad, their participation in the defense was confirmed. So, at the time, with only 3 days left before the defensive battle, Ash called out, "Lucas, bring them in." Lucas replied, "Yes, my lord." Gothan asked, looking puzzled, "Your Highness, this is—" Ash held the clothes in his hands and said, "From now on, wear this uniform." The group exclaimed loudly, "Huh? Clothing?" They happily tried on the clothes, saying, "We have food, shelter, and now clothes too?" Gothan looked at the kids helplessly. "Hey, you guys," Ash explained, "this is a military uniform, issued to every soldier on the monster front. There are many ways to get everyone to bond, but the easiest way is to use a uniform. Looking at the color of the uniform, one of the ways to increase the sense of camaraderie in the game is to provide uniforms. The army costs a bit, spending a decent amount to make uniforms for the entire military, but the results are very solid. Therefore, I had a special type of uniform made for the soldiers on this monster front. And above all, this is my philosophy on uniforms. Uniforms must look cool. They have to be trendy and breathable. Cool enough that you feel proud wearing them anywhere. That way, everyone can feel proud to put them on. To wear them, one must join the army." Ash had already approved the new uniforms produced for the monster front, and even Evangeline complimented them. "They look great just like that," he said calmly, then continued, "When you need to hide your identities, use these masks and hoods." When they put them on, Ash gave a look of pure approval. "They look awesome. Really suits you." Sunlight streamed in through the window as he spoke up. Then, Ash lowered his voice and declared, "From this moment on, you are no longer members of the 8th Squad, the Aegis Special Forces. That unit is dead. Starting today, you are a unit under the direct command of the 3rd Prince, Ash Harder Evenback." The squad bowed respectfully. Hearing the commander, he continued, "You will be known as the Shadow Squad. Officially, you are death row inmates. You are people who were supposed to be executed. At the monster front, many complications will arise if you continue using the identities of the 8th Squad of the Aegis Special Forces. That is why I decided to wipe your records clean and give you new names." With sharp eyes and ready to take orders, Ash confidently issued the mission. "Now, go hunt some monsters." 3 days later, the morning of the defensive battle arrived, and then, the monsters flew in, turning the sky ink black. Ash gathered all the members for a meeting and spoke clearly. He announced, "All right, everyone is here. Let's begin." He picked up a piece of chalk and tapped the blackboard where he had drawn the battle strategy. "First, I will explain the basic strategy for this defensive battle." The scene shifted to the brutal battlefield. A soldier fighting in the fray shouted, "They're diving in!" Ash and Lucas stood on the ramparts, looking up at the sky filled with gargoyles. The system interface appeared, analyzing. Stage 4. Enemy info. Level 2. 15 level 15 stone gargoyles. Number 360, 242, steel gargoyles. Level 20. Ash smirked and said, "Been waiting for you, you damn gargoyles." Lucas observed the surroundings and spoke up. "It looks like it might rain. It's unclear how this weather will affect us." He looked at the gloomy sky and shared his suspicion. "I don't think rain will be good for us," Ash replied with a determined look. "Whether it rains or not doesn't really matter. What else can we do? Rain or snow, what we must do remains unchanged." The swarm of gargoyles kept pouring in. "Destroy the gargoyles and protect the people. That is the meaning of our existence, and the purpose of this monster front." Before the Imperial flag fluttering in the wind, Ash shouted to the entire army, "Listen up." The soldiers preparing the artillery were captivated. He continued to boost their morale. "I won't say much. After we kill them all, we'll throw a victory banquet tonight," Ash confidently asserted. "Once we're full and satisfied, we'll stretch our legs out and get some sleep." Those words were like a stimulant, sending the soldiers' spirits soaring. Cheers echoed throughout the fortress. He raised his hand to signal the order. "All troops, prepare to fire." Hearing the command, the soldiers immediately moved into position, readying mass artillery shells and crossbows. With high spirits, Ash powerfully ordered, "Fire." Explosions rang out as the artillery shells flew, beginning the battle. Commander Rose stood by, supervising and shouting, "Fire!" The anti-aircraft fire net began to deploy. A series of cannons fired, their flashes lighting up the area as each shell followed its trajectory. They flew straight toward the swarm of gargoyles hovering in the sky. Impacts occurred, and explosions erupted across the horizon. After the barrage, smoke billowed out. As the thick smoke gradually dispersed, a scout holding binoculars blankly stared at the scene before him, seeing the gargoyle swarm still rushing toward them with full force. He hurriedly shouted, "Our firepower is having no effect on them." Seeing the monster's terrifying expressions, the scout screamed in fear. "They're charging at us!" Ash remained calm and ordered, "It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. Whether our firepower damages the enemy or not, focus on maintaining the barrage to block them." Immediately after, waves of artillery continued to fire under his command. "All troops, keep firing. Keep shooting." Returning to the time in the meeting room, Lucas looked at the strategy Ash had presented and asked, "Your Highness, do you mean to set up a zone and focus on destroying them there?" He answered leisurely, "That's exactly it." Lucas wondered again, "But our enemies this time, aren't they a gargoyle legion?" "They are gargoyles capable of flying in the sky," Ash confidently explained. "You're right, Lucas. They are flying monsters, so there's no way for wooden walls and obstacles to touch them, let alone controlling their flight path. Creating a zone to kill them on the ground is completely pointless." Each chalk line drawn on the blackboard created a diagram. He said, "That is why we will create a kill zone for them in the sky." To everyone's surprise, Ash revealed his idea. To do this, we must continuously fire cannons and ballistae. That way, a fire net will be formed in the sky by arrows and artillery shells. He began to analyze the enemy. Gargoyles are mysterious magical creatures. Their bodies are made of stone or steel. They can certainly boast about their defensive capabilities, which are ridiculously high. Even if we poured all our available firepower into them, it would be hard to kill them all. Ash calmly mapped out the practical strategy. But at least our firepower can force them to move the way we want. In the center area, the density of fire will be lowest, and they will all flock to this area. After finishing, he confidently wrapped it up with one sentence, "And this place will become their graveyard. This is the zone where we can take them down in the sky." Standing on the ramparts, Ash shouted powerfully, "Maintain the combat formation. Focus on maintaining the fire net." Even though they were startled by the enemy's strength, the soldiers quickly regained their composure. If there is a clear goal, soldiers won't lose control. Keep firing. Just keep firing. A storm of gunpowder and metal swept through the gargoyle formation. They began to lose the ability to resist. This was the goal of the anti-aircraft fire net from the very beginning. It doesn't matter if you damage them or not. Use the physical force from the momentum of the shells, arrows, and explosions to push them back. Before the powerful attack, the gargoyles began to crack, and finally, one gargoyle was killed. Ash excitedly blurted out, "That's it! High physical defense doesn't mean they're invincible." Seeing this, the morale of the soldiers became more ignited than ever because they realized that what they were doing was not meaningless at all. The system board kept changing. "Our firepower is truly effective." The artillery fire continued to be maintained. A soldier shouted excitedly, "They've been pushed back." Ash urgently ordered, "Keep firing. Maintain the wall of fire. Keep going." The soldiers answered valiantly, "Yes, sir." Artillery shells were fired continuously without stopping. The gargoyles on the left and right wings were shredded and finally had to abandon their initial path. All of them began to head toward the center of the wall, and that was exactly where we intentionally lured them from the start. They rushed to the center area, where the firepower was lowest. This made Ash extremely satisfied. "That's right, you stupid idiots." Back to the time of discussing the war strategy. Lucas looked at the blackboard and said, "I understand the strategy you used to force them into that area." Ash asked, feeling curious. "But the problem is, how will we wipe them out in that area? Lady Jupiter won't be able to join this battle." "Is there a way to eliminate these guys, sir?" Ash replied seriously. "It's not perfect, but there is a way." He began the explanation process. "This is an off-topic question. Does anyone know how gargoyles fly?" Damien hesitantly raised his hand to speak. "Isn't it because they use their wings to fly?" Ash immediately denied it. "No way. That heavy body couldn't just float with only their wings." Damien guessed next. "So it's because of magic?" Ash drew the image again and replied with satisfaction. "Exactly. That's right. Their wings have magic embedded in them." Ash continued to pose a question. "Now, here is the next question. If two spells with the same attribute collide, what will happen?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lily and Gothan raised their hands simultaneously. He gave the choice. "Lily, go ahead," she confidently answered. "The higher level magic will devour the lower level magic." Ash agreed. "That's right." He continued craftily. So, if we shoot high-level magic at the gargoyles, what's happening? Returning to the intense battlefield, Ash shouts immediately, Lily, get a signal out now. Yes, Your Highness. Wind artifacts activated. Lily commands the mages to funnel their mana into the activation orbs. The low-level wind artifacts don't have much of an impact. They only fire weak gusts of wind at the enemy, but that's enough. Ash recalls the strategies he once mentioned. At this very moment, a sudden gust of wind strips away the wind-assisted flight of the gargoyles. He stares at them, stunned, realizing the anomaly. He thinks to himself, their wings are neutralized. It makes them stagger in midair before they start plummeting. As the flock of gargoyles falls freely toward the ground, Ash is still lost in thought. Their bodies are made of stone, steel, and incredibly heavy materials. If they fall from high up to the ground, they won't come out of it unscathed. The gargoyle hits the ground, and due to the massive impact, it immediately shatters into pieces. Chaos unfolds in the sky. If you spread both wings, you'll get hit by the wall of fire. But if you try to punch through one point ahead, you'll just nosedive into the ground. Ash analyzes the situation seriously. Now, what will you do? With mindless monsters like these gargoyles, their behavior was determined from the start. Kill the nearest target via the shortest path. Observing the battle, Ash shouts, Lily, how much longer can the wind artifacts hold? She quickly reports, only 20 seconds left. He commands, don't waste a single second. Activate the second artifact immediately. Just as the first artifact stops, Lily replies, understood. Ash looks at the watch on his wrist. As the moment arrives, he yells out, activate second wind artifact. The team receives the order. A little wind left over from the first artifact merges with the gust from the second artifact, blowing out an even stronger wind. For a moment, blocked by the violent wall of wind, the gargoyles can't get close and fall. But with their immense initial momentum, many gargoyles still make it past this deadly zone and start infiltrating the walls, one by one. One gargoyle successfully breaks through the defense, destroying a cannon. Another manages to climb the ramparts. A soldier screams in terror. They're climbing up! Seeing the massive silhouette in front of him, he freezes. The gargoyle opens its hideous mouth, emitting terrifying sounds. The sharp gazes of Lucas and Evangeline flare up. Both charge forward simultaneously to attack that gargoyle. It's quickly taken down and falls off the wall. Lucas says seriously, I'll handle the right side. Then, the left side is mine, Sir Lucas, Evangeline replies cheerfully. Currently, all the soldiers belonging to Crossroad have been mobilized to create a wall of fire. Ash turns to Damien and asks, are you ready, Damien? The boy answers calmly, yes, Your Highness. Damien, filled with determination, responds, I will do my absolute best. Repelling them is our mission now. Ash summons 3 swords and says with satisfaction, good, let's go. The frontline defense squad begins. The main squad's battle starts. Evangeline, with a shield and spear, engages in a fierce fight with 2 gargoyles. A bullet flies in to finish one off. Damien's eyes light up as he channels his mana. Lucas and Ash are also actively killing gargoyles on another side. After eliminating them, debris litters their feet. Lucas announces, the first wave of enemies has been wiped out. Ash remains tense, warning, don't lower your guard. This is just the opening act. The Gargoyle Legion is divided into 6 groups. So far, about 100 have been taken out. The second wave of gargoyles begins. Looking at the aerial battle, Lucas shouts, the second group of gargoyles is starting to climb. They attack the ramparts like lightning. Ash's sword spins once, then precisely severs the gargoyle's attempt to climb and attack. The gargoyle screams in pain, then falls freely. Upon impact, the gargoyle's body is shattered. Ash stands by, observing excitedly. Nice. Actually, I've been training on my own these past few days. Due to the debuff taking away 50% of the commander class's weapon proficiency, I've had a tough time since my progress is so slow. But thanks to diligent practice, I've been able to control the magic blades quite well in actual combat. Above in the sky, explosions and whirlwinds continued to rage. Seeing that the momentum was swinging in their favor, Ash thought, if the battle keeps going like this, we'll easily defeat them. Right then, Lily spoke up. Your Highness, the second wind generator is about to run out of time. Ash gasped and groaned inwardly. Already? How is time passing so quickly? He barked an order, turn on the third one the moment the second one stops. She quickly replied, yes, my lord. A short time later, the power of the wind generator weakened. Returning to the time of the meeting, Ash had proposed the idea of 3 wind generators positioned along the city walls, but there was one problem. He looked at Lily and asked, Lily, what are the operation and recharge times for the generators? She replied calmly. The operation time is 5 minutes, and the cooldown is 15 minutes. Ash smiled and said, Exactly. That is the reason. Why this strategy isn't perfect. Using chalk to draw frantically on the blackboard, he explained. First, the wind generator number 1 provides aerial interception for 5 minutes. Then it takes 15 minutes to recharge. The next generators follow that same pattern. Ash pointed to the diagram he had just drawn and said, But before the first generator is fully recharged, there is still a 5-minute gap. His face turned serious as he warned. 5 minutes. 5 minutes with absolutely nothing to intercept them from the air. They will take advantage of this opening to charge in. The energy orb gradually grew dim. Lily continued to announce, Wind generator. 1 minute left until it shuts down. Watching the barrage of attacks in the sky, Ash was inwardly anxious. He had to wait another 5 minutes for the first wind generator to fully recharge. Could they hold out? As the gargoyles launched their attack, a soldier screamed in fear. They're climbing up! Run! The gargoyles successfully landed on the wall. Ash gritted his teeth, clenching his fists to steady his emotions. Stay calm. Ash remained firm in his conviction. It wasn't about whether they could hold out or not. He was the one who made them think that. That was exactly why he was here. He stood before the other 4 and asked, Is everyone ready? Lucas voiced his concern. My lord, they will swarm the center as soon as the generator stops. Why aren't we deploying artillery to intercept them at the center? He observed the surrounding artillery fire and explained, No, if we do that, the anti-air fire on both flanks will thin out, and they could break through on those sides. Cannons and ballistae aren't suitable for close-quarters combat. It's better to draw the enemy's attention in this direction instead. Ash clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and said, All right, everyone, focus. Standing on the wall in the cold wind, he warned, In the next 5 minutes, the real battle will begin. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Ash encouraged them. I believe that. Everyone has trained hard enough to withstand this, but war is full of endless variables. We never know what might happen. He fiddled with the magic staff in his hand and said, Therefore, before the decisive battle begins, Ash raised his staff high and uttered a sentence that left the atmosphere in silence. Let's start by getting slapped in the palm. Lucas looked confused and pained, asking, My lord, did I hear that right? Ash snapped back, embarrassed. Prepare to take a hit, one by one. The magic staff I'm equipped with, Maestro, has a special ability. System display. Maestro, SSR, level 35. Type, staff. Attack power, 35 to 50. Durability, 10 out of 10. Creates and controls a net of magic swords in midair. When attacking directly with this staff, it deals fixed damage equal to 1% of current HP and buffs the target with a random effect. The effect only triggers once per day per target. Go ahead, show me what you've got. The wicked commander had arrived. It was time to use the random buff effect. The effect only triggers when I'm the one hitting them. I gave up on all my efforts to explain this strange mechanism, so I decided to execute it right then and there without further ado. Ash ordered like a strict proctor, Hurry up, we have no time. Everyone, hands out. Lucas, despite his reluctance, held out his hand with a pout, lamenting, My lord, what on earth did I do wrong? I am willing to accept punishment, but you should at least tell me what I did to deserve this. Hearing his whining, Ash became annoyed and struck without mercy. Enough, enough, too loud. You didn't do anything wrong, but you're still getting hit first. The system notified. Received high-level effect. Reduce mana consumption by half for 3 minutes. As a massive surge of power flowed from his palm into his body, Lucas was baffled. He felt the amazement and blurted out, My lord. Ash replied coldly, Yeah? Lucas excitedly pleaded, Please hit me more often from now on. Ash asked, confused. Wait, what? Evangeline held out her hand, cutting off the conversation between the two. It looks perverted, but it seems something good happens if I get hit, right? Ash praised her. You really are the Academy's top student. You're sharp. After getting slapped, Evangeline was also surprised. Huh? What is this? The system continued to notify. Received low-level effect. Defense increased by 10% for 3 minutes. Evangeline looked at the source of the energy surrounding her. She suddenly realized, So that's it? Ash asked. Can you feel the effect? Evangeline shook her hand and replied, Yes, it seems fine. But later, please hit somewhere else instead of my palm, somewhere that won't interfere with the fighting. He joked, and successfully received her disdain. Is that so? Then where should I hit next time? Immediately after, Ash realized and asked himself, That was a weird question, wasn't it? Evangeline yelled, frustrated. Why are you asking me that? Decide for yourself, senior. Ash replied awkwardly. Okay, I'm sorry. Damien, despite his fear, obediently held out his hand and begged, please, go easy on me. Ash looked at his trembling figure and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, I'm reminded of what Damien had to go through in his childhood. At the orphanage, Damien once said it was a terrible place. He must have bad memories of physical punishment, he thought to himself. He says this, then taps his staff gently on Damien's palm. Sorry, Damien, but this is a buff, so it's okay. The system announces, highest level effect received. Infinite stamina for 3 minutes. Damien looks surprised at the power surrounding him. Your Highness? Ash replies, yeah, Damien, full of energy, asserts. Right now, I feel like I can do anything. Sounds great, but that feeling will disappear after 3 minutes. So, enjoy it to the fullest while you can. Ash grips his staff, thinking, at least everything has gone smoothly so far. For starters, the frontline defense team is ready. He reverts to his playful persona, shaking his staff and calling out, Lily, do you want to whack with this? Seeing this makes Lily's face go dark, feeling a chill run down her spine. Ash hurriedly tries to fix it. No need to be scared like that. Lily looks at the clock. The time has struck, and she yells, the artifact has stopped working. Ash falls into a state of tension and turns around. The gargoyles take advantage of the weakened artifact and charge in. Lily screams in worry. They're swarming in. The third wave, the third group of gargoyles. About half of them were shot down. The remainder crossed the wall of fire and the wind wall, landing safely in the middle of the ramparts. There are 50 in total. The current battle situation is 50 against 5. In a defensive RPG, numbers like this are a bit much. Ash wraps his wrist tightly with bandages, speaking to reassure everyone. Hang in there. 5 minutes to change the world. It's still a bit stiff, but the feeling in my left arm has recovered to some extent. He and his sword stand heroically before the encirclement of the gargoyles. Ash shouts excitedly, let's go, let's have some fun, shall we? Everyone, get ready to engage, they reply in unison. Yes. Ash calmly faces the army of winged dragons. The third group of gargoyles still has about 50 monsters remaining alive. This group has more monsters, not like the scattered groups that appeared before. He squints, assessing the situation. But there's nothing to worry about. All the members of my squad have been buffed already. If necessary, Ash and everyone can proceed just like in round 3. Using his trump cards to wipe them out, he swung the maestro staff forward, controlling the floating magic blades. All right, come at me one by one. Ash's sad moment was cut short as Lucas lunged past him, slicing the gargoyles into pieces, though it didn't seem strictly necessary. Ash even turned back to check on Lucas. Your Highness, are you all right? After receiving a buff effect, all 3 members, your team has become as ferocious as monsters. Lucas had a sharp eye and noticed a few gargoyles had climbed over the city walls. One of them had infiltrated the left side of the wall. As soon as he said that, he zipped away. I'll handle it. Ash worried. Are you sure you're okay? But his concern was likely unnecessary, because Lucas had already activated his second skill, Persistent Leap. In a blink, he had reached the target area. Ash was amazed. Since when did he get over there? The system sent a notification. Mana consumption reduced by half for 3 minutes. This skill offers superior mobility, but it usually burns through a lot of mana. However, thanks to the buff reducing mana consumption, he could use the skill with ease. In a flash, he appeared on the west side. Another flash, and he was on the east. Ash watched in awe, feeling restless. He was basically a tank, supported by buffs that maxed out his speed and evasion. Evangeline wasn't about to be outdone. She shouted to draw the gargoyles' attention. You stupid monsters, look at me, and she got exactly what she asked for. The gargoyles growled and immediately focused on her. They threw jagged thorns at Evangeline, but she blocked them with her shield. Then, she slammed the shield forward, and the shockwave knocked their weapons away. The system sent a notification about a buff for her. Defense increased by 10% for 3 minutes. Evangeline was already strong, but after receiving that defense buff, she became as tough as a real tank. While the 2 of them were handling the gargoyles, magic bullets continued to rain down on them. The magic gun is powerful, but it has a terrible recoil. That's why there has to be a break between shots. It's very difficult to use the magic gun continuously. That is why it's usually hard for Damien to deal with many enemies at once. Even though his sniping skills are incredible, during these 3 minutes with the special buff, he could finally let loose. Damien held the gun stock firmly. His buff was unlimited stamina. For 3 minutes with unlimited stamina, he could fire continuously without any trouble, even while his body had to endure the insane recoil. Ash stared in shock, because that buff effect had spiked his stamina stat. He had become an amazingly powerful weapon. He looked at Damien and made a resolution. He had to train his stamina with him every single day from now on. If he did that, he would become a completely different person. Ash looked at the Maestro staff in his hand, secretly looking forward to it. This was truly worth the wait. In the game, no matter how good a buff is, it only lasts for a little while, and it's random, so it didn't feel like cheating. Even in reality, he initially thought the buffs wouldn't be very effective because they only lasted for a short time. However, in actual combat, the effectiveness within those few minutes was so immense that it couldn't be measured. You really have to use it in reality to know its true power. As long as they can defeat the remaining monsters, the third wave will come to an end. Just then, a magic sword dropped from the sky. Ash called out, "Lucas!" The sword landed and stuck into the ground. Ash gave the order, "Lure them to that spot, at the designated coordinates." Lucas nodded, signaling he understood. "As you command, Your Highness." Ash quickly stepped elsewhere and ordered, "Lily, hurry up and perform your main task." She looked pale, sitting in her wheelchair. "I've been wondering when you'd call me." Ash walked up to her, his face beaming, holding the Maestro staff in his hand. "Lily, hurry up and accept this. Before you fire, you have to take a hit from this staff." She trembled, trying to stop him, and screamed in fear, "No! Why do you have to do this?" Ash didn't explain much, and in the end, Lily took the hit from the staff. Just then, Lucas had completed the mission the prince had given him, luring a swarm of monsters to the designated spot. "I've arrived, my lord." Ash praised him. "Well done, Lucas." After being hit, Lily was harboring resentment, but Ash didn't care. He pointed his finger. "Lily, over there. Fire your magic over there." Her body trembled, as if she were holding back the anger inside her. Immediately after, Lily summoned a massive fireball and shouted in frustration, "You are ruining my retirement plans." Only then did Ash realize that he had just poked a sleeping dragon. She was terrifying. What kind of buff did she receive? Lily screamed, "Just die already." She immediately unleashed her first skill, Fireball. Intense flames rushed toward the spot Ash had indicated at the gargoyles. The gargoyles were suddenly swallowed by those flames of hatred. In an instant, they turned to ash, blown away by the wind. But at this moment, Lily looked like a terminal patient, her face deathly pale, barely able to breathe. Ash nodded to himself, just as expected. She had poured all of her strength into that first skill. What fearsome power. Afterward, the remaining gargoyles were lured by Evangeline using her provocation skill. She said enthusiastically, "Hey, you little brats over there. Come over here and play with me." Ash was speechless, not knowing who was older than whom. Suddenly, Damien aimed his gun at her. "Lady Evangeline, raise your shield." In his hand was the Outbacker, a level 20, grade N magic gun, with 25 to 26 attack power. Capacity, 20 out of 20. Due to a crafting error, all bullets are fired at once when the trigger is pulled. Accuracy decreases when firing in succession. And then, Damien quickly pulled the trigger. 20 magic bullets were fired. Evangeline raised her shield to block them. All the bullets that hit the shield ricocheted and hit the gargoyles precisely. Ash's jaw dropped in shock, and he blurted out, "My God!" He marveled to himself. Did he calculate the trajectory of the ricocheted bullets? "All of them?" Damien said happily. "Your Highness, I did it." Ash marveled. Considering the marksmanship he had displayed, he really must have calculated it that way. Evangeline excitedly used her spear. "This is the last one." Just like that, Ash and the others defeated the final gargoyles of Wave 3. Evangeline laughed happily. "Great job, Mr. Sharpshooter. Let's keep that up next time." The third wave was a complete victory. Ash praised them happily. "We've completed the third wave easier than I imagined. You truly are my elite warriors." Hearing the prince's praise, Damien shyly scratched his head. Evangeline looked proud and confident, and Lucas felt a sense of pride. On the wall, the green-colored artifact created a whirlwind. Two mages announced, "The artifact is fully charged. We can activate it right now," Lily reported to Ash. "The artifact is fully charged. We can activate it right now." Although she looks completely drained, her eyes still shine with hope. Ash commands, "All right, activate it." The artifact mage team follows his order instantly. "Yes, Your Highness. Artifact, activate." Suddenly, Damien reports, "Your Highness, we're almost out of ammo." Ash thinks for a moment. "I see. This is going to be tough. The fourth wave is starting." Luckily, they were able to defeat the third group easier than expected, but we've suffered losses. Damien's 2 Black Queen rifles and his Hunter S. Ritchie are completely out of ammo. The automatic Baker rifle is also nearly empty. Lucas's sword is worn down from constant use, and Evangeline's shield is torn to shreds. Lily is still exhausted and panting for air, but thankfully, I still have a backup plan. The main squad has done enough so far. It's time to pass the duty to another team. He immediately calls for the Shadow Squad. 5 black-cloaked figures appear and kneel before Ash. "Please, Your Highness, give us your orders." He decisively hands over the mission. "It's your turn now. Stop them, just like the main squad did. I will step in if necessary." Gothan, the captain of the Shadow Squad, respectfully suggests, "Please, rest, Your Highness. I guarantee you won't need to fight." Evangeline watches them with excitement, eager to see the skills of the Aegis Special Forces for herself. Unlike her, Lucas doesn't seem very pleased. Beside him, Lily sits silently watching Gothan's 5-man team, her lips pursed and brows furrowed, deep in thought. Her hands are clenched tight on the armrests of her wheelchair, even trembling. Ash senses the unusual tension and freezes. What is this? This atmosphere? What happened between the main team and the reinforcements? Damien asks naively. Did something happen that I don't know about? After a moment of reflection, Ash seems to understand. This is probably something we'll see often in the future. More sub-teams will continue to be recruited in the coming days. In reality, a bit of friction between veteran members and new recruits is quite normal. It would be stranger if they were all close and harmonious from the start. Putting aside the tension between the two squads, the gargoyles are constantly approaching the fortress. The monsters growl, baring their teeth. Ash waits in anticipation. "Show us why we should acknowledge you, Shadow Squad." The 5-man team steps forward to face the battle, under the eyes of many. "Show us your skills." One hand reaches out and touches the arm of a monster. Magic light flashes. Gothan gives the command to use the anti-monster formation. The composition of the Shadow Squad is extremely extreme. 2 mages and 3 archers, that's a combination I never thought to try in the game. It's unnecessarily heavy on firepower. With no tanks or healers, this kind of team could easily be wiped out if the enemy gets too close. Gothan gently touches the severed hand of the monster. The winged dragon falls as he calmly exerts his power on the remains. He says coldly, "Use the anti-monster formation." Ash's internal narration continues, noting that these mages also act as support rather than pure damage dealers. Layer upon layer of defensive stone begins to form. They solidify into sturdy defensive shields surrounding the team, ready to absorb the next attack. Those mages have the capability to protect and support their teammates better. This combination becomes much more viable against monsters. Furthermore, this squad has received massive buffs thanks to this extreme combination. Mage buff, plus 20% magic attack for all squad members. Archer buff, plus 30% critical hit rate for all squad members. Therefore, if this squad can coordinate well, there shouldn't be any major issues. At that moment, Gothan immediately gives the order. Body back. She is in charge of blocking incoming enemies. Without hesitation, she steps forward and replies firmly, "Yes." She glances to the side with a sharp, cold gaze and continues to give orders to the remaining 3. As soon as Gothan finishes speaking, the others rush forward without hesitation. Skull instantly raises his bow. His gaze is ice cold, his arrow aimed straight at the target. Ogun also quickly raises her crossbow, her movements incredibly decisive. Ready for battle. Behind the 2 of them, a loud sound suddenly rings out, shaking the very ground. Burnout nimbly pulls out his catapult, his hand gripping the lever, his whole body tense and ready to fire. At the same time, the horde of winged dragon monsters, Damien, rushes forward. They scream violently, revealing sharp teeth in twisted, ferocious faces, as if wanting to swallow everything in their path. They charge at the group, aggressive and relentless, as if they fear losing their prey if they are even a second too slow. Suddenly, a rain of arrows pours down from the sky, shooting with terrifying speed straight at the screaming monsters. They quickly raise their arms to block the arrows, which cannot pierce their thick, steel-like skin. Gothan stares at the winged dragon monsters, his gaze cold as ice. He commands coldly. As expected, that didn't do much. Use your skills. School, mid-range. Ogun, close range. Burnout, fire at maximum power. Executing the order. All 3 reply in unison. Understood. School raises his bow again. His focus is absolute, channeling all his strength into the arrow. A split second later, the arrow flies past the stone defense, piercing straight into the head of the enemy in front. Arrows are fired one after another, carrying incredible power, shattering the heads of each monster. Seeing this scene, Ash is stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape. he can't help but exclaim. A headshot. That power, combined with such high precision, a thought flashes through his mind. Is that why his codename is School? A moment later, Ogun suddenly leaps onto the defensive wall. Her movements are decisive and agile. Without hesitation, she charges straight at the winged dragon monsters, her eyes as sharp as knives. She says coldly, "Let's see how strong this monster really is." Seeing this, the monster immediately raises its weapon, ready to counterattack, its face twisted in a threatening snarl. Bright red eyes locked onto Ogun. Seeing her approach, the gargoyle dragon instantly swung its weapon violently toward her. But she was lightning fast, arching her back and sliding across the ground, narrowly dodging the blow before nimbly spinning and jumping up. Her body glided through the air light as a breeze. The crossbow in her hand aimed straight at the enemy, and in a blink, the arrow was fired. Carrying the intense power of a lightning bolt that tore through the air, the gargoyle dragon's body instantly shattered. As it crumbled into pieces, Ogun exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that's pretty strong. Is this really the limit of what I can do?" She immediately spun around and dashed off. Her figure vanished through the smoke, her voice echoing behind her. "No other choice. Burnout, I'm leaving it to you." Then, Burnout immediately activated the catapults. Each shot glowed brilliantly, with lights flashing continuously to signal that a fierce attack was about to begin. She loudly warned everyone to duck, and then a massive rain of arrows poured down like a waterfall of fire, covering the entire front line. The arrows whistled through the air, raining down relentlessly on the gargoyle monsters like a shower of death. That's Burnout's passive skill, adding explosive magic and firepower to the projectiles she fires. That's why I noticed Burnout right from the start, Ash thought to himself. If she develops correctly, hunting large groups of these weak monsters will be much easier. But suddenly, from within the hazy smoke and fire, they unexpectedly burst out, their bodies scorched, their red eyes glowing as if the previous attack only made them more aggressive. They crazily charged straight toward the group. Suddenly, one of them was held fast by an invisible force. It froze in midair, screaming in shock and anger. At that moment, Bodyback's hand was still raised, her gaze cold and sharp as a blade. With an overwhelming presence, she said coldly, "Sorry, this place isn't welcoming you." Immediately after, a massive wave of energy erupted from Bodyback's palm, swirling like a cyclone straight toward the monsters. It was instantly blasted away, spiraling in midair. Another one roared in anger, baring its fangs and claws as it charged with a ferocity that looked like it wanted to tear those in front of it to shreds. Gothan nimbly dodged, sliding to the side. His movements were clean, precise, and not a single motion was wasted. At the same time, he unleashed a powerful blow, striking the monster's body directly. The gargoyle dragon instantly collapsed, its body ripped in two, dying before it could even struggle. These gargoyles are nothing more than scrap metal to Gothan. The fourth group of gargoyles had been completely wiped out. Seeing the battle, Damien couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Is this the combat style of an archer?" he continued, his voice full of longing. "It's amazing. If only I could learn those sniper skills of an archer like that, I would be more useful to the prince." Ash was startled and turned to reply softly. "When it comes to killing monsters, everyone is the same. Everyone is trying their best in their own way." Then, he gently reassured the person beside him, "You've already been a huge help to me, Damien, to the point where no one can replace you. So don't worry about anything." Damien was deeply moved. He whispered, "Your Highness," Ash mused silently to himself. Even so, Damien can't learn the sniper skills of an archer. It would be better for Damien to think about how to develop his attributes in the most effective way possible. The Shadow Squad had performed much better in the defensive battle than expected. As a result, by the time the third artifact seal began to function, the fifth group of gargoyles had been completely wiped out. Ash watched the battle ahead, his sharp eyes, coldly tracking every movement on the battlefield, thinking, "So far, everything is going smoothly. Why is the battle so fierce?" The Shadow Squad still had the advantage, but he couldn't stop thinking. Suddenly, an information board flashed before his eyes. Words quickly appeared. Ash muttered, "The info on the boss has been updated." The board displayed, Phase 4, Enemy Info, Level 35, Gargoyle Chief Quantity, 2, Level 15, Stone Gargoyle Quantity, 58, 302 killed, Level 20, Steel Gargoyle Quantity, 40, 200 auto killed. He stood frozen, staring at the intense battlefield. Smoke and screams echoed everywhere. In Ash's mind, he was shocked. What? Boss information is only updated when they appear on the battlefield. Ash's gaze scanned ahead intensely, but I don't see them anywhere. Suddenly, Ash looked up. An intuition told him something was wrong. He paused, his eyes widening, fixed on the sky. He whispered, "Could it be?" Ash gritted his teeth in anger, his face tense, his eyes filled with anxiety as he looked upward. He screamed in panic. "Damn it! From above?" A boss was diving down from above. "All troops, be careful!" Hearing Ash's shout, everyone was stunned, their eyes all looking up. Their faces were full of confusion and shock. The monster instantly slammed down onto the Shadow Squad, sending rocks flying everywhere and shaking the ground violently. They couldn't react in time and were instantly blasted away. Burnout and School were both severely injured, their eyes shut tight, blood splattering as they fell. The monster in front of them was like a nightmare. Standing in the thick, swirling smoke, its two bright red eyes locked onto Ogun like a wild beast. Staring at its prey, the monster slowly approached her. Every step made the rocks beneath its feet shatter and sink deep. From the haze, a hideous face gradually emerged. Its red eyes glowed with a cruel, cold glint, as if wanting to devour everything. Its two hands gripped its weapon, letting out a terrifying roar that echoed across the battlefield. That monster was the commander of the Gargoyle Legion, the Gargoyle Chief. Seeing the creature in front of him, Ash was terrified, his whole body frozen. He shouted, his voice trembling, "What is that thing?" At this moment, Ogun raised her crossbow, her hands shaking, her face pale with tension, but her eyes remained determined. She gritted her teeth and said, "I will provide support immediately." Then, arrows were fired one after another, whistling toward the Gargoyle Chief, but it was all useless. It immediately swung its chain hammer toward Ogun. She couldn't dodge in time and took a direct hit from the Gago Chief. Ogun staggered, blood spraying everywhere. Her chest felt like it was about to shatter from that brutal blow. Watching the scene unfold, Lucas's face instantly turned pale. He screamed in terror. "Wait!" Ash's voice suddenly rang out. He was terrified, his whole body trembling, sweat pouring down his temples. Ash shouted, his voice choked with fear. "There's another one!" Lucas jumped, snapping his head toward him, and exclaimed in shock. "What?" Ash's inner monologue continued. "Because of this dark event, there are two bosses. That means the other one is nearby too." At the same time, the remaining Gago Chief was diving from the sky at a dizzying speed. He reacted quickly, his gaze sharp as a blade cutting through the thick fog, a flash of vigilance rising within him. He thought to himself, "Where exactly are you? What are you aiming for?" It plummeted down like a meteorite, aiming straight for the artifact restoration area. Gritting his teeth, his face deathly pale, he cursed loudly. "Damn it! Are they targeting the artifacts?" He screamed in a panic, his voice cracking with fear. "Lily, run!" Lily jolted, turning around with wide, panicked eyes. But in the blink of an eye, the second Gago Chief slammed down right where she was. The ground shook violently. It created a terrifying shockwave. Rubble and dust exploded into the air. Then, it immediately swung its hammer. The sound of metal tearing through the air rang out. Lily was rooted to the spot, unable to escape the brutal blow about to hit. In a split second, the hammer slammed straight into her, producing a deafening, piercing sound. The wheelchair couldn't withstand the immense force of the impact, and shattered instantly, fragments flying through the thick dust. Suddenly, the second Gago Chief froze. Its whole body went rigid, letting out a roar of utter surprise. Ash was also stunned, his eyes wide, his lips trembling slightly. A sense of disbelief rose within him. "Huh?" At that moment, the system notification appeared. Fire Skin Attribute activated. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Thank goodness. Thanks to that attribute, Lily isn't hurt." But then, the second Gago Chief raised its hammer again. Ash cried out in his heart, full of anxiety. No, this time Lily won't be able to dodge that attack. He immediately spun around, his gaze stern. He raised his arm, pointing decisively, ordering, "Bodyguard, hurry and save Lily." She didn't hesitate, responding, "Understood." Bodyguard raised her hand high, her palm radiating a powerful surge of energy. Light flashed intensely as she focused all her power, preparing to rush in to save Lily. Luckily, at that very moment before the second Gago Chief's chain hammer could strike, Lily was pulled to safety by Bodyguard, escaping the jaws of death by a hair's breadth. Ash immediately shouted. His voice, full of authority, echoed through the chaotic space. "Gothan, catch her." Gothan received the order without a moment's hesitation, his whole body springing forward. Rushing up, he replied briefly and firmly. "Understood." In just a split second, he had caught her in his arms. Afterward, Gothan agilely carried her to safety. He gently set Lily down, looking at her with a tender, attentive gaze. His calm voice spoke. "Lily, are you okay?" She awkwardly turned away and whispered, "Yes, I'm fine. He quickly gave his next order, his voice ringing out decisively. Bodyguard, take care of the others on her team. Bodyguard immediately replied, yes, I understand. She immediately channeled her spiritual energy. A shimmering blue light covered her palms. In an instant, Bodyguard lifted School and Burnout into the air. Gently, she maneuvered them to a safe location, avoiding further danger. Lucas, Damien, and Evangeline quickly moved into position. Soon after, Ash's voice rang out with great authority. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the main team, get ready to re-engage. Boss monsters act differently from regular monsters. They're a bit smarter, a bit more vicious. They target important objectives. That's probably why they attack the archers and the artifacts first. Right now, they are trying to target another goal instead of attacking the tanker. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with anger and vigilance. He silently said to himself, and that's me. As the lowest level member and the commander, I play the most important role. They will prioritize targeting me. Lucas's eyes flashed with severity, his voice calm, steady, and sharp. My lord, the two bosses are only the first problem. The second problem is the rest of the Gago army. After that, the battle continued. The sixth wave of the Gago army. All the combat artifacts in the central area had been completely destroyed. A group of Gago was flying toward the castle wall, like there was no one there. Ash quickly commanded the sixth group of the Gago army. Leave them to me. He immediately replied, yes, my lord. The inner monologue quietly echoed in his heart. He agreed instantly, without a hint of doubt. That meant Lucas trusted him a great deal. At this moment, Gothan and Lily had returned. He spoke, Your Highness, I've brought Lily back. Ash nodded slightly, looking at the two of them. His voice was steady. Gothan, good work. Then, his gaze shifted to the person next to him. Lily, forgive me, but you still have to do what needs to be done. Ash clenched his fist, seriously asking her, what about the other artifacts? Can you activate them right now? Lily softly replied, yes, just as Your Highness said, except for the defense artifact, the others can still be used, because they were originally placed in different locations. If all the artifacts were installed in one place, it would be easy to destroy them all at once. That's why the remaining ones were installed elsewhere. From the very beginning, the alchemists are also operating them over there. Thanks to that, everything is still under control, even while we are facing this tragedy. He slapped his chest firmly, his gaze resolute, and commanded loudly, Go there and activate it immediately. Magic amplification sequence. The target is me. She lowered her head, her eyes flashing with a touch of sadness as she looked down at her motionless legs. Her voice sounded hollow. I understand, but with my legs like this, how am I supposed to get there? Ash immediately ordered, Gothan, take care of Lily. Bring her to the artifact installation site. Lily looked at Gothan, then back at him, shouting in a panic, What? What did you say? Go with this man? Ash angrily knit his brows and barked, Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. Execute the order immediately. She was terrified, her face pale. Her lips trembled, stammering, unable to form a sentence. I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Gotham immediately rushed over and scooped her up decisively. Lily's face turned bright red with embarrassment as she covered it with her hands. Just go. We don't have any more time. Then, he quickly gave the next orders to the main squad. Lucas, Evangeline, keep them busy until the artifact is activated. Lucas raised his hand high, his eyes shining with determination, his voice booming and powerful. You got it. Leave it to me. In an hour, heck. I can even do it in 12 hours. Evangeline wore a spirited smile, answering with steady and excited eyes. I'll do my best. Ash placed a hand on both of their shoulders, reminding them softly, Don't underestimate that gargoyle chief. He continued, It's different from any gargoyles we've faced until now. Don't let your guard down. Stay calm, and remember to protect yourselves. Understand? The young girl spoke up immediately. Yes. Lucas also quickly responded. Understood, my lord. Right after that, without a moment's hesitation, they both lunged forward with burning momentum. He shouted loudly, All right, let's go. At the same time, Ash turned to the other person. Damien, how much ammo do you have left? Damien raised his gun to check and replied clearly, 3 Severus pistols, 6 rounds each, 18 total. He continued, his gaze serious as he looked at the person before him. Can we take down one with this much ammo? Damien fell silent, his cold eyes locked onto the gargoyle chief in the distance, his brow knitting slightly. With a thoughtful expression, he didn't answer right away. Then, he spoke quietly. The problem lies in the armor and the iron beak the gargoyle is wearing. They seem to have high magical defense. Ash praised him. That's right. Good assessment. The armor the Gargoyle Chief is wearing has high magical resistance. Meanwhile, its body already has high physical defense. You could say it's an invincible suit of armor. We have to strip away its armor using physical attacks, then use magic to strike its body. It sounds easy, but it's very time-consuming. Besides, it won't just stand there to let us attack. The Severus is a short-range gun, so its range is shorter than other types of weapons, and it's too risky to let Damien fight in close quarters. We need to restore long-range firepower to get rid of their armor. He turned toward the back and asked, "Bodyguard, what is your team's current status?" The bodyguard reported quickly, in a serious, unwavering voice, "Yes, some are severely injured, others have light injuries, and our weapons are heavily damaged." Ash glanced quickly at the person beside him, his sharp eyes flashing, and he immediately gave a firm order, "Damien, provide first aid for the Shadow Squad." Damien was slightly surprised, but agreed with interest. "Yes, sir." When asked to perform healing duties, Damien's face suddenly lit up. After all, he still preferred this work over sniping. Then, he added, "Collect whatever is still usable while Damien is treating them. Right now, your team's firepower is crucial." She replied without hesitation. "Yes." But just then, the sky suddenly turned dark, and heavy black clouds gathered. They swirled like a massive wave, blocking out the light and plunging the surroundings into a suffocating gloom. Then, raindrops quietly began to fall, tapping against the ground with heavy sounds. The already tense air became even colder and more oppressive. Soon, the rain poured down violently, with sheets of water covering the entire battlefield. Ignoring the torrential downpour, Ash still stood quietly on the ramparts, his figure standing tall amidst the wind and rain. He reached a hand out to meet the raindrops, his gaze distant as he thought to himself, "I hope everyone stays safe." At that moment, the Gargoyle Chief's eyes suddenly flared up with a fierce, blood-red light shining through the gray rain. Then, the two monsters began to advance. Each of their steps made the ramparts shake, with debris flying up. Their weight seemed quite immense. Lucas gripped his immortal silver sword tightly and sighed softly. Evangeline stared sharply at the two gargoyles and said coldly, "Come here, come and get it." At the same time, Ash stood perfectly still, his eyes bright and filled with unshakable determination. He looked at the battle ahead, thoughts racing through Ash's mind. "I'm counting on you guys." Very quickly, the two monsters roared, their cold eyes glinting, and lunged straight forward. Lucas and Evangeline did not hesitate and charged in unison to fight. Two steel chains swung out simultaneously, lashing toward them at terrifying speed. Lucas immediately raised his sword to block the violent strike, while Evangeline quickly raised her shield, bracing her stance. She withstood the massive force of the attack, but before long, under the crushing pressure, they were both knocked back. He gritted his teeth, growling, "The strength, it's incredible!" The young girl looked in a panic at the shield in her hand, which had been bent out of shape. Pale-faced, she shouted, "Damien, the shield is dented." Facing them was difficult, as expected. Originally, there was only one boss, but the dark event had increased the difficulty by adding another one. By now, the cold gaze of the Gargoyle Chief was locked onto the target in front. However, they were still able to hold them off. Both Lucas and Evangeline were warriors capable of lasting until the end of the game. Finally, a moment later, Lily's voice rang out. "Your Highness, the magic amplification artifact is ready." Ash's internal monologue continued. "The moment I've been waiting for has come." He immediately ordered firmly, "Good. Activate it now." She quickly replied, "Yes, activating the magic amplification artifact, increasing the magic power of one target by 100%. The target is me." Ash looked at the power in his hands, happily thinking, "So this is what it feels like to be buffed." Ash continued, "In this moment, I feel like I can do anything." Just then, a notification appeared on the system. "Commander's Magic Eye. Please make eye contact with the target to use the skill." At that moment, the Gargoyle Chief's eyes suddenly turned yellow. The system quickly locked onto the target. More notifications appeared. Number of targets, 1. Please issue a command. At the same time, his own eyes flared up, turning a glowing yellow. Ash coldly focused his gaze on the monster, his voice booming with authority. "Kill your comrade." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Ash stared coldly at the monster, his voice booming with authority. "You will kill your own comrades." No sooner had he finished speaking than he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, his eyes flashing with extreme terror. Every bit of mana was instantly drained from his body, and the system message popped up. Command difficulty, high. Comparing user's intelligence stat with the target's mana stat. The gargoyle's body has very low magic resistance. What did that mean? It meant it was weak against all types of magic attacks, which also meant its resistance to mind control was very weak. So, if I boost my magic power just a little with a magic amplifier artifact, I can take control of its mind. Thinking is doing Ash immediately focused all his strength, quickly performing the action. Before long, the system notification flashed. Judgment complete. Target acquired. He raised his hand excitedly, a smug, joyful grin spreading across his face as he shouted, "That's right. Now this feels like a game. You stupid monsters, take that." The monster seemed hypnotized, its glowing blue eyes turning hollow. It whipped around to attack its own comrades. Behind it, Ash shouted happily, his voice full of spirit. "Charge!" In a split second, one Gargoyle Chieftain roared in pain as a giant mace from its comrade smashed straight into its head, the horn shattering and snapping off with a sickening crunch. Lucas and Evangeline stood frozen, completely bewildered by what was happening. Their eyes wide and mouths agape in shock, she stammered, "Huh? What is this?" The monster didn't forgive the betrayal of its own kind. Two monsters. The gargoyles faced each other and began swinging at one another. The powerful attacks, with force rivaling siege weapons, collided repeatedly. It was ruthless. However, no matter how similar their bodies were, there were still differences. The two Gargoyle Chieftains immediately lunged at each other, slaughtering away. The sound of clashing maces echoed across the battlefield. Soon, one monster landed a critical blow, sending the traitor flying. Its massive body slammed straight into the Gargoyle Army's stronghold, creating a thunderous explosion. Standing below and observing the entire scene, Ash narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "That's the 6th Gargoyle Army's stronghold." As it landed, he continued his train of thought. "I was trying to find a way to lead it there, so they'd cause chaos and make the gargoyles take the hit. I didn't expect things to turn out this favorably." The traitorous Gargoyle Chieftain slowly stood up in the debris, its blue eyes glowing with cold, surging, killing intent. Looking at the gargoyles before it, they immediately roared in a frenzy. A swarm of gargoyles charged straight at the traitor without hesitation, creating a chaotic melee right in the middle of the battlefield. A conflict broke out between the gargoyle boss and the regular gargoyles, attacking to kill each other. Witnessing this, the gargoyle boss that wasn't under the hypnosis spell quickly ran to assist its subordinates. Ash narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp, his voice low and determined. "Stop them." At this moment, the remaining Gargoyle Chieftain slowly advanced toward Lucas and Evangeline. Its glowing red eyes locked onto the two of them, the killing intent radiating heavily as if to crush everything. His voice rang out powerfully, echoing across the battlefield. "Well, the situation has become much simpler. While that gargoyle boss is busy holding back the 6th group, we will focus our forces to take out the remaining boss." Ash frowned slightly, his lips curling up with excitement. He said happily, "Easy, right?" Lucas nodded and replied, "Easier than 2, that's for sure." Evangeline's eyes sparkled with excitement as she chimed in, "and many times more interesting." Under the pouring rain, the monster roared fiercely and charged straight at them. The number of opponents had dropped from 2 to 1, defending had become much easier. However, the two knights still couldn't switch to an offensive stance. He gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening, thinking, "We have to use physical attacks to break through its armor." Even though the two Vanguard Knights have high physical attack power, doing this against a boss as strong as this is almost impossible. There must be a way to switch from defense to offense. Suddenly, the sound of fluttering cloaks echoed through the pouring rain. Ash turned his head, startled, to see the Shadow Squad had recovered and were all kneeling, waiting for orders. Gothring reported loudly, "Shadow Squad is ready for redeployment." He asked back, his voice low, "You guys?" Then he continued, "You were injured. How are your wounds?" The man replied honestly, his voice firm, "Damien cast a healing spell on us. Even though we haven't fully recovered, we can still fight. And what about the weapons? I thought they were all broken." Gothring's voice continued, "That's not an issue. I've temporarily repaired them." His eyes flashed with intense determination. His voice boomed, "Firepower can be deployed at any time." He didn't hesitate to praise them. "Good. Fire at will." Then they immediately got into position. Skul and Ogun quickly drew their bows, focusing all their strength into the arrows imbued with spirit energy. They all aimed straight at the enemy in front of them, while Burnout immediately drew his special weapon, quickly entering combat stance. His eyes cold, he put all his strength into firing at the monster. Gothring stood tall in the middle of the battlefield, ignoring the rain of arrows slicing through the wind. He channeled spirit energy to power up each arrow, making them glow with brilliant light, preparing for a fierce counterattack. He declared firmly, "We will join in too." Bodyguard also immediately channeled spirit energy, light gathering in his palms. Then, faster than a flash, he launched it straight at the Gargoyle Chieftain. Ready to coordinate the attack with his teammates, each strike landed one after another on the monster. The explosions echoed across the battlefield under the fierce, torrential assault. Chip just stood there, completely frozen, unable to react in time as the armor on its body began to shatter. A voice, filled with excitement, rang out. "That's it! Keep going! Break through its armor!" At watched the battle intensely, his mind racing with thoughts. Two knights surrounded and attacked the boss, while the Shadow Squad tried to smash through the armor with physical strikes. "We'll use magic to hit its main body from the inside." However, reality often drifts far from the plan. Just a moment later, the Gargoyle Chief let out a furious roar. It immediately swung its mace to counterattack, eyes filled with hatred as it glared at the people before it. Evangeline dashed forward with incredible speed, shouting decisively, "I'll stop it." Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Evangeline's negative trait, Grumpy, had been triggered. Under the pouring rain, the ground became slick, causing her to lose her balance unexpectedly. She slipped and stumbled right in the path of the devastating attack.